Chapter 1 Divorce. Jiang Xiaoxian, you know Chang Feng is back. Our marriage ends here. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. This is good for you and me. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at his stunningly beautiful wife in front of him with anticipation on her face and smiled helplessly. It seems that his 1 year of dedication still didn't reap a little return. Simply because that white moonlight of hers had returned. It was time to step aside. Okay, I promise. He nodded silently. Since she couldn't fall in love, it was time to let go cleanly. Just as Zang Wan had said, it would be better for everyone. Receiving Jiang Xiaoxian's affirmative answer, Zang Wan felt a pain in her heart instead of joy. Why is it like this? Shouldn't he be happy that he agreed? But that brief feeling didn't affect her, and then she felt a wave of relief and began to look forward to the future. Kong Shuyin, thank you for taking care of me and tolerating me this year. But I really don't like you. Our union was supposed to be a deal. Don't blame me. How come? You call me tomorrow at noon. Kong Shuyin smiled and made the gesture of calling. Kong Shuyin, there's $1 million in this card as compensation for holding you back this year. Thanks. Taking the card, he put it in his pocket. Jiang Xiaoxian did not make a pretense, although he did not lack money, but if he did not accept it, it would call her to think more. Even if you are about to become a stranger, Jiang Xiaoxian still has some consideration for Zang Wan in his heart, just because the two of them are still husband and wife. In fact, take money can also call their own walk more freesome, not call each other philo and what? A year ago. Brat, you are now somewhat not suitable to stay in the sea silk again. Back to Daxia to give you a task. Completed well and then go back. A firm and grandiose voice entered Jiang Xiaoxian's ears. What mission? Jiang Xiaoxian frowned. Why did he ask himself to go back for a good reason? Go to Jiangzhou. It also just so happens that a distant relative of one of my subordinates has a daughter who lacks a man. You go and fill in. What kind of mission is this? Can I not go? Jiang Xiaoxian had a reluctant look on his face. Can't, unless you never want to go back. The voice on the other side was firm and unquestionable. Jiang Xiaoxian could only be forced to agree. But he didn't want to love since Dalin's death. And when he was told to rekindle it again, the passion was long gone from his heart. This is your mission. Hess needs you. I'm sure you'll go farther when you return. Yes, subordinate understands. Jiang Xiaoxian took the special phone and gave a standard military salute to the open space in front of him. A cafe in Jiangzhou. You are Jiang Xiaoxian? Yes. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded in response with a slight smile. A modest table with 2 cups of strong coffee. On one side sat Jiang Xiaoxian, and on the other side sat none other than his blind date this time, Zang Wan. Jiang Xiaoxian really didn't expect that the woman he was on a blind date with would be so beautiful, and thought it was an old girl that no one wanted. 1.7 or so, the thin place thin, the convex, the warped also warped, an absolutely beautiful face. Tightly wrinkled eyebrows foretell that the other party did not look at him. The old man intelligence in the end is not accurate. Not that no matter who the woman will marry. Now it seems that the other heart is extremely reluctant. Jiang Xiaoxian dressed in casual. Appearance is not how handsome, but by no means ugly, with the kind of tough male beauty. 1.88 man with a well-proportioned body. According to the appearance of the calculation, he matched with Zang Wan is not a disadvantage. According to the real family history and strength, a local company's daughter and he this potential dragon gap is not a half a star. Who would have thought that he is less than 30 years old? The entire summer sees Silk Road but escorted by him. Several continents have countless dignitaries see him as a guest. It is that the Desert Camel royal family, which claims to be the richest in the world, has to ask for his help when something happens, just because the daxia behind him is too powerful. Then let me make the situation clear first. Zang Wan looked at the other party and opened her mouth after a slight hesitation. In her eyes, the Jiang Xiaoxian in front of her was still quite agreeable, but with her heart belonging to her, it was impossible for her to fall for another man. You say, it's okay to marry you, but you have to be clear that this is what I was forced to do. After marriage we each live our own lives. As long as you can help cope with my family on the line. 1 year time, I'll give you $1 million when it expires. We'll end this marriage. During that time you'd better not do anything that crosses the line, or I'll tell you not to see the sun the next day. Zang Wan's voice was as cold as ice. This was a naked threat. Relying on her family's billions of dollars of family wealth, Zang Wan also firmly believed that she had this strength. And in her eyes, the Jiang Xiaoxian in front of her was nothing more than an ordinary person. Just because his entire body looked like it was less than $2,000 in line. Okay, I agree. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't think about it that much. This was a task given to him by his leader. As long as he accomplished it, he would be able to return to where he belonged. As long as he accomplishes it, he will be able to return to where he belongs. As I said, during the 1 year of marriage, he has been obedient to Zang Wan, and he has done everything he could from clothing, food, housing, and transportation to living, thinking that the other side should be able to feel their true heart. But unfortunately, the deadline of 1 year just arrived, but got the other side of the news of the urgent need to divorce. When the nominal wife said divorce, Jiang Xiaoxian was first stunned, because yesterday they had sat together and had a cozy dinner. It was the most scrumptious meal that Jiang Xiaoxian had cooked with all his heart, simply because yesterday was their wedding anniversary. That was also the reason why Zang Wan was willing to stay and eat with him. Unfortunately, this meal also turned out to be a breakup dinner for the two. Taking the bank card, Kang Shu-hyun went back to the small room he had been sleeping in and started packing up the things that belonged to him. Since the deadline had come and gone, and he didn't end up getting results, it was time for him to leave in style, to return to the place that needed him more. Without his presence this year, so many things on the Sea Silk Road had progressed slowly. This time, he planned to go back and make sure to open up a few important ports on the desert, even if he had to use force. Taking out his special phone, he dialed the number he hadn't called in a long time. "Old man, time is up. Requesting to return to the team. You kid, how's the mission coming along? It's been a year and Zang Wan still wants to divorce me, so it's a failure? Listen to me clearly, you're not allowed to return to the team if you can't complete the mission, but the other party has a white moonlight in her heart. I don't stand a chance. Then can't you change your target?" The old man actually gave a workaround. "That's okay?" Jiang Xiaoxian froze for a moment, and then thought to himself, "This looks like there's still no going back. I never said I had to choose a woman who doesn't love you to die. Men should learn to be flexible. Remember to return to the team after completing the mission, or else stay well in Daxia to me." "Yes, chief." Hang up the phone. Jiang Xiaoxian some speechless. Why the old man had to ask himself to find a woman before being allowed to return to the team. This is not difficult for people? However, he had always trusted the old man, did not refute, since the mission failed then changed the target. He only hoped in his heart to return to the team as soon as possible. The sea and the desert was the world that belonged to him, but back to the present. The divorce is inevitable. Or pack up things, wait for tomorrow to receive the certificate or directly move out. Outside the door slammed, as if Zang Wan left, whether it is to go to work or go to find her that just returned to the country of the white moonlight. For Jiang Xiaoxian has been unimportant. Looking at the empty house, Jiang Xiaoxian has nothing to do. This year he has long become a competent family cook. In order to impress Zang Wan also learned a lot of crafts, especially in home care and cooking. He reached the professional level. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoxian habitually typed out a few words into Zang Wan's chat box on a certain letter. "Are you coming back for dinner today? Made you your favorite pot roast and sweet and sour pork." Zang Wan loved eating sweet and sour dishes, especially these two dishes made by Jiang Xiaoxian. Time passed quickly. Looking at the cell phone, it was almost time for Zang Wan to get off work. Then look at a certain letter is still stuck on their own paragraph, as if the stone sinks without a little response. After a while, the sky is already dark and gloomy, and it started to drizzle outside. Jiang Xiaoxian once again took out his cell phone and typed in the chat box, "It's raining, wife. You brought an umbrella or not? Or I'll send it to you. Perhaps habit becomes nature." These words a year he said countless times, but every time cannot wait for the other party to reply. But this time it seems to be an accident. "No need, Jiang Xiaoxian. Don't cook for me anymore. And don't take care of me like this, okay? Tomorrow we don't have any relationship. I won't go back for dinner tonight. Take care of yourself in the future. And I'll see you tomorrow at noon at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Chapter 2, The Once White Moonlight Gone Bad. Even if he had to get divorced tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoxian would still have to stand his last watch. After the divorce, the name Zeng Wan would be forever in the past in his heart. In an upscale cafe. "Waner, I came back this time. Besides missing you, there is also the fact that I am optimistic about the development of our country. This time I brought funds, so I will definitely be able to make a big splash in Daxia." The person who spoke was similar in age to Zang Wan, with a handsome and outstanding appearance, and also revealed a haughty color. "Changfeng, will you still leave this time when you come back?" Looking at her ex-boyfriend who had been away for 2 whole years and had not heard a word from him, he was also the man who had almost become her husband. Seeing each other again, Zeng Wanxin had 1,000 words she wanted to say and ask. At this time, she didn't want to talk about her career. She just wanted to know where he had been in these 2 years. What did he do? Why did he leave without saying goodbye to her at the engagement party? Hurt her even more. Fall Zeng family face, make their own father a serious illness. In the end, Zeng Wan went to his home to look for the news that Han Changfeng had left the country. Han Changfeng picked up his coffee and took a sip, turning to Zeng Wan with a bitter face. "I'm sorry, Waner. I really had bitter reasons for leaving without saying goodbye in the first place. You also know that my family's condition is not good. After graduating from university, I found a job that is not bad to say the least, but I can't see a bit of hope. Your parents do not see me. Once by chance I got the opportunity to go abroad for further study. I thought that when I came back I would be able to match you. I couldn't help it due to leaving too quickly. I'm sorry, Waner. It was really my fault that time." Han Changfeng stared at Zang Wan. wanting to see the other party's reaction, and shaking the coffee in his hand. Zang Wan didn't say anything, casting her head to the side. Han Changfeng continued, after arriving abroad, I was going to call you, only to realize that my cell phone had been stolen at some point. Alas, this time I've been gone for 2 years. I also know that leaving without saying goodbye at the engagement banquet hurt you a lot, so now I'm thinking of coming back to make up for it. Give me another chance, okay, Wan Air? Han Changfeng's expression looked sincere and earnest, but his explanation was a bit harsh to Zang Wan's ears. For the sake of his own future, he actually chose to abandon the relationship between the two for so long. Even if it was for the sake of the future, why couldn't he say something to her beforehand? Even after leaving the country to give her a phone call to send a message also line ah. As for what he said about losing his cell phone, then there was no cell phone available behind him? These words all sound like excuses, even if Zang Wan was a hopeless love brain to him. But now Zang Wan once again met with the man she had loved for 5 years. There were surprises and disgusts, and more than anything, she got an answer that she had wanted for the past 2 years. Changfeng, why are you so cruel? A little news, do not leave me? Said Zang Wan's eyes began to redden. The grievances she had held inside for too long exploded at this moment. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I promise you, I will never leave you again. Han Changfeng grabbed Zang Wan's small, soft, boneless hand. His eyes contained warmth. He didn't want to explain, and actually couldn't. Zang Wan didn't reject his outstretched hand, but the knot in her heart wasn't untied. Do you know, Changfeng, that during these 2 years that you were away, I have gotten married? Zang Wan looked at the other party's reaction. Han Changfeng's face instantly grimaced. This information was like a bomb exploding in his heart. He subconsciously loosened Zang Wan's hand, the tenderness on his face turning stiff and gradually disappearing. Then, Gong, congratulations. He held onto the table and slowly got up, stumbling over his words. What are you going to do to go? Watching Han Changfeng get up to go, Zang Wan's heart seemed to be hammered by something. You're already married. What's the point of me pestering you? Han Changfeng retreated in order to advance, wanting to know his position in this woman's heart. Zang Wan was married. This he had known for a long time. Although he hadn't contacted Zang Wan in the past 2 years, he had been in contact with his best friend. This time, he came back because Han Changfeng had lost all the money he had earned abroad and wanted to cheat Zang Wan out of some favors. But when I found out you came back, I had already mentioned divorce to him and he agreed. There was no hiding from this man Zang Wan. Perhaps in front of Han Changfeng, she was always the silly love brain. The two had been in love since their sophomore year of college, and it was only when Han Changfeng left without saying goodbye 2 years ago when it was about to come to fruition that the 5-year romance ended without result. Really? Han Changfeng did not feel much joy, as if their own good cabbage called someone else rolled over, and now have to pick back up in the palm of your hand. That kind of taste is absolutely not good. Zang Wan also felt Han Changfeng's change, as if the two together before the youthful sweetness. This white moonlight has changed its flavor. From his expression, it can be seen that after learning the news of his marriage, the disappointment rose from the bottom of his heart. Zang Wan was no longer that little girl who just came out of school not knowing anything. Zhang's group is billions of dollars in size, and she is the only daughter of the family, and will be in charge of the entire group in the future. Graduated these years, she has seen all kinds of men in society. There are admiring subordinates. There are also coveted her family children. Nay, she was already married, which was another reason why she was willing to marry Jiang Xiaoxian with a good shield. In the end, Zang Wan could only nod with some disappointment. She didn't explain that she was still a virgin. It was as if saying it was begging the other party to be able to readmit her. She hadn't gotten to the point of being that cheap. Nagafan and I will go out for a walk. Okay? Good. Then I'll get the check now. In April in Jiangzhou, the weather was still occasionally a bit cold. Forgetting to put on a shirt when she went out, Zang Wan would rub her arms with both hands from time to time, but the man beside her seemed indifferent to this. He was always with his hands in his pockets, talking eloquently about his future and long-term plans, remembering that when Jiang Xiaoxian was around, without her having to show it, he had long ago taken off his own jacket and draped it over her. Zeng Wan at this time some doubt. This their former white moonlight heart in the end there is no her. Suddenly thought of Jiang Xiaoxian, heart a burst of powerlessness. Even if Han Changfeng is not as attentive and considerate as he is, she thinks that the person she loves in her heart is the man in front of her. The night was already deep. Zang Wan lowered her head and thought a lot. This way, she had already forgotten how she got along with Han Changfeng in the beginning. Changfeng, I'm a little sleepy. Go back. Okay, I'll see you off, said Han Changfeng as he took a car key out of his pocket as if it was a Mercedes-Benz automobile. This small action seemed to be showing off something. No need. I drove myself over. Back home it was already late at night. Looking up to his villa, the lights were still on. You go back. After all, there is still my husband inside. It's not appropriate to bring you in. There is a degree in Zang Wan's heart. That is, when she is married and a wife, she will not do too much. She could love someone else who didn't love her husband, but she definitely couldn't bring another man into the house. That would be a humiliation for Jiang Xiaoxian. Han Changfeng was a bit angry, but he didn't dare to anger Zang Wan, could only nod his head and drove away from Ija garden. Zang Wan opened the door and saw at a glance that Jiang Xiaoxian was sitting on the sofa looking at her. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Zang Wan looked at the time as already 12 o'clock. Usually this point he has long been asleep. Waiting for you. I do not know if you ate outside. Today made a lot of your favorite dishes. If you're hungry, I'll go to heat it up for you. Jiang Xiaoxian was ready to get up with a smile on his face. A simple sentence. These were things she usually heard, but with a divorce going on tomorrow, she didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxian to be so considerate. Thank you, I've eaten. The tone was very calm. Jiang Xiaoxian did not think that this tone was exactly how Zang Wan usually spoke to him, without a single change in his face. Zang Wan quickly ducked into her bedroom and closed the door behind her. Tears began to overflow from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Xiaoxian, will you stop being like this? I will feel bad if you are like this. In the midst of her thoughts, she heard the sound of dishes clashing downstairs. Kang So-hyun was cleaning up the delicious food that was specially made for her. She quietly opened the door and looked closely at the man she had lived with for a year from above. Jiang Xiaoxian, the man was actually quite handsome when you looked at him for a long time and realized that he was still quite handsome. However, the feeling he gave Zang Wan as a person was that he was good at everything and good at nothing. He was definitely a good hand at home, but why would a man only do that? She wanted her man to be a man who could stand on his own and share his worries, and from this point of view, Jiang Xiaoxian really wasn't qualified. Chapter 3, Zang Wan can't let him go. Thinking about this, Zang Wan quietly walked back to her room again. Jiang Xiaoxian was by no means the man she wanted. He was like a servant. This was her inner explanation to herself. In her eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian was a man who only did laundry and cooking and nothing else. When she thought of it this way, the slightest hint of emotion became insignificant. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't care at all about what the woman upstairs had to say about him. Even when she stood up and looked at him just now, Jiang Xiaoxian had already noticed it, but didn't raise his head to look at it. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoxian packed up his things, some clothes, some change, a new cell phone. These were all the items he had in the Zeng family for a year. The previous cell phone was placed on the bed in his room, and the numbers in it were only saved for the people he had known in the past year. There were Zang Wan's parents and some relatives, and of course some of her friends. These numbers were only relevant to him during this year, and when the divorce was finalized, he would choose to forget about everything here and find his next target to complete his mission again. This year was really tiring for Kong Shuin, not physically but mentally. The old man didn't ask him to go back, and those things in Hesse seemed to have become more than expected. Fortunately, there is Luo Wanxiang in the center of the town, with Daxia backing him up. Even if there is a lack of him, the route is still progressing steadily and step by step. Returning to reality, the time was still early. Jiang Xiaoxian was cooking the last breakfast for Zang Wan. Still familiar things, simple and nutritious, special meat porridge, various different flavors of small fried bread. Walking up to the second floor, he gently knocked on Zang Wan's room. Wife, it's time for breakfast. There was no response. The person inside should still be sleeping. Jiang Xiaoxian changed his clothes and walked out of the villa. On his way out, his suitcase had been placed on the inside of the front door, and in a moment after completing the formalities he would leave directly with his luggage. Little Tiger, Brother Long, are you really Brother Long? The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a little excited. Aha, Brother Long, you missed me to death. It's been a year. Without you we're all getting sick from idleness. Xiaohu knew that Jiang Xiaoxian had been transferred to the country from above. He also boasted to the crowd when he left. 1 year, see how I return as a king. Now it is exactly the 1 year period has arrived. It seems that Brother Long is coming back. Where are you now? Brother Long, I'll go pick you up. I can't go back for the time being. I can't go back if the mission given to me by the chief is not completed. What's going on up there? Purposely targeting you? We didn't do anything out of the ordinary? You don't have to think about this. Now I'll give you a mission. Brother Long, you say. Xiaohu's tone was obviously agitated when he heard that there was a mission. I'm going to Jiangzhou Civil Affairs Bureau in a while to divorce a woman. You help me to get through the relationship directly. Remember, my name is Jiang Xiaoxian now, not Jiang Long. Brother Long, this is a small matter. By the way, Brother Long, you are now in Jiangzhou and married? Xiaohu had just finished asking when he heard a beeping busy tone. This boss is still like this. Don't ask, always okay? And hang up the phone. It's been a year since I've seen you. Jiang Xiaoxian walked along the creek outside the garden of the Love family. Since he wanted to break it off, he should break it off more thoroughly. What divorce cooling off period was just a formality for him. He didn't need this month to add uncertainty to himself. Just for today, it had to be a complete split. He turned outside for a long time. Jiangzhou is also considered a new first-tier metropolis in Daxia. and after living here for a year, he had almost turned around this unique but very charming city. At 10:30 in the morning, Jiang Xiaoxian slipped back in front of the villa. Upon entering the door, he saw Zang Wan eating the breakfast he had made with his own hands. "Where were you?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoxian return, Zang Wan raised her eyes and asked. Going out for a stroll is also considered a distraction. Zang Wan thought that the divorce matter had hit Jiang Xiaoxian very hard. That's why he was like this. "Oh, how did you make these buns? How come I can't get the same flavor outside?" Zang Wan shifted the topic. "I made it myself with my own hands." "Oh, but I remember you weren't much of a cook when you first came here?" Zang Wan suddenly remembered that when they first got married, he had spent half a day messing around in the kitchen every time he cooked. Although she and Jiang Xiaoxian deliberately kept their distance at that time, but some things that she often encountered would also be remembered in her heart. At that time Jiang Xiaoxian cooking is really not good, but slowly Zang Wan realized that Jiang Xiaoxian's craft is getting better and better, so good that even better than outside the chef to do. These changes in him, Zang Wan slowly became a habit. She didn't ask much. Anyway, the communication between the two was pitifully low. Most of the time it was Jiang Xiaoxian who took the initiative to talk to her, and she would only attach herself to communication when she was in a good mood. "Well, at that time it was nothing, but since I got married to take care of you, the big president's life and living, of course I have to learn something by heart." "Well, thank you Xiaoxian. You will definitely find a girl who loves you very much in the future." Saying this, Zang Wan felt a little hard in her heart. This hardness did not know how it arose. Maybe it was because this man in front of her was about to leave her life. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded his head, smiled faintly and did not reply. Zang Wan carefully looked at his appearance. This is the first time so close in Jiang Xiaoxian eye to eye. It had to be said that after looking at him for a long time Jiang Xiaoxian was much more durable than Han Xiangfeng. Maybe. Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged his shoulders not wanting to continue this topic. Watching the other man finish eating, he stood up and gathered his utensils, walking towards the kitchen. With everything done, he took off his apron and threw it directly into the trash. Wife. Ever since they got married, Jiang Xiaoxian had always called the other party this way. Even if Zang Wan didn't like it in the beginning, he had ordered him not to call it that. But Jiang Xiaoxian acted as if he didn't listen, and said that he would only call it this way at home, not outside. Slowly Zang Wan cannot argue with him, but also used to become natural. Just call it, it's just a name anyway. What's wrong? Zang Wan sniffed and naturally looked up at him. Shouldn't we go do the formalities? It was only then that Zang Wan remembered that she did say yesterday that she would divorce him today, but with it suddenly approaching, it seemed like there was really some reluctance to part with it. But without a divorce and can't be with the person they really love. After hesitating for a moment, Zang Wan could only gently nod her head. Okay, you wait, I'll go change my clothes. Aha! Watching the other party go upstairs, Jiang Xiaoxian put the card given by Zang Wan yesterday, along with the key to this villa, all kinds of things he usually used to put in the bedroom where he lived. Once again, he walked out of the villa and stood at the door, holding the suitcase in his hand, waiting for Zang Wan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau on the road Zang Wan Drive. Two people did not say a word. The formalities were also exceptionally smooth. Jiang Xiaoxian, you do not feel that this program is a little wrong? Zang Wan looked at the divorce certificate in her hand with some surprise. In her mind, it seemed like there was a 1-month cooling off period for divorce. But this divorce certificate seemed to have come too easily. Jiang Xiaoxian did not say anything. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled as he looked at Zang Wan. The previous color of adoration turned into something like looking at a stranger. The calmness called for Zang Wan to feel uncomfortable. The marriage has been divorced. Ms. Zeng, in the future we each have our own peace, said carrying that small suitcase, stopped a taxi, and left straight away, leaving Zang Wan alone. She looked at the unfamiliar him and froze. He really left? Miss Zang? That man with a wife in his mouth is really gone? Zang Wan was a little panicked in her heart, and tears involuntarily flowed out of the corners of her eyes. In her opinion, even if the divorce was finalized, Jiang Xiaoxian would not be able to leave. Don't look at him just now with a suitcase, but in Zang Wan's eyes it seems like he is deliberately acting to her, wanting to tell her to stay. Yesterday's meal, this morning's breakfast is called Zang Wan heart have a kind of illusion. This man still can't let go of her. In fact, Zang Wan is not the same. Has long been accustomed to Jiang Xiaoxian at the sight of the meticulous. This time he really left? The heart of that sourness swarmed up. Humph. Jiang Xiaoxian, I see where you can go. I froze the $1 million I gave you. You don't have money, you still have to come back immediately to cook and do laundry for me. Zang Wan muttered to herself as she looked at the direction the cab left. But how could she not have imagined that card? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't even take it. Chapter 4, Zang Wan who feels desolate. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Xiaoxian's mood instantly felt lighter. Coming to the hotel he had booked on his cell phone last night. The room booked yesterday, number 888. Taking out his ID, he handed it to the front desk lady. "Sir, this is your room card. If you need anything, you can pick up the landline phone next to the bed and call me." Oh. The young lady raised an eyebrow at Jiang Xiaoxian. She was considered a moderate-looking woman, not a great beauty, but a closer look was also unique. "Okay, thank you," Jiang Xiaoxian politely replied back. Jiang Xiaoxian came to his room to put away his things, and Jiang Xiaoxian comfortably took a hot bath. On the other side, Zeng Wan returned home and looked at the villa that suddenly had one less person and felt a little desolate. Picking up her cell phone, she searched for Jiang Xiaoxian's phone number. She hadn't saved any notes. It was the other party who would call from time to time, and she vaguely remembered that number. Tapping on that familiar and unfamiliar number, beep beep beep, rang several times. "Why don't you answer my call? Are you divorced and can't even be a friend?" Zang Wan pouted a little angry. Just hung up the phone. Another number called in. A look at the note was Changfeng. "Changfeng, something wrong?" At this point, she did not have the joy she had imagined. "Wan Air, it is said that the hottest movie now, Stray Fireball, is very good. How about going to see it together at night?" For watching a movie, Zeng Wan was not in much of a mood at this time, but it was not good to refuse. After hesitating for a while, she still agreed. Jiang Xiaoxian left, is not precisely in order to give Changfeng move position. Maybe this gap is time for Changfeng to fill. Zeng Wan comforted herself. After taking a shower, Jiang Xiaoxian changed into a decent outfit and sat on the sofa to think about his next plan. The old man didn't ask him to go back and had to fulfill some task of getting married and having children. At first he was a bit confused, but over the past year, he realized the old man's intentions. Doing things too emotionally will be counterproductive, but step by step, plowing this road of Hessian for 10 years, recently it is true that the more you walk, the narrower it becomes. This feeling, compared to the style of doing things when he was with Dalen, was a lot worse. He wanted to change, but there was less of a certain kind of motivation, and sometimes he only thought of escaping. Perhaps the old man saw this state of his, and gave him such a task that seemed to have nothing to do with work. Alas, it was the leader who had the best intentions. Over the past year, Jiang Xiaoxian has been thinking of telling Zang Wan to fall in love with him, and he doesn't mind if the two of them get married first and then fall in love. As long as he can live with him at ease, he will pay for all of it. If the Zeng family really rely on Jiang Xiaoxian this tree, the future development is not just around the corner. The current Zeng family is just a group that owns its own company in Jiangzhou, a city of hidden tigers and dragons. The Zeng family can enter the top 10 of Jiangzhou's merchants, but the gap between them and the top few is still not small, and this is still in Jiangzhou, not to mention the predators of the entire Xia or the world. In fact, fate is like this. Not your how will not be your. Look at the time is still early, and the fastest way to find a marriage partner is naturally to go on a blind date. He remembered that not far from Ijia Garden there was a matchmaking company that specialized in providing blind dates for young men and women. Jiang Xiaoxian thought, why don't you go and try it yourself? After primping, he looked at his appearance in the mirror, not to mention that he was quite handsome. Although his handsome is not the kind of handsome in the eyes of people now, but Jiang Xiaoxian is still quite satisfied. Your name is Kong Shuyin, 28 years old? Inside the matchmaking company, the woman sitting across from Kong Shuyin was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was carefully sizing him up. Right, got a house, a car, any savings? No. Kong Shuyin likewise didn't fancy the other party, and even more so, he didn't like women who asked these questions right off the bat. Even if life speaks of firewood, rice, oil and salt, but not yet familiar to ask, can think of this woman's emotional intelligence as worrying? Then why are you still dating? Even if you look okay, but don't delay everyone's time. The woman finished her sentence and put on her imitation L brand bag and left indignantly. What a waste of time. She didn't forget to make up for it on her way out. Kong Shuyin let out a long breath and proceeded to look for his next target. 4 or 5 in a row. No matter what the crooked, come up, have a house, have a car, have savings? Jiang Xiaoxian naturally still the two words. No. It can be imagined that the woman who came to the blind date is not looking for a handsome man, is a more solid family, married to a person who can live a good life. Here face value can only be a woman's specialty, while men can only be measured in money. From afternoon to dusk, 10 minutes apiece, dozens of women tall, short, fat and thin, but without exception are asking the same questions. A long time passed, and there were fewer and fewer men and women inside the dating place. Forget it, it's better to go back. There shouldn't be the results he wants here. Although it was for the sake of completing the mission, Kong Shuyan didn't want to settle for less. As he was about to leave, he inadvertently saw a long-haired woman in the corner position that caught Jiang Xiaoxian's eye. Just picking his eyes and looking at it a little more. Could it be that such a beautiful woman was also here for a blind date? That woman was amazingly good-looking and didn't look like someone who didn't have a master at a glance. Beauty, can we talk? Jiang Xiaoxian boldly sat down opposite the girl. The The woman nodded slightly with an expressionless face. Are you here for a blind date too? What? Not like that? The woman's face was expressionless as she gently glanced at Zeng Xiaoxian, who had sat down. She had a fair face and eyes that were divine. Pretty was really pretty, but it was just like a piece of ice. Sorry, looks like I'm sitting in the wrong place. Jiang Xiaoxian himself felt that it was superfluous. So many people were afraid to come forward. What did he come to make a scene? Getting up, he was about to leave. Wait, suddenly the woman spoke, but her expression was still icy. Is there something wrong? Zeng Xiaoxian looked back. Since you're here for a blind date, why don't you have to go through the motions? Isn't it rude to say leave in less than a minute like this? Jiang Xiaoxian smiled helplessly, but the woman had put her word in, so he could only sit down again. I don't have a house, a car, savings, or a job. Jiang Xiaoxian first stated his conditions to see the woman's reaction. If he directly ignored it, it would save him trouble. I have a car, house and savings. I can give you a job if you don't have one. In fact, I came on a blind date just to find a man to cope with my family. What does that say? Jiang Xiaoxian felt that the other party was looking for a contractual partner, a shield, just like Zeng Wan. It's that I need a nominal husband. I can give you what you want and I get what I want. So how do you know what I want? Zeng Xiaoxian grinned. It looked like the woman was too high on herself. However, upon closer inspection, the woman was wearing private orders, a daughter of a really rich family, or a woman who had been adopted by some big shot, and now needed a tool person to cover for them. These Jiang Xiaoxian does not care. Sit down and just make a scene. Su Wei frowned and coldly grunted in her heart. You don't have money. I can give it to you. I want a nominal husband to cope with things with me. The corner of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth grinned. Understood, but you guessed wrong. What I want is not money, but a woman who can truly live with me. Do you think you have what it takes? The woman snorted coldly, and the expression on her face became even colder. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to explain and got up to leave. $1 million a year. Just a short distance away. Su Wei opened her mouth to make an offer. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't stop walking in the slightest. This $1 million a year seemed like he had just experienced it himself. $3 million. Su Wei raised the price again. Here all day, seen too many men. The person in front of her is the only one who looks at her without greed in his eyes. This is something you'd better hire another person. Too much money I'm not comfortable spending. Jiang Xiaoxian left. Su Wei then looked around at those who did not have a few pairs of men and women left who were still chatting hot, but also gave up on today's blind date. Chapter 5, The Stalker Woman. Jiang Xiaoxian walked out of the matchmaking company and walked all the way towards the hotel. He hadn't gone far when he heard a car honking behind him. He turned around and realized that the person inside the car was not the same high-cooled beauty he had just met on a blind date. The other party was driving a red Ferrari sports car. Why isn't this woman dead in the water? Jiang Xiaoxian looked back and retracted his gaze, muttering in a low voice, thinking to himself that he can't repeat his previous mistake. Mr. Kong, get on the car. Let's chat. Just now, through chatting at the matchmaking company, the other party had already learned Jiang Xiaoxian's name. The woman rolled down the window and took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of big watery eyes. She was tall and her appearance was even more amazing, except for a cold face. Everything else was goddess level. The figure and appearance is more than ever compared to Zang Wan. Su Wei chased after is also helpless. She has continuously turned several matchmaking companies, has not been able to find a satisfactory candidate. The man in front of her, regardless of appearance or look at her eyes, are in line with psychological expectations. Jiang Xiaoxian stopped in her tracks. There is nothing to talk about. Zang Wan looks like a superb beauty, but he was told to waste a year's time. If he is asked to do it again, he will not be willing to die. How many foreign royal princesses rush to marry him? Jiang Xiaoxian did not agree. Those who want a money to status, and face value or world class he did not care. In fact, the key problem is that Jiang Xiaoxian does not like foreign women, and feels that it would be insubstantial to hold and sleep at night. I think, there's no need for that, said Zeng Xiaoxian, waving his hand at the woman, turned the corner and walked into an alleyway that cars couldn't drive into, then disappeared. Fake innocence. Su Wei glanced at it and didn't die, parked her car and followed. Directly opposite the exit of the Hudong was a large shopping center. Jiang Xiaoxian stood at the intersection, and behind him came the sound of dripping high heels and ground impact. Turning back to look, this woman is not sick, have said that it is not appropriate, but still so stalking. Also, then let's see if she can accept the conditions she offered. If she can also try. If not, you can also tell the other party to die. Anyway, the task is still to be accomplished. Why don't you leave? The woman asked as she towed over to Zeng Xiaoxian's side. I'm just curious, why did you have to choose me to be this shield? Is my temperament good enough? Or is my appearance naturally material for this line of work? The front did just do one. there are some things I can't help. Among the men I've met in the past few days, you're the first one to look at me without a flick. Getting acquainted again. Su Wei, 26 years old. Su Wei finally showed some smile, but it was the kind of smile from the professional world. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the other party's outstretched hand and directly stuck his hand in his pants pocket. Go ahead, I'll listen, but to give you a precaution in advance, there's no way you can accept my conditions. Looking at the other party who didn't shake his hand, Su Wei suppressed the unhappiness in her heart, slowly putting her hand down. Embarrassment appeared on her face. Since she was a child, it was the first time she, Su Wei, was rejected by a man like this, or a man whose entire body added up to less than $2,000. However, she firmly believed that as long as she showed the other party what money power was, it was still not a matter of minutes. There's a cafe in the mall across the street. Why don't we go in and sit and talk? That's fine. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded his head in agreement. There is a beautiful woman treat not to go that is not a little cute. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally agreed. What would you like to drink? As soon as he sat down, Su Wei looked through the coffee varieties in the manual. Whatever. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't like coffee much, perhaps because he didn't have the time, or a matter of taste. He preferred tea. But his sentence of casual called Su Wei to think that this man might not even be able to name the coffee to avoid embarrassment before saying casual. However, to her, the small white-like man was the best to control, and she was even more convinced that she had made the right choice. 2 Blue Mountain no sugar then, please. After the waiter nodded and left, Jiang Xiaoxian looked at Su Wei. What I actually said just now is already very obvious. There's no way you can agree to my conditions. So what are you wasting this time for? That's not necessarily true. No matter what kind of business, how do you know if it can or can't be accomplished without talking about it? Su Wei lightly raised her beautiful eyebrows, her face showing a charming color. For a moment, Jiang Xiaoxian felt that the woman in front of him was the type that was born with a charming bone. But then again, the other party is after all business. Can be so perhaps as the day after the practice of affairs, and from her mouth to know. To take their own she is also imperative. But Jiang Xiaoxian inner sneer, see how you reply in a while. Money I do not lack. 2 years, $5 million a year. How about it? If you're worried, I can call you the money now. Su Wei didn't beat around the bush. The conditions that came up were definitely not something that ordinary men could refuse. This was also her bottom line. Besides, after the marriage this man is not afraid of what he wants to do to her. She has learned women's fighting arts. She is still sure of dealing with an ordinary man. When the time comes to invite 2 nannies over, I don't believe he dares to do anything. The conditions had already been opened. Su Wei waited for the surprised expression on the other party's face. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything. It did call her a little surprised. Oh, $10 million for 2 years. Such a stroke you find what kind of man does not have. But unfortunately you look for me, as if it is wrong. Could it be that you don't lack money? Su Wei frowned slightly. Jiang Xiaoxian did not answer. Looking at the coffee served by the waiter, he took it with both hands and nodded his head to say thank you. Thank you Ms. Su for the coffee, but it's still the same. It's fine to marry you. I only have one condition. Say, as long as it's not excessive. Ha ha, maybe it does seem a bit excessive to you, but for me it's a practical necessity. Say it. Marriage is fine. That is to be a real couple. Only this one condition. Kang Shuyin took a symbolic sip of coffee. He didn't even have to think about how the other party would answer. But there was one thing. Picking up a random man on the side of the road and asking for a lifetime of marriage. A woman wouldn't agree to that. Let alone this rich and extremely beautiful woman in front of him. Poof. As expected, Jiang Xiaoxian had already started to get up when he heard the other party's nasal sneer. He didn't want to waste too much more time on useless people. Also, just as he was about to get up, a pair of men and women walked in the doorway of the cafe. The woman he recognized was Zeng Wan's best friend, Yang Xiaofang. The other party scanned the room and also saw Jiang Xiaoxian, who had just gotten up. Ishwan, go wait for me at the seat. I saw an acquaintance. Good. The man responded in a gentlemanly manner. Jiang Xiaoxian, you're here too? Yang Xiaofang approached and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian before fixing her gaze on Su Wei. Mr. Su, you are? Su Wei didn't recognize Yang Xiaofang. Maybe she had met her at that dinner party. It could be that people who weren't important to her were subconsciously filtered out. I'm the daughter of Zhang Yang Group's Yang Zhang. My name is Yang Xiaofang. I really didn't realize that I could still see you here. It's really a pleasure to meet you. Yang Xiaofang extended her hand and waited for the other party's response. Su Wei smiled and did not extend her hand. Oh, it's Ms. Yang, is there something wrong? Su Wei did not know that this woman knew Jiang Xiaoxian and thought that she had come over specifically to get close. For Su Wei, the Zhang Yang Group was just a small company, and the two families didn't have much of a cooperative relationship, so it was natural to be unfamiliar with it. Yang Xiaofang smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect Su Wei to really be the same as rumored. The famous ice-cold president of Zhengzhou, Jiang Xiaoxian. You know President Su? She didn't directly answer the other party's question either, but being able to say Jiang Xiaoxian's name showed that she didn't come over specifically to get close to you, Su Wei, but was greeting Jiang Xiaoxian. This instead felt like Su Wei was making a fool of herself. Well, we just met. Is there something wrong? For Zang Wan's BFF in front of him, it couldn't be said that he was familiar with him, and he didn't have much of a friendship. After all, he didn't have a status to speak of in Zang Wan's heart in the first place, let alone being her BFF. Jiang Xiaoxian, you're not right. Wan Air is working hard in the company. You come out and drink coffee with another woman. Tell Wan Air to know. See how she'll clean you up. This seems to have nothing to do with you. Humph. Don't know what's good for you. Yang Xiaofeng finished glaring at the two and left in a huff. Go, change places. Coming to her male companion, she tugged on the other man to leave. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Who are those two? Scum and mistress. Oh, the two walked out of the mall. Yang Xiaofeng took out her cell phone and called Zang Wan. Wan Air. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? I met your soft-eating husband Jiang Xiaoxian at Huatian department store. Guess what he's doing? He's sitting with Su Wei of the Su group drinking coffee. Where is he? Zang Wan immediately got excited when she learned that it was Jiang Xiaoxian. At the Huatian department store. Chapter 6, Jiang Xiaoxian. It's not what you see. Wan Air. Where are you going? Han Changfeng, who was standing in line to buy popcorn at the movie theater, looked at Zang Wan, who had answered a phone call and turned to leave, and shouted, Changfeng, let's watch it another day. I have something urgent to go to the office. Zang Wan didn't tell the other party the truth, and this was the first time she lied to Han Changfeng for another man. She didn't know why, but she only felt that Jiang Xiaoxian was a bit more important to her now. Maybe it was because when she came home at noon, the silence she felt called her discomfort. Then she thought that when she came home before, Jiang Xiaoxian would ask her what she wanted to eat, and would specially prepare fruits and homemade drinks and desserts. But today, the two of them really divorced. That feeling may never come back. The loss was born from the heart, especially that sentence Miss Zhang called her to break defense. Zang Wan herself does not know how she feels in her heart towards Jiang Xiaoxian, only know that this year, that home is very cozy, but also her ideal appearance. But when she had all that, she didn't know to cherish it, until Han Changfeng came back. She wanted to make that coziness rich again, as well as give an explanation to her former white moonlight. But that past feeling changed all of a sudden with Jiang Xiaoxian's departure. When she heard Yang Xiaofeng say that she met Jiang Xiaoxian and Su Wei at the mall drinking coffee together, her heart was in turmoil. That's why she lied to Han Changfeng. She wanted to be impatient to see Jiang Xiaoxian and question why he was with another woman when he just got divorced. She's jealous for no reason. Jealous of a man she feels she doesn't love. Maybe it's selfishness, maybe in her mind. She should have two men at the same time if she's that good. One to give her enough love, the other to give her a cozy home. Too bad it was all just a fantasy. Leaving the movie theater, she drove her car towards the mall that her best friend had mentioned. Inside the mall, Jiang Xiaoxian was about to leave, but then Su Wei's words called him to sit back down again. How do we know if we can really live together without trying? Su Wei let out a big move, and she also went out on a limb. For more than 20 years, the family has been too strict in their control. The marriage partner has been arranged long ago, but unfortunately that flirtatious Lu Bing, how could she look at it? Even if he Lu family over Su family head, so what? Their lifetime happiness must not be destroyed in the hands of a second generation. It is also because of this arranged marriage, Su Wei from the imperial capital to Zhengzhou take over the current company to carry out their own business. It's been 2 years, and although she's dodged being forced to marry several times, she knows that this time it seems like she really can't avoid it. That's why she was so anxious to find a shield to discuss Lu Bing, telling the other party to back off. Perhaps this was just her wishful thinking. What the Lu family wanted was not some virtuous daughter-in-law, but a marriage between the Su and Lu families, which was a political decision between two behemoths that could not be decided by two latecomers. There were still 5 days to go before Lu Bing would come to Zhengzhou, saying that the family had arranged for the two to cultivate their relationship together. Ha! Su Wei scoffed at this. Without a few days, if she couldn't find a suitable candidate, she could only be forced to consummate her marriage with Lu Bing. In her heart, even if she married an ordinary man who was nothing, she was not willing to be a victim of this political marriage. Originally thought to find a good to hold a man, no matter how much money to block this family's offensive. Looking around, until this time also only in front of the Jiang Xiaoxian reliable a little. Strangely enough, just by looking at it, she felt that Jiang Xiaoxian could fulfill this role. The conditions given, even if taken as a real couple too, she had to agree. At this time, on the contrary, Jiang Xiaoxian was somewhat confused about the other party's thoughts. Could it be that he had revealed a flaw in some way? The other side knows the identity? Should not. Jiang Xiaoxian 16 years old into the special team, 18 years old into the Heisei strategy, 24 years old in charge of the Heisei. He hadn't shown his face in Dasha for over 10 years, and not many people knew him. Could it be that this Su Wei was the young lady of that big family in the imperial capital? Come to think of it, there wasn't anyone with the surname Su in the few families in his segment. You're not joking? Jiang Xiaoxian stared at Su Wei, trying to read her inner thoughts from the other party's expression. Su Wei, never joke when I'm talking business, just as you said. I'll be your real wife after marriage. Leave your phone number, I'll call you when I go back to prepare, but you mustn't back out. Su Wei stood up, condescending aura immediately became powerful. Okay, after the two left each other's phone numbers, Su Wei took her bag and put on her sunglasses and left. Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to leave, and when he reached the door, he was stopped by the receptionist. Hello sir, a total of $636. Holy, this woman is awesome, treating herself to coffee and having to pay for it herself. This woman is talking like it's true. It can't be specifically to cheat a cup of coffee, right? Jiang Xiaoxian screamed bitterly in his heart. It was only after the two left that Zang Wan came in a hurry. When she came to the location that Yang Xiaofang said, the building was long gone, picked up the cell phone and dialed the phone number that had been noted, but it was unanswered. Depressed Zang Wan lost back home, sitting on the sofa, the heart inexplicably angry, continued to dial the phone, still no answer. However, she vaguely heard that there was a ringtone coming from Jiang Xiaoxian's house. She inwardly rejoiced. Could it be Kong Xiaoxian? He is back? Running to the house that she had never been in before, she opened the door. Inside, it was clean and tidy, and there was a faint scent of tea. The bedding had been placed in the cupboard and the cell phone on the nightstand that she had seen many times was playing a ringtone. It turns out that he has broken all contact with me. Jiang Xiaoxian, why are you so cruel? Zeng Wan sat on the bed where Jiang Xiaoxian once slept, fantasizing in her mind that he still lived here, but the picture in her mind was interrupted by a sudden phone call. Hello, Wan Air, where are you now? Just now I saw you leaving in a hurry. I'm afraid that something has happened to you? Nothing, I'm already at home. Then I'll come over now. Good, send me the address. Half an hour later, when it was already dark, Han Changfeng came. Wan Air, what just happened? Looking at this first love's concern, Zang Wan felt warm and showed him some smile. Nothing, the company had a bit of an emergency. It's good if it's okay. Are you hungry? I'll order takeout. What do you want to eat? Han Changfeng had just pulled out his cell phone when he saw Zang Wan shake her head. I'm not used to eating takeout. Do you know how to cook, Changfeng? I want to taste your handiwork. Han Changfeng blinked his eyes and blushed. He never cooked and didn't want to do those things that only women did. Forget it, if you're hungry, just order. I'm not hungry. Zang Wan could see the other party's difficulty. I'll go to the kitchen then. Han Changfeng was also being herded, but Zang Wan on the sofa was expecting him to be like Jiang Xiaoxian. Wan Air, there's a lot of food in the fridge that looks good. Why don't you heat it up? Zang Wan thought of the many dishes that Jiang Xiaoxian had specially made for her last night. Running to the kitchen, she saw those dishes she liked and then looked at Han Changfeng. It's better to dump these leftovers. Why? It looks fine to me. I said pour it. Didn't you understand? For the first time, Zeng Wan was angry at Han Changfeng because these dishes were specially made for her by Jiang Xiaoxian and could only be enjoyed by her. Han Changfeng felt a bit baffled. Fine, then listen to you. But in his heart, he already had some resentment towards Zeng Wan. This time he came back. He just wanted to use the resources he knew abroad to annex the entire Zeng family. After being away for 2 years, Han Changfeng had already had a new love. Her family is in finance, and her father doesn't object to the two being together. But there is one condition, which is to come up with $10 million, otherwise how can he be worthy of his daughter? So this time he came back to fulfill his promise to his current girlfriend, to become the son-in-law of the Smith family, to become the envy of all. He had to get that $10 million, but where did Han Changfeng have any assets? So he thought of Zeng Wan. The Zeng family had money, but Zeng Wan's parents were furious with him. They blatantly ran away from the engagement party. They put aside their preconceptions, not minding Han Changfeng's lack of money and marrying their daughter to him, but he let go of them at the engagement party. So things have to be taken one step at a time. This time, he must come back to take down Zang Wan first, and then use the strength of his girlfriend's family to control the Zeng family, so that he can also be considered to have honored his promise. Thinking of this, Han Changfeng swallowed his anger back into his stomach, pouring out the dishes. The two started chatting on the sofa. Han Changfeng made up about his life and studies abroad, while Zang Wan kept her mouth shut about her ex-husband. Jiang Xiaoxian. Han Changfeng talked flowery language as he moved closer to the other. He is certain that the other party still loves him deeply in his heart. For his sake, he can divorce his own husband. So is it possible to take her down on the spot today? Raw rice, cooked rice. Zeng family so want a face. absolutely can agree to the two people. But when his hand touched the other's hand, Zang Wan shrunk back. Changfeng, it's getting late. You should also go back. Zang Wan, I came back from abroad for you, and you're just going to drive me away like this? Don't you love me very much? Perhaps stimulated by the other party's words, or perhaps because he hadn't tasted a woman in many days, Han Changfeng was a bit anxious at this point. The movements also became rough. He hugged Zang Wan in one hand. Wanner, I really love you. Wanting to use force and get this once first love that he had never tasted before. Even if he had been a wife long ago, he didn't care. He no longer loved her in his heart anyway. Changfeng, don't be like this. Zang Wan saw the longing in the man's eyes and knew that resisting would stir up the other's desire even more. Changfeng, I will give it to you when we get married, but not now. Wan heir, but I can't wait any longer. Do you know, I've waited for you for 7 years, 5 years in love, and 2 years abroad. I thought about you all the time. Just when Zang Wan was in tears and wanted to give up resistance, the door was suddenly opened. The one who came was Jiang Xiaoxian. Who are you? Why did you come in? Han Changfeng looked at the woman close at hand who was about to be in his hands, but was spoiled by an uninvited guest. His heart was filled with anger. I'm sorry, I forgot to return something to Zang Wan. I sincerely apologize if I came at a bad time. Kang Xiaoxian watched the two men's movements. How could he not understand what was going to happen? Jiang Xiaoxian, don't go. It's not what you see. Chapter 7. What are you trying to covet me? What's between you guys has nothing to do with me. Jiang Xiaoxian threw the jade pendant in his hand onto the table. This is what your father gave me in the first place. I didn't realize it during the day when I was packing up my things, so now I'm returning it to you. After saying that without waiting for the other party to make any reaction, Jiang Xiaoxian had already quickly left the villa. In her haste, Zang Wan pushed Han Changfeng away and chased after him. Jiang Xiaoxian, it's not like that, she cried frantically behind her. Jiang Xiaoxian, who was already far away, wouldn't turn around even if he heard her. Han Changfeng came to the door and grabbed Zang Wan. He's nothing more than your ex-husband, and I'm your boyfriend. It's up to you. Zang Wan shook the other party's hand away. Because of what had just happened, Zang Wan was disgusted with Han Changfeng to the extreme. Humph, mouthing off about loving me. This is how you love me? Han Changfeng was also disinterested, leaving a sentence and whisking his sleeve away. The two men left one after another, and Zang Wan felt a splitting headache. How did this happen? She herself didn't even know why she had become like this. Could it be that she already had Jiang Xiaoxian living in her heart? Disheveled, she returned to the sofa, thinking about how lightly Han Changfeng had treated her just now. Remembering that in the year that he had been with Jiang Xiaoxian, he had never been like this, even if the two of them were husband and wife. Jiang Xiaoxian still treated her like a guest. She thought to herself, if it was Jiang Xiaoxian who was pressing herself just now, would she still resist like that? Maybe she would. After all, she was still a daughter, and that kind of thing couldn't be forced, only given willingly, but definitely not as disgusting as it was to Han Changfeng. Jiang Xiaoxian left the Ija garden, and in his heart, he didn't care much about the scene he just saw. Walking down the road, he turned around and surprisingly saw the man who had just been with Zang Wan getting into a car, and he also has a sultry woman beside him. Looking at the woman dress is not a virtuous woman. The two seemed to be behaving very intimately. Perhaps out of the love and care for Zang Wan in this year, he took a video in passing and prepared to send it to her. Just about to send MMS, then realized that this number Zang Wan does not know, or forget it, since it is broken. Do not leave any contact information. There is a chance to show her again what kind of breed she chose this man. Just put down the cell phone. Phone rings again. The time is already more than 9 o'clock at night. Looking at the unfamiliar phone number, Jiang Xiaoxian slightly frowned. But the other party's attribution is Jiangzhou. It can't be Su Wei, right? Could it have been decided so quickly? Pick up the phone. Hello, which one? In his heart, he guessed about 8 or 9 times, but on his mouth, he pretended not to recognize it. Mr. Jiang, hello? Su Wei spoke with the same caution. You are Su Wei? Well, I've already thought about it, and drafted a contract by the way. You have time now, you can come to the Idol House 9 Villas to find me. We can agree on it. It's not early today, it's better to do it tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoxian finished not waiting for the other party to speak and hung up the phone. Women just couldn't be too submissive. Su Wei was a little confused. What was this man afraid of? Calling a man to come to her place. She had already put down her reserve, and the other party was still not happy about it. In fact, Su Wei is in such a hurry because time is too tight. Lu Bing will be here soon. If we don't prepare properly, where will we find the time to cope? Forget it. She Su Wei, how to say, is also the daughter of a large family. It is impossible to lower the head, must ask for a man cannot. The next day, without having to get up early to make breakfast for Zang Wan, Jiang Xiaoxian slept until 10 o'clock. Getting up, I saw 2 missed calls on my cell phone, undoubtedly Su Wei. In fact, It is good to understand. This number is only known to Su Wei. Look at the time of the call. One is 7:10 in the morning. The other is 7:30 in the morning. This woman got up quite early. Press. The color ringtone came from the phone. Not long after the call was connected. Miss Su, what are you looking for me so early? What I told you yesterday. I hope you can come over and see where the contract needs to be changed. Okay, after I get dressed, wash up and have breakfast, then go over. Is it too late? Jiang Xiaoxian, I'm not obliged to you, but if you lose this opportunity, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Su Wei guessed that the other party was playing a game of lust and her tone became unkind. Jiang Xiaoxian, on the other hand, felt that this woman was sick. Finding a strange man who wanted to get married and actually agreed to yesterday's conditions? But even if the other party agreed, he didn't believe it. Love what you want. The other party's voice was cold. Being educated like this in the morning, Jiang Xiaoxian was inevitably unhappy. Disliking back didn't give the other party a chance to speak more. Dressing, washing, eating, proceeding slowly as he said. It wasn't until 12 noon that he slowly took a taxi to the place Su Wei had mentioned. Truly the life of a young master's body civilian. When Su Wei saw Jiang Xiaoxian's first glance, she spoke out a sneer. Fate is no one's fault. Only blame yourself for being too attractive to women. One just left in front of you, and then another one followed. Who do you think this is reasonable to talk to? Humph. I didn't expect you to be quite narcissistic. In Su Wei's heart, she felt that Jiang Xiaoxian was still a person who liked to brag. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian, who behaved completely differently from yesterday, she had some regrets. Why did she choose such a man? But what else can be done now? After all, Lu Bing that is a wolf, and in front of her is just a dog. This is called confidence. Su Wei was unwilling to engage in these unnecessary arguments with him. Look, this is the contract I drafted last night. Where there is something inappropriate, we can discuss. Saying this, he put a thin A4 paper that had long been prepared in front of Jiang Xiaoxian. $1 million a month. Ha ha, Miss Su is really generous. Have you forgotten the conditions I said yesterday? Jiang Xiaoxian threw the paper onto the coffee table, his eyes staring at Su Wei as if he was a hungry wolf. Impossible. There's no way I can agree to your conditions. Toad wants to eat swan meat. This male's appetite is not small. Fine then. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to dilly-dally and got up to leave. Originally thought there would be some kind of miracle? Now it seems it was still overthinking. Su Wei's refusal was reasonable. If he agreed, instead, Jiang Xiaoxian would feel that there was something wrong. Su Wei did not stop. No matter what, it is impossible to live with him for the rest of his life. Besides, the two Sulu families would never see Jiang Xiaoxian's existence. Jiang Xiaoxian was just about to open the door when Su Wei's phone rang. It was her mother, Lin Wanru, calling. What? He's coming tomorrow. What the hell is the Lu family going to do? I've said it all. I already have a man. I don't need him. This is also what your father and I mean. Unless this man you find is even more powerful than Lu Bing, then I will agree to you being together. Su Wei's mother didn't say the words to death either. As a mother, why wouldn't she want her daughter to marry the person she likes? But as a daughter of a big family, how many of them can dominate their own marriage? She cannot help. Just gave the conditions. If the man is better than Lu Bing, the family can also overpower the Lu family. She naturally will not oppose. This society is to rely on strength to speak. After all, right now the two families had only verbalized that they wanted to marry, and things were still in progress. And this matter hasn't been spread out much less formed any moral constraints. Everything is still undecided. Su Wei frowned tightly. Didn't she say that there were still a few days left? Why did she suddenly come early? Mom, the man your daughter is looking for, that must be much more powerful than Lu Bing. Forget about it. Hang up first. Su Wei looked at the doorway and was about to push the door out of Jiang Xiaoxian. The heart has no bottom at all. Is this right or wrong? That was the young master of the Lu family, and he was just an ordinary man who couldn't be any more ordinary. If he was angry with the Lu family, he would definitely die. But what could he do? Forced to give in? In the end, the goodness of the heart overcame the so-called happiness. I don't want to stop Jiang Xiaoxian from leaving, so it's good for him, although he opened a huge honorarium to find a man. If the other party is willing to risk for money, Su Wei's heart will also feel better. Su Wei's call went all the way into Kong Shuyin's ears. Really don't need me? He turned around and asked kindly. Who are you to covet me? Su Wei's face was icy cold as her anger erupted. Her anger wasn't just because of Jiang Xiaoxian's thoughts, but also her hopelessness about this union. Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged the corners of his mouth up and sat back down on the sofa. Yeah, I'm not much of anything, but what's wrong with coveting you? You're so pretty and it seems like your family is quite rich, can't you? Jiang Xiaoxian crossed his legs and looked at Su Wei with even more aggression in his eyes. Chapter 8, I used to just give. Now I'm going to be bossy. You get out. Su Wei stood up and pointed at the door and said sternly, if you tell me to come, I come with my ass on the line. If you tell me to go out, I have to go out. Too self-righteous, right? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't move, spreading his hands on both sides of the backrest of the sofa, crossing his legs and looking at the woman in front of him. It was time to find someone to vent the temper that had been suppressed for a year. The eyes of the two people are not at each other's throats. Just at this time, Su Wei's phone rings again. Picked up a look is an unfamiliar number. She did not give much thought to pick up. Itself is a business. Some customer's phone without notes is normal. Hello? Who is it? Su Wei. I'm Lu Bing. I'll be in Zhengzhou early tomorrow morning. Wait for me. What are you doing here? I've made my decision clear enough with my parents. Absolutely won't agree to marry you. Just die of this heart. Ha ha. It seems like it's not up to us, but I don't really care. Who doesn't know Su Wei? The daughter of the Su family in the imperial capital. That's a woman who is a beautiful Nuo Tianxian. But instead, I'm a bit begging for it. This has nothing to do with you either, because I'm already married. Listening to Lu Bing's molestation and looking at Jiang Xiaoxian's licentiousness, he finally chose the latter. Ha ha, you don't want to just find a random man to deal with me. It harms him as well as you. And I've also investigated. Not to mention getting married. You haven't even had a boyfriend. You love to believe it or not. Su Wei did not want to listen to the other side of the nonsense. Directly hung up the phone, looking at Jiang Xiaoxian clenched teeth and said, "Are you afraid of death? How to say? Now time is still early, and I go to get a license. Dead horse as a doctor." And do not care about Jiang Xiaoxian's opinion. After Su Wei finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the time at 1 p.m. It is true that he can still get a license. So hasty, won't you regret it? Jiang Xiaoxian kindly reminded. Humph, I'll agree to the conditions you proposed, but there's one thing you want to be clear about. That's only if you have the life to enjoy it. The enjoyment in her mouth was naturally talking about her people. Imperial capital Lu family. I've been back for a year and haven't done anything big yet, but it seems to be getting interesting now. Su Wei didn't understand what he meant, but it looked as if the other party didn't have much of a concept of these big families of the imperial capital. One must know that those were existences that could casually tell a person to disappear. The two of them took the documents needed to get married. Su Wei drove her red Ferrari towards the Zhengzhou Civil Affairs Bureau and sped off. Marriage is actually very simple. Complete formalities. The two willingly. The speed is naturally quite fast. Coming out again. The two had changed their identities. I didn't realize that you're still a second marriage? Su Wei frowned lightly at the news. It's not like you asked. There's also my first wife who was also contractually married. I didn't do anything with her. I'm a little curious. What kind of person is your ex-wife? Sitting in the car, perhaps worrying in his heart about the trouble after Lu Bing's arrival, he casually chatted with Jiang Xiaoxian, also to relieve the pressure. Her name is Zang Wan. This name Su Wei was somewhat familiar. Could it be Zang Wan of the Zang group? Right. Humph. Jiang Xiaoxian, since we're married, it's best to put away your love of bragging. You don't believe me? Forget it, just remember what I just said. For Su Wei, it didn't matter if he was married or not and who he was married to. In her heart, she was still worried about how she should react after Lu Bing came. Even if the two of them got a license now, it wouldn't necessarily work for them. Returning to the villa, Su Wei threw a set of spare keys to Jiang Xiaoxian. Take this. You'll be living here from now on. Also, those relatives of yours better not come and disturb me, or don't blame me for getting angry. She understood that some poor people who climbed up to the rich always thought of pulling any poor relatives over to show off, and ended up in a mess. Okay, listen to you. In fact, it's only if you invite them. Jiang Xiaoxian said indifferently. It would be strange for his parents to look at the Su family, if this Su Wei really lived with herself. Instead, the worry wasn't about her, but how Jiang Xiaoxian would explain it to his family. See if they can accept this daughter-in-law. After all, compared to the Jiang family and the Su family, that's the real behemoth. And Jiang Xiaoxian, Jiang Long, again, is a single heir for 3 generations, the future head of the Jiang family. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxian also does not care. First complete the old man's task before. Stayed in the country for a long time, really want to go back to the sea silk to do some big business. Sons and daughters here was not what he wanted. I said not to talk big, okay? Good. Kang Shuin held up his hand without explanation. This room is yours, clean up after yourself. Su Wei pointed to a guest room on the first floor and said, I still have to go to the company, so familiarize yourself first. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded gently. Su Wei moved nimbly and finished opening the door to go out and drive away. Jiang Xiaoxian turned around the entire house and found an oversized bedroom on the second floor with the quilt still unfolded. He thought to himself, this should be Su Wei's room. Walking in, there was a faint perfume odor. The oversized bed was soft, and Jiang Xiaoxian sat on it and felt it. I don't know what's going on in his mind. The corners of his mouth revealed an elusive smile. Feeling carefully, the flavor of Su Wei's body still remains on it. This flavor was smelled by the two of them just now when they took the ID photo because they were too close to each other. On the other side of the bed, there was a large bobblehead doll that was quite cute. You won't need to be here from now on, because I'm coming. Putting the doll on a chair to the side, Kang Shu-hyun walked out of the villa. Since he had a home, it was time to check out of the hotel room. When checking out, he met the front desk lady from before again. When she left, she took the initiative to add Jiang Xiaoxian contact information. Jiang Xiaoxian revealed a sunny look and smiled at her. I'm already married. After saying that, he left. Returning home, he started cooking. Still cooking his first dinner for his new wife as he used to do at Zang Wan's place. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that Su Wei dragged her tired body back. Wife, you're back? It was the same greeting, but the target had changed. Hearing a man she wasn't familiar with call herself this way, Su Wei's heart was more or less twisted. Wanting to retort but not having the heart to say so, Su Wei still had that stunningly beautiful but ice-cold face on her face. Changing into her slippers, she threw her bag onto the coffee table and laid her butt on the sofa. It felt like she was really tired this afternoon. Let me help you pinch? Thanks no. Su Wei of course refused. She wasn't used to a strange man putting his hands on her. Lying on the sofa, she let out a long breath, suddenly smelling the aroma of rice, and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian again. You can cook? That's for sure. I've learned a lot in this year. What all did you learn? Su Wei asked curiously. Laundry, cooking, massage, planting, nursing, maintenance. Anyway, I know everything needed for home life. Su Wei sighed softly. What use were these to her now? Good. You're good. Another long breath was taken out and a few words were said expressionlessly. After entering the home, Su Wei had sighed continuously. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't know what had happened that could call her so helpless. Su Wei came to the dining table, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Not bad. I really didn't expect your cooking to still smell quite good. That's true. Speaking of cooking, Jiang Xiaoxian immediately became complacent. You haven't eaten yet either, right? No. Let's do it together. Okay. The two of them chatted and familiarized themselves with each other. After eating, Su Wei was ready to rest, but as soon as she returned to her room, she saw that her doll had been put somewhere else. Ah, Jiang Xiaoxian, did you come to my room? Su Wei ran to the stairway and yelled at Kang Xiaoxian who was cleaning up below. What's wrong? Isn't that also my room? Who said it's yours? Didn't I say, that one is yours? Su Wei pointed to the first floor customer service and said. Jiang Xiaoxian put down the work in his hands and came to Su Wei's side step by step. I also said that it's okay to get married, to be a real couple. You also promised. Now you want to back out, isn't it too late? Who promised you? Su Wei's eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at her. Indeed, she somewhat wanted to back out, but how could she not expect that this man carries a powerful aura on his body after he gets close? Oh, now it can't be up to you. At least before the divorce you are my woman. Tonight, of course you can oppose it. What do you want in the end? Su Wei looked at the Jiang Xiaoxian who was getting closer and closer to himself. In his heart there was some panic. Is it really necessary to explain to him? You dream, said suddenly remembered that she had learned women's fighting arts. In the past, when she went home and encountered a drunken man harassing her, she was able to easily tease the other party down. Thinking of this, she was no longer nervous. Quickly kicking out a foot, she attacked at Jiang Xiaoxian's vital parts. Jiang Xiaoxian grabbed Su Wei's calf in one hand. The two officially started fighting at the bedroom door. Unfortunately, in less than 3 moves, Su Wei was successfully overwhelmed by Jiang Xiaoxian and could not move on the bed. Who the hell are you? What for? Su Wei didn't expect a random man to be so powerful. I'm your husband, a second marriage man. Also, I didn't come to approach you on purpose. You're the one who found me. Really? Sure. Then let go of me. That's not good. You just kicked me and almost called me extinct. How can I do that without some compensation? What do you want to do? Looking at the man's lips that slowly came up, Su Wei kept struggling. Just as she screamed, the outer garment had already been removed, followed by 2 more pieces of clothing. Don't, Jiang Xiaoxian. I'll kill you. Then I'll wait. The first wife, Zang Wan, he had learned to give with all his heart. This second wife naturally wanted to change things up and be a little domineering. Su Wei was pressed to death, with no resistance at all. Can only pray? Jiang Xiaoxian, don't be like this, okay? When I'm ready, I'll give it to you. Chapter 9, I'm Su Wei's husband. There are times when a woman's words can't be trusted. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't stop the movements of his hands after he finished speaking. However, Su Wei didn't have the resistance she had before and quietly lay on the bed and let the other person toss and turn. When the two were honest with each other, a tear in the corner of Su Wei's eye slid down onto the bed. What's wrong? Not willing? Jiang Xiaoxian said. Su Wei's head tilted to the side, biting her lips tightly and closing her eyes. Her body involuntarily tensed up. She didn't say a word, and in her heart, she only thought that when the matter of Lu Bing was over, she would definitely erase the man on her body from this world. She waited for that moment to come, but felt as if Jiang Xiaoxian had made no further movements. Suddenly it felt like her body was covered with a quilt and the man hugged her and lay to the side. Jiang Xiaoxian, don't tell me to look down on you. Come on if you're capable. I'm not like you, don't like dolls, said Jiang Xiaoxian. Let go of the other party and closed his eyes. Two honest people under one quilt. Su Wei opened her eyes and looked at the other party as if they were going to sleep. Angry, she kicked up. Ah, you woman is crazy, right? Jiang Xiaoxian, you asshole, what is this? Are you sick? Either you want me or don't do anything. Kang Shuing flopped back onto the bed. That's what you said. Yes, I Su Wei said and promised you that marriage is your wife. Come on, said Su Wei while lifting off the quilt covering her body. The flawless woman was completely and fully displayed in front of Jiang Xiaoxian. You really don't regret it. I didn't realize how you, a big man, are so motherly. Su Wei also went out of her way and clumsily took the initiative. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally wouldn't disappoint the beautiful woman's request. Re-entering in front of Su Wei, he looked at her icy face with a hint of shyness and gently kissed her on the mouth. Wife, you're so beautiful. I promise you, as long as you're sincere with me, I'll bring the whole world as your gift. Su Wei couldn't understand the other party's meaning, and in her heart, she only thought of ending it quickly. Actually giving it to him quasi was much better than giving it to Lu Bing. Thinking that it didn't matter how, she gently nodded her head and gazed at the other party in the same way. Jiang Xiaoxian was gentle, and Su Wei slowly removed all her defenses. Jiang Xiaoxian, Lu Bing will come tomorrow. If you want to live well in the future, leave first thing tomorrow morning. After tonight, Jiang Xiaoxian is the first man in her Su Wei's life. Su Wei, who hadn't even been in a relationship since she was a child, didn't want to watch her first man disappear into the world so silently. Are you worried about me? Yes, I don't want to watch you die. You mean the Lu family? You don't understand, because you're not standing in the same place as us. Wife, you're so beautiful. Not only this stunning face, even your heart is beautiful. I have the obligation to protect you as your man. Don't worry, after tomorrow I'll take you to the imperial capital. I'll see who dares to oppose me being with you. Listening to Su Wei's concern, for the first time, Jiang Xiaoxian felt that this woman might be worth his effort. Su Wei was a little stunned. The words were indeed enough to impress her, but unfortunately in her heart the other party was still just mouthing off. The two did not speak again. Things have come to this point. Everything is water under the bridge. Crazy night, until the next day near noon. Su Wei slowly opened her eyes. When she looked back, there was no shadow of Jiang Xiaoxian around her. Humph, it seems like he's still afraid, but it's also good. Go away, the farther the better. Looking at the splash of bright red on the bedsheet, she didn't regret it. At least she didn't have to give her most precious thing to that scum Lu Bing. Wife, you're awake. Breakfast is already ready, but you slept until now. Su Wei didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoxian actually didn't leave, and was about to get up and dress when the door was opened. Looking at the man with a smile on his face and an apron, suddenly that hint of sweetness and touching quietly rose in her heart. You didn't leave? Subconsciously covered himself up and asked curiously. This is my house. Where else can I go? You're not afraid? Afraid of what? Death. Death? Then of course I'm afraid. Then how dare you stay? I'm afraid of death, but I'm not afraid of the Lu family. Can you stop bragging? No bragging. You'll know soon enough. Also while the two were chatting, Su Wei's phone rang. She looked down. It was Lu Bing calling again. You go out for a bit first. I'll get dressed. She didn't rush to answer the phone, but told Jiang Xiaoxian to go out first. I'll be sad if my wife is like this. I've seen and done everything last night, and you're still avoiding me? That's up to you. Su Wei blushed and slowly removed the covers. You are so beautiful. Alright, look enough can go out. Lu Bing should be here. You want to regret it is too late. I have no regrets for you. Ugh, I hope you can say the same thing in a while. Put on his clothes and walked out. At that moment the hung-up phone rang again. This time she picked it up. Lu Bing, as I told you last night, I've already married someone. You don't need to waste any more time. Ha ha, I want to see which one who doesn't know how to die dares to marry you. I'm already at your company. I hope you come quickly. Otherwise I'll call my future in-laws and make things clear. By then I don't think you'll be able to keep this company. Lu Bing was indeed right. Su Wei's company in Jiangzhou had naturally grown from the original small company by utilizing the Su family's connections and resources. If her father really used her company as a bargaining chip for marriage, no matter how persistent she was, there was no hope of keeping the company. In the past few days, her mother had said several times that she wanted to take the Jiangzhou company back. Before Su Wei could finish, the phone was snatched by Jiang Xiaoxian. Hey, I'm Su Wei's husband. I heard that your name is Lu Bing, right? I'll give you a word of advice. Don't bother my wife in the future, or you can't afford it if I get angry. Who are you? How come you are with Su Wei? Lu Bing on the other end of the phone heard a man's voice and directly broke his defense. He really didn't expect the husband Su Wei said was real. Okay, you wait for me. The phone had been hung up by Jiang Xiaoxian. Jiang Xiaoxian, you are looking for death. Su Wei listened to what was said to and wanted to protect. Now it was too late. Death or not, don't worry about it first. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you willing to live your life with me or do you want to marry him? Naturally not willing to marry him. Su Wei glanced at the arrogant Jiang Xiaoxian, did not directly answer, but also gave an answer, as if she did not give an answer either, because rejecting the other party was not necessarily a promise to him. Then it's choosing me? Good then. Now listen to your man and eat breakfast. Then I'll take you to solve this problem. Cut. Su Wei shook her head. Her heart was in turmoil, not knowing what would happen next, but really watching Jiang Xiaoxian disappear. She couldn't bear it. How to say it was also her first man. I don't have an appetite. You eat. That's good. I'll eat and follow you to the company. I want to see what this Lu Bing is capable of. Then you eat first. Su Wei turned around and returned to her room after saying that, and extremely reluctantly called her father. Su Chongsheng. Dad, I'm really already married. It's absolutely impossible for me to marry Lu Bing. You don't believe it? Look at the VX. Su Wei sent the marriage certificate of the two of them to her father via VX. Looking at the two's marriage certificate, Su Changqing's anger and blood surged. You are fooling around, finding a random man to act out this drama. Do you think it will work? Dad, what I said is true. Yesterday we already have a husband and wife, whether you like it or not. He is my husband. What did you say? Do you not want to live? I want to see what ability you little white boy has. Dare to touch my Su Changqing's daughter. Dad, what do you want to do? Chapter 10, Imperial Capital meets the in-laws. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Bring your so-called man back to the Imperial Capital. I'd like to see what kind of goods dare to own my Su Changqing's daughter. 2. Su Changqing's voice came to an abrupt end. His heart suddenly felt a wave of powerlessness. All already married and sleeping together. Even if the Lu family didn't mind, what was the point of marrying there? It would only be a mess to get no benefits. Besides, he himself wouldn't agree to this kind of thing happening. No matter what, Su Wei is also his precious daughter. Love her is certain. Lu Bing's character was not unknown to him, but who asked the Lu family to be able to steadily suppress his Su family and hold some of the Su family's resources. For the sake of the entire family's future, Su Changqing could only compromise. But now things have come to this. No matter what you do will not help. However, Su Changsheng was curious about what kind of man his daughter was looking for, daring to get into this muddy water. What is the second option? Is it telling me to die? Su Wei was equally agitated, doing defiance with her father. As a child of the Su family, she looked envied by everyone, but did not have the right to choose her own marriage. Alas, forget it, bring him back to see first. I won't make it difficult for him. Su Changsheng sighed and made a compromise. Su Wei was a little surprised at his words. Really? Knowing your son is like a father. In order not to marry Lu Bing, you have explained yourself to a random person. I can only force you again to send a white hair to a black hair. How could Su Changsheng, who was in a high position, not understand his daughter's determination, and naturally understood her character? That's good. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that bringing Jiang Xiaoxian to meet her father would at most result in a divorce, and if they really wanted to meet Lu Bing, not only Jiang Xiaoxian but even the Su family would be in danger along with him. What's wrong, wife? What did father-in-law say? Looking at Su Wei's hesitation after hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaoxian opened his mouth and asked, My father wants to meet you. That's a good feeling. I'll be able to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law soon, and I'm still inexplicably a little nervous in my heart. Jiang Xiaoxian revealed a playful smile, unable to see a bit of nervousness. Is he not worried at all? In Jiang Xiaoxian's heart, as long as the woman is willing to do everything else, he will take care of it. Su Wei blankly glanced at him, didn't say anything else, and began to pack up the things she was carrying. So urgent? Su Wei frowned and said, Lu Bing has already arrived. I'm afraid you'll have trouble if you meet him. Are you concerned about me? Scram! How could Su Wei be in the mood to joke with him? Just went out. Su Wei thought of one thing, Lu Bing is still in the company. Can't ask him to mess up the company. Took out her cell phone and called the other party. Lu Bing, I will go back to the Imperial Capital now to make it clear with my family. I will never agree to this marriage. Ha ha, back to the Imperial Capital? Then we'll wait and see. Lu Bing threatened on the phone. In Lu Bing's opinion, Su Wei absolutely could not escape from him, and did not care about her doing these unnecessary struggles. Hanging up the phone, Su Wei was confused inwardly. Why didn't she know what's the use of doing more? From the time she learned of this marriage, she has been struggling. It's been 2 years. Lu Bing came back to directly change those efforts back to the original point. Thinking of these physically and mentally exhausted. Last night and the first taste of sex, Su Wei a little uncomfortable. Holding the keys and Jiang Xiaoxian said, Can you drive? Will. Jiang Xiaoxian took the keys and opened the driver's door. The Ferrari started up, its destination straight to the imperial capital of Daxia. Zhangzhou was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital, and even if the entire highway sped by, it would still take more than 10 hours. The earliest time to reach the imperial capital would be more than 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Xiaoxian, you drive slower. This is 114. Su Wei looked at the speedometer and was a little scared. If it's late, your parents won't fall asleep? Won't be. He said he wants to see you. Will wait for us. Don't worry, I'll give them another call. Said picked up his cell phone and dialed his father's number. Hey, is that man of yours afraid to come? Receiving the call, Su Changqing thought that Jiang Xiaoxian had chosen to escape. Dad, you also underestimate him too much. When he heard that you want to see him, he drove his car and couldn't wait to be on his way to the imperial capital. Haha, okay, interesting. What time can you arrive? Su Wei looked at the time. It was exactly 1 in the afternoon. Her mind quickly flew around. There are about 8 or 9 hours left. That's good. I'll wait. Hanging up the phone, Su Changsheng looked at his wife beside him. This male is not small in guts. Actually dared to go straight to the imperial capital. Alas, Changsheng, I see that our daughter is determined not to marry Lu Bing. Lin Wanru sighed. As for this man, everyone knew that he was temporarily found to cope with this marriage. Some words they naturally didn't take seriously. It doesn't matter if she marries or not, but she can't just find a random man to give herself up to, right? What if the other party has ulterior motives? Isn't this coming? When the time comes, you take a good look. If it doesn't work, give him some money and tell them to divorce this marriage. Su Changsheng nodded heavily. This is the only way. On the highway, Su Wei was slightly nervous, looking from time to time at the sunny and hardened Jiang Xiaoxian in the rearview mirror. Jiang Xiaoxian, what do your parents do? Having really gotten married, and having explained himself to him, it made sense to find out. Jiang Xiaoxian was overjoyed at his words. The fact that she was willing to ask this meant that she was thinking of living with herself. Unlike Zang Wan, a year of marriage the other party froze, did not know the existence of their parents, also never asked. Still thought he was some wild man that came out of a mountain valley. My family is also from the imperial capital. Tomorrow you will take you to meet them. You are also from the imperial capital? Su Wei was a little disbelieving. How come the accent doesn't sound like it? A little, but not too much. Maybe it's because I've been out for too long. Thinking about this, Jiang Xiaoxian inexplicably missed his family a little. His parents, and his grandparents. I don't know if they have gray hair now, although they sometimes video chat, but it's definitely a handful of times in a year. After all, he can't have too much contact with his own family just because of his job. Where does your family live? That's a secret for now, but don't mind if you do when you get there. My house is rather old. No. Su Wei imagined Jiang Xiaoxian's family in her heart, perhaps somewhere outside the 6th Ring Road, still living in an old neighborhood. But these do not matter, as long as this time to go back to get rid of the Lu family on the line. As for the marriage of the two, it depends on fate. In Su Wei's heart does not mean that the body to you have to be with you for life. She is not so traditional. On the other hand, Lu Bing learned that Su Wei is on the way back to the imperial capital. Not a moment's delay, also toward the imperial capital. The sky was getting dark, the car had already driven out most of the way, and there were still 3 hours to go before she could see her family. Su Wei was getting more and more nervous, but Jiang Xiaoxian was looking forward to it. As for the Su family, when the time came, they would be afraid that they would feel unable to reach them. Su Wei, are you hungry? Jiang Xiaoxian looked into the rearview mirror and realized that the woman had already fallen asleep. Looking at the delicate face, Jiang Xiaoxian smiled slightly. No matter what, she was now his woman and still as white as a sheet of paper. Hearing her say that she had never been in love, as long as she was sincere she would be responsible for her, Kang Shuyin would not regret it. The time came to 9 o'clock. The car got off the highway to the territory of the imperial capital. Wife, wake up. Waking Su Wei up, the other party looked outside at the busy neighborhood. What's wrong? Isn't it time to arrive? Yes, already in the imperial capital. How do you go to your house? Just navigate Pear Garden Villa. Good. Pressing the navigation to see that there are still more than 30 kilometers. You rest first. I'll call you when you arrive. Aha. Came to the Pear Orchard Villa gate guard. The car is internal car. Can enter smoothly, but further in the upscale villa area there is a gate guard. Hello sir, who are you looking for? How many buildings is Su Changqing's house in? Jiang Xiaoxian asked this, and the security guard was immediately alert. The owners inside were either rich or noble. Those who went in and out they knew, even after the first door. Here they had to ask clearly, for the owner's safety. You wait a moment. The security guard entered the security booth and picked up the phone to call Su Changqing. Mr. Su, license plate JA54637 says he wants to see you. Got it. Tell them to come in. Is it my daughter they? The security guard ran out and looked. Indeed, there was a woman sleeping in the back of the car. Taking a closer look at that stunningly beautiful face, not Su Wei, who else would it be? Good. Sir, you please? The security guard let go. Usually these security guards always want to be that gold in the eyes. To a beggar against the odds, they fantasize the most is Su Wei, because she is the most beautiful woman in the whole pear orchard. At this time Su Wei also woke up. Arrived? Yes. Arriving in front of the door of the Pearly Garden Villa No. 18 Villa, Jiang Xiaoxian got out of the car and opened the door for Su Wei. There was already someone waiting there at the door. Su Wei got out of the car and a man in his 50s wearing a tang suit walked over. Miss, you're back. The master is waiting for you inside. Got it. Uncle Wei. Jiang Xiaoxian, who was on the side, looked up at the Su family villa. The main villa had 5 floors, and there were 2 small 3-story villas on the side. Within the same courtyard, there were also rockeries, gardens, and lawns within the courtyard. The entire courtyard looked to be 1 hectare large. In the end, the house is different than Jiang Xiaoxian parents that live that is really much more luxurious. Miss has already gone and don't you follow in? Uncle Wei on the sudden out of Jiang Xiaoxian, obviously with a few points of vigilance. See him no longer forward also thought afraid. Good. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded and followed Su Wei towards the center villa. You hurry up. Su Wei turned back and urged. Coming daughter-in-law. The two followed Uncle Wei behind the front. Su Wei took the initiative to hold Jiang Xiaoxian's hand. Wife, don't be playful. I'm just showing my parents. Don't think too much. Understood. At the entrance of the villa, 2 bodyguard-like people stood there. Jiang Xiaoxian looked inward and shook his head straight. It seemed that this was to give himself a downward spiral. Is it necessary to be like this? Good day, miss. You guys go down. Su Wei similarly frowned. It seemed like this was a deliberate attempt by her father to scare Jiang Xiaoxian. However, when she looked at Jiang Xiaoxian out of the corner of her eye, the other party looked as if she didn't care. This man was really not visible. Dad, Mom, going out for half a year, finally seeing her parents. Su Wei said that she didn't want to, that was false. When she said she wanted to go out, it was actually a moment of anger. Hey, once you leave is half a year. You don't know to come back to see us. Lin Wanru looked at her daughter and counted. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at his mother-in-law. The other party was in her early 50s, yet she looked no different from those in their 30s, and her figure and appearance were the kind of woe is me existence. Mom! Jiang Xiaoxian opened his mouth and addressed Lin Wanru as Mom. Lin Wanru sniffed and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, frowning and not responding, meaning that it was obvious that it was not yet time to recognize this son-in-law. Are you the man my daughter is looking for? Su Changsheng, who was sipping tea on the sofa, spoke up. Yes. Hello, Dad. Don't call out first. Come and sit. Su Changsheng pointed to the small stool across from him, a small wooden stool that the underlings usually work on. It seems that this was specially prepared for him. Chapter 11. It's not up to you. Good. Kang Xiaoxian obediently sat on the small bench, even though there was a comfortable sofa right behind him, who asked the man across the street to be his father-in-law. Having just met and having a frosty relationship, it would be awkward for both of them to meet in the future. Xiao Wei, let's go up there and talk. Lin Wanru pulled her daughter's hand towards the upper floor. She understood that her husband was trying to understand Jiang Xiaoxian's situation. If it was okay, then it would be fine. If the gap was too big, it would be like what was discussed in the afternoon. Giving some money to tell the other party to leave Su Wei. How old are you? The entire living room was left with only the nominal husband and wife. Su Changsheng opened his mouth and asked, 28 this year. Su Changsheng nodded. It was similar to his own daughter. 2 years older was okay. What do you do now? Working at Heisi Group. Heisi Group? Su Changsheng frowned slightly. Heisi, this company. Su Changsheng thought about it for half a day and didn't know what kind of company it was. What is your main business? Foreign trade and also construction. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't explain in detail, but this was the truth. Oh, then how's your income? He asked this. The other party was a pit no matter how much he said. Not much, 30,000 a month, but I'm about to get a promotion and a raise recently. Jiang Xiaoxian still had a proud face when he said this. Upon hearing the salary, Su Changsheng's face became dark. 30,000 a month for an ordinary family, that was very good. But for them, these lineage families, they simply couldn't say it. But what he wanted was for the other party to open his mouth and enter the trap. What do your parents do? Su Changsheng frowned slightly. My parents are over 50 years old, and similarly work ordinary shifts. And father-in-law, I'm the only one in my family. There's no pressure. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled, half-jokingly answered, although showing humor. But in Su Changsheng's eyes it was that this person's IQ was worrisome. Jiang Xiaoxian, right. You don't need to call me father-in-law. Your situation, if according to what you said, do you think it's a good match compared to my family, Su Wei? Su Changsheng was not angry. I think it's quite good. Jiang Xiaoxian's eyes immediately returned. knowing that the other party was here to make things difficult for himself no matter what. It would be better to have fun and see who could outplay who? Su Changsheng didn't know the other party's mind. He only felt that this person does not even have some self-awareness. How can he be worthy of his own daughter? Could it be that a golden girl worth tens of billions of dollars and you, an ordinary person with a dead salary, are considered a good match? Jiang Xiaoxian like this, I'll pay $10 million. How about you and my daughter divorce? Seems to be discussing, in fact, is a decision. Not allow the other side to refute. No. Jiang Xiaoxian thought nothing of shaking his head to give a negative answer. Humph. Why? Su Changsheng snorted angrily. Because Su Wei and I are husband and wife and are not fooling around. That's not up to you. Suddenly Su Changsheng got up, a powerful aura radiating out. Mr. Su, could it be that you are doing Su Wei good by turning her into a victim of your politics like this? I think you should respect her choice in this matter. After all, she is the victim in this matter. Su Changsheng, why don't you know what he said? But compared to the rise and fall of the entire Su family, what is personal happiness? Humph, are you preaching to me? Perhaps these words are offensive coming from my current position, but these are words I have to say. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to beat around the bush. The current him wouldn't be able to listen to the other party no matter what he said. Unless one presses with power, everything is for nothing. But the marriage that comes from strong pressure, how much sincerity is there? Did you say it to look like you are very capable? Boy, I tell you, the same words in different people's mouths, that is different. You do not have the strength. These words are bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Maybe you're right. Kang Xiaoxian could see that relying on his mouth was not going to change anything. The two talked tit for tat. Upstairs, Su Wei and Lin Wanru were similarly talking about Jiang Xiaoxian. You and that Jiang Xiaoxian have really had sex? Lin Wanru asked worriedly. Su Wei lowered her head and gently nodded. You? Why don't you be more reserved? Do you know him well? What if he's a liar? Mom, I didn't think about it that much. Who asked you guys to force me to marry Lu Bing before I was forced to do so? Su Wei's mouth pouted, looking innocent. Alas, it's mom and dad's fault for sacrificing your happiness for the sake of this family. But what now? What exactly is the situation between you and him? Just live on like this, or separate when things are over. Su Wei also didn't know what to choose next. Not a single clue in her mind. Even more so, she didn't know how to answer her mother's question. For Jiang Xiaoxian, feelings could not be talked about. The two had known each other for only 3 days. Although they had a relationship last night, but that was also a choice she was forced to make. By the way, did you guys really have that happen? Lin Wanru still asked without dying. Right. Su Wei didn't know why her mother kept asking this. Speaking of which, Su Wei suddenly remembered that it seemed like the two of them didn't do any measures last night. Mom, did you say that you would get pregnant once? She had a red face, as if she was a child who did something wrong. You guys wouldn't have not done any measures, right? Su Wei nodded in panic. Yesterday that situation was also rushed by a sentence. How could she think of anything else? It should not be too late. Tomorrow morning I'll ask someone to buy you some medicine. In case the two of you don't make it, the child must not be wanted. Aha! Su Wei wasn't sure what would happen in the future. As her mother had said, if it didn't work out with Jiang Xiaoxian, the child would be a joke in the eyes of others. I don't know how the two of them are talking about it. Downstairs, Su Changsheng finished his last sip of tea. Jiang Xiaoxian bristled. The new auntie didn't even have a cup of tea at her door. Alas, is this the Su family's way of hospitality? Forget about it. A big man doesn't care about these small details. Su Changsheng looked at Jiang Xiaoxian out of the corner of his eye and understood what he meant. Thirsty? Running all the way around without preparing anything beforehand. Not to mention being thirsty, he didn't even have time to eat. Maybe I can't afford to drink tea from my father-in-law's house right now. Kang Xiaoxian was naturally a little displeased, saying that he had already gotten up. I remember saying that you're not qualified to call me father-in-law yet. Su Changsheng similarly got up. Although he was half a head shorter than Jiang Xiaoxian, he didn't lose any of his aura. Alright Mr. Su Wei came back safely, then I'm relieved. Jiang Xiaoxian put away his loose posture and looked at this Su Changsheng, who looked down on himself and his eyes in a serious manner. Good, since I promised you, I will absolutely go. After all, you and my daughter's marriage license has been received. If this matter is not resolved, where will my Su family face rest? Good, Mr. Su, then we'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoxian finished speaking and turned around to walk towards the outside of the villa. No send-off. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Xiaoxian paused for a moment. It seemed that he was going to part with Su Wei today. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't rush home. It didn't seem right not to bring something back after not seeing him for a few years. Grandpa loved him since he was a child. Visiting his old man must take out some thoughts. Jiang Xiaoxian thought. Straight to the small commodity market. He thought about what to buy for the old man. There is no shortage of anything at home, so it would be a waste to buy it. Turned around in front of his eyes suddenly bright. Just buy a capybara. a meter-long capybara carried in the hand, toward the hotel. After opening a room, showering and eating something, Jiang Xiaoxian dialed the old man's phone. Old man, I'm back in the imperial capital. Well, I already know about you. Should I go back tomorrow to see your grandfather? I say, old man, don't act like a roundworm in my stomach, okay? How to talk to your leader. The tone over there was serious. How to talk. Tomorrow I'll tell grandpa about you. AI. Xiao Jiang. You don't have to do this. His old man is old. Don't disturb him. Who told you to bully me? I'm not doing this for your own good. For my own good. You're telling me to stay in Daxia for a year at a time? Aren't you about to leave? By the way, tomorrow I'll go see your grandfather as well. There's one more thing to tell you. Got it. Then you come pick me up at the Tianyue Hotel at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Why are you still asking me to be your driver? Can't I? Didn't you also work as a driver for my grandfather before? How can that be the same? Kong Shuyin had hung up the phone. Brat. The old man shook his head helplessly. The next day, a red flag L5 was parked under the hotel early. At 6:30, Jiang Xiaoxian came downstairs on time carrying a capybara. Seeing the car from afar, he walked over and sat on his butt. You're really a driver? The only person in the car was Luo Wanxiang, who was around 60 years old, and he was wearing his sunglasses, making him even more like an old driver. Didn't I say I'd be a driver for you? It's not like I haven't done it before. Think about when you were still wearing crotchless pants. Stop. Don't mention back then. Then you sit tight. I'm going to drive. Like anyone stopping you. The car was already heading towards the familiar street. Right, old man. Arrange a meeting for me. Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly thought of the appointment he made with Su Changsheng yesterday. Meet who? Luo Wanxiang asked. Find 2 random people and pretend to be my parents to meet with Su Changsheng. How could Luo Wanxiang not know what Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to do? Smiled and asked. What segment? Somewhat lower than Su Changsheng. This one is a bit difficult. Luo Wanxiang thought about it as if it was a bit difficult. Why? Within the people I'm familiar with, the ones who can play this scene with you are all old guys. Any one of them can easily pin down Su Changsheng. Just borrow your secretary. Every time I see him he's quite good at what he does, and I'm familiar with him. He can be much more powerful than Su Changsheng now. Also, Jiang Xiaoxian thought, hey, I do have one person. Luo Wanxiang suddenly thought of one person. Who? Chapter 12, Finding a Fake Mom to Deal With. Zhang Yuehong. Ah, isn't she a single mom? Her son is still a member of my Hesse's team, and her husband sacrificed himself for Hesse. How could Kong Shui not remember this name? So she's more suitable for the role. The key thing is that she now holds the position of minister in a state-owned enterprise, counting as a section-level cadre, which is still what you asked for back then. Kong Shuin thought about it indeed. That would be fine. Jiang Xiaoxian thought about it. Single mother still surnamed Jiang. Then last night and Su Changsheng said his own parents. This time there is only a mother to go. It seems that you have to continue to round the lie. However, her identity is more appropriate. Slightly less than Su Changsheng's family, but definitely not too inferior. After all, Zhang Yuehong works in a large state-owned enterprise. Su's family is just a private enterprise group. While chatting, while Luo Wanxiang drove the car toward the center of the imperial capital area forward, until turned into a simple and spacious inner road, came to a place that appeared to be a solemn and atmospheric doorway. The 4 guards saw the car and then looked at Luo Wanxiang inside, saluted and released the car. Does my grandfather still live there? Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the familiar compound and asked. Yes, tell me about it. You see. How long has it been since I came back to see his old man? Jiang Xiaoxian glanced at Luo Wanxiang. It's not because of you. Passing by the small lake, through a quiet pathway then came to a small garden. Inside the house an old man was sitting on a recliner reading a newspaper. Grandpa, I'm back. At the sound of the voice, the old man pushed up his glasses and looked closely at the visitor and realized that it was Jiang Xiaoxian. You kid, you missed me, said the old man. Already got up. Luo Wanxiang in the back rushed forward. Old leader, be careful. You are so old your body is still so tough. Haha, Xiao Luo, you are also here. Quickly sit down. Little fish make tea. The old man smiled and greeted a guard who was doing something. Old leader, I came one is specially to see you. The second is about this kid's promotion ceremony. You also know that what he is doing now can't be publicized in the open, so it can only be carried out in your home. It's just aggravating this kid. Compromise what? Just listen to the arrangements for everything. The old man had his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of a superior. Yes, Zhang Long, stand up. Jiang Xiaoxian's real name was Zhang Long. Jiang Xiaoxian stood straight up, his expression solemn and serious. Luo Wanxiang opened the suitcase that was brought to him. A military uniform and epaulets were handed to the other party. Ceremony even. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Jiang Jr. Luo Wanxiang is also considered lazy here, eliminating some of the hassle. Then the two shook hands as the ceremony was completed. Jiang Xiaoxian gave a standard military salute and did not speak. Old leader, have time to visit you again. I have to leave beforehand. Luo Wanxian looked at the Shanghai watch on his wrist and said, good. On his way out, he also patted Jiang Xiaoxian's shoulder meaningfully. Your name outside now is Jiang Xiaoxian, right? Yes, Grandpa. For work. Kang Shuhian scratched the back of his head and replied. He hadn't planned to change his last name, but Luo Wanxiang insisted on changing it all. The old man nodded. It didn't matter. Family matters were not as important as national matters. The grandparents and grandson had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. And more than anything else, Jiang Xiaoxian complained about all the bad things Luo Wanxiang had done. He has traveled more bridges than you have traveled, and now that he is in a high position, his eyesight is naturally fine. This I know. The main thing is that guy trapped me here, not called out. You say angry? This is out of my hands as an old man. Grandpa Jiang Xiaoxian played Tai Chi, something he couldn't say much about. Forget it then. Right, Grandpa, where are my parents? Jiang Xiaoxian could only pout helplessly. They went to work. Oh, then I'll go back to them when I have time. You kid, go back home and your parents don't even see them. This is not completed Luo old man's task. When completed with daughter-in-law and child together, that much face. Haha, good. Then I'll waiting for my grandchildren. That's for sure, said Jiang Xiaoxian looking at the time. It's already late. He still has to go find Jiang Yuhong to pair up his lines, and in the afternoon he has to go see Su Changsheng. Time is a bit tight. Grandpa, it's late. I still have things to do. I won't accompany you first. Won't you have a meal together? In the evening. Good. It's a deal. Just a few steps away, Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly thought of something, took out the marriage certificate and folded back to hand it to the old man. Grandpa, actually I'm already married. The day before yesterday. You see. Receiving the marriage certificate, the old man held his glasses and looked at it. The female child looks good, but it still needs to be vetted before it can be counted. As you know. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded, naturally understanding the procedure. Grandpa, this is a gift for you. He held out the capybara he had bought. You kid, treating me like a child? Grandpa, do you like it? I like it, but I like this one more. Ha ha. The old man smiled and pointed to the marriage license. Understood. Jiang Xiaoxian knew that this was the old man's desire to have a heavy grandchild. After all, they were the family's 3 single generations. It's really too late. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Go. Remember to come back for dinner tonight. Good. Walking out of the compound, he drove the Audi that was once his own towards the state-owned enterprise that Luo Wanxiang had mentioned. The old man had just asked someone to make arrangements to give Jiang Yuehong 2 days off to help Jiang Xiaoxian complete this meeting. Inside a tea bar, a professionally dressed Jiang Yuehong was seated opposite Jiang Xiaoxian. Auntie, we seem to have met before. Jiang Yuehong's face was a little haggard. Seeing her husband's leader again brought back the sadness of his sacrifice. Well, you are Xiaovu's leader and likewise his father's leader. You came here that year when he sacrificed himself. Jiang Xiaoxian bowed his head slightly. Auntie, I called you out this time to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. Don't ever be polite. Without Jiang Xiaoxian there would be no Jiang Yuehong right now. Although her husband died, he died a great death. And Xiaovu was now working under him in an important position. If it wasn't for this young man in front of him, perhaps it would be impossible for their family to be where they were now. Jiang Xiaoxian straightened up and said the idea of letting Jiang Yuehong pretend to be his mother and meet his wife's family. No problem. When we meet I'll go back and dress up. Jiang Xiaoxian asked her to help, but in her mind this was a task for the leader that needed to be accomplished wholeheartedly. Just today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or here. Good. By the way, leader, when will my little tiger be able to come back for a trip? Jiang Yuehong, who only had such a relative left now. How could she not miss her son who had not seen him for a long time? Soon. I will arrange for him to come back. But auntie, remember not to keep calling me leader. Just call me Xiaoxian. Jiang Yuehong sniffed and nodded. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Changsheng Lin Wanru brought Su Wei's entire family to the tea bar. Jiang Xiaoxian and Jiang Yuehong, who had been dressed up, booked a private room early and waited for each other. The door was opened, and the two rose with smiles on their faces. But the moment Su Changsheng saw Jiang Yuehong, his expression suddenly became stiff for a moment. Jiang Yuehong was no better, and froze for a moment when she saw Su Changsheng. Jiang Xiaoxian noticed this detail and thought to himself that these two seemed to know each other. But then the two pretended not to know each other and sat on either side of the table. You are Jiang Xiaoxian's mother. I wonder why his father didn't come. Lin Wanru was the first to ask. It was said that it was both parents. And wasn't it a bit impolite for the man to come with only one parent? Mom is like this. Jiang Xiaoxian was about to open his mouth but Lin Wanru raised her hand to stop him. First, don't call it like this. You two, although the marriage license received, but this relationship has not been recognized by us. Today to come first to make things clear. If you two really in the future to live like this, then you call mom is not too late. Jiang Xiaoxian did not expect Lin Wanru to be so strong as well. It seems that the other party is a little dissatisfied with him as a son-in-law. Then looking at Su Wei on the side, sitting there looking at Jiang Xiaoxian and then at Zhang Yuhong, not saying a word. Okay, Auntie Lin, my dad, he already sacrificed himself 4 years ago while on a mission. Jiang Xiaoxian had a sad expression that looked just like the real thing. Who knew that what was in his heart was originally those martyrs who sacrificed their lives for Hess? Grief naturally came from the heart. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know beforehand. It's okay. Zhang Yuehong also spoke. The two charming women stared at each other. Zhang Yuehong knew Lin Wanru. When Su Changsheng got married, she quietly went to witness the union of the two, and likewise witnessed the end of her own love. Shifting her gaze to Su Changsheng's face, the hatred in her heart that had already been buried, unknowingly rekindled. However, this time, he did not come to find a daughter-in-law for his son, but to fulfill Jiang Xiaoxian's mission, and then he withdrew the eyes that were tinged with anger. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Yuehong. My son Jiang Xiaoxian follows my last name. The head of the deployment department of the imperial capital Liwen Science and Technology, regular section level. Who doesn't have an identity in the imperial capital? Zhang Yuehong Su Changsheng coincidentally glanced at each other, suddenly remembering the bits and pieces of 28 years ago. Back then, Su Changsheng chose to abandon Zhang Yuehong for the sake of the Su family and married Lin Wanru, the daughter of the Lin family who was a large family. Just because she was just the daughter of an ordinary family, she couldn't enter his Su family's door. It's really ridiculous to think about it now. Chapter 13, the plot suddenly reverses, recalling all the things that happened back then, and then looking at the current scenery of the unrivaled Su Changsheng family, Zhang Yuehong's emotions were somewhat pressed. Excuse me, I want to go to the restroom. Those self-introductions just now were what Jiang Xiaoxian told her to say, or else according to her after meeting Su Changsheng, she definitely wouldn't say a word more. Got up and left. Mom, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Jiang Xiaoxian saw the difference in Zhang Yuehong, likewise got up and asked with concern. Nothing. Zhang Yuehong shook her head at Jiang Xiaoxian. Oh. Zhang Yuehong walked out of the private room and breathed in the fresh air outside. Why? Why him? Why was it Su Changsheng's daughter that Jiang Xiaoxian was looking at? This actually didn't matter. After all, Jiang Xiaoxian wasn't his own son, but telling her to meet her enemy when she was unprepared, she was a bit unable to act out this drama. Su Changsheng heart the same taste. Oh, Zhang Yuehong too much. He escaped nearly 30 years, but unfortunately did not expect their daughter actually married her son. It is really fate. Jiang Xiaoxian, you come out under. I have something I want to ask you. Su Changsheng met Zhang Yuehong inwardly annoyed, and why would he not want to escape? Unfortunately, the matter of the two children must be resolved. This again cannot escape. The two walked out of the private room and found a sofa to sit down in the lobby lounge. Mr. Su, do you know my mother? Su Changsheng hesitated, not knowing how to answer. In the end, he could only nod. The two of us used to know each other, but that was already a long time ago. But I called you up because I want to tell you that you and Su Wei should find a time to divorce your marriage. Why? Am I not good enough for Su Wei, or is it because of my mom? You two are not suitable. Su Changsheng gave the answer, not meaning to belittle Jiang Xiaoxian and his family. Inappropriate? Why? There has to be a reason. Right, he just made up his mind to prepare for a life with Su Wei. Complete the mission back to Heisi, this time how to end it again? Su Wei in the private room is in a mood of apprehension. See Jiang Yuehong first look, she felt that the other side of the Su family is not satisfied, especially the father. Not looking down, but she looked at her father, that hostility revealed in the eyes. Not only her, even Lin Wanru was also sensing something different. Mom, do you think that Jiang Xiaoxian and I will be fruitless? She was also a little uneasy. Uneasy that the two of them would separate and still have to marry Lu Bing like before. I don't know. This is for you to take first. Hand over the medicine that has long been prepared to Su Wei. It seems that this marriage is 80% hopeless. If Su Wei is pregnant, this matter is even more difficult to solve. Su Wei looked at the medicine she received in her hands and struggled. She does not want this child, does not necessarily exist, and she knows that this medicine to eat down their own in Jiang Xiaoxian, or to find this shield will be completely declared the end. That will inevitably have to listen to the arrangements of the family to marry Lu Bing. This is what she does not want to see. After her thoughts, she still decided to let go of the pill. Mom, no matter what the outcome is, I won't marry Lu Bing. Even if you guys don't agree with my marriage to Jiang Xiaoxian, then I will still look for Li Xiaoxian Zeng Xiaoxian to fight against this marriage. You, why are you so unintelligent? Lu Bing people are not good, but after all, the two families are the right family. In the future you will be the wife of the Lu family. And what's so good about marrying Jiang Xiaoxian? Although his family is also considered to be good, how can it be compared to your Lu family? I don't care about these. In fact, you all know that Jiang Xiaoxian and I don't have any feelings. Doing this is completely forced by you all. If you all agree that Lu Bing and I should withdraw from the marriage, then I can promise you a divorce from Jiang Xiaoxian. In order to push off the marriage, Su Wei had already disregarded everything. She had already sacrificed her innocence for the sake of this and was not hindered from sacrificing her reputation again. Su Wei took a sip of tea and felt a bit bitter, directly putting down the cup and pulling a silent face as she waited for a few people to return. Su Changsheng and Jiang Xiaoxian should have finished talking. The other is not convenient to talk more. Getting up, he also walked towards the private room, ready to announce his decision. Just a few steps away, he met Jiang Yuehong, who came out from the toilet. The other party's eyes were a little moist, obviously having shed tears. Yuehong, I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for more than 20 years, we would meet again in this way. His tone seemed dull. Get out of the way. I have nothing to say to you. Kang Yuehong glared angrily at the man who had once abandoned her and was now blocking the way. I'm sorry, Yuehong. I know that this sentence seems pale and powerless to say. The fault that I once said can't be made up for. But the two children, do you think they are suitable to be together? As long as you say a word, I'm willing to make a compromise for you for once. Maybe this is also a kind of compensation, to make up for the kind of guilt in his heart. He wanted to tell the two to divorce, but his heart softened when he saw Jiang Yuehong's red eyes. This depends on the two of them. I don't want to affect the two children because of the grudge between the adults. Jiang Yuehong finished walking towards the private room. Jiang Xiaoxian also followed behind. He vaguely heard a bit of the conversation between the two. It turned out that Su Changsheng still had this past. It seems that he and Su Wei did not necessarily end well. The three entered the private room almost around the same time. Jiang Yuehong sat on the side. Su Changsheng did not take a seat to look around at the four people. I don't have any opinion on the marriage of the two children. May not be able to come together, but also depends on their destiny. Wanru, what do you say? Although he made the decision decades ago, did not become a family. Now the two children together, also considered a family. Although the heart will be a little twisted to meet in the future. But now he will not call Jiang Yuehong embarrassed. Make a decision at the same time. Of course, also have to ask for the opinion of the lady. Lin Wanru was a bit confused, clearly saw this as hopeless. Why did she agree all of a sudden? Since Su Changsheng had said so, she couldn't afford to make too much of it alone. I don't have any opinion either. Just as Changsheng said, whether the two of them can be together or not also depends on fate. After all, the relationship between the two of them right now, we all know it in our hearts. I also have no opinion. Jiang Yuehong did a smooth favor, not agreeing, because Jiang Xiaoxian was not her child in the first place. If he was really her son, then this marriage would definitely not be agreed to. Since the other party didn't have an opinion, she also counted as having completed the task Jiang Xiaoxian had given her. Good. Then in-laws, let's sit down and talk about the two children's wedding matters when we have time in the future. That's fine, but I think it's something we'll have to see if they really get to that point before we talk about it. It's still a bit early. Good. Su Changsheng nodded. Things repeatedly rose and fell, making Su Wei a little confused. The two people who seemed to be about to split up, suddenly both parents agreed. What in the world did these two people say when they went out? But this is good. Save marrying Lu Bing and Jiang Xiaoxian. That is really, as they say, depends on fate. If the heart cannot stick together, after a period of time, divorce is also a good choice. Chapter 14, Lu Bing's anger. The marriage of the two was simply finalized. Both sides did not have much to communicate with each other and went about their own business. Xiao Wei, take me around. I haven't been back to the imperial city for a long time. I almost don't recognize the rest of the city except for the central city. Su Wei originally wanted to follow her mother back. She hadn't been home for a long time and wanted to spend more time with her family. But looking at Jiang Xiaoxian's passionate eyes summoning her, she couldn't help but frown slightly. But Jiang Yuehong was still there, so she couldn't show reluctance. How to say? Her attitude towards Jiang Xiaoxian seemed like she had chosen someone she didn't love in a hopeless situation. And now she had to live a life together. Is not a lifetime without consideration. Now is not the old society. Marry the chicken, follow the chicken, marry the dog, follow the dog. But this feeling called her some resistance. In front of the Lu Bing and family pressure, when she can still hang out with you each other. That kind of hanging out may be her resistance reflex. Now that things are clear, she had to reconsider her relationship with Jiang Xiaoxian. 26 years have not been in love with the woman. Say not afraid of marriage is false. Perhaps it is the father's previous pressure on her, so that she is a little afraid of men. The only time she was intimate, she was in a state of oblivion the entire time. Jiang Xiaoxian could see the change in Su Wei after she returned to the imperial capital, and her mood was much lower all of a sudden. It seemed that this kind of task would not be something that someone like him, who could not speak in flowery language, could accomplish. But on a rare occasion, Su Changsheng also came to the side with an assist. Right, you guys are also considered a young couple. You don't know each other well yet, Xiao Wei. You go around with Xiaoxian, and also bring him to familiarize himself. Oh, got it. Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. Her father had opened his mouth and could only agree helplessly. After leaving the tea bar, the three elders left one after another, leaving the two to look at each other. If you're not willing, forget it. Jiang Xiaoxian also changed his previous enthusiastic attitude and said in a cold voice, since I've already agreed, I'll accompany you around. Su Wei's tone was perfunctory. No need. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to beg, and how was shopping with a reluctant person not a form of torture? At this time he actually no longer wanted to become a family with Su Wei in his heart, even if barely together, will become the same as Zeng Wan, cannot see hope without results. If he had known that Su Wei would come back like this, why would he bother to go through all the trouble? After saying that, he left alone toward his Audi car. Where are you going? Su Wei was left alone where she was. Without transportation she was a little angry. What was wrong with him? Wasn't he himself unwilling for the two to develop so quickly? Couldn't he give her some time to adapt? Her thoughts may be unjustifiable to her, but in the eyes of others it was selfishness. Jiang Xiaoxian did not respond and continued to walk forward. Su Wei also came to be angry, followed him to the front of the car, watched the other party sit in, also followed and sat on the passenger seat. I say Jiang Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? I've already said I'll accompany you around, but you're still coming on strong. Jiang Xiaoxian put his hands on the steering wheel and looked expressionlessly at the stunning beauty in front of him, hesitated for a while and said, Su Wei, are you not willing to be with me? Think we are together for too short a time and don't understand each other? Su Wei did not say anything. Perhaps he was right. Looking to see that the other party was silent, Jiang Xiaoxian had also decided not to force himself. I promise you, this time, if the marriage between your two families is successfully dissolved, I will leave. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Su Wei was a little slightly angry. Are you sleeping with me and don't want to be responsible? Ha, if that's really the case, why would I need to come all the way to imperial capital for? Humph, who knows what you think in your heart? Su Wei's heart was in turmoil, not knowing how to choose. The two of them were speechless. The car had already started, aimlessly weaving through the streets of the imperial capital. Jiang Xiaoxian, give me some more time. I need to think about our relationship. How long will it take? About a week. Fine, I'll give you a week. Now where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. The gathering of the heavens? I think. Where is that? You can navigate to it on your navigation. Good. Jutian Pavilion, a high-class private club in the imperial city that only caught fire in the past 2 years. I heard that the owner was an extremely beautiful woman, but few people had seen her in person. There are 8 floors in Jutianj. The first floor is a bar and dance hall, which is accessible to ordinary consumers, but requires a membership. The first $1 million of the card is counted as a member of the Jutian Pavilion. The second floor is filled with some of the most famous people in the empire. The first charge reaches 5 million can enter the second floor. The third layer needs $10 million. The fourth layer of the first charge needs to reach 20 million. The fifth layer not only depends on personal economic strength, but also depends on the social background. Here are generally rich in the party's second generation. There is the so-called Imperial for Beautiful, 12 less a few people. To the sixth floor membership card needs to be specially issued. The Emperor's 6 young masters, as well as some of the richest people around the world. Senior government officials to go up. The general assets of tycoons do not have tens of billions of dollars will not be invited. The 7th floor is the highest level open to the public. To come here only the imperial capital of the 4 great pride in Daxia around the pride of heaven. The so-called pride of heaven refers to the age of 30 years old or younger. In a certain field has a special contribution or ability of young people. As for the 8th floor, that is the boss's private residence, not open to the public. Those who were lucky enough to go up had heard that there were no more than 5 people so far. Today it was Su Wei's best sister who invited her. Su Wei and Hua Mugian, who were also the 4 beauties of the imperial city, were naturally both on the 5th floor. After checking Su Wei's invitation code, the receptionist brought the two of them to the 5th floor by swiping their cards. Arriving at the doorway, he bowed and said, "Madam, sir, this is your private room." "Thank you." The two nodded back. After the waiter retreated, the two opened the door and entered. Inside, there were already a dozen men and women sitting around. Su Wei saw at a glance that the man she never wanted to meet in her life, Lu Bing, was listed. Why is he here? When Hua Mugian saw Su Wei come in, she immediately got up and went forward to greet her. "Little Wei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be beautiful again." At this time one of the men who looked like a cockney got up and whistled. Oh, our imperial capital's 4 beauty Su Wei is here. Haha, if the other 2 beauties come again, our place will instantly be heaven on earth. Lu Bing put away the smile on his face and turned his head to look at the door, only to see that Su Wei was accompanied by a man. "Humph, this is the one you found as a shield, right?" What kind of country bumpkin dares to bring to a place like this? Let's see how you can explain today. Su Changsheng hadn't yet explained the withdrawal to the Lu family, so he didn't know the Su family's decision yet. He came to Su Wei with his wine glass in hand. Little Wei, I'm your fiancé. What do you mean by bringing another man? Lu Bing, don't talk nonsense. I've already married him. We are the real two. About my marriage contract with you is just a casual remark made by both parents after drinking. It doesn't count, and my parents have already recognized him as my husband. You'd better die of this heart. Seeing Lu Bing, Su Wei's face was cold to the extreme. Haha, very good. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? What consequences? You think that threatening me can tell me to give in? You can also try? Su Wei straightened her back, tilting her head back to look at Lu Bing's plump body and the disdainful expression on her face as she faced Jiang Xiaoxian. Well then, I'll call your father now to see whether this matter is your own doing or Su Changxing's intention. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Changxing's number, but it didn't take long for his face to turn cold. Good. Su family, you guys are trying to hold on my Lu family's head, aren't you? We'll see. What place is here? He recognized himself clearly, not to mention that he was only one of the 12 young men of the imperial capital. Even the 4 great prides of heaven would not dare to cause trouble in the gathering of heaven pavilion. He could only glare angrily at Su Wei and Jiang Xiaoxian by her side and turn around to leave, waiting to find the Su family to settle the score when he returned. But before leaving also did not forget to Jiang Xiaoxian put down harsh words. Kid, you have the guts to marry her, but do not have the life to enjoy. 2 people have been married, that this woman has no meaning for him. Even if they divorce, it is impossible to marry again. But the heart of the anger must find a place to vent. This anger is naturally Jiang Xiaoxian and the entire Su family to bear. Chapter 15, Su Wei's Circle. Lu Bing left the gathering heaven pavilion with an indignant face. A few of the men who were also part of the 12 young men of the imperial capital with him, their eyes all looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, who Su Wei had brought with her, in an unfavorable manner. However, Su Wei was also a member of their circle, and most of them could not possibly thin her face right then and there. Su Wei, you've been in our circle for so many years. Don't you know what people should be brought and what people shouldn't be brought? Just when the atmosphere was awkward, a tall man stood up and came out to say. He had a ferocious face, was dressed in a straight jacket, and there was a woman standing beside him. Looking at the woman's appearance, she was also the kind of rich and noble person, but her appearance seemed to be more or less the same as that of Hua Mugen Su Wei, and the two of them were a little bit worse. Fong Xiao, I choose what kind of man and what do you have to do with it? Besides, today it was Mugen who told me to come. I didn't expect you guys to be there. In fact, I'm not interested in this so-called circle at all. Su Wei's face turned blue, just because Hua Mugian didn't tell her beforehand that Lu Bing was also at the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. In fact, how was this not a setup that Lu Bing had purposely asked Hua Mugen to do? As she spoke, she glanced around at the crowd present, before redirecting her gaze to Fong Zhe. Very well, this is what you said. Then I now announce that from now on, she, Su Wei, is no longer a member of our 12 young 4 beauties circle in the imperial capital. Fong Zhe was the taller man from earlier, and now spoke once again. The tone was clearly as if he was announcing an outcome that everyone had to abide by. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't say anything the entire time, somewhat cold-eyed, but somewhat amused in his heart. But it was also true that they were not from the same world, much less in the same circle. So how could they understand the things and rules of other people's circles? Looking at these arrogant and domineering second-generation people with little ability, Jiang Xiaoxian couldn't raise his interest at all. However, he was surprised that Su Wei would actually disassociate herself from her own circle for him. To know these later can be the capital of her foothold. If really all off hook, that loss can be imagined. However, Su Wei may have been speaking in a moment of anger. She naturally knows what this so-called circle means to her. Su Changsheng only had her one daughter. If she withdrew from this circle, it would mean that she had personally handed over the Su family headship to her. Her grandfather was not the only granddaughter or grandson she had, but words spoken and water splashed out. You can't even take it back if you want to. What are you doing, young Fong? It was only then that Hua Mugen, who had been coldly watching from the sidelines, opened her mouth to act as a peacemaker. I'm sorry, Mugen. Let's just make another appointment for another day. It seems that my husband and I are not welcome here. Jiang Xiaoxian, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Xiaoxian's hand and prepared to leave. Vivian, what are you doing again? Do you know how much this will affect you in the future? Hua Mugian had called Su Wei here this time, mainly for Lu Bing, which was also the meaning of their imperial capital 12 young men. She didn't want her good sister to marry someone who didn't belong to this circle, unless the other person's family background was too good to be justified. But the moment Jiang Xiaoxian entered the door, she could see that the other party was just an ordinary family background. Also because in her concept or impression, really rich people were watches worth less than $1 million, wearing a famous private customized. Look at Jiang Xiaoxian, a dress not more than $3,000, The whole body does not even have a decent decoration. How can such a person integrate into their circle? And who would be willing to accept him? Su Wei, we are not against you, but this man you chose can't fit in with us at all. It's better to split up. Just now the words as if I didn't say it. Fong Zhe, who was the best family in this circle and the first young man in the 12 young men, gave Su Wei a step. Jiang Xiaoxian sniffed and looked at Su Wei, wanting to see her choice. If it wasn't for the change in her attitude after she returned to the imperial capital, Jiang Xiaoxian would have stood up to defend his woman a long time ago. Unfortunately, he didn't do so now, and had been silently hiding behind as if he was a wimp, mainly wanting to see what Su Wei would do next, how to choose. Su Wei's brows furrowed as she heard Fong Zhe's words and gently let go of the hand holding Jiang Xiaoxian. Looking at her companions who had known her for a few years or a decade together, she then looked at Jiang Xiaoxian who she had only known for a few days. I'm sorry everyone, this is something I decided a long time ago. Even if I separate from him, there's no way I'll choose Lu Bing. She struggled internally. In the end she could only bite her teeth and finished, pretending to leave the private room without any hesitation. Jiang Xiaoxian followed closely behind and followed out. Down the elevator without having to swipe the card, two people smoothly out of the Judiange. Su Wei came to Jiang Xiaoxian car side. Take me home. Su Wei, is it because I got you into trouble? It's none of your business. It's that they are too self-righteous. Although Su Wei was in an irritable mood, she didn't blame Jiang Xiaoxian, and likewise in her heart, she didn't care too much about his feelings. Just when the two were about to get on the car, suddenly a black Audi A8 drove towards the two side. Su Wei recognized this car. It was Lu Bing's. Jiang Xiaoxian, get in the car. Someone is coming to trouble you. Su Wei realized that Lu Bing this is definitely rushing towards Jiang Xiaoxian, and hurriedly called the other party to get on the car first and go back. But Jiang Xiaoxian, which is afraid of the Lord. When Su Wei said this, he realized that this car is not coming from a good place. He can also think with his toes. It should be which called Lu Bing. Sure enough, just when Jiang Xiaoxian hesitated for a moment, the car stopped at breakneck speed and three people came down from above. One of them was Lu Bing. Kid, now give you a chance. Give up Su Wei. Otherwise the rest of your life you can only walk in a wheelchair. Lu Bing held a baseball bat in his hand and walked slowly towards the two men, his face expression with some lewdness and smugness. The other two brawny men, also holding baseball bats, followed behind Lu Bing, blocking the path of the two. The corner of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that this time it was impossible not to make a move. Su Wei tugged at Jiang Xiaoxian and said hurriedly, Jiang Xiaoxian, you quickly go. Lu Bing is a black belt in Taekwondo, is very powerful. Su Wei, these people grew up in the family elders in order to children's safety. We'll ask some masters to teach them some kung fu. Lu Bing was naturally no exception. Su Wei remembered that in their circle the strength could be ranked in the top 3. Humph, just a few trash. Jiang Xiaoxian hadn't moved his muscles for a long time, and he didn't expect that his first time back home would still be with a love rival. Are you crazy? Su Wei was anxious. As long as Jiang Xiaoxian left, Lu Bing and the others would not do anything to her. Nothing, you take care of yourself. Kid's breath is not small. Ha ha, it's too late to leave now. Lu Bing said. The stick had already smashed towards Jiang Xiaoxian's head. Jiang Xiaoxian's eyes and hands were quick, and he firmly grasped the baseball bat that came swinging. Lu Bing looked at this scene shocked. Su Wei was equally a bit surprised. She knew that Jiang Xiaoxian was very powerful. She did not expect to catch Lu Bing's baseball bat with one hand with a full force strike. Good boy is capable. No wonder he is emboldened. Garbage never dies from nonsense. Like you right now. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the three people in front of him with a face of contempt. Chapter 16, The Boss's Wife of Jutian Pavilion. What are you guys waiting for? Give me a go. Lu Bing could sense that the strength of the man in front of him was not to be underestimated, but he didn't believe that the three people on his side couldn't deal with him. The two little brothers also came back to their senses at the sound of the voice, and smashed at Jiang Xiaoxian. Unfortunately, before their sticks could fall, Jiang Xiaoxian had already kicked Lu Bing away and snatched the baseball bat from his hand. Jiang Xiaoxian's strength was from crawling through the real battlefield, and was not at all at the same level as these punks. Every time the three clashed their sticks, one would fall to the ground. Of course Jiang Xiaoxian's was still firmly in his hand. Looking at the three people who had lost their weapons, if they were in the desert, then Jiang Xiaoxian could have completely killed them one by exploding their heads. Unfortunately, the great Daxia saved them, and in the end, Jiang Xiaoxian just beat them until they lost their fighting strength and stopped. You believe me now when I say garbage dies from nonsense, don't you? Su Wei knew that Jiang Xiaoxian was powerful. She had learned from him last time, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. In a minute's time the three pugilists were all lying on the ground crying their heads off. Good boy, you're dead this time. Lu Bing was annoyed to the extreme. The idea of getting rid of Jiang Xiaoxian had already risen in his heart. Who dares to cause trouble here? Lu Bing staggered up after letting out his harsh words, when he heard a strong voice resounding behind him. A few people turned around to look, only to see a sultry woman followed by two middle-aged men in tang suits, walking towards this side. One of the middle-aged man Lu Bing recognized. It was the fifth-floor chief of the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. He had heard that he was a former Dashan national martial arts champion, while the other middle-aged man he had never seen before. Then he looked at the woman in the middle of the two. Absolutely beautiful. The word absolutely beautiful couldn't even describe it, but it could only be described like this. The woman was too beautiful, as if she was an absolute beauty that ran out of a painting, and as if she was an AI demonist that didn't belong to this world. The woman came to the front of several people. Behind her, the middle-aged uncle of the fifth floor who was in charge of the Gathering Heaven Pavilion, muttered a few words in the woman's ear, as if he was introducing the beautiful woman to Lu Bing, who had just let loose with his harsh words. After listening, the woman smiled charmingly at Lu Bing. With just this smile, she seduced his soul. Lu Bing stared stupidly at the woman in front of him, not daring to speak nor willing to avert his eyes. You are Lu Bing of the Lu family, one of the 12 young men of the imperial capital? Yes, I am precisely Lu Bing. Lu Bing hurriedly nodded his head and said, being asked by the woman like this, the pain from being hit with those sticks by Jiang Xiaoxian just now seemed to have disappeared instantly. Do you know where this place is? Lu Bing frowned. The woman couldn't be the mysterious boss of the Jutian Pavilion, right? I heard that the boss of the Gathering Heaven Pavilion was a woman who looked like a woman of national color and beauty, but it was a pity that they had never seen it before. Now that they thought about it, the fifth-floor chief steward was following behind him, and his appearance was even more stunning. So who would this woman be if she wasn't the boss? Are you the boss of this Heaven Gathering Pavilion? Lu Bing boldly asked with a smile. In his heart, he muttered, he didn't make trouble inside, so he shouldn't be able to touch this person's mold, right? But his heart was still not sure. He had heard that those rich people from abroad who didn't know the rules of this place made trouble in the Jutian Pavilion, and within a few days, the whole company declared bankruptcy, and the people inexplicably disappeared. More than once this kind of rumor, more than the whole Jutiansh has become these people to play want to make trouble taboo. Since then, no one dares to make trouble in Jutiansh. Lu Bing just in the private room dare not make trouble also because of this. Besides, the woman in front of him was ruthless, and her background was even more powerful and mysterious. Even the four great prides of the imperial capital didn't dare to touch the boss's wife here, not to mention these 12 young men who were 2 levels below them. Now that he had encountered the honored one, Lu Bing was afraid and at the same time grateful. Grateful that he was able to catch a glimpse of the boss lady's face. He was also afraid that he would take the other party's anger and involve himself and the entire Lu family. He was not arrogant enough to think that the Lu family alone could fight against the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. The woman raised her eyebrows lightly to look at the 5 people present. Young Lu, won't you give me an explanation? This, boss lady is like this. This brat snatched my woman. Do you think this hatred of wife snatching is not shared? That's why I offended the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. But this is a garage. It won't affect your business. Lu Bing explained. Oh, the woman nodded slightly and walked towards Jiang Xiaoxian, looking the other party up and down. She had not seen this man in front of her before, so she asked softly, is what he said true? Ha ha, does this have anything to do with you? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't care how strong your background was, and likewise didn't want to respond to the 2 men's one-upmanship. This is your own business. What does it have to do with you guys? It's true that it's not related, but the fact that you injured the 3 of them in my territory seems to have something to do with me. Su Wei pulled on Jiang Xiaoxian's hand trying to tell him to shut up and stop talking. Jiang Xiaoxian gripped Su Wei's hand hard. It's fine, I'm here. Jiang Xiaoxian, you say less. Don't anger this boss lady. Su Wei had been staring at the woman in front of her. Even though she was already pretty enough, she was still a little ashamed of herself when she saw this person. It really was too beautiful. And the rumors of the other party were naturally no exception to what she had heard. Miss Su, right? It's fine, I'm just curious. The fact that he alone can defeat 3 big men means that the strength is good. As for what Lu Xiao said, it really has nothing to do with me and I don't want to get involved. But I hope that this gentleman can come to my Gathering Heaven Pavilion to do something. Of course the money will definitely not be less. Ha ha, aren't you being too presumptuous? Why would I want to come and work for you? Jiang Xiaoxian let go of his grip on Su Wei's hand and took a step in front of the woman. The eyes didn't flicker for a second. It was the first time even he, Jiang Xiaoxian, had seen such a beautiful woman. The 3 Lu Bing on the side were somewhat watching the show. This time they didn't need to personally take action themselves. This guy was also dead. Kid, you better stay away from my boss. Uncle Su, there is no harm. I think this little brother should be a newborn calf. Saying that I am self-righteous. Ha ha, this is the first time someone has said that. Lu Xiao, I won't blame you for what you did. Take these 2 people of yours to hurry up and leave. Or else in a moment. The woman's eyebrows glared, revealing a majestic anger. The other side finished. Lu Bing, which also dared to stay more, hurriedly picked up the stick on the ground, ran into the car and flew away. The woman looked at the leaving car contemptuous smile, and to Jiang Xiaoxian revealed a hint of flirtation. Get to know me. I, Morong Xiaoran, boss of Jutian Pavilion, the woman said with her head held high. Jiang Xiaoxian, good Mr. Jiang, I have an idea. You and this Miss Su want to leave can. First defeat one of them behind me, second work for me. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoxian raised the corner of his mouth. What is this woman's origin? He suddenly had some interest, gently reaching out to pick Morong Xiaoran's chin. At this time behind him, Uncle Su, the chief administrator of the 5th floor, stepped out with his hand. Kid, you are looking for death. Morong Xiaoran retreated a few steps back, her face became icy cold. This was the first time she was so lightly treated by a man. The key to this man seems ordinary cannot be ordinary. Perhaps the only thing that attracted her attention is just now that agile and strong hands. In fact, when Lu Bing's car just drove in, Morong Xiaoran's car also drove in. She wanted to get out of the car and go upstairs, but when she suddenly saw the conflict over here, she became interested. Uncle Su and Jiang Xiaoxian quickly exchanged blows. Su Wei watched worriedly from the side, but couldn't do much to help. You kid is not bad. Uncle Su had to admit that if the fight continued, he was no match for this young man. Then he wanted to end the fight quickly. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoxian didn't give him this chance, and after blocking his opponent's kick with his hand, his fist quickly followed up with a fierce punch to Uncle Su's stomach. This punch knocked Uncle Su to the ground. Kang Shuing clapped his hands and once again looked at the woman watching the show not far away. Boss lady can leave now, right? Morong Xiaoran also frowned, not realizing that this man was so powerful that even Uncle Su, the national champion, was not his opponent. Such a man she must stay for her own use. Mr. Jiang, what I promised you naturally counts, but only one can leave, you or Miss Su. This was also exactly what Jiang Xiaoxian wanted. He also wanted to figure out what this woman's origin was. There was such a woman in the imperial capital. Didn't Lao Luo know about it? You're cheating. But on his mouth, he could only say it obediently so as not to arouse the other party's suspicion. Jiang Xiaoxian, you leave. I think the boss's wife shouldn't do anything to a woman like me, Su Wei said. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't pay any attention. Well then, I choose to tell my wife to leave. Good. The two men were somewhat unaware of each other. Morong Xiaoran thought that this man was looking at her beauty, but she didn't care about these. Being able to defeat an Uncle Su was just that. Wanting to mess around in the Gathering Heaven Pavilion, he was bound to die even if he was more powerful. Su Wei, you go back first. Here are the car keys. Don't worry about me. Jiang Xiaoxian handed the car keys to Su Wei and followed Morong Xiaoran in the elevator to the legendary 8th floor of the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. Chapter 17. If you love, why are you determined? Jiangzhou, inside the Zeng family villa in Aija Garden, the couple, Zeng Guoqing He Mufei, who had traveled abroad, had just returned. Zang Wan, where is your husband? Zeng Guoqing looked at the villa, which was much more cluttered than before, and Jiang Xiaoxian, who had usually been busy for a long time, now disappeared and asked. The husband and wife did not know about their daughter's son-in-law's divorce. Zang Wan's heart suddenly ached when she heard the word husband. He had some things to do back home. Zang Wan replied softly with averted eyes. How is he now? Where is he? Zang Wan did not know a thing. What's more, she understands very little. And in addition to feeling Jiang Xiaoxian's impeccable care over the past year of her marriage, Zang Wan does not know a thing about the rest. Now that she remembered, her face couldn't help but become shy. Old home? Where is he from? How come we've never heard him talk about it in this year? He Mufei, who was sitting on the sofa eating a snack, looked at her daughter with some surprise. Although she didn't really like Jiang Xiaoxian as her son-in-law, it was also because the other party only knew how to do some housework at home for the past year, and did not make any progress, and the daughter and he is not a real couple. This point the two families know very well. If not, they would not have acquiesced to the two sleeping separately. Mother's question Zang Wan did not know how to answer. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, it was me who lost Jiang Xiaoxian. What? How can a big living person be lost? Zeng Guoqing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his tone. What the hell is going on? Zang Wan's mother, He Mufei, with a serious expression and worry in her gaze, opened her mouth to ask. Although she hadn't really been in favor of the two's marriage from the beginning, she had slowly gotten used to it and felt that Jiang Xiaoxian was really surprisingly good to her daughter, so she had slowly felt that the two were also good. Now that she heard that she lost Jiang Xiaoxian, she was also at a loss. Zang Wan lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, unable to answer her parents' questions. Why don't you say something? Zeng Guoqing's tone became a bit anxious. Dad, don't be anxious for a moment. The thing is like this. Zang Wan still didn't choose to hide it, and told all about Han Changfeng coming back and divorcing Jiang Xiaoxian. So you want to be with that Han Changfeng guy? Today's Zeng Guoqing, the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. The good husband did not cherish, had to hang out with that Han Changfeng who had character problems. However, looking at her daughter who seemed remorseful. The anger in her heart gradually subsided. Dad, I'm not sure. When I was with Jiang Xiaoxian, I did think about those times with Han Changfeng all the time. Really, when Jiang Xiaoxian disappeared from my life, I realized that I didn't love him that much, but rather, I missed the days of having Jiang Xiaoxian for the past year. My mind is so messed up. Dad, what do you think I should do? As a famous saying goes, if you don't know how to cherish it when you have it, what's the use of regretting it when he's lost? Zang Wan now wished to see Jiang Xiaoxian again and say sorry to him. If possible, she wanted to remarry, and this time if she could be together, she would live with him for the rest of her life, get to know all of him, and make up for all that she had lacked for him over the past year. Unfortunately, 4 or 5 days have passed. In addition to that time he came to the villa to see that unbearable scene. It never appeared, as if the earth disappeared. When he turned back and realized that he liked Kang Xiaoxian, he realized that he had already hurt him too deeply. These days is not without searching, but also called their own friends. In the Jiangzhou police station Lu Yan looking for, but unfortunately still not a little news. Want to report the case? But her current identity police department will not care, unless they are still married. Divorced is divorced. What's the big deal? Our family Xiao Wan is so beautiful. Can't we find a better one than Jiang Xiaoxian? The one who spoke was naturally Zang Wan's mother. He Mu Fei. Alas, things have come to this regret, and what is the use? He left. That is not see hope. He to you this year how we all see in the eyes. But unfortunately your return is running Han Changfeng, that negative man, and go. Put aside who cannot stand. Mother's words are like the usual nagging into the heart of Zang Wan. But hearing her father say this, even more so, Zang Wan felt immensely ashamed. Not love is okay, but unfortunately after Jiang Xiaoxian left, Zang Wan realized that she had already gotten used to having him in her life. I don't know if this is considered love or not. Now that Jiang Xiaoxian is nowhere to be found, Zang Wan teared up the whole day. I know I'm wrong, but why can't he give me a chance? Zang Wan face full of tears. She still stubbornly thought that Jiang Xiaoxian this year's payment, that is truly due to love her. If you love her so much, why did you leave so decisively? She couldn't figure it out. She didn't do anything to apologize to Jiang Xiaoxian in this year. Until now she had kept herself as a woman, and if she could, it was all his. Dad, don't worry, no matter the ends of the earth I will definitely chase Jiang Xiaoxian back. Alas, we are not involved. Just decide on your own on marriage matters. Except for Han Changfeng. Zhang Guiqing's expression became serious and he said in a calm tone, when he thought of Han Changfeng's unannounced departure at that time, causing the entire Zhang family to lose face, he was furious. Regarding Han Changfeng, Zang Wan couldn't say for herself what her state of mind was. These days she avoided him because the other party's roughness that night made Zang Wan need to re-examine the relationship between the two. How to say is also love for more than 5 years of the man, all of a sudden cut off she cannot do. But the inner tendency is becoming more and more obvious as on Kang Xiaoxian. Kang Xiaoxian, where the hell have you been? Give a chance to make amends, can it? I am willing to do anything. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down Zang Wan inner monologue. The two families played half a month also tired, early to go back to rest, leaving Zang Wan alone sitting on the sofa thinking about Jiang Xiaoxian. The next day, after a night of mental struggle, Zang Wan finally decided to break off her relationship with Han Changfeng. Picking up the phone, she moved the number she had already blacklisted out of her blacklist. Hey, Xiao Wan, you're finally willing to call me. I'm sorry, I was wrong that night. I'll never treat you like that again. Zang Wan's sudden break called Han Changfeng felt desperate. He came back to take down the Zhang group. Did not expect because of his own impulsiveness almost made a big mistake. Luckily, Zang Wan and himself have been in love for many years, and he knows that as long as he admits his mistake, Zang Wan will always forgive him. Unfortunately, he thought wrong. Zang Wan delayed to open his mouth. He kept apologizing and repenting on the other end. Han Changfeng, I don't blame you, but after thinking about it for the past few days, I still want to say to you, I'm sorry. The feelings between us should have come to an end when you left without saying goodbye in the first place. Han Changfeng, in the future, we'd better be at peace with each other. No one should disturb each other. Xiao Wan, don't please give me another chance, okay? Before Han Changfeng could finish, Zang Wan had already hung up the phone and re-blackened the other party. On the other side of the phone, Han Changfeng slammed his cell phone heavily on the ground, pulverizing it. Zang Wan, you wait and see. On Zang Wan's side, she looked at the phone number that she had purposely made a note of a few days ago, Dear Xiaoxian, and directly put it on top. Although this number would never call in again, she still felt that the other party would come to her one day when she was in trouble. She was convinced that Kang Shuhyun, who would only be taking care of people at home, would come back in no time because he had no money on him. The $1 million she gave him, the other party also did not take away. Perhaps this is his behavior to express his dissatisfaction. This society cannot be separated from money everywhere. This is Zang Wan carved in the bones of the idea. When parting blossomed, stretching out the new growth of branches. The cell phone rings again. Zeng Wan thought it was Jiang Xiaoxian called, cannot wait to pick up. A look only to find that it is their good girlfriend Yang Xiaofang. Xiaofang? Oh, Xiao Bol, I've fallen out of love. Can you accompany me out for a stroll? What's wrong? Li Xianyi doesn't want you anymore? Today I found that scummy guy and another woman walking out of the hotel. I'm not living anymore. Don't cry. Where are you? I'm going to find you now. I'm at home. Oh, okay, I'll come right away. Zang Wan, Li Xianyi and Yang Xiaofang were college classmates. And of course, Han Changfeng. The four used to be one of the most beautiful sceneries on the university campus. Two big school flowers paired with two school herbs. How many people were envied to death at that time? Unfortunately, in the same day, Zang Wan and Han Changfeng completely say goodbye. And another pair has been running for 7 years. Li Xuanyi Yang Xiaofang also did not escape the fate of the breakup. Chapter 18, Morong Xiaoran. Back to the previous night inside the imperial capital's Jutian pavilion. The highest 8 floors, top-notch luxury, like a private manor, looked otherwise. Uncle Su, Uncle Li, the two of you just stand guard outside. Boss, this isn't good. He's not weak, the two advised in unison. It's fine. Morong Xiaoran's eyes blinked at Jiang Xiaoxian and did not see those things that should not be in the other party's eyes. The two had no choice but to nod their heads in agreement and stand at the door. If there was something inside, they could also go in at any time to protect the boss. Morong Xiaoran opened the door. Is a large office. Said the office, but more like a large luxury living room. Several screens on the wall show the real-time picture of every place from the 5th to the 7th floor of the entire Jutian pavilion. Jiang Xiaoxian followed behind him and came to sit down at the sofa. I don't know what Miss Morong specially brought me here for. Morong Xiaoran smiled faintly and helped Jiang Xiaoxian pour a cup of tea. Jiang Xiaoxian, please have some tea. Elegantly, she made an inviting gesture. Every action showed her nobility and elegance pouring over the crowd. Although Jiang Xiaoxian's fixation was strong enough, he was still attracted by the other party's every move. From time to time, his eyes looked at the other party, but there was no hint of lightness. Am I beautiful? Being stared at by the other party, Morong Xiaoran was not annoyed and still asked with a flirtatious smile. Beautiful. Truth be told, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. This is the truth. But one thing is that the great summer country has seen the most beautiful, not the whole world, because the beauty of each country is different, and the beauty in each person's eyes is also different. That's quite an honor. Honestly, calling you up here just for one thing. Can you do something for me? Then you can see me every day. What a beautiful thing. But unfortunately, Jiang is not blessed to enjoy it. Jiang Xiaoxian gently shook his head. Why? Morong Xiaoran was stunned. This kind of thing was something that no one else could even beg for. But he flatly refused. Because I still have an important task that I haven't completed. Hearing this, Morong Xiaoran felt that this man was not simple. Did he have another identity? What task? Can you talk to me? Morong Xiaoran was just testing and didn't think the other side would say it. But she wasn't good at being confident that her looks could tell every man to fall for her. Of course you can. It's not like it's a secret. Morong Xiaoran came to be interested and perked up her ears, waiting for the other party to tell. My family gave me the task, told me to find a woman to get married quickly and have children. Alas, this thing you say is able to rush? Ha! Morong Xiaoran a little bit did not play the feeling. This thought he is what special organization did not expect is also a denizen. Just not as impatient as those men. What's wrong? This mission of mine, could it be that Miss Morong is a little disappointed to hear it? Indeed, somewhat. Then let's get back to the point. How about I offer $3 million a year to hire you to come to the Gathering Heaven Pavilion to serve as the 7th floor's chief administrator? Sounds quite tempting, but I don't like to be tied down. But it's fine if you want to call me a chief steward. Jiang Xiaoxian's sudden relief called Morong Xiaoran a little surprised. Say, if the boss's wife asks me to be the chief steward of the 8th floor, I will not hesitate to say yes. Looks like Mr. Jiang is joking. You know that this 8th floor is my private domain. Being the chief steward here, could it be that you want the entire Gathering Heaven Pavilion? Jiang Xiaoxian laughed and shook his head again. I don't like the Gathering Heaven Pavilion, but I have my eye on the boss lady of this Gathering Heaven Pavilion. Why do you think you grow so beautiful? How can you tell a man to live? There was teasing, and appreciation in these words. I think Mr. Jiang is drunk without wine. There are some things that can be said, but if you continue to pretend, it will be easy to get into trouble. The most crucial, just now the Miss Su family in the garage is your wife. If this is heard by her, I think you will inevitably be a little embarrassed. I just thought that you are threatening me, but I don't really care. Everyone has the heart to love beauty. Why can't I say it? The idea of recruiting Jiang Xiaoxian had already been dispelled by Morong Xiaoran. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for such a man to stay by his side. Right at this moment, on the monitor screen, at the entrance of the 8th floor, a man suddenly appeared. This man is about 30 years old. A blue suit sets off his proud and handsome face. Seeing the visitor, Morong Xiaoran was suddenly a little flustered. Who is this man? Jiang Xiaoxian was a little curious. The imperial capital he hadn't known for too long. Some people didn't recognize, but looking at the face there was some familiarity, as if he had seen it when he was small. Mr. Jiang, there is a secret compartment there. Do you want to hide for a while? I don't want him to see another man in my room. Good. Jiang Xiaoxian also wanted to look in the dark to see what the identity of this man who called Morong Xiaoran suddenly nervous was. It was good to hide in the shadows. Watching Jiang Xiaoxian hide, Morong Xiaoran organized herself and came to the door. Ji Cheng, you're here. Morong Xiaoran instantly changed from a royal lady to a little girl, feigning innocence. Well, boss lady, last time your bamboo leaf figurine was really good. I didn't think that this place actually hides such a beautiful wine on earth. It's really rare. Ha ha, this time I came here because I want to ask for some more. I don't know if Morong boss lady can reward me with her face. As for what to use in exchange, you can just open your mouth as long as I can satisfy you. Jiang Xiaoxian heard clearly in the dark compartment. This man is not like what he thought is what this woman, and Ji surname he knows. The imperial capital big family Ji family when he was small grandpa took him there. Quite a strength. But it is the kind of underpinnings behind the strength is not on the surface. But in front of Jiang Xiaoxian is still a little bit not enough to see. But in the imperial capital is indeed also the top big family. Morong Xiaoran left hand light on the upper lip a smile. Ji Gongzi is the imperial capital of the four great heavenly pride of the first. At the age of 29 years old was promoted to colonel. You are just going to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Small women which can ask for something in exchange for the reason. The so-called heaven's pride is the height that others have not reached at this age. Just like Ji Cheng, 29 years old colonel that is time and time again to make a merit in exchange for his life. But Jiang Xiaoxian look at each other's demeanor is also the kind of heroic great man. Not like a prodigal son who covets beauty. Suddenly he wanted to walk out to meet with this so-called first heavenly pride. Who? Ji Cheng, whose ears were exceptionally sharp, suddenly heard a faint scuffling sound. His ears throbbed, recognizing the direction of the sound. Boss Morong, you should have been entered here. Be careful. Nope, it's fine. Shoo. Ji Cheng slowly approached the dark compartment where Jiang Xiaoxian was hiding and made a shushing gesture to Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran's heart suddenly beat hard. If Ji Cheng saw that he was hiding a man in his house, his image in his mind would fall to pieces, and the fantasy that he had originally had would also become illusory. Would the slightest hint of fondness in his heart still be known to him? It should be the kitten I raised. Don't you know that I recently raised a cat? Morong Xiaoran hurriedly pulled Ji Cheng round to lie. But what kind of person is Ji Cheng? How could he be stopped by her one sentence? Come out, or you will die a horrible death. Already close to Jiang Xiaoxian, Ji Cheng clenched his fists. He could guess that the person who came here and still hid, that must be the one who had something against Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran on the side closed her eyes in remorse. Why did she ask him to come to her place? Is it just a person with good hands? This world is full of such people, but now it was too late to regret. I didn't expect Ji Cheng to suddenly come to her today. The only one who could come to the 8th floor alone was Ji Cheng in the entire imperial capital, as this was licensed by Morong Xiaoran. Chapter 19 Ji Cheng, head of the four heavenly pride, come out. Ji Cheng approached the dark compartment of the closet and once again called for the hidden all to come out. Jiang Xiaoxian also knew that hiding was not an option and said softly, okay, I'll come out. The moment he stepped out, Ji Cheng swung his fist and slammed it over, but unfortunately he overestimated his strength. His fist was held by Jiang Xiaoxian. I say handsome, there's no need to hit someone as soon as we meet, right? Jiang Xiaoxian fixed his eyes and saw that Ji Cheng was really good looking, quite a bit more handsome than himself. But he wasn't that kind of effeminate feeling, rather he exuded a kind of arrogant and majestic handsomeness. Who are you and why are you here? Ji Cheng frowned. Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged his shoulders and looked at Morong Xiaoran, pointing at the other side. Ask her, she was the one who invited me up here and told me to hide when she saw you come here. Isn't that right, Miss Morong? Morong Xiaoran repented. This person is really honest. Say everything. What should she do? It was wrong to admit it or not, but it was already in front of her eyes. To say that it was Jiang Xiaoxian who sneaked in, then it would be hard to avoid a bad battle. To say that he was invited by himself, then his position in Ji Cheng's heart would be in tatters. Ji Cheng, his hands are very good. I wanted to invite him to come to the Gathering Heaven Pavilion to be a guard. I didn't expect you to come before the negotiation was done. I told him to hide in order not to be misunderstood by you. The explanation was imminent and could only be told truthfully. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded, thinking, look, I'm right. Oh haha, that's really a misunderstanding. Ji Cheng laughed with a big grin and then withdrew his fist. As long as it wasn't sneaking in, then it didn't matter. Besides Morong Xiaoran's emotions towards him, he couldn't tell. Saying that, he extended his hand. Imperial capital Ji family Ji Cheng, nice to meet you. I think the person who was specially invited into the 8th floor by Morong boss lady must be a capable person among capable people. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't put on a show either. Seeing that the other party was sincere, he similarly extended his hand to shake. Jiang Xiaoxian, a jobless hobo with nothing to do. Ji Chang waved his hand and wore a bright smile. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian was no longer the same kind of eyes that looked at outlaws. It's alright. Brother Jiang just blocked my 8 points of force punch with that one blow. His strength is definitely outstanding. How can such strength be a hobo with nothing to do? Haha, modest. Jiang Xiaoxian accidentally. This guy is a man of nature. Came here only to ask for a cup of Morong Xiaoran's wine. But there is not a hint of covetousness for beautiful women in his eyes. Besides, after knowing that he was invited by Morong Xiaoran, the whole person will be like seeing an old friend in general. Put down the posture of the four great pride of the head of the style. Jiang Xiaoxian poured out emotion. This person can be handed over. Brother Ji's strength is also good. It seems to have spent time in the army. The two chatted while sitting on a soft sofa on the side, completely putting aside Morong Xiaoran, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. This is not Ji Mao bragging. Underneath is now the captain of the Great Summer Tigers Special Operations Team. Awesome, awesome. Jiang Xiaoxian clasped his fists. It's a shame to say that the predecessor of the Fierce Tiger Special Warfare Team was brought to its current splendor only by a legendary figure, and it's just too difficult to go further now. Oh, who is that legendary figure? Jiang Xiaoxian came to be interested. The imperial capital was known as a legend, or someone from before, then he should know something about it himself. This I also do not know. Glory wall, that photo has been empty, said to be in order to keep it secret. Haha, not to say again, it should involve confidentiality. Haha, also not hidden from Brother Ji. I am also a soldier. Ji Cheng nodded. I can see that. I recognize that you just now. It's just that I don't know what army Brother Jiang is in. This? Jiang Xiaoxian looked up at Morong Xiaoran, who was leaning on the side of the table with her arms around her chest, meaning that it was inconvenient to say. Ji Chang looked at Morong Xiaoran along with his gaze, then laughed. There is no harm, Morong boss lady is also one of our own. Oh? Jiang Xiaoxian was a little curious. Ji Chang, I don't think it's convenient to say these words. Morong Xiaoran prevented Ji Chang from continuing to introduce his life. In Morong Xiaoran's opinion, Ji Chang was good at everything, but when it came to the people he believed in, there was no gate on his mouth. This kind of character is good and bad, easy to be taken advantage of. Especially Morong Xiaoran looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. Why would he tell his situation before knowing anything about the other party at all? Also right. Ji Chang also felt that he was talking a bit too much. Well, boss lady has a point. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally followed suit and advised not to feel like he was here to pry for information when the time came. Come on, let's not talk about this today. Meeting each other means we are confidants. Xiaoran, go and get the wine. Today I am going to drink with Brother Jiang without getting drunk. Jiang Xiaoxian, however, waved his hand back and forth. Brother Ji should reschedule for another day. I still have things to do. That's fine. Ji Chang had just finished speaking when his cell phone rang. Hey, got it. We'll go back later. Looks like Brother Ji has something to do? My fiancé called me back, saying it's for the wedding preparations. That's more important. If you'll excuse me, let's pick a place in the sky to have a good fight and a good drink some other time. Okay. Jiang Xiaoxian couldn't wait. Why wouldn't he like this kind of person? Brash and not pretentious. Just like the great hero Xiaofeng in movies and TV. But after his sentence about his fiancé was finished, Morong Xiaoran's face on the side immediately became stiff and incomparable. He is already engaged? The one he likes is going to get married right away? One hadn't even started to love. Could it be over? When Ji Chang left, Morong Xiaoran's body almost fell down. Boss lady, are you okay? Jiang Xiaoxian's quick eyes and hands went forward ready to assist. Unfortunately, she was pushed away by Morong Xiaoran. Don't touch me. Eyes moist. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian actually with some disgust, then dizzily came to the sofa and sat down. You can leave. I don't care how much Ji Chang met you at first sight, but you are not welcome here. You know. The unexplained anger naturally burned into Kong Shuyin. You like Ji Chang, but I can't tell from his eyes that he likes you. People like him only love one woman in his life, and all his other energies will be directed towards his own goals. If you're thinking of having any results with him, you'd better wash your hands of him. Scram! Morong Xiaoran couldn't suppress her angry roar. The two chief stewards at the door sniffed at the same time and broke in. What's wrong with the boss's wife? Looking at Morong Xiaoran, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, the two thought the wrong way. Angry eyes looking towards Jiang Xiaoxian, the two acted together, ready to subdue the man. Looking at the three who were about to fight, Morong Xiaoran opened her mouth and roared. All of you get out. You take him out. He will not be welcome in Jutian Pavilion in the future. Yes. Are you leaving on your own or are you asking us to do it? The two men came to Jiang Xiaoxian's side and threatened. Then I won't bother you too. Jiang Xiaoxian stuck his hands in his pockets and without hesitation stepped away from the Gathering Heaven Pavilion. Just stepping out of the Jutian Pavilion, he glanced over to see an Audi parked in front of him. This car was exactly the one he drove here. Su Wei, you haven't gone back yet? Get in the car. Good. The air inside the car was unusually depressing. Su Wei didn't say anything, just concentrated on driving. Thank you Su Wei, for being able to wait for me. I'm just afraid that you'll never come out again, and I'll have to go and cancel your account for you. Ha ha, that's true. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly. The car became quiet once again. Where do you live? I'll drive you there. Su Wei asked. You go back to Su's house first. You're staying at my place? Jiang Xiaoxian sniffed in some confusion. Su Wei, we seem to be a couple now. Why can't I stay at your place? I think our relationship needs to be reconsidered. Su Wei's face was expressionless, reverting back to the icy look she had at the beginning at the dating venue. That's fine. You go back to Su's house first, and I'll drive back to my house. Okay. The two separated at the Su family gate. Su Wei got out of the car and headed inside without looking back. Jiang Xiaoxian drove all the way back to his parents. The father had something to do not at home. Parents Nolan looked at his son some proud face with a smile. Up is a big hug. This is their son who has been separated for 2 years. My son has grown handsome again, but unfortunately it is this face with some sadness. And mom say what's wrong? Nolan held Kong Xiaoxian's face and scrutinized it. Mom, do you think my son is not good enough? Why do you say that? So many girls hate me. Ugh, what a failure. Although this sounded a bit demoralizing, Kong Xiuhyun's face was just a bit frustrated, not too sad, because there was once that one girl who loved him so much that she could give up her life. Jiang Xiaoxian is also the same. If she is still there, even if Morong Xiao ran initiative to throw himself in his arms, he will not look at more than one glance. Unfortunately, the accident 5 years ago, she stayed in the desert forever. Vaguely remember her last words. Live well. Don't let the whole Hess down because of me. In the future, if there's a good girl, forget about me. Maybe I'm not blessed with this, but with you by my side these years, everything is enough. Jiang Xiaoxian had long been teary-eyed, drops of hot tears dripping down into her lover's arms. Lin, don't say that, please. Unfortunately, when he dried his tears again, Daylin closed his eyes forever. From that point on, Jiang Xiaoxian didn't pull himself together for 4 years, and it wasn't until Luo Wansheng told him to return to Daxia that he slowly came back to his senses. He was so good to Zang Wan, but in his heart, he thought of Zeng Wan as Dailin, and this kind of taking another woman as a substitute is what made him give without complaint. The next day, Jiang Xiaoxian picked up the phone and called Su Wei. Jiang Xiaoxian, I am going to return to Jiangzhou at noon. Do you go back? Su Wei returned home, only to realize that the Su family had completely fallen out with the Lu family, and if she didn't return to the company in Jiangzhou, that side would definitely be eaten up by the Lu family. So when she received Jiang Xiaoxian's call, she didn't wait for the other party to say anything and announced the result. What's wrong? Let's not talk about it for now. If you go back, come to the Imperial Capital Airport now and take a plane back. If you don't want to go back, then just pretend I didn't say it. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 20 Car Accident. In a hurry to leave the Imperial City, naturally, he had to talk to his family, and Jiang Xiaoxian took a taxi directly to the airport after making the call. Su Wei's sudden departure was partly due to Lu Bing. The first time I saw him, I was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. The Lu family naturally cannot be subjected to the nuisance. That night Su Wei just went home, just to meet the two families their quarrel. In the end, it was not a happy ending. Su Changsheng is also for his daughter, told her to hurry back to Jiangzhou with Jiang Xiaoxian, where it is not the Lu family sphere of influence. Jiang Xiaoxian in. Su Changsheng also assured some. I also heard Lu Bing said to find a son-in-law who can fight is amazing, right? I know that Jiang Xiaoxian also know Kung Fu. Su Changsheng also counted on some relief. Jiang Xiaoxian hung up his own family's phone on the road, and also pretended to be his mother. Jiang Yuehong called a past. How to say 2 children to go away. Su family elders have come. He Jiang family does not come to a say not to go. Jiang Yuehong also happens to be still on vacation. Quickly agreed, drove the same car to the airport. 1 hour later, the Imperial Capital Airport. Jiang Xiaoxian quickly stepped to the waiting hall. The family of 3 and Uncle Wei were waiting for him there. Coming? Su Changsheng looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with some meaningful eyes. Perhaps it was because after learning that the other party was Jiang Yuehong's son, this was something he himself should not be able to say. Su Wei just looked at it and retracted her gaze to look at the cell phone in her hand. Jiang Xiaoxian also did not care, suddenly already accustomed to the woman's indifference to him. Not only her, but also the once Zang Wan. Yesterday's Morong Xiaoran all had the same look. Maybe he really didn't appeal to girls, but it didn't matter to him. There was once that one woman who loved him like her life had accompanied him. This life was already enough. Uncle Su, Auntie Lin, what time is the flight? Jiang Xiaoxian quickly stepped forward and greeted. All married. It's time to change your mouth, right? Su Changsheng said with some displeasure. Lin Wanru didn't feel anything. Really called Mom? Maybe it was still a bit awkward. In her eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian was still not worthy of her own daughter. But unfortunately, the raw rice had already been cooked, and with the Lu family behind her, she could only acquiesce to the union of the two. Jiang Xiaoxian did not respond to Su Changsheng, but also the 2 days Su Wei's indifference did not want to call in to change their mouths. In the end, how far the two can go now is still an unknown. Not long ago, Zhang Yuehong also rushed over. After settling some, Jiang Xiaoxian looked to the side of the fake daughter-in-law. Su Wei, live a good life with him. He deserves you. Without too many words, a simple sentence worthy of you is considered to be the end of the things explained by Jiang Xiaoxian. Jiang Xiaoxian's family Zhang Yuehong does not know, but Haixi she still understands some of their own son and husband, for Haixi contributed to their youth and life. She feels worthy. Besides, Jiang Xiaoxian is one of the main leaders of the Haixi. Can do leadership in the Haixi? Can think of his status and family will be how? Su Wei, backed by the Su family, is just a second or third-rate family in the imperial capital. Compared with Jiang Xiaoxian may be too far. It is also because of this. Zhang Yuehong said he is worthy of you. To put it bluntly, you are worthy of him or not, really not certain. But that was something she couldn't say. Well, got it. Su Wei just as a mother to give her son another face sticker. No matter how to say, Zhang Yuehong is now also considered her mother-in-law. Cannot thin her face in public. Oof. But Lin Wanru was a bit unhappy. Worthy? From where to see? But also did not say much. After all, as a lady of the house she has a certain degree of self-control. The displeasure in her heart was only a cold hum from her mouth. Zhang Yuehong looked at Lin Wanru and turned her head to look at Su Changsheng again. Su Changsheng sensed that the atmosphere between the two was not right. Fearing that the two children would cause something unpleasant on their way out, he hurriedly and quietly tugged on his wife. The radio began to broadcast that the airplane to Jiangzhou would soon take off. The two people took their things and walked towards the boarding gate, turning back to wave goodbye to the T.R. people. Su Wei hugged his mother. This time to leave, and the last time is completely different. The last time is their own gambling force to leave. The Su family left the imperial capital. The two were next to each other on the airplane, but Su Wei kept her headphones on and her eyes closed. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the other person to similarly close his eyes and rest. In the end, the two were told to wake up the flight attendants. Hello sir and ma'am, Jiangzhou has arrived. The two opened their eyes not knowing when the plane had landed safely. Okay, thank you. The two walked out of the airport one after the other and took a taxi towards Su Wei's villa. Jiang Xiaoxian opened his cell phone and there was a missed call. It was Luo Wanqiang's. Hurrying back over. What's up old man? You kid said to leave without even saying anything to me. It's good to go back to Jiangzhou. Camel is going to start a shipping company in Jiangzhou. This matter will be left to you. Yes, finally having something to do. Jiang Xiaoxian came down in spirit, looking towards Su Wei in front. The other party was similarly making a phone call. It seemed like she was calling the branch on the Jiangzhou side. The person in charge of her arrangement was also her company secretary, perhaps too involved in listening to the other party's report, not even crossing the street to see a car speeding by. Jiang Xiaoxian watched and wanted to go forward, but unfortunately the distance was a little too far, already too late. With a bang, Su Wei was solidly all but knocked out several meters away. Su Wei fell to the ground and instantly fell unconscious. Jiang Xiaoxian ran over to embrace her, took out his cell phone and quickly dialed 120. Hospital resuscitation room. When the doctor came out, Jiang Xiaoxian anxiously asked, Doctor, how is she? What kind of person are you? The injured? The doctor asked as he looked at Jiang Xiaoxian and then to the medical record book in his hand. I'm her husband. Oh, that's good. Your daughter-in-law is not seriously hurt. Just a little fracture in her left leg and a slight concussion from the impact of her head in the ground. But it's not a big problem. Fortunately it was near the airport and the other car was driving slower. Otherwise your wife would be in trouble. The doctor finished and re-entered the resuscitation room. It's good that it's okay, Jiang Xiaoxian said to himself on his lips. Inside the hospital room, when Su Wei came to her senses, it was already 12 o'clock in the night. Opening her eyes and feeling dizzy, smelling the smell and then looking at her surroundings, she knew she was in the hospital. The moment the car accident happened, she was indeed dumbfounded, thinking she was just gone. Trying hard to get up, she realized that she was hung up with a cast on her leg. To her left, a man sat on a stool sprawled out on the edge of the bed asleep. Hey! Su Wei gently pushed Jiang Xiaoxian. Feeling someone pushing himself, Jiang Xiaoxian immediately opened his eyes. Su Wei, what's wrong? Do you want to eat? No. Su Wei wanted to shake her head, but unfortunately her neck followed the soreness when she moved, so she could only open her mouth. Then how is it you say? I'll do it. Where's my cell phone? Here. Taking the cell phone, Jiang Xiaoxian gently rocked the backrest of Su Wei's hospital bed up a bit, telling the other party to get comfortable. Thank you Jiang Xiaoxian. Looking at the man's concern for herself, Su Wei's face felt warm for the first time in the past 2 days. What are you thanking for? You were in Jiangzhou when this happened. Of course I have to take good care of you. No matter what, I am your husband. Su Wei softly Indeed, Jiang Xiaoxian is her husband, can't even admit it. Looking to her cell phone, it was already 2 in the morning. Just call. Her assistant is also a good girlfriend, said in Lu family cooperation were each other unilaterally cancelled. And now the company's several single all have no products can be produced. Overnight the company seems to be from all aspects of the blow suffered. She did not expect the Lu family so quickly out. Also did not expect the Lu family really because of affinity and the whole Su family fell out. Revenge also came so quickly. She was distracted for a moment, crossing the street without paying attention to the car. Turned into this. Chapter 21, Encountering an Ex-Wife. Jiang Xiaoxian. What happened to my leg? Su Wei couldn't help but panic as she looked at her leg in plaster. In her heart, she thought about whether she would have to walk on crutches or in a wheelchair in the future. And the whole person was like falling into an ice cellar all of a sudden. It's just a fracture. The doctor said it's not a big deal. In a few months you will be able to walk normally. To a few months then the Jiangzhou company is not. Su Wei eyes dim, like a deflated ball. The heart is a little unwilling. Regarding the death or life of the Su family company, Jiang Xiaoxian did not think to pay attention. Camel's side came to people, and he himself has a very heavy task to do next, where there is still the heart and time to care about the Su family. Besides, the current state of the relationship between the two was not to the point of exposing their identity to save them. There's no need to rush these. The body is the capital of the revolution. First get well. Kang Shuyin could only come with an irrelevant concern. Indeed a little sleepy. Just squinting was woken up by Su Wei. I know. If you're sleepy, go to sleep for a while. No matter what, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Wei also knew that there was no use in being anxious. Looking at the man yawning continuously, knowing that he definitely did not sleep properly this night. Jiang Xiaoxian looked around. No place to sleep, to leave also cannot. In case the night Su Wei have something, he also have a good care. Su Wei looked around and saw that she only had a bed, and there was a foldable stool on the side. You'll sleep on this side. The ward was VIP. The bed naturally had to be bigger. Su Wei patted the empty seat beside herself and said, "It's okay." Jiang Xiaoxian did not refuse. The two had already slept together. It was okay to lie down for the night. After saying this, he took off his coat and pants and lay on it. Su Wei reached out and helped cover some of the quilt. "Thank you, Su Wei. You're welcome." Not long after, Jiang Xiaoxian's light snoring sounded. Su Wei endeavored to turn her face sideways to look at the man's well-defined side face. Unconsciously, she reached out and gently touched his face. She did not love a man, do not know how to get along. Jiang Xiaoxian is considered her first, but in her heart this kind is not at all what the heart wants. In her heart, the man does not need to be rich and powerful, but which girl does not love heroes? She is no exception. I hope that their man is a big hero of the sky and the earth. These 2 days Su Wei inner annoyance. Lu family although no longer need to marry in the past, but the thought of their own so and Jiang Xiaoxian live plain days. The heart is indeed some twisted. Watching him fall asleep, Su Wei turned her head to look at the night light coming in through the white curtains and thought wildly. Due to the anesthesia, the pain in her legs wasn't that obvious. Closing her eyes, a quiet night passed. The next day, when Su Wei opened her eyes, it was already more than 8 o'clock. Jiang Xiaoxian had already bought breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. Thank you. Su Wei smiled at Jiang Xiaoxian and said politely. Jiang Xiaoxian was a little puzzled. Could it be true that it was only in the imperial capital that she would be so cold to herself? Once back in Jiangzhou, it seems like the whole person has changed again. Does this woman have a dual personality? Before eating, Jiang Xiaoxian called warm water, carefully helped her wash her hands and wipe her face. Su Wei did not resist, but also very good with. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaoxian once again helped to change the diaper bag and some other dirty work, as if a competent caregiver. Su Wei looked at him to help himself to do these, face some shyness, but also some touched. But gradually he in his mind that big hero image more and more distant. Originally also gentle face instantly turned into a tightly locked eyebrows. The doctor finished the room. Su's group Jiangzhou company general manager assistant came. Jiang Xiaoxian felt that there would be a lot of people meeting in the ward in a while. Got up early and cleaned up, not wanting to tell Su Wei to lose face. Su Wei, how did it become like this? Yuani came to the hospital bed and looked at his little sister's leg on the plaster on the head of the bandage. Heart anxious to ask what happened yesterday? Xiaowei, are my bad. No, you just got off the plane. Why should I talk to you about these annoying things? It's okay, when the leg is good, but also as before we run together in the morning. Really nothing? It's fine. Su Wei squinted at Yuani and smiled, but it was only when it got quiet that Yuani realized there was another man in the room. Looking dressed not like a hospital caretaker, he asked with some curiosity, "This one you are a friend?" Su Wei hesitated, nodded and said, "It's my friend from the imperial capital." Jiang Xiaoxian's heart cooled halfway at these words, and the smile that had been hanging on his face twitched twice, returning as before. Inwardly, however, he let out a cold snort, looking at Su Wei with some suspicion and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Su Wei avoided the gaze he cast, unwilling to look directly at him. Hello, my name is Yuani. Nice to meet you. Yuani looks calm and steady, wearing glasses, wearing professional clothes. Giving the first glance as the kind of workplace is very capable of the Lord. My name is Jiang Xiaoxian, Su Wei's friend from the imperial capital. Also very pleased to meet you. Reaching out his hand, and the other party gently shook and separated. Those two friends, two words biting especially heavy. But in his heart, he felt very uncomfortable. And this discomfort was towards Su Wei. Obviously I'm your husband, but you say you're a friend. But this discomfort was only for that moment and didn't last long. Well, hello Mr. Jiang. You guys chat first, I have to go out first. Knowing that the two had work matters to talk about, it wasn't convenient for him to stay. Plus at this point, he saw Su Wei's eyes suddenly a little evasive, a deliberate distance towards him. Only now did Jiang Xiaoxian realize one thing. It wasn't in the imperial capital that Su Wei would be like this, but only when the two were alone together would she slightly maintain a more intimate state with herself than now. It was like last night when she told herself to lie beside her and help cover the quilt with her own hands. This was that she was still hesitant from the bottom of her heart. Hesitant to have a relationship with herself, or maybe it was because she was just touched in a split second by her own dedication yesterday. Whichever it was not what Kong Shu Hyun wanted. Sitting in the rest area of the hospital lobby, he closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around his chest. Maybe it was a coincidence that Zeng Wan and her best friend Yang Xiaofang were hurt by love yesterday, and drank heavily at the bar, finally causing Yang Xiaofang to be admitted to the hospital with stomach pains. Zang Wan was fine, but when she was about to come out to buy some breakfast, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Xiaoxian sitting in the lobby lounge area. She blinked vigorously, wanting to know if she was mistaken. In the end, when she came closer to confirm that it was really Jiang Xiaoxian, she was so excited that she almost sat on the other party. However, when she saw that the other party was resting her eyes, she didn't interrupt. Ignoring the grumbling of her stomach and forgetting that there was still a good friend waiting for her breakfast upstairs in the hospital room, gently sat down next to Kong Shuyin. Jiang Xiaoxian, even when sleeping inside, is not the average person can be compared to. Sitting next to a person he naturally feel, slightly opened his eyes with the rest of the light to see as a woman, then close your eyes again. But a familiar smell within his nose called him a little puzzled. How so familiar? As if this woman's body flavor and Zang Wan the same. Opening his eyes again, he turned his head to look at the woman. The woman was similarly staring at him. Zang Wan? Zang Wan smiled at him. Jiang Xiaoxian had never seen her smile so genuinely and naturally, and perhaps had never seen her smile at herself. Xiaoxian, why are you here? There was some nervousness, perhaps fearing that the other party would disappear into his world again if he wasn't careful. Chapter 22, Ex-wife and current wife. A friend was hit by a car yesterday. I'm guarding her in the hospital. Not saying it was his wife, but a friend. This was also a response to the dissatisfaction in his heart to Su Wei's earlier statement that she was his friend. Once Zeng Wan heard that it was Jiang Xiaoxian's friend, the worry within her heart eased a lot. She had thought that Jiang Xiaoxian had gotten sick with something. Your friend is not seriously hurt, right? Zeng Wan asked with concern. Jiang Xiaoxian, on the other hand, looked at the other party in confusion. She's fine. Zeng Wan, what's wrong with you? In the past, I remember that no matter what happened to me or any of my friends, you didn't care at all. Now you seem to have changed. Maybe separating can really be a friend. And the relationship between friends is much more comfortable than a couple. Zang Wan have learned to care. Zang Wan sniffed a little sour inside. I didn't know better at that time. I didn't know or care enough about you. But when I really understood how good you were to me, you were gone. But now it feels quite good to meet again. When Zang Wan spoke, the smile that spread across her face was churlish, and she also inadvertently revealed a crooked head kill, calling Jiang Xiaoxian at a loss for words. What's wrong with her? Is she going to get married with Han Chanfeng soon, and came here to invite herself to the wedding? That is not necessary. Ex-wife's wedding to go is a disgrace. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the woman he had taken care of for a year with a blank face. To be honest, compared to when they first parted, Zang Wan's face was obviously much more haggard. Zang Wan, are you getting married to that Mr. Han and have specially come to invite me to attend? If so, you shouldn't open your mouth. I won't go. Zang Wan froze for a moment before slowly saying, he and I have already split up. From the scene you saw that day, Xiaoxian, that day it was really him who tried to force me. It wasn't me who volunteered, do you believe me? Jiang Xiaoxian nodded his head. He is not a cutie. He could see that if he had been really willing, he had suddenly barged in, and Zang Wan should have been furious. Zang Wan said this but had another meaning. But why are you talking to me about this? Zang Wan lowered her head and smiled helplessly, then looked out the window. Yes, her husband was once kicked out by herself. What's the use of explaining now? Xiaoxian, what is your relationship with Su Wei now? she asked carefully, knowing that she was no longer qualified to care who Jiang Xiaoxian was dating. But the other day, when she heard her girlfriend say that the two were having coffee together, she felt that the relationship was not ordinary, and now she couldn't help but ask, and Xiaoxian? This name seems to be a sudden change. Before it was straight to Kong Shuyin or Hey Hey. Kong Shuyin also wondered, what is wrong with this woman? Encountered difficulties? Or was Han Changfeng dumped? Looking for himself to comfort? Jiang Xiaoxian frowned slightly, did not answer her question, mainly because Su Wei did not give him a sense of security. But what qualifications does she have to ask this? Not to mention now, even if she wasn't married to Su Wei, she was not qualified as an ex-wife, who asked her to not treat him as a husband for a year. Even if she didn't treat him as her husband, if she hadn't gotten divorced, she could still lose her temper, question him, and cry. Zang Wan, why are you asking this? Jiang Xiaoxian increasingly felt as if Zang Wan had something to say. In her heart, she thought, you've got Han Changfeng. It seems like my business has nothing to do with you, right? But after the divorce and still being friends, Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to resist Zang Wan too much. Nothing, just a little curious. Zang Wan was also aware of her current status. I'm sort of friends with her. Looking at the other party who had to know an answer, he was also the same as what Su Wei had just said. A friend. Oh, Zang Wan smiled. Got the answer she wanted. As long as the two are not that kind of relationship, is not afraid, then she still has a chance to get this lost man back. As the two of them chatted with each other, the inpatient elevator opened and Su Wei's assistant and BFF Xuani walked out. Passing through the hall, he saw Jiang Xiaoxian and a woman sitting together. After nodding to each other with 4 eyes, Yuani quickly left the hospital. The company still had a lot of things to do. You and that MS. You also know each other? Zang Wan couldn't figure out. When he was with himself, he never saw or heard that Jiang Xiaoxian had dealings with his other women. Why did he seem to recognize all these Jiangzhou beauties in just a few days? Just met. Can't be considered recognizing. Well, Zang Wan, I should go see that friend of mine. Bye, said Jiang Xiaoxian, who had already gotten up and walked towards the elevator. Xiaoxian, wait. I'll go with you to see that friend of yours too. Kong Xiaoxian stopped in his tracks. He went to accompany his wife. Your ex-wife going isn't messing things up. You'd better not go. Some inconvenience. Inconvenient. Is it a woman? Is it a woman and you have nothing to do with it? But it is indeed inappropriate for you to go. Jiang Xiaoxian had already given his expulsion order. If he still followed, then it would be too cheeky. Zang Wan lowered her head but had no intention of leaving. Even if she had a thick skin, she would still follow Jiang Xiaoxian today. It was so hard to meet. She was afraid that she would miss it and never find it again. Watching the other party walk into the elevator, Zang Wan took a quick step and got in as well. What are you? My best friend is also hospitalized, so I naturally have to go up as well. Zang Wan thought of Yang Xiaofang and instantly had an excuse. Jiang Xiaoxian pressed the 16th floor and asked, what floor is your friend on? 16th floor. In fact, it was the 15th floor, but she wanted to see where Jiang Xiaoxian's friend lived. If a man, she could go to Jiang Xiaoxian for a chat when she was free, and if a woman, she also wanted to know what the relationship between the two men was, to give herself a precautionary shot. Anyway, all she had in mind right now was how to chase Kong Shuyin to her hand. Oh, Kong Xiaoxian didn't bother with the truth or falsehood of what she said and pulled out his phone and looked down. The elevator opened and Jiang Xiaoxian was in front with Zang Wan following behind. I say, Miss Zhang, are you following me on purpose? Which is not the case. Yang Xiaofang is staying in the ward over there. Zang Wan pointed to the end of the corridor. Whatever. This is the first time Jiang Xiaoxian has encountered such a stubborn Zang Wan. In the past, she was still quite thunderous in her actions, rarely pulling strings with him like now, and could lie about going somewhere. However, the 16th floor is the VIP ward area. According to the strength of Yang Xiaofang, or Zang Wan's family really live here, is reasonable. Jiang Xiaoxian came to the door of Su Wei's ward just opened, and Zang Wan followed somewhat impatiently. Looking inside, found a woman, but the head bandage did not see who it was, but still a burst of discomfort inside. Jiang Xiaoxian came and Su Wei gently turned her head. You're back? You guys finished chatting? Aha. Zang Wan looked inside at this time. How could he not know who the other party was? Indeed, it was Su Wei. The friend he said turned out to be Su Wei. Su Wei likewise saw Zang Wan standing at the door. You are? Jiang Xiaoxian looked behind him, not realizing that Zang Wan had really followed him. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhang Wuqing's daughter, likewise Jiang Xiaoxian's wife. She didn't know that Su Wei was already married to Jiang Xiaoxian. In order to declare her sovereignty, she had the cheek to say that she was Jiang Xiaoxian's wife. Jiang Xiaoxian's brows were furrowed. This woman was really here to cause trouble, but Su Wei was not as angry as she imagined. A slight smile on her face as she said to Zang Wan, I know, Jiang Xiaoxian and I have talked about it, but it seems like you're just his ex-wife. Well, an ex-wife is also a wife. After all, the two of us have been living together for a year. Zang Wan continued. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't hold back from speaking. Zang Wan, what are you doing? Xiaoxian. I know it's wrong. Give me another chance, okay? When I had to divorce you it was a momentary brain fart. After we separated I realized that I had fallen in love with you. Really? Jiang Xiaoxian smiled bitterly. This confession came as not a little late. When the last night of the divorce he carefully prepared dinner for her. But she did not come back. From that moment Jiang Xiaoxian has been dead to Zang Wan. Ms. Zang is enough. Truth be told, Su Wei and I are already married. Is it not a little inappropriate for you to say this in front of my wife like this? What? You guys are already married? When Zang Wan heard about the two getting married, her mouth opened in disbelief, and then her legs started to soften and she almost fell down. I'm sorry, I'm the one who disturbed you guys. Bye. Slowed down, Zang Wan said, quickly left the entrance of the ward. All of a sudden the entire ward fell into a terrible silence. Jiang Xiaoxian thought Su Wei would be angry, but unfortunately not. She watched all this happen faintly. Su Wei? Jiang Xiaoxian asked tentatively. Chapter 23, do I have to take it if you turn around? What's wrong? Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian expressionlessly, as if what just happened had nothing to do with her at all. Just now I was resting downstairs. I don't know when Zang Wan suddenly sat next to me. I didn't provoke her. Jiang Xiaoxian explained, whether the other party believed or not. He had to say it to prove his innocence, but I can tell she really regretted it. Shouldn't you give your ex-wife another chance? Su Wei, what do you mean by that? Angry, jealous or indifferent? Nothing. After all, you guys have been living together for a year. It's normal for her to slowly develop feelings for you, and it's much more cost-effective for her to fall in love with you now than for you to give unilaterally. Su Wei said, you mean I'm just giving unilaterally to you, which means you want to divorce me, right? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to listen to those meaningless words. He only wanted to know Su Wei's decision at this moment. Maybe we really aren't suited to be together. Su Wei gave her answer. Ha! Jiang Xiaoxian once again let out a bitter laugh and finally nodded. Just like when Zang Wan had told him she wanted a divorce, he did not retain it. Well then, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau sometime. Jiang Xiaoxian finished without imagining grabbing the door to go out. He is a man with a beginning and an end. Now Su Wei is still lying on the hospital bed. What is it for him to walk away? Also because his love has long been buried elsewhere. Su Wei did not say anything, neither promised nor refused, but there was not the same kind of sting that Zang Wan felt when she heard the other party promise without hesitation. Zang Wan ran back to Yang Xiaofang's hospital room, her eyes red. What's wrong, little Wan? The uncertain Yang Xiaofang asked with concern when she saw her best friend like this. Nothing. Zang Wan pretended to be calm and hid the sourness in her heart. In the afternoon, Yang Xiaofang was discharged from the hospital, and when she left, Zang Wan did not forget to come to Su Wei's hospital room to see if the two of them were a couple as Jiang Xiaoxian had said. But when she realized that Jiang Xiaoxian was not in the room, the bitterness in her heart seemed to have disappeared. She thought to herself that she was too direct in the morning and scared Jiang Xiaoxian, so he used Su Wei as a shield, while in reality the two were not a couple. Getting the self-deceiving answer in her heart, Zang Wan's idea of wanting to recover Jiang Xiaoxian rekindled. She stiffly knocked on Su Wei's hospital room. Please come in. When she saw that it was Zang Wan who came in, Su Wei's face was not without some displeasure. No matter what, she is still Jiang Xiaoxian's wife now. What are you, the ex-wife, doing running here again and again? May I ask Ms. Zang has something? Su Wei's expression was unusually cold. Hello Mr. Su, I came here this time to ask you a question. Are you and Jiang Xiaoxian pretending to be a couple? He just wants to piss me off. I know that divorcing Jiang Xiaoxian hurt him a lot, so I'm thinking of making amends. Can you tell me his contact information? Poof. Su Wei coldly snorted. This is to come in front of the rightful wife to dig warped feet in a dignified manner? He's right, we're really married. Su Wei said, taking out the marriage license with Jiang Xiaoxian. Even if she was going to divorce him, but the proud Su Wei was not willing to call another woman to her door to pick a fight. Sorry to interrupt. The moment she saw the marriage certificate, Zang Wan was dumbfounded and completely dead, cried and ran out of the room, just in time to collide with Jiang Xiaoxian, who rushed back. Zang Wan, what's wrong? Zang Wan looked up to see Jiang Xiaoxian, did not say anything, crying red eyes, biting her lip, and quickly left. It turned out that he hadn't lied to her. The two had really gotten married. Why was he so fast? So fast that he didn't even give her a chance to stay. She just did not walk 2 steps. Jiang Xiaoxian grabbed her wrist. You let go of me. Zang Wan tried to shake it off, but the man was unwilling to let go. Come in, I have something to say. Jiang Xiaoxian pulled Zang Wan inside Su Wei's hospital room and spoke to both of them at the same time. Both of you are here. I'll make things clear today. Firstly, Zang Wan is my ex-wife. Secondly, we'll go for a divorce once Su Wei's legs are better. And in the future, all 3 of us will be exes who are not related to each other. I am really tired. The first time I was teased by Miss Zhang for a whole year, and finally kicked me away after your white moonlight came. Second, Miss Su only sees me as a friend now. You forgot all about our contract in the first place. Forgot why I married you? I said you can accept us to be a real couple before we get married. However, things are not what I wished for. Maybe I'm the one who made things difficult. I'm letting go now. Afterward we'll all be fine on our own. Really tired and enough. Jiang Xiaoxian thought that even if he is a bachelor, he will no longer provoke women. After saying this, Jiang Xiaoxian quickly left the hospital room. Jiang Xiaoxian, where are you going? Su Wei shouted anxiously, but unfortunately the man didn't stop. Xiaoxian, wait for me. I will never give up on you again. Zang Wan's legs and feet were convenient and she took a step to chase after him. What are you still following me for? Are you the eldest miss of the Zhang family who doesn't have to manage the company? I remember when we were together we couldn't see you at all. Zang Wan lightly bit her lips, looking aggrieved. Lowering her head, she replied, Xiaoxian, wasn't I without you in my heart at that time? And now you what you? Do you turn back and I have to accept you? Jiang Xiaoxian left. Su Wei in the hospital room is equally anxious. Did not expect Jiang Xiaoxian determined up so suddenly. Do not give her a little buffer time. She was originally slow to warm up, thinking that she and Jiang Xiaoxian were not very suitable, and today there was Zang Wan, so she agreed to divorce, but now she seems unsure. Unfortunately, Zang Wan chases her out, but she can't keep up because of her weak legs. Jiang Xiaoxian left and Zang Wan had already lost the other party's shadow when she chased out. Jiang Xiaoxian, I won't give up even if you run to the ends of the earth. Just like the original Han Changfeng, she was unwilling to give up. The current Jiang Xiaoxian, she would not give up so easily since she had fallen in love. Jiang Xiaoxian returned to Su Wei's villa to pack his things and leave, or that familiar hotel, this time again booked for a month. However, Su Wei's legs are not convenient. At least the woman did not betray him. The night came to the hospital again. Su Wei's eyes were actually red, as if she had shed tears. What are you doing back again? Seeing Jiang Xiaoxian appear, her heart was touched as well as angry, beaming her mouth as she looked at the other party. Then I'll leave. Well, seeing the other party, well, then what's the point of coming? The house seems like that BFF of hers has been here. There's a bouquet of lilies and some fruits on the bedside table. Jiang Xiaoxian, you stop. Looking at the woman who was about to leave, Su Wei suddenly called him back. If you have something to say, say it. You're still my husband now, right? You can't leave me alone when I'm injured here. This was perhaps the biggest constraint she could bring to Jiang Xiaoxian than Zang Wan. Not anytime soon. But is it still not now? Su Wei was at an impasse with him. You're right. I'll be responsible for you since you're still my wife now. But since you see me as just a friend, let's be normal friends from now on, and we'll get divorced once you're out of the hospital. You're in a hurry to remarry your ex-wife, right? So you're so impatient to divorce me? Humph. It's okay for you to say that. Kang Shuyin didn't want to explain, letting the other party guess. Look, admit it, right? In fact, Su Wei didn't think so inside, mainly because she wasn't ready for a divorce. Right, so what if I admit it? We are just friends. Are you angry? Su Wei asked. Yes, I'm angry. Whatever you say. Hearing Jiang Xiaoxian say this, Su Wei suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Without explaining anything further, she took out her cell phone and called Yuani. What's wrong, my baby? Yuani's flirtatious voice came from over there. And you come over here. I have something to say to you. Not long after that, Yuan, who had changed into a sexy outfit, came to the hospital. What happened? People are about to go on a date with a man. Now where is she? Still the strong woman she met in the morning. Completely a royal lady model. He Jiang Xiaoxian is not my friend, but my husband. We are a licensed and married couple. Su Wei said in a loud voice, afraid that Yuani couldn't hear. She knew that in the morning when she introduced Jiang Xiaoxian as a friend, he had been holding a grudge, so now she called the person in to reiterate it again. And after saying that, he also took out the marriage license. Baby, you're not kidding. Are you really looking for a random man to marry in order to deal with Lu Bing? Su Wei's things Yuani knew some. How many times Su Wei had complained to her. Su Wei has some headaches. She is trying to call Jiang Xiaoxian to understand that she can generously recognize the relationship between the two, but the effect seems to be somewhat unexpected. Su Wei did not know how to explain. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the two without saying anything. No. Su Wei immediately denied it, wanting to tell Jiang Xiaoxian to understand that the word she had said could be counted and live with him. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't know how Su Wei had changed all of a sudden and would suddenly say this. Chapter 24, he and I are indeed husband and wife. Do not understand her heart, do not care. His heart is not long ago left in a distant other land. Love and do not love, and what is the harm? And then call Jiang Xiaoxian. Really give all the love to treat a woman is difficult. At least treat these two women is difficult. Unless that woman is willing to give everything for him, then he will likewise give his heart. After all, Dai Lin is no longer in this world. There is no way to change. Hearing the negative answer, Yuani's mouth opened wide in shock. What? Our hallowed Su family's eldest miss actually really married herself off. Saying this, she began to look up and down at the man who hadn't entered her eyes. This man was very ordinary any way you looked at him. However, this figure is still good, tall and big, with medium to high looks, not that kind of handsome type. Looking at the clothes again, to her it was just very common ground goods. Vivian, you're not kidding, right? No, he and I are indeed a couple. Su kept looking at Jiang Xiaoxian as she spoke, just to call the man's bluff. She didn't resist the relationship between the two of them being called out. Ha ha, then really congratulations, Su. Finally found a man. These words were not a blessing, but Kang Xiaoxian was right there, so she couldn't say something bad. But in a moment, she must go out and properly talk to this man. Not every man can have an extremely good woman like Su. Don't think about flying up the branch to become a phoenix overnight. This kind of thing can only be seen in movies and TV dramas. Thanks. Su naturally could hear the dissatisfaction in Yuani's words towards this man she chose. You guys have something to talk about alone. I'll go out for a walk. Kang Xiaoxian watched the two perform, not wanting to interrupt or participate. He didn't feel that Su already had a place for him in her heart by doing this, but it was just a way of asserting her sovereignty over Zang Wan's visit today. After walking out of the hospital room, Yuani in the room finally couldn't help but open his mouth and said, I say Xiao, you're too casual. Right, such a man you're really assured to give yourself away? What's not to worry about? My parents have already met. They didn't object. Besides, you see his dress is not good, but his family is not bad, although it's not as good as my family, but his mother is also an executive of the largest state-owned enterprise in Daxia, so it's also a good match for some. What? Yuani felt that not only Su's eyes had problems, even the entire Su family followed the problem. This kind of man, even if the family is still said to be in the past, but that is still not worthy of Su. How come Su's parents agreed? Do you like him? Su didn't answer. This was a very realistic question, but she really couldn't answer it at once. See, you don't know anymore either. Can such a marriage without love last? Maybe he's a little different from the man in my mind, but I'm willing to accept him slowly. Su gave her answer. That leaves me speechless. Yuani shook her head and felt sorry for her bestie, but it still seemed to be better than that man Lu Bing. Lu Bing she had seen before, and to be honest it really wasn't good. Su, you stay alone for a while first. I'll go out and scout for you. You don't. Su wanted to stop Yuani, but the other party had already walked out of the hospital room. In the hospital lobby, Jiang Xiaoxian was sitting and looking at his cell phone when suddenly a voice rang out. Is Mr. Jiang free? I want to talk to you. Good. Seeing that the person coming was Yuani and understanding the meaning of her visit, Jiang Xiaoxian readily agreed. Mr. Jiang, do you think you are worthy of Su? If you're here to belittle me, there's no need to say it. A man of clay still had 3 points of fire, let alone Jiang Xiaoxian. To this woman Jiang Xiaoxian did not have any good feelings. Good. Then do you like Su? Quite like it. It's just that she's too cold most of the time. It's a bit confusing. Then do you love her? This time we spend together is still short. Love needs to be cultivated slowly. One question and one answer. Kang Shuyin said it flawlessly. Well, Yuani was answered, not even knowing how to continue the question. I hope you don't deceive Vivian. She's actually very fragile inside. Do I look like that kind of womanizer to you? Then what was that about you sitting with MS. Sang this morning? It should be normal for acquaintances to meet and chat in public, right? Yes. Even so I don't think you're good enough for Su. At the very least a man who can marry one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial capital should be even more powerful than the Su family to be able to do so, or else it wouldn't be like this because of you. The Su family has to face the crisis of being suppressed by the Lu family as well as the other families along with them. Jiang Xiaoxian frowned slightly. The Lu family's suppression of the Su family had started so soon? This was something that Jiang Xiaoxian had only just realized. It was no wonder that Su had been a little cold and preoccupied lately. There's nothing to say, right? Watching the man scowl, Yuani found a breakthrough to suppress Jiang Xiaoxian's self-esteem. Her man is the kind that can hold up the sky for her, and you obviously can't do that. If you feel happy belittling me then you continue. I'll excuse myself, Jiang Xiaoxian said, getting up and walking towards the hospital room. Yuani snorted coldly and got up and walked straight away. She really had a date with a young fresh meat for dinner tonight. Inside the ward, Su looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. What did she say to you? Don't you know? How would I know if she wanted to chat with you? Besides I can't stop her if my legs are inconvenient. Did not chat what? Maybe she is for your own good. Want to ask me to leave you? Afraid I figure you would it. What did you say? I promised. How can I say? Jiang Xiaoxian, are you still angry with me? I have just admitted our relationship in front of her face. What more do you want from me? Kang Xiaoxian didn't answer and sat aside thinking. After a while Kang Shuing spoke up. I'll go find an escort. Stop right there and come here. Su Wei shouted. What is it? Why do I need an escort when I have a husband? Jiang Xiaoxian really didn't know how to answer. Looking at Su Wei staring at herself unkindly, she could only give up the idea of finding an escort. For dinner Jiang Xiaoxian personally bought delicious food, and after eating, Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to go out. Are you leaving again? Going out for a walk? Are you uncomfortable with me? I just don't really like the smell of the hospital. Then get me discharged tomorrow. I need time to recuperate from this leg anyway, and being at home is no different than being in the hospital. Could be. Then don't go out. Sit down and chat with me. I'll be bored once you leave. Okay. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaoxian, I haven't even taken a shower since I came back from the imperial capital. Can you help me scrub? Is that convenient? You've never seen it, or never touched it? Okay then. Su Wei actually took this to say something. He really can't help it. The first two people are now husband and wife. The second Su Wei body he did get. This is the fact can't avoid. Bringing a basin of warm water. Looking at the woman wearing a hospital gown, Jiang Xiaoxian was somewhat at a loss. I'm a wounded man, not convenient to do it yourself. You come to help me take off it. First go lock the door. Jiang Xiaoxian did as he was told. Once again came to Su Wei's side, some heartbeat accelerated. Not only him, Su Wei likewise so cheeks flushed. Today, when she learned that Zang Wan had fallen in love with her husband, she was a little unhappy. How to say that this man is now also his? Why should he let other women covet? Divorce is also her momentary angry words. Now think about it, fortunately did not make the actual action. Otherwise it is too late to regret. Jiang Xiaoxian? What's wrong, Su Wei? Jiang Xiaoxian tried to undo the first button on her chest. A large area of snow white slowly revealed, all reflected in the bottom of Jiang Xiaoxian's eyes. In the morning, you said you want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me. I would like to ask you to take back this statement. I really didn't think too much at that time before I said that. I'm sorry. It's okay. Let's talk about this when your leg is better. Kang Shuyin also took a step back. She was supposed to get divorced when she was discharged from the hospital, but now she had to wait until her leg got better. The time had stretched out a lot more. Chapter 25, Su family robbery. Holding Su Wei's back, he took off his jacket. Kang Shuyin shuffled the towel ready to start scrubbing just like that. Help me take this off too? Su Wei said as she pointed at her intimate underwear. That's not good, is it? Kang Xiaoxian was a little embarrassed. It didn't matter if they were really a couple, but now he is still not sure what Su Wei's heart is really thinking. Maybe in a few days when his brain is normal he will want to divorce himself again. So what is this now? You are my husband. Are you still afraid that you will not see? Su Wei let go of her reserve and became a little more bold. Alright then. Jiang Xiaoxian let out a long breath, as if he was being a competent caretaker, throwing away his prejudice against gender. He wrapped his arms around Su Wei, who also obediently hung her arms around Jiang Xiaoxian's neck. Watching the man struggling to unhook the hook at the back, Su Wei tilted her head and kissed Jiang Xiaoxian on the lips. Jiang Xiaoxian was not paying attention for a moment, and he was not a little prepared for this kiss. He wanted to part, but he was a little reluctant to do so. The heart struggled for 2 seconds, and obediently took her clothes away, and put down the kiss, until finally Su Wei was kissed a little breathless, only began to push away the man. Kang Xiaoxian sat on the edge of the bed looking at the woman in front of him with emotion on his face. The kiss also called for Jiang Xiaoxian to let go of his unwillingness to do what he did next. Su Wei sniffed and pressed her finger against his lips. Call me something else. Didn't you also call me by my full name? Hubby. Jiang Xiaoxian had just finished speaking when Su Wei had already changed her name. Not knowing if it was an act or if he really meant it, Jiang Xiaoxian was momentarily in turmoil inside. Su Wei. There was no reciprocity in calling the other party his wife, but this voice, Xiao Wei, was already something only the closest people could call out. Okay, you lie back, I'll help you wipe it. It really does stink a bit. Kang Xiaoxian joked. So close, almost 3 days without washing, but his body still smelled good. Su Wei closed her eyes, feeling Jiang Xiaoxian's unerring movements, her nostrils occasionally emitting a hint of M sound, as if she was extremely enjoying herself. After wiping clean, he helped Su Wei put on her clothes. Time passed quickly. The night was already deep. Jiang Xiaoxian also began to doze off. Su Wei slightly moved her body to signal that the other party was still sleeping next to her like yesterday. Jiang Xiaoxian did not refuse. The next day, Jiang Xiaoxian was ready to discharge Su Wei, but unfortunately, the doctor did not allow another day of infusion. It took another day for Su Wei to get out of the hospital and return to her home. Jiang Xiaoxian's side also received a notice. Camel's side is ready to come to Jiangzhou in half a month. Told him to get ready. Zang Wan did not show up yesterday, but also the company had something quite busy. It was not until the third day when she went to the hospital again to look for Jiang Xiaoxian that she realized that the other party had already been discharged from the hospital. Remorseful, she knocked her head. Why didn't she come yesterday? But knowing that Jiang Xiaoxian was with him, Su Wei then finding him wouldn't be difficult. As long as she could find him, then there was still a chance. Su Wei's family villa. Su Wei was lying on the bed eating the fruits that Jiang Xiaoxian had helped her cut. Suddenly people from the Lu family knocked on the door and walked in with the court staff. "What's the matter with you guys here?" Kang Shuin asked the few people outside. "Are you the owner of this house?" "No, this house is my wife's," Kang Xiaoxian replied. "Oh, it's like this. This house and the Jiangzhou branch of the Su group have been offset to the Lu group. You guys better vacate the house when you have time." "What? I'm sorry, this is the document, you can have a look through." "You wait, I have to talk to my wife about this." These are small things to Jiang Xiaoxian, but the sudden change of heart to the Su family to Su Wei felt like a heavenly matter. He can't make the decision. When he came to the bedroom, he saw that Su Wei was making a phone call. Her expression was ugly to the extreme. It seems that the Jiangzhou company's matter Su Wei also knows about it. Got it. Su Wei hung up the phone, looked at Jiang Xiaoxian at the door, did not say anything, once again picked up the cell phone and dialed Su Changxing's phone. "Dad, what's going on here? The imperial capital Fong family and Lu family have joined forces to do death to us. The Jiangzhou company is gone." Su Wei smiled at the words. The whole person seemed to be dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to say something, did not say out, knowing that the current Su Wei can no longer withstand a little blow. Walking downstairs alone, he came to the side of several people and said, "Several people have worked hard. The house before the day after tomorrow we will definitely move out. Don't worry." "That's good. Then I won't bother you guys. Bye." A few people were also quite professional and polite, just to get things done, and didn't come to those unprofessional or low-quality hooligans. After a few people left, Jiang Xiaoxian came to the second floor and sat on the bed, a hand plus put Su Wei in his arms. "It's okay, everything is with me," he comforted the woman. These things were really nothing to him now. "Jiang Xiaoxian, is the one coming downstairs the one who wants to take the house away?" Su Wei said with a somewhat numb expression. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded. Su Wei's eyes were moist and she wanted to say something else when the phone rang again. It was Yuani's. Well, I know. You guys can stay if you want to remain in the company. I'm no longer the president of Su's Suya company." "How did it suddenly become like this?" "Xiao Wei, where are you? You are not in the company, what am I still staying for? I have resigned from the company. I'm at home, but this villa won't be mine anytime soon." "Woo, don't worry about that. If there's a place for me to live, there's a place for you to live. If there's a bite for me to eat, there's a bite for you to eat. Thank you, comfort." Hanging up the phone and looking at her leg that can't move, Su Wei falls into deep self-blame. Was the path she took right or wrong? Could it be that just because she didn't want to marry a person she hated, she wanted her entire family to follow her and suffer this calamity? Su Changxing in the imperial capital is also not good. Outside, the two families of Fong and Lu united to suppress the Su family. Inside, the old three old big I want to take advantage of the opportunity to call Su Changxing abdication. Lin Wanru looked at her husband with a complaining face. Why did you agree to Su Wei and that surname Jiang together? Now well, the whole Su family is almost gone. Things have come to this. What's the use of saying this? Su Changxing seemed to have aged a dozen years all of a sudden, disheveled, leaning on the sofa and looking at the ceiling. Jiang Xiaoxian searched for a house. The hotel has been retired. Buying a house is not something that can be done in a moment. Finally decided to rent a set first. Anyway, not a long stay. If Su Wei can really fall in love with himself, then directly take her to the sea silk. Ideas. Jiang Xiaoxian immediately action. The house is more than a little cozy 2-bedroom, but more than 4,000 a month. Talk about can be directly handbagged to move in. Back to the villa again. Su Wei looked at the man. Where did you go? Rent a house. Looking at the woman's color is not right. Jiang Xiaoxian then said, you will not still think of divorce, right? No, it has come to this point. I have long been meaningless to the Lu family. Divorce is not helpful. It will only attract more dislike. Then you want to be an ordinary couple with me in the future? Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to know the other party's answer. If the other party balked, it would be worth it for him to sincerely pay. The woman who can still be with you in times of trouble. There are still a few in this era. If she descends from the sky to the ground and can still be with you in times of trouble, this woman is really worth it. Jiang Xiaoxian's heart thumped, listening to Su Wei's uncertain answer, thinking, did she regret it? How do you regret it? Jiang Xiaoxian asked directly. Regret what? Being with me instead of choosing Lu Bing. Chapter 26, The New Home. No regrets. Su Wei's eyes were firm. There were only 3 simple words, without any further explanation. But these 3 words were already enough. Enough for Su Wei to express everything. If she said more, the meaning might not be pure enough. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded. Okay, then I'll take you to our new home this afternoon. Maybe with a change of place, the two people's feelings could really develop to a new stage. Soon to the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoxian spent most of the day packing up the Su Wei's things. One trip to the new residence, pulling large bags and small bags. In the end, only Su Wei is left, this big living person. The woman's legs are inconvenient, so Jiang Xiaoxian carefully picked her up and walked from the bedroom to the car outside. Su Wei kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoxian with a complicated look on her face. You won't be used to not having such luxury in the future. It's not too late to regret it. Are you forcing me to divorce you, or do you think that I, Su Wei, am not worthy of you now? He had already said that he didn't regret it, but still saying this isn't a bit bullying? Su Wei coldly sat on the passenger seat and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. That's good. Having you say this is enough. Jiang Xiaoxian started the car and drove intently without saying any more. Maybe it was because he had been delayed by Zeng Wan for a year. Now he really didn't want to waste time for a woman. Asking for clarification was responsible for himself and likewise for Su Wei. Jiang Xiaoxian, in fact the moment I kissed you yesterday, I took you as my husband. Remember not to test me in the future. I will be angry. Well, it won't, but in the future you'll have to accept a brand new me. Please be prepared for that too. Since he said openly, Kang Shu-hyun no longer hides it. It's good to take a precaution in advance. It's okay, I hope it's the same for you. Su Wei did not understand the meaning of his words, but also thought it was who two people's roles from fake to real to be prepared. The car drove into an old neighborhood. The lot is not bad. In Jiangzhou, by the center of the location. Here Su Wei knows. 5-story buildings basically have no elevator. Jiang Xiaoxian rented the 3rd floor, which is considered the best layer. Open the door. It is full of things brought from the villa. Most of them are Su Wei used electrical appliances and her clothes and personal belongings. As for the furniture, Jiang Xiaoxian did not intend to take. The 2-bedroom is not big, 90 square feet, but 2 people live just right, but also cozy. Put Su Wei gently on the sofa, turn on the TV, remote control to you want to watch what you choose. Here I have just bought some fruit. Do not know what you love to eat? Just buy some. Thank you Jiang Xiaoxian, and call me by my full name? Kang Shuyin glared at the other party with warm anger. Then what do you call it if not your name? Su Wei asked. Indeed, husband was a bit tiresome to call, and Xiaoxian seemed to be called by elders. Then it's whatever you want. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoxian began to organize up those things on the floor and the doorway. Su Wei looked at the man walking back and forth, felt a sense of home. For a while some out of focus. Suddenly the phone rings and calls her to wake up. It was Yu and Yi's. What's wrong Yi? Where are you baby? Alas, today I went to the company only to realize that has been fired. You say you this when the boss how to compensate it? Compensation? You know I villa are gone. Now and my husband rented a small sweet living. So miserable ah? Yes. Listening to the two sell each other misery. But do not see any frustration on the face. As if the Su family's change in Su Wei has nothing to do with the same. Where do you live now? I'll go find you. Tomorrow. Right now the house is a mess. My husband is cleaning up. Opening her mouth and shutting her mouth was all about my husband. Su Wei flaunted. Also purposely for Jiang Xiaoxian to hear. On the top floor of Zhang Group, Zang Wan, who had once again lost Jiang Xiaoxian, was at the company holding her chin and fuming. General Manager Zhang, this needs your signature. The assistant came over with the document and put it down and said softly, oh. Returning to her senses, she didn't look at what was written on the document and directly signed her name. Waiting for the assistant to go out, she continued to stay in a daze. Her mind was full of all the bits and pieces of a year with Jiang Xiaoxian, but the more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Why did she only realize now that the person she liked in her heart had long since changed into Jiang Xiaoxian? If it was earlier, then he definitely would not have left. Maybe at this time he is by his side to accompany. In the evening, Jiang Xiaoxian personally cooked for Su Wei. This is the first time she has eaten a man's cooking. Clipped a bite, not to say it was really tasty, couldn't stop at all. Who did you learn to cook from? You must have been a cook in the past, right? Said as he ate, and soon he was full. Self-taught. Kang Shuyin wiped his mouth and laughed. Liar, were you a cook before? That's a no. Jiang Xiaoxian wouldn't say that he tried to learn how to cook in order to take care of Zang Wan. He continued to rub Su Wei's body before going to bed. This time he was even more bold and directly stripped the other party of all his clothes, carefully and gently rubbing every place except for that broken leg. Su Wei took a pillow and covered her face, and has long been too shy to make a little noise. Yesterday was to not let Jiang Xiaoxian misunderstanding. Today is a serious do this, and as long as their legs cannot get off the ground, he will always take care of themselves like this. After everything was done, put on the clothes, turned off the lights and borrowed the light from the window and looked at Kang Xiaoxian who was lying on his side. Realizing that the woman was staring at himself, Kang Xiaoxian turned his head and revealed a bad smile. Su Wei was startled for a moment and hurriedly said, you don't want to think too much, when my legs are almost healed. Definitely not now. Su Wei nervously looked at the other party like a wolf fighting eyes. Still thought the man was going to do himself in, although she didn't resist, but this leg really can't take it. How could it be? I just want to look at you before I go to sleep. It's really beautiful. Is it as beautiful as Morong Xiaoran? I forgot about her if you didn't say so. Her beauty is different from yours. Besides, I don't have anything to do with her. That's true. Listening to her satisfied answer, Su Wei nodded. Abed, two people look at the ceiling, then look at each other. You a sentence and I a sentence gossip. Soon sleepiness came and they went to dreamland. The next day at noon, Su Wei told Yuani the location. The other party soon drove his luxury sports car to. Knocking on the door, Jiang Xiaoxian opened it for him and poured tea. Thanks, but in Yuani's eyes, this man is just figuring out what Su Wei is up to, and to the end, he didn't say more than a word to him, nor did he look at him more than once. Walking directly into the bedroom, Su Wei was eating the fruits cut by Jiang Xiaoxian on the bed. Yuani hurriedly came to the bedside and sat beside her. My poor baby, you just live here ah, really aggrieved you. Why don't you move to my place? Anyway, there is only one aunt left in my villa besides me. Yuani looked around with a face full of disgust. Su Wei stared at this her best bestie without a good mood. The two of us go together? Who said to ask him to go? I just asked you to go alone. Separating from your own man to live with your bestie. What's that about? Yuani was just asking to see what Su Wei would choose. Looking again at the pillow on the other side of the bed and Kong Shuyan's cell phone, it felt like things were irreversible. Then he sighed and asked, you all slept together? Aren't you talking nonsense? He and I are already married, of course we have to sleep together. Hearing this, Yuani breathlessly patted his own head. My missy, you are really crazy. If I would rather marry Lu Bing but not this bitter life. Su Wei however shook her head. Maybe we have different views on marriage. I look for a man who must be voluntary and not imposed. Lu Bing that kind of person, I wouldn't want to be with him for a moment. Well my young lady, this matter is already like this, what else can be said? I hope you won't regret it in the future. Don't get upset over the trivialities of life. After all, the two of you aren't all the way. Not exactly. His family is not as bad as you say. At least my mother-in-law is working as an executive in a big state-owned enterprise. Su Wei defended her man, and Jiang Xiaoxian, who was still busy outside, heard it all. Chapter 27. You don't need to know if you're a man or not. At noon, Kong Shuyan was busy cooking outside while the two women were still chatting in the bedroom. What are you going to do next? Yuani asked. The Su family was being suppressed, especially Su Chongqing's lineage. Not only was there a lot of pressure from outside, even within his own family they were telling him to quickly give up the position of the family head. At most, it was just these 2 days. Su Chongqing had to make a choice. Su Wei has lost all her assets in Jiangzhou. Even her bank and credit cards have been frozen, and Su Changxing can't do anything about it. Fortunately, there was Jiang Xiaoxian, so Su Wei did not end up on the streets. One step at a time. Anyway, I'm not alone now. It's not like I'm going to be without food with him around. Su Wei looked a little dejected, her eyes showing her confusion about the future, as well as her remorse for the disaster she had brought to her family. Right at this moment, the corners of Lu Bing's mouth rose when he was in the imperial capital and learned that Su Wei had run back to Jiangzhou. Things have settled down. He should also go to Jiangzhou. Must get Su Wei, a woman known as one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital. Come not to marry her as a wife, because now the family has not allowed him to marry Su Wei, and he just first simply want to play with this woman. Lu Bing would like to see, without the Su family as a dependency, Su Wei, how can she still fight with herself? At noon, Jiang Xiaoxian made a table of food, and Yuani ate it with gusto. Your craftsmanship is not bad, but it's a pity that you didn't use it on the right path. What is the right way? Jiang Xiaoxian was a little displeased. This woman was full of dislike from the first moment she saw her. It was also that she is Su Wei's bosom friend. Jiang Xiaoxian was not convenient to say more, otherwise she would have opened her mouth to dislike her. The right way? That's what a man should do. Telling his woman to live in a big house instead of living at a snail's pace and suffering in this small place of less than 100 square meters. Yuani's heart had always felt bad for Su Wei for marrying this man. She chattered on and on. Su Wei on the side gently pulled her arm and whispered, and you just say less. Okay, he's not your husband. Said also looked back at Jiang Xiaoxian with an apologetic gaze. Yuani did not expect to help Su Wei to speak. She defended Jiang Xiaoxian, but Jiang Xiaoxian listened to the heart is still quite comfortable. Other people on how he cannot care how to evaluate. Their own women recognized on the line. Said the big house he can get, but said no one believe. Really by words really cannot use. Maybe one day he left Jiangzhou no longer come back. Waste that resource to do what? Good eye you this little girl. I help you, but you elbow to turn out. Really colorful like friends. Angry. Yuani beamed in feigned anger. In fact, the relationship between the two sisters really wasn't generally good, and it was because Yuani looked out for Su Wei in every way that Jiang Xiaoxian wouldn't say anything too heavy, but the day to tell her to see her strength is coming. Facts speak louder than words. At that time, let's see what else you have to say. Ha ha, who told you to talk about my husband? Besides, what is a bigot? He is legally the closest person to me. Yuani sniffing even more angry. In the end is married thinking about their own men, bullying her as a single dog. Humph, not eating. Yuani patted her stomach, put her chopsticks down and glared at Su Wei. Love to eat not eat, come husband you eat. Su Wei, in order to anger Yuani, makes a strong effort to give Jiang Xiaoxian a dish. Okay, daughter-in-law, that's enough. Looking at a bowl full of dishes, Jiang Xiaoxian naturally could not refuse, but too much he really could not eat. A meal with laughter, quarrels, and coziness. Su Wei or that, if you're not used to living there, go to my place. I can't stand watching you live here. Yuani once again persuaded Su Wei when she was leaving. That's fine, but if we want to go it will be both of us, Su Wei said with a smile as she sat in her wheelchair. Yuani pondered. In fact, asking him to go could also be fine. The key, this guy's cooking is really good, much more delicious than those big hotels, but turned his head and thought, both of them went, then he took someone back is not very inconvenient? Think about it or forget it. Looking at these two people show love all day long. Their own single dog is not distressed to death. Take him with you. Forget it. What if you're not at home one day and he does something bad to me? Yuan Yi's mouth was not kind, at least to Kong Shuyin. To you? Ha, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Kong Shuyin glanced at Yuani and disliked her back. This woman was also considered a beauty, but she wasn't on the same level as Su Wei. What? You look down on me? At the very least compared to my daughter-in-law it's really not that I'm blowing it off. It's a bit much worse. Jiang Xiaoxian also began to be venomous. Who told this woman to target everywhere? If you don't talk back to yourself, you still think you're good at bullying, don't you? You? Well, Xiao Wei, you see him bullying me. Yuani hugged Su Wei's arm and gently shook it twice, pretending to slightly cry and pout. Good. When you leave I will take revenge for you, okay? Looking at this pair of enemies who can quarrel when they meet, Su Wei really has a big head. It's better to hurry up and tell Yuani to leave. Definitely. After saying that, Yuani finally left. Jiang Xiaoxian closes the door and comes to Su Wei's side, gently pressing on her shoulder. This BFF of yours is not bad. At the very least she is sincere to you, but in the end she will definitely be scourged by a scummy man. Why do you say that? Su Wei was puzzled, and thought that Jiang Xiaoxian was venting about Yuani's mockery of him just now. Intuition, but I'm just guessing. If you don't believe me, you can wait. Don't say that. I don't want this to actually happen. Hopefully. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded and carried Su Wei back to the bed. This kind of day passed for a few days. Yuani occasionally came to check on Su Wei, and also in order to have a good meal. Every time he came to gorge himself on the delicacies made by Jiang Xiaoxian. As the saying goes, eating people's mouths is short. Her mouth was somewhat restrained. Not all kinds of dislike like the first time, but it's not much better. Imperial capital Su family. Due to Su Chongqing's mistake, the old master decided to cancel his position as the head of the family and have his brother, Su Wei's eldest uncle, Su Changlin, take over. Su Changqing's family was considered to be down and out, and now they were actually going to be kicked out of the Su family villa compound. Although Su Changqing still has some savings in his hand, not to the streets, but Lin Wanru was bent on returning to her mother's home, but her mother's home did not accept the two. On the other hand, Lu Bing also came to Jiangzhou, but unfortunately Su Wei, who had already moved away, told him how he couldn't find it. However, the family also gave him a task. I heard that Camel is going to spend $300 billion in Jiangzhou to create a maritime trading company. This is a huge cake. Those large groups of companies have come to look for opportunities. The Lu family, the Feng family empire, those big families did not fall. Lu Bing happens to be in Jiangzhou, also received the family's mission. Must be in this feast and a share of the pie. To know 300 billion is the company's founding funds. The subsequent trade that is the scale of trillions of dollars. Which benefit which people see not. I read. Su Changlin also sent his eldest daughter, 30 years old, just returned from the M country, to assist him in ruling the Su family. Su Yu. Jiangzhou gathered most of the powerful groups and upper-class people in Daxia in a short period of time, only waiting for Camel's representative to negotiate cooperation with his team. I heard that the number 3 person in Daxia for this mission would also come to Jiangzhou to hold the launching ceremony. Su Changqing naturally knew about this news as well. It was a pity that he had already been deprived of the position of the family head, and at the same time, he had lost the opportunity to attend this feast. Yuani's family was also a not-so-small group anyhow, and also intended to follow and pick up some leftovers. There were also those big corporate families in Jiangzhou that were also involved. The Zhang family was no exception. So these days Zeng Wan didn't have time to look for Jiang Xiaoxian's whereabouts. Inside the rental house, Jiang Xiaoxian was cooking a midday meal for the two women. I say Ms. Yuani, do you have to pay some food expenses for coming here every day to dine? A plate of food was served on the table and Kong Shuing joked as she looked at Yuan, who came with another card order. Just eat your order, but also pay for food. Are you still a man? Yuan glanced at it without a good mood and said, Whether it's a man or not you don't need to know and won't ask you to know. It's good that my daughter-in-law knows. Jiang Xiaoxian raised his eyebrows at his woman. Su Wei sniffed and her face immediately became flushed while she glared at the man in exasperation. Chapter 28, None of Your Business. Unorthodox. Yuani finished looking at Su Wei. Little way do you know that the Minister of Commerce and Diplomacy of Camel Country is coming to Jiangzhou early next month. Su Wei shook her head. What does this have to do with us little people? It's true that their coming has nothing to do with us. But do you know how many business opportunities this cooperation can bring? Maybe if a small business shares a little bit of the benefits, then it could turn into a big company. Ah, is it so exaggerated? Su Wei looked at Yuani with a face full of incredulity. What I said is still small. By then all those prestigious businessmen in the whole of Daxiao will come running. The more Yuani spoke, the more excited she became, as if her Yu family was the protagonist of this feast. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't get involved in this topic and helped Su Wei, who was talking. Peel prawns on the side. This doesn't really have anything to do with me anymore. My father is no longer the head of the Su family, and I, the eldest miss of the Su family, has become Mr. Zhang's wife. There was some frustration as well as resignation in her words. Jiang Xiaoxian could naturally hear it. Alas, I said in the beginning that what's the point of you marrying Jiang Xiaoxian? You can't even enter such a good opportunity. Yuani started to sarcastically talk about Jiang Xiaoxian again. Jiang Xiaoxian ignored it and continued to eat. And who would have thought that he was the master of this event? In fact, no one would believe it even if he said it. Shut up and eat this as he has enough backbone. Su Wei similarly did not say anything. Naturally her heart was still a little lost. Hey, soft rice king, shouldn't you bring your daughter-in-law to live a good life? Just know how to eat? Yuani blankly glanced at the man and said without a good mood. It was as if she was Jiang Xiaoxian's evil mother-in-law. Soft rice king. That's a good name. Actually being able to eat soft rice is also a skill that you can't envy. Besides, I spent my own money to buy all these things you're eating, and I spent my own money to rent this house, so how is it a soft meal? Humph, only mouth high. Su Wei, I really feel unworthy for you. Finished eating, hurry up and get out of here. Jiang Xiaoxian was a little angry. Good reason here to provoke the relationship between himself and Su Wei. This bosom friend really cannot be wanted. After saying this, Jiang Xiaoxian put his chopsticks down and walked out of the house. Looking at the man a little angry, Su Wei tugged Yuani. You say less. What does this have to do with him? Su Wei, I just feel bad for you. Kang Xiaoxian, who had smoked a cigarette outside the house, re-entered the house. Yuani, I'm telling you clearly now. I'm very angry with what you just said, and I'm also making it clear up front that your Yu family doesn't want a dime of this maritime transportation program. Xiaoxian, you also say less. Why are you two always bickering? Su Wei finished Yuani and then said Jiang Xiaoxian. Really a pair of enemies. It was not easy to stop for a few days. Now it started again. Ha ha. I didn't realize that people who don't have the ability to do anything will only get high on their mouths. Haha, I'd like to see who you believe when you say this. Yuani seized the opportunity and naturally couldn't help but mock two sentences. When Jiang Xiaoxian was about to say something else, the phone suddenly rang. It was Luo Wanxiong calling. Old man, what's the matter? Quickly say. Gu, what's going on? Who made our Hess's Grand Chief angry? Nothing. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the two women at the table and swallowed his anger back into his stomach. Luo Wanxiong instructed on the other end of the phone. That's good. The advance group from Camel's side will be arriving in Jiangzhou in the afternoon. There aren't many people who know about their arrival, so help arrange it. Good, said he. Hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone received a text message. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at it. Camel came to the people or their old acquaintances. Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, who walked a little farther to answer the phone, some curious and a little depressed. Who made the call? But also afraid that I will hear? The first thing that comes to mind is Zeng Wan, that Jiang Xiaoxian's former wife. An old man, my leader in Heisi. What is it? Su Wei was slightly disbelieving. It's also about this time Camel wants to open a shipping company in our place. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't hide it, nor did he say it outright. Su Wei nodded. She had heard her father say that Jiang Xiaoxian was working in a company called Heisi, but after getting along for more than half a month, she had never seen him work. She had the intention to ask, but in the front she also felt a bit cold towards the man's attitude, and was too embarrassed to ask. But the last 2 days she also figured out, since we have to live, that put the mind on Jiang Xiaoxian. More communication and understanding is the right thing to do. Otherwise, she would not be. Because of a phone call, Jiang Xiaoxian walked away from some answer. On the heart of the unhappy, ask endless. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of Yuani, who was eating at the side. You still have a job? What do you do? How much money do you make a month? None of your business. Kang Shuin blankly glanced at the other party without any goodwill and lazily ignored her. Can you speak in a more civilized manner? Cut. Yuani didn't die. It seemed impossible to ask Jiang Xiaoxian, so she turned her head to Su Wei. Xiao Wei, does he really have a job? Su Wei was helpless. She really didn't know much about Jiang Xiaoxian and could only shake her head. I'm not too sure. Daughter-in-law is not in a hurry. After a while I will tell you all I have. Now there is this aid woman in or forget it. You scolded me for being an aid woman. Good for you, you soft eater. At the drop of a hat, the two disliked each other once again. Alright you two, can't you just get along? Su Wei's head was pounding from the two men's noise and rubbed her head with her hand. Then I'll leave okay, humph. Yu Ani wiped her mouth, picked up her bag and quickly left. Watching her bestie leave, Su Wei instead let out a long breath. She wasn't worried that the other party was really angry. Yu Ani was this kind of character. Xiaoxian, I'm sorry, my bestie is like this, always big-headed. But her heart is not bad. I can also see that she's nice to you. But she's all over me. Ugh, I've told her that too. But she just won't listen. These are not important. The main thing is you. You can't take it seriously just because of your best friend's words. Su Wei smiled at Jiang Xiaoxian. How could it be? I'm not that kind of opinionless woman. Well, my daughter-in-law is the best. Without the light bulb, the two entered the sweet world of two again. Right, daughter-in-law. I'm going out for a bit in a while. Are you at home or with me? Where to? Su Wei was really bored staying at home for the past few days. She wanted to go out but her legs and feet were inconvenient. Now Jiang Xiaoxian took the initiative to take her out. How could she miss it? The airport. Picking up someone? Yes. The old man on the phone just now asked me to go. It's very important. Then won't my going slow you down? Su Wei looked at her own legs in the wheelchair that can't get off the ground yet. A little ashamed. It's fine. You're so pretty, even if you're sitting in a wheelchair you're still that most eye-catching scenery. This time I'll also bring you to meet a few people, so that you can have a preliminary understanding of me. That's fine. After nodding her head in agreement, Su Wei pushed her wheelchair to the bathroom and started primping herself. Although she didn't know who Jiang Xiaoxian was going to take herself to pick up, but appearing as Jiang Xiaoxian's wife, then she mustn't disgrace him. An hour later, Jiang Xiaoxian drove his newly bought Audi towards the airport. Where did you get this car? Newly bought. Oh, I wanted to ask him where he got the money, but when I thought about the fact that he has a mother, how can I say that it's still not a problem to buy a few $100,000 worth of car? Don't worry, the money for this car wasn't taken from my family. I earned it myself. You earned it? Su Wei was a little disbelieving. Chapter 29, Your relationship needs to be reconsidered. Of course, Kang Shuin said with a confident nod. Then tell me about what that Hess you guys actually do and where is the headquarters? Su Wei finally found a chance to ask curiously and couldn't help but do so. The headquarters is in the imperial capital. The company is very big, a sentence or two actually can't say it clearly. So tell you this, do you know the most important strategy of Daxia right now? Su Wei thought for a moment, and finally looked at Jiang Xiaoxian in surprise. You're not talking about the Daxia Sea Silk Road strategy, are you? Right. Jiang Xiaoxian replied firmly. I'm in charge of the desert sector, but don't get your hopes up. I only get a salary of over $30,000 a month. Su Wei didn't say anything, still immersed in surprise and unable to extricate herself. What exactly is he? It feels like this man is becoming more and more mysterious. Jiang Xiaoxian, are you hiding a lot of things from me that you haven't said? Like what things? Like your job? Didn't I tell you this? Besides, you didn't ask before. Isn't it a little wrong to say that you blame me for not being on top of things? Oh, Su Wei also thought that indeed she did not think too much about him to understand. Thinking that the other party is just a very ordinary person. Did not expect him to be so powerful himself. Then can you tell me what else you have left unsaid? Su Wei asked. There is one thing that I did lie to you, but you mustn't be angry when I say it. Su Wei's face changed, wanting to hear exactly where he had lied to himself. You say it. Actually, Zhang Yuehong is not my mom. What? Then why didn't you bring your parents to me to meet them, but instead found a fake one to fool around with? Su Wei's voice as she spoke had clearly changed flavor. This is indeed my fault, but next time I go back I will definitely bring you to meet my parents and my grandfather. Su Wei looked out of the window without saying anything, obviously angered by this thing that Jiang Xiaoxian had just said. Angry because Jiang Xiaoxian would actually take this matter to lie to her. Knowing that meeting her parents signaled that she had the intention of living a peaceful life with him, he actually even used this as a perfunctory way of pretending to be his mother with another woman. How could he not be angry with this behavior? Looking at the woman's face that gradually turned cold, she rested her chin and looked out the window, as if she was thinking about something. Kang Shui knew that there were some things that were better left unsaid, but how long can this matter be hidden without saying it? It is better to suffer later than sooner. The car drove nearly halfway. Su Wei suddenly received a call from Su Changcheng. Dad, Xiao Wei, where are you now? I'm still in Jiangzhou. What's wrong? Lu Bing has already gone to Jiangzhou. I heard that he has been looking for you. You should be more careful. Why don't you come back to the imperial capital first? In Su Changcheng's opinion, Jiangzhou is no longer safe. Without the position of the family head, how much energy does he have to protect his daughter? As for relying on Jiang Xiaoxian, he never thought about it. Dad, I won't go back. If he comes, then come. What does it have to do with me? Anyway, the marriage has been withdrawn. Ugh. It's all Dad's fault for not being able to give you a safe environment. If you insist on refusing to come back, that's fine. Take care of yourself. Well, no, Dad. Right, you and Mom now okay? Only a few short days had passed, but Su Wei felt that this separation was even longer than the last one. Pretty good. Don't you worry about us. Reporting good news and not worrying, especially from parents to their children. By the way, Xiao Wei, listening to an E said that your leg fracture is not true? Su Changxing's main purpose for calling this time was this. Dad has been almost well. That dead girl, how to say everything. All, and she said not to say. She does not say, you also do not say. Then you really, if something big happens to us, how to do? By the way, Jiang Xiaoxian is not on your side. Su Wei sniffed and looked at the man who was driving. Then you tell him to pick up the phone. Looking at the man still driving, Su Wei put the phone on speakerphone and placed it near Jiang Xiaoxian. My dad wants to talk to you. Dad, what's wrong? You still have the nerve to call me dad. I asked you to take care of my daughter. Why did she break her leg? How did you become a husband? Dad, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not looking after Su Wei. I see that you are not at all attentive to my daughter. I am now reconsidering the marriage between the two of you. Should it continue? Dad, it's my fault, but marriage is not child's play. You can't separate Su Wei and I just because of this matter, right? This matter, Do you think that by agreeing to the marriage between the two of you in the first place I am acknowledging you as my son-in-law? Originally I wanted to give Su Wei a chance to make her own choices, but now it seems that her vision is indeed not good. Since we have now gotten the words out of our mouths, I'm here to tell you that the marriage between the two of you will have to be reconsidered. Well, give the phone back to Su Wei. Su Wei turned the phone off speakerphone and took it back to her ear, perhaps still angry. For her father to reconsider the relationship between the two, she did not directly speak out against it. The relationship between the two that was gradually warming up also instantly went back to square one because of this matter. Xiao Wei, tomorrow your mom and I will go to Jiangzhou. This event may be our only chance. Even if we can't go back to the position of the family head, we can definitely find another silver lining. You send me a location at that time. I will pick you up and go. Counting on Jiang Xiaoxian to protect you, I don't think there is much hope. Well, you pay more attention to yourself. Hang up first. The phone hung up. Su Wei coldly looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. Jiang Xiaoxian, I won't go to the airport. Take me back. If it's too late, you can just find a hotel on the side of the road to put me down. Okay. There was already nothing to explain. Whatever she wanted was fine. Going back was impossible. Jiang Xiaoxian followed her arrangement and found the most luxurious hotel in the neighborhood and opened a presidential suite. Su Wei wanted to ask just to live a little. Why open a suite so luxurious? Even if you have money, it's not the way to spend it. Moreover, in Su Wei's heart, Jiang Xiaoxian's economic strength has not reached this level. But still angry, she suddenly became curious, but also too disgraceful. So she also followed the arrangements of Jiang Xiaoxian, stayed down, and did not open his mouth. Kang Shuin hugged and placed the woman on the bed and pushed the wheelchair to where she could use it well. Rest here for a while. I'll come and take you back when I'm done. Good. Su Wei nodded and watched as the man turned to leave. A temporary dedicated passageway at the airport already had many loaded soldiers standing. Jiang Xiaoxian came to the door and was stopped by a soldier. Sorry, this place is temporarily off limits. Aha. Kang Shuin didn't explain. They were just following the rules. The old man gave him a phone number. Just look for this person when you arrive at the airport. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the number. Hello, I'm Luo Wanxiang, called to pick up someone. Need to dock with you now. Now in the doorway guarded by your guards. You come out under it. Yes. Not a moment later a tall man in military uniform walked out. The two men all froze as their eyes met. Brother Jiang? Brother Ji? Seeing that it was an old acquaintance, Ji Cheng, the two men smiled and shook hands. I didn't expect you to be the one who came to pick up the airplane. I also didn't expect that the higher-ups would send you to do security. It can't be helped. I heard that the character coming this time is extraordinary. I also received the assignment temporarily, which I ran here without opening the airplane. Indeed. Go sit inside. Ji Chang led the way in front and came to a lounge. The airplane still has half an hour before it arrives, so we can have a good chat as well. Ji Chang was as brash as ever. Brother Jiang, do you know who is here this time? The little prince of Camel Country. What? Ji Chang sniffed with a surprised expression, then slowed down and continued to ask, how did you know? Secret. Jiang Xiaoxian laughed. Good. As a soldier, he would never ask more questions as long as he heard the word secret. Perhaps the two were really in tune with each other, chatting about the sky, especially about the desert there. However, Jiang Xiaoxian could only point to the point and did not divulge any confidential stuff. Soon the news that the airplane had arrived came from the mouths of Ji Cheng's men. The two men also got up and headed towards the airport runway. Young Prince Kong was 20 years old, the younger brother of the boss of the Camel Kingdom, and he couldn't wait to get out of the cabin to look down, looking for someone. Where he fixed his eyes he only saw a figure standing tall there looking at him in the same way. Master. This call of master brought a burst of happiness to Kong Xiaoxian's face. Alas, little Kong. Kong Xiaoxian waved. It had been how many years since the two had seen each other? Ji Chang was even more confused. The fact that the visitor was the little prince of Camel had already called him surprised. And now this little prince actually called Jiang Xiaoxian, who was at his heels, as his master. What was going on? But he was on a mission now. He could not ask or say anything. Jiang Xiaoxian saw his doubts. Softly, he said, "My real name is John Long." The sentence of self-reporting his name caused Ji Chang's heart to flutter. What this name stood for might not be known to the general public. But how could Ji Chang not know? That was a legend of the younger generation of the imperial capital. The last time he spoke to Jiang Xiaoxian his face was one of respect. He did not expect that the person in front of him whom he called brother and brother was the legend that he had admired for a long time. Chapter 30, Teacher's Maiden. A simple pick-up ceremony. No reporters nor flowers or other welcoming staff. In order to keep a low profile, after all, little Prince Kang's identity was special. It was still the same office in the waiting room just now. Little Prince Kong, Jiang Xiaoxian, Ji Chang, and the 4 bodyguards that little Kong brought with him at the door. Little Kong, has the hotel for the next stay been booked yet? Not yet, master. I also wheedled my brother for several days before he asked me to come. It's not because I'm coming to see you. He definitely won't agree. When I came, I acted in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare. But I think with you there, master, all of this is trivial. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian slapped Shao Kahn on the head without any good reason. You kid is quite good at making people? You think I am your user or underling? Remember, I am your master, the one who has saved your life twice. Got it, master. Shao Kahn had a bad smile on his face. It's been 2 years. He couldn't tell you how happy he was in his heart to see Jiang Xiaoxian this time. Ji Chang stood aside also to guard this little prince. The conversation between the two called Ji Chang to understand that a legend will always be a legend. This little prince is the Camel King's favorite brother. Just so by Jiang Xiaoxian patted the head of the other side, not angry at all. This can be seen Jiang Xiaoxian in the heart of the prince's position and in the camel country status is how high. Well, here to stay, what to do? I will arrange for you to live. Then you call your security team to stay. And Ji Chang, this time the little prince's security all to you. If he has any failure, not to mention you, this captain cannot do. Even your Ji family will also follow the disaster. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at Ji Chang as if he was commanding his men. It was also true that in terms of rank, Jiang Xiaoxian was 3 levels higher than Ji Chang. Yes, promised to complete the mission. Ji Chang stood upright and then gave a standard military salute. Jiang Xiaoxian had this qualification to talk to him like this, and also had this strength. His own idol was also the head's Jiang Xiaoxian, and what he said was an order. Good, let's go. I'll take you to the hotel and pick up someone else on the way. Okay, master. The person Jiang Xiaoxian said he wanted to pick up was naturally Su Wei. Even if the other party was a little angry in his opinion, it was also unjustifiable. After all, he was at fault first. Putting her in the hotel was also for the smoothness of the pickup just now. And now that the mission was accomplished, his wife naturally had to be picked up. Ji Chang, when he learned of Jiang Xiaoxian's identity, has not been talking much. Perhaps because there is also a noble status Shao Kong prince beside him. Master, who are you picking up? Your master's wife. What? Master, you got married? Right. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded and said, you really got married, head? Ji Chang also asked curiously. Well, by the way, Ji Chang, from now on don't call me old head chief. Just call me brother Jiang. Okay, brother Jiang, but in private you can be like this. Publicly even more can't call no. Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly spoke out to interrupt. Understood. Ji Chang instantly understood Jiang Xiaoxian's intention. Arriving at the hotel where Su Wei was staying, the 3 of them walked towards the upper floors, 2 in front and 1 behind. Arriving at the door, Jiang Xiaoxian knocked on the room door. After a while Su Wei's voice came from inside. Who is it? Me. There was only one word, but it was an incomparably familiar voice, and it also told Su Wei to drop her guard and push the wheelchair and press the open door button. What she was afraid of was Lu Bing bringing someone. The door opened. Su Wei was still cold, but suddenly saw Jiang Xiaoxian followed by a person. Her face began to put on a smile. Hello, you're the senior maiden. Really pretty. Kong saw Su Wei praising in that broken Daxia language. Shen Yang? Su Wei's expression was a bit uncertain as she looked at Kong Xiaoxian at the side. Yeah, he's my disciple calling me master. You're my wife calling you master's wife, of course. After listening to Jiang Xiaoxian's explanation, Su Wei somewhat understood. The original he went to the airport to pick up is this foreign disciple. Hello, politely extended his hand to shake. What's wrong with you, senior mother? Why are you in a wheelchair? Don't ask blindly. Kang Xiaoxian once again gently slapped from the back of Xiao Kang's head. Okay, got it, master. Su Wei smiled faintly, not answering. The two entered the room and Ji Chang followed. Only then did Su Wei see that the man behind the two was actually Ji Chang. One must know that Ji Chang is the Prince Charming and dream lover of many women in the imperial capital. Miss Su, long time no see. Hello, Mr. Ji. Su Wei smiled and nodded with a different kind of gaze at Ji Chang. She remembered that the last time she saw Ji Chang was at a large dinner party in the imperial capital. At that time, all the young talents of the entire imperial capital were gathered, but all of them were overshadowed by the one in front of her, the so-called one heavenly pride of the imperial capital. Unfortunately, I heard that he had a fiancée long ago, and there was also a beautiful woman who was secretly in love with him, but these were all legends, and those of them who did not belong to that circle could only hear about it from hearsay. That dinner meeting, two people said hello and took a picture. After all, the same imperial circle of young people recognize each other is also inevitable. Since then, Su Wei's ideal target in her heart is the big son of the Ji family in front of her, although it is not a crush, but he is the standard. But unfortunately there are a few men in the world can reach the height of Ji Chang. She never dared to hope. Now that Ji Chang and Jiang Xiaoxian and this foreign disciple of Jiang Xiaoxian appeared at the same time, Su Wei was a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoxian had picked up not only this disciple but also Ji Chang? You two know each other? Looking at the two greeting each other, Jiang Xiaoxian opened his mouth and asked, well, we're both from the imperial capital. How can we not know each other? Su Wei turned her wheelchair elsewhere and said as she pushed it, oh, brother Jiang, I have some things so I should leave first. Ji Chang also realized that something wasn't quite right and made an excuse to leave. Good. Looking at Ji Chang's twisted appearance, Jiang Xiaoxian thought that there was something between the two, and then agreed to Ji Chang's request. When Ji Chang left, Su Wei's suppressed heart relaxed. Ji Chang's reputation or prestige in their circle was just too strong. Even when staying with him, there was a feeling of being oppressed. This was the consensus between Su Wei and their circle of the so-called 12 young men of the imperial capital. Apart from Ji Chang's own competence, the most crucial thing was that the Ji family's position in the imperial capital was extraordinary. Even 10 Su families would not be a match for one other Ji family. Prince Shao Kong didn't interrupt because he could see some disharmony. If he interjected at this time he would still be disliked to death by his master. Shao Kong, did your brother ask you to bring me anything good? Su Wei was still immersed in the thoughts of Ji Chang's appearance just now when Kang Xiaoxian broke the silence. My brother didn't ask me to bring it, but it was prepared long ago. Just waiting for master to go back and give you a surprise. Xiao Kang's words Jiang Xiaoxian naturally understood. It was clear that he wanted to call him back. Xiao Kang's words are not what Jiang Xiaoxian thought in his heart. He has long wanted to go back, but Luo Wanxiang has always told him to stay in Daxia, saying that it is to complete the task. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxian heart also understands some. This is what the task is, their grandfather's meaning. Do not want to call their only grandson in that dangerous place to work, but for the sake of Daxia he cannot directly intervene. So he called Luo Wanxiang to be the bad guy. This was something that Jiang Xiaoxian had only partially figured out. In fact, the old man wanted to call him back to leave a legacy for the Jiang family. Otherwise, if something happens to him, then the Jiang family, which has been passed down through 3 generations, will not have no one to follow in their footsteps. This was actually the old master's good intention that he had no choice but to do. Well, I will definitely go back. Jiang Xiaoxian's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about the 10 years he spent there. Wife. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Su Wei, who was still thinking in the wheelchair. What's wrong? Returning to her senses, Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, the blankness on her face, having no idea what the other party was talking about. This room will be left for my disciple to live in. I'll take you back now. Aren't mom and dad coming tomorrow? We should also prepare. Good. Su Wei nodded, her thoughts returning to reality just a little bit. In the car, Su Wei was still looking out of the car. Jiang Xiaoxian drove and asked, do you like Ji Chang? Su Wei immediately shook her head. His kind of person stands in too high a position. I'm still self-aware. Maybe that's a kind of worship, but definitely not alike between a man and a woman. Su Wei explained, also what she really thought in her heart. The woman's eyes were sincere, unlike a lie, and the bit of sourness in Jiang Xiaoxian's heart instantly disappeared. Chapter 31, Identity Revealed. Su Wei shocked. Master, goodbye. Shao Kong had a pained reluctance on his face. This was of course something he was pretending. Well, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. After saying goodbye to Kang Xiaoxian immediately, he couldn't wait to run to the bathroom humming the famous camel song and take a shower. Then he could enjoy the Daxia food. This time he ran out, he would eat it all. Kang Xiaoxian pushed Su Wei towards the outside of the hotel. Every action was so careful, fearing that Su Wei would bump into it. Arriving in front of the car, Jiang Xiaoxian picked her up and gently placed her on the passenger seat. When he let go, he realized that the woman had hung him firmly by the neck and refused to let go. Kang Xiaoxian, What's wrong? Thank you. It's my fault for being angry at you for no reason just now. It's fine. This matter is also my fault. But I see that old Su seems to be very angry. I don't know if he is good at this. Just now on the phone, from Su Changxing's tone, one could hear that he seemed to regret agreeing to the marriage between the two in the first place. Su Wei did not say anything. She had already apologized to her parents, not wanting to say that her father was wrong. The same did not appease Jiang Xiaoxian. The fact is also as he thought. Su Changxing did regret. Back to the rental house. The two simply ate dinner, sitting on the sofa and started chatting. Your dad is really coming? Well, just now on the phone said you also heard all. The first is for me this leg injury. The second this event who do not want to get a piece of the pie. Especially my family is now in this situation. Want to turn over is very difficult. Su Wei, aren't you blaming me a little? Su Wei and Jiang Xiaoxian were very close to each other, turning her head to look at the man, her eyes showing some apologies. No, after all, it was my own choice. What does it have to do with you? But the fact that you took another woman to replace my mother-in-law is really wrong. And I'm still angry now that I think about it. Then when your leg is healed we'll go back to the imperial capital. Firstly I'll ask you to meet the parents. And secondly we'll have our wedding. Do you think it's okay? Let's talk about it then. Su Wei did not give a definite answer. Su Wei, it's not good for you to treat me like this if I'm on and off. Maybe if we continue like this, one day our relationship will suddenly turn into an X. It's not that serious, right? Su Wei's eyes rolled. She really didn't think that much. Jiang Xiaoxian half squatted down and grabbed her arm, solemnly asking, Su Wei, can you tell me how you really feel about me? If you really don't want to be with me, I'm willing to leave and will never pester you. If you truly want to spend your life with me, don't be so erratic, okay? It seemed like it wasn't the first time that Jiang Xiaoxian had said something like this to Su Wei in this manner. Xiaoxian, this time addressing Su Wei without bringing her last name. It seemed intimate. Aha. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at her with firm eyes. In fact, my heart is to think of a stable life, but recently a series of blows in our Su family encounter all because I caused. This point called me very self-blame. You know, not I intentionally to you as if away, but I have some too much pressure, especially now that the leg and cannot stand up, even more feel inferior. I'm sorry Xiaoxian. Su Wei's eyes have long been red, tears flowed down her cheeks. Jiang Xiaoxian gently wiped away the few drops of crystal clear teardrops on her chin. Wife, in fact, the Su family is just at a crossroads. Dad was forced to withdraw from the head of the family position, and how is it not an opportunity to be able to go further? Although you can't feel anything when I say this, but you believe me, just these 2 days I will tell you to know the answer, because facts speak louder than words. You may not believe it if I say any more now. Give it some time, don't be pressurized. Su Wei sniffed and pursed her lips, her eyes blinking as she flung herself into Jiang Xiaoxian's arms. Well, I believe you. With the beauty in his arms, Jiang Xiaoxian had mixed emotions and intended to say more, but would she believe it? Maybe it will, because she is not like those snobbish people. See what? The heart will think what all women. Su Wei, in fact this event I can decide a lot of things. Dad wants to do which aspect of the business. As long as the quality and production is not a problem I can open a back door for him. Xiaoxian, what do you mean by that? Su Wei didn't understand what the other party meant and straightened up from his arms to look at the other party suspiciously. I told you that I'm in charge of this section of the high sea desert. In fact, the camel's eastward strategy is also one of the elements that I lead. That apprentice just now, do you know his true identity? Su Wei gently shook her head. From her clothes she could tell that he was a rich son from the camel side. He is the Camel King's own brother, also my disciple, and even more so, he is the main person who came to negotiate at this event. Better than those other businessmen and politicians who are mainly talking about sub-projects, and he is also the real boss behind this company that Camel opened in Jiangzhou. What? He is the boss? Su Wei was surprised again. Those people who grabbed their way in and met with nothing more than his henchmen, while the real and proper owner is my disciple. Do you think I have the right to do this? Jiang Xiaoxian said while holding the woman in his arms once again. Daughter-in-law, you know that the highest in your circle in the imperial capital are the four great celestial pride, but did you know that I'm even one step above them? Su Wei didn't rush to open her mouth in question. She was also digesting the content of Jiang Xiaoxian's words, slightly froze for a moment. God looked up at Jiang Xiaoxian, not knowing if it was true or not. Back then, I heard Feng Zhe say that it seems like the first of the four great celestial pride, Ji Cheng, is that man just now, and the person he admires the most is also a legend amongst the true young masters of our imperial capital circle. You wouldn't say that that man is you, would you? Jiang Xiaoxian smiled. Would you believe me if I said yes? Su Wei was still a little shocked, but how could this happen to her? Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, not answering him, not nodding his head, and even less shaking his head, just wanting to ask Jiang Xiaoxian to convince himself personally. Jiang Xiaoxian knew that words were useless and took out his cell phone to call Ji Cheng directly. Hello, chief. Ji Cheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ji Cheng, you come to my house. There are some personal matters that need your help. Okay. With a few simple sentences, he hung up the phone. There are some things where using some privileges is still necessary, such as calling your daughter-in-law convinced. For example, the beacon playing the Lords. Are you calling Ji Xiao to come here? Yes. Otherwise you do not believe in your heart. And then every day you feel anxious about the future of the Su family, feeling that it is all because you chose wrongly that will lead to the Su family to follow the disaster. If I show you that I am 10 million Lu Bing cannot be compared to, then you are not. This kind of anxiety is gone. Is not it possible to live a good life with me? Jiang Xiaoxian said a lot in one breath. The same kind of adoration toward the heart of Su Wei also closed a door. Su Wei thought about it. Indeed, what he said was the root cause of his recent inner turmoil. Although he does not blame Jiang Xiaoxian, but when he blames himself, he also spreads his anger on him. If the Su family went further because she chose Jiang Xiaoxian, then her anxiety would naturally disappear. You're saying that I'm too poor to love the rich. Su Wei tapped the other party's chest a few times. Indeed, a bit. Jiang Xiaoxian sneered at Su Wei in turn. You? Su Wei glared fiercely at the man. In fact, it's not that I dislike the poor and love the rich. I just feel that it's all my choices that have harmed my family. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's just me. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded. Well, I can feel it too. Otherwise you would have already picked on me, which would still come to Jiangzhou with me. Su Wei's mind for love was relatively simple, but her sense of responsibility was also greater, which was why it hurt the feelings between the two. In the end, she was still a bit indecisive, except for being more resolute in her treatment of the matter of the union with Lu Bing. Wait, Jiqing will be here soon. I'm going to change my clothes. Jiang Xiaoxian was prepared to wear his military uniform and meet Ji Cheng formally for once, also to dispel Su Wei's inner concerns, and also to keep the backyard from catching fire during this event. Not a moment later, Jiang Xiaoxian walked out from the house, with a military outfit. Su Wei looked like she had turned into a nymphomaniac and couldn't take her eyes off of him. Jiang Xiaoxian, this is your military uniform? Well, as fake as it is, but this matter is not allowed to be said to the public. This is also the reason why I have not told you about my real identity. Also for your safety. Su Wei unconsciously nodded. Her eyes simply could not move half a step. Maybe the military rank of the shoulders Su Wei didn't understand, but she liked men who wore military uniforms, and she also liked men who had ambitions in their hearts. Originally thought that Jiang Xiaoxian was nothing more than an ordinary person, and was by no means the kind of hero he admired in his own mind. Unexpectedly, what he did was the real hero of Daxia, and this hero was too much taller than those heroes in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat when she thought of this. She didn't realize that her husband was the kind of man who was one in a million. Su Wei was still in the midst of her nymphomania when the front door was already knocked on. Ji Cheng's arrival was absolutely divine and in line with his personality and traits. Jiang Xiaoxian personally opened the door for him. The two men in military uniforms stood together. Both of them were the kind of tall and majestic tough guys. Ji Cheng looked at Jiang Xiaoxian's military uniform and then at the shoulder insignia, and was also momentarily stunned. He knew that the legend on top of Heaven's Pride was very powerful, and he was following his lead. But now when he saw Jiang Xiaoxian, who was about the same age as himself but 3 ranks above him, he was instantly shocked. Chief, standing upright was a standard military salute. Jiang Xiaoxian similarly returned the salute. Chapter 32 Su Wei, am I worthy of him? Ji Cheng at your service. In. Jiang Xiaoxian's voice was high-pitched and loud. Now officially appoint you as Camel Security Brigadier in Jiangzhou Maritime Group. Do the core security work of this grand event. Also I suspect that Lu Bing of the 12 young men of the imperial capital has designs on my daughter-in-law. It's also my selfishness to protect her by the way. Jiang Xiaoxian said and looked at Su Wei who was sitting on the sofa. Ji Cheng similarly looked at Su Wei and once again gave a military salute to Jiang Xiaoxian. Lead the way. Alright, it's fine you go back. Yes. Ji Cheng was a bit flabbergasted. Coming just for this? But his mouth still flooded with assent. Brother Ji, the account is yours. In the end, when he was leaving, Jiang Xiaoxian, as a senior of the special operations team, patted Ji Cheng twice on his shoulder. Brother Jiang, after this mission is over can you take me to Hesse to the desert? I always want to go there. You know the military's fervor I'm the same. Being in Daxia is too comfortable. This time Ji Cheng's request was also a long-cherished wish as a flesh and blood soldier. Jiang Xiaoxian couldn't give him an answer. There was absolutely no problem with taking someone to Hesse to the desert. But Ji Cheng, after all, had a distinguished family. If there were any slip-ups, then Jiang Xiaoxian couldn't afford to take on this responsibility. However, it is not impossible. He needs to communicate with his family before making a decision. Ji Cheng, this matter I can only say can, but in the end whether it works or not, or you go yourself to do your family's psychological preparation. The most critical issue, aren't you going to get married soon? This matter is a non-trivial matter. There is a possibility that you won't be able to come back in this life. Jiang Xiaoxian thought about how many of his former companions had gone one by one, and from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to ask Ji Chang, such an excellent soldier, to go there again, but he would definitely not quench the fervor of a young man with great ambitions either. Good, then brother Jiang is counting on you. After saying that, Ji Chang turned around and left, but just as he went downstairs, he took out his cell phone and desperately searched for contact information with Su Wei. Finally, he found it in a group and added the other party. Knowing that Su Wei was Jiang Xiaoxian's wife, the importance attached to her would definitely not be as indifferent as before. In the past, they, the pride of the heavens, looked down on the imperial capital's 6 young men, the imperial capital's 12 young men, and so on and so forth, the smallest of the small. These people didn't have their own achievements, and would only rely on their family backgrounds to show off in their own small circles. And naturally, Su Wei, one of the 4 beauties, was also categorized by Jiqing as this type of person. But now, she actually married a former legend, that dragon of Daxia. Then her significance was no longer the same. Add a contact, and tell her to put a good word in Jiang Xiaoxian's ear in the future. Maybe she would go to the desert earlier to establish her own great achievements. Daxia was too comfortable, and even if she worked hard again, she wouldn't achieve much. After Ji Chang left, Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with some surprise, especially now that he was even more handsome in military attire. In an instant, the man in front of her was that most handsome man under the sky in her heart. Xiaoxian, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaoxian removed his military uniform and carefully and neatly kept it. He couldn't wear this outfit externally. After officially leaving Hesse and returning to Daxia, this outfit would truly belong to him. Su Wei beamed and did not know how to express. For a time those ordinary thoughts in his heart had long ceased to exist. And how could she be worthy of this man that Ji Chang, the head of the 4 great celestial pride, had to look up to and flatter? Why didn't you say it earlier? Wife, there are some things that not whenever you say it will be believed, and there are some things that can't just be said out loud. You know what my job is well. These may not be for anyone to talk about. Do you know who my top boss is? His name is Luo Wanxiang. Mr. Luo? Su Wei was once again surprised. What kind of person did she marry? Things were so twisted that Su Wei didn't slow down for a long time. It turned out that the man she married was not ordinary, but exceeded her imagination by too much. A moment of surprise, loss at the same time surged to the heart. Loss is to think that such a man, Su Wei, can be worthy of? Once even Ji Chang like her felt that it was not an ordinary family woman like her could have. And now Jiang Xiaoxian's identity is even more counterintuitive. What should she do now? Especially since she herself would still give him the cold shoulder from time to time. Well, daughter-in-law, I've introduced myself. Of course my family, I don't want to say much about them just yet. You'll naturally meet them when the time comes, but you mustn't feel pressurized at that time. Jiang Xiaoxian leaned down against Su Wei in front of him at a distance of only a few centimeters. The look was extremely aggressive, but it seemed so ambiguous for the two families. You say this, I have more pressure. Originally, he was under pressure because his own choices made the whole family experience suppression, but now he also felt under pressure in the face of his man's background. Actually, my grandfather really wants a great-grandson. Can you? Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth was already next to Su Wei's lips. The woman's mind had already been messed up long ago. Kissing for a while, Su Wei's sanity got the better of her. My legs are still not good. Gently pushed the man away. Not a refusal, just too many things on her mind to devote herself to this kind of thing. Su Wei's leg, except for not being able to go down to the ground, had actually been healed to a certain extent. Jiang Xiaoxian grinned, and his heart ached a lot after speaking out. It was really unpleasant to be suppressed in this year, especially not being able to tell his identity but also to call a woman to fall in love with him as an ordinary person. This might be possible, but definitely not a woman of heavenly beauty like Zang Wan or Su Wei. Don't talk about my identity with anyone, not even your parents. Got it? Washing up the two of them lying on the same bed, Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly warned. Okay, I promise you. Su Wei nodded. It was not like Jiang Xiaoxian had to be some kind of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was really that his identity could not be to the point where the whole world knew about it. It didn't matter if Ji Chang knew. It didn't matter if Su Wei knew as long as she didn't say anything. But other people know more. Then in the future these people will bring him a lot of trouble. Su Wei lay on the side of the bed suddenly a little nervous, just like a concubine who was called to bed by the emperor for the first time. The current Jiang Xiaoxian could call the Su family prosperous or call the Su family nothing. And knowing him, Su Wei also knew that this was actually just a part of it, or a small part of it. Thinking about what? Suddenly Jiang Xiaoxian's hand reached out to Su Wei's belly. Nothing, it's just that knowing too much at one time is a little hard to digest, and my brain is a little messy. Jiang Xiaoxian's hand slowly moved from her belly upwards. Actually, there's no need to have any burden. You just need to know that I'm your husband. Everything will be taken care of by me. Aha. Su Wei nodded. A hand held the other party's dishonest hand in place. Will it be okay in a couple days? Good. Jiang Xiaoxian was much more honest and prepared to remove his hand. Su Wei, however, grasped his hand and didn't call for it to be removed. I say that one will take 2 more days. The hand can hold me. Feel the man's enthusiasm. Su Wei also do not want to fight, but the leg is really still inconvenient. Afraid of strenuous exercise and misplaced that do not know when it will be good. Is this considered a benefit? You don't like it? Su sniffed. Wei tilted her head and asked. Like it, but it's a little uncomfortable. Su Wei thought about patting Jiang Xiaoxian's chest. The days ahead are long. You won't disregard my body, right? That's why it's good for me to look at you like this. Kang Xiaoxian still drew back his hand. Maybe it's really bad to only be able to touch and not be able to get that kind of feeling. Okay then. The pressure in Su Wei's heart became less in one night. That confident her was back again. The tenderness towards Jiang Xiaoxian naturally increased by a few points. The main reason was still his identity. It wasn't how powerful Jiang Xiaoxian's identity was, but he was the kind of ideal hero in his heart. And this feeling of a dream coming true was unreal and sudden as well as exciting. Chapter 33, Su Changsheng comes. Early the next morning, the sound of cannonballs and gongs rang out outside. The 2 sleeping people were woken up by the huge commotion outside the window. What is this going on outside? Su Wei, who opened her eyes, looked outside that was covered by the curtains. I'll go take a look. Kang Xiaoxian then poked his head out of the window in a pair of shorts and looked at the movement in the neighborhood. Su Wei looked a little mesmerized. Firm muscles with distinct lines. Couldn't help but want to touch them. Xiaoxian, what's going on outside? It seems like someone is getting married. Getting married? Then why don't you carry me over to see it too? When she grew up, the marriage scenes she witnessed were either held in large churches or large hotels, but she had never seen this kind of marriage reception in a small neighborhood before. Curiosity naturally existed, but the only thing that was sad was this leg that couldn't walk on the ground yet. Aha! Jiang Xiaoxian walked to the bedside, lifted the quilt. Su Wei dressed quite conservative, pink and purple satin pajamas, looks noble and elegant, but not loose sexy. The man's strength is very large. This point Su Wei has long felt. She let go of hanging on the man's neck of the right hand, unconsciously stroked back and forth on the chest and waist of Jiang Xiaoxian. Jiang Xiaoxian felt itchy and looked down at the woman. Su Wei's face turned red for a moment, not daring to look at him, pretending to be angry. She slapped him. What's wrong? It's not okay to touch. It's not like I'm touching someone else's man. Of course you can, but there are some itchy hearts. Dead look. Su Wei pouted, taking her hand back to re-hang on the man's neck. She stood on one foot and similarly poked her head out to look at the lively scene below. The two did not speak, only envy and appreciation. After a long time the bride was carried out and got into the wedding car. Only then did the commotion gradually stop. How come you want to get married too? Looking into the woman's mesmerized eyes, Kang Shuing gently kissed her on the forehead. One hand held it firmly in his arms. When will you throw me a wedding? It doesn't need to be grand, but it has to be memorable. Okay, I think our wedding should be in the golden fall. Either this year or next year. I'll wait. Re-entering the bed, Kang Shuing bent down to place the woman smoothly, but didn't leave in time, his hands still maintaining the position of the earlier encirclement, attaching himself to the top, and with one hand, ruffled a strand of Su Wei's hair that was hanging on her cheek. Deeply affectionate look. The woman's face had long been red and her eyes were mesmerized, as if she was waiting for something. Kang Xiaoxian lips downward kissed up. A long time to separate. The woman seems to be moved. Pulling Jiang Xiaoxian did not allow him to leave. The man understood in seconds. The action is gentle and continuous, until all the chaos slowly returned to calm. The woman is like an ostrich that wants to escape, burying her head deeply in Jiang Xiaoxian's arms. This is the second time the two of them combined. More emotional communication between the two sides. At the very least, the woman will take the initiative to embrace and kiss afterward, not wanting to seem to be gambling and forced the first time. Two people tired snuggle in bed until near noon. Kang Xiaoxian took the woman to the hotel where Shao Kang. Eat without two people think. Small Kong, this is a complete body of food. To Jianzhou less than a day. Enough to eat 4 meals. Are the best and the most prestigious local cuisine. This is not the two just came. Just smelled the aroma wafting from the presidential suite. Master's wife, you guys are here. Just in time to sit down and eat. I'm all alone and I'm bursting at the seams. Su Wei knew the identity of the other party, and now her expression was obviously a bit constrained. Hello Prince Shao Kang. Instinctively making a ceremonial smile. Senior maiden. It's not fun to call me like that. Just call me Little Kong. Good. Kang Xiaoxian, however, had long been accustomed to it and pushed the woman into position, helping to prepare the tableware. Wife, the beauty of the apprentice can't be let down. Su Wei nodded and started moving her chopsticks. Shao Kang, what items are you preparing to ship over from Daxia this time? chatting about business while eating. As the person in charge of this section of the desert, he naturally had to know some of the inner workings of this shipping company. Naturally, it is the livelihood and high-tech things. There is also military equipment to be shipped over from our company. These years are looked at by the white-headed eagle somewhat uncomfortable. You also know that the formal military trade some things are not good for trading. So, these things you don't have to say it now. I want to know which aspect those high-tech items mainly include, by the time I choose the enterprise on my side, or have a target. Drones, chips, all kinds of things that play a decisive role in production we need. Master this point as long as things are good. Money is not a problem. You damn no money. Master look, your private manor in Maching hasn't been lived in for a year. Those beautiful young ladies inside miss you. Before Shao Kong could finish, Jiang Xiaoxian slapped Shao Kong on the back of his head. What the hell are you talking about? This kid did not see his wife is still around. Nonsense. Su Wei naturally heard, put down her chopsticks and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, wanting the other party to give an explanation. Daughter-in-law, don't misunderstand. That's the maid they arranged for. I didn't mess around. Looking at Su Wei's unkind eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian immediately explained. Really? Of course, besides that was already in the past. Hearing this, Su Wei nodded. Indeed, no matter how he was in the past, it had little to do with his current self. Just like he was married and his ex-wife was Zang Wan. Even if the two of them had a child, so what? That was someone's previous experience. It doesn't matter. It's not like we knew each other back then. Su Wei said this. Jiang Xiaoxian was also relieved. I didn't expect her to be quite open-minded. A small interlude failed to interrupt the two people's mood that continued from that tender and fiery entanglement this morning. Soon the three of them ate and chatted. Su Wei also had some initial knowledge of this camel prince. Don't look at him as high and mighty, but in front of Jiang Xiaoxian, he was like an overgrown child. With such a capable husband around, why should she be constrained? After a big meal and things were pretty much chatted out, Jiang Xiaoxian patted his butt and prepared to leave. Master, aren't you going to sit down for a while longer? You kid has long wanted to go out and play right. Be careful out there. I've asked people to protect you in the dark. Just don't be too arrogant. Don't worry, master. He. Shao Kong, who was seen through, scratched his head and laughed. Kang Xiaoxian pushed Su Wei out of the hotel, and when he came out, he had already spotted Ji Cheng's shadow not far away. This guy was quite dutiful, but he didn't interrupt and continued to push forward. Just before reaching his car, Su Wei's phone rang. At a glance it was Su Changsheng calling. The two of them glanced at each other and instantly understood that this old Su had already come to Jiangzhou. Pick it up. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded and said. Su Wei nodded and pressed the answer button. Dad, I've arrived in Jiangzhou. Where are you? I'll go find you. Originally, if Su Wei's legs were convenient, she should have come to pick herself up, but Su Changsheng, who already had little expectation of Jiang Xiaoxian, and knew that his daughter's movement was inconvenient, so he could only go to the other side himself. Dad, where are you now? Why don't I go with Xiaoxian to pick you up? After about 10 seconds or so, Su Changsheng finally opened his mouth and said, all right, I'll wait for you at the airport terminal. There was some reluctance and helplessness in his tone. Hanging up the phone, Su Wei looked at Jiang Xiaoxian apologetically. Xiaoxian, maybe in a while my dad will have a bad attitude. Don't mind. Won't. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled and shook his head. The car traveled all the way east. The airport was not far from here. Half an hour almost. Arriving at the airport, Jiang Xiaoxian pushed Su Wei towards the terminal where Su Changsheng was. Chapter 34, Morong Xiaoran also came. Looking at his daughter walking towards him in a wheelchair, Su Changsheng was overwhelmed with emotions, whether he was right or wrong. In order to make up for his faults towards Jiang Yuehong, he told his daughter to follow and suffer. Only when he came to his senses did he realize that he and Jiang Yuehong were already in the past. How could Jiang Xiaoxian be worthy of his own daughter? Even if his current self was not the head of the Su family, he, Jiang Xiaoxian, was not worthy. Dad! Su Wei shouted. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't call dad. He just smiled and nodded at this father-in-law who was looking at him with a drawn-out face. No matter what he called it, it was his fault, so he might as well not call it. It was already wrong anyway. AI. It's dad's fault for asking you to suffer. Su Changsheng leaned down and hugged Su Wei. Both eyes were already red. Gently patted his daughter's shoulder. Dad, I'm quite good. You see, these days are some eat fat. Indeed. After knowing that Jiang Xiaoxian was the kind of hero she admired in her heart, she was already dead to him in her heart. With the nourishment of love and the careful care of Jiang Xiaoxian, how could she not put on weight? But her fat is just a little bit. Looks more sexy and charming than the cold Su Wei before. Su Changsheng took a closer look. Indeed, his daughter not only had a good color, even her appearance was more beautiful by a few points. But his mind has been decided. It is not possible because of this point to withdraw his intention to come here. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian, he similarly did not say anything, only a self-conscious that he is still in the upper echelon of the eyes. But this kind of look for Jiang Xiaoxian is a joke. Now that the three are at the airport, Su Changsheng naturally will not say much. Pushing Su Wei with his own hand, he asked, Xiao Wei, where do you live now? Dad, you just follow. Ask me, also do not know what that place is called. Su Wei said. The two of them walked in front. Su Changsheng's small suitcase naturally fell into Jiang Xiaoxian's hands. Jiang Xiaoxian drove the car and prepared to send the father and daughter duo to the house he rented. Dad, didn't you come with Mom? Where is she? It was fine if he didn't ask. Once he did, distress and exasperation instantly surfaced on Su Changsheng's face. Your mom, she won't come to Jiangzhou. Alas, since I came down from my position as the head of the family, and the villa was given by your grandfather to your eldest uncle's family, all of this is actually nothing. With my savings over the years, I can buy a big house outside, and the two of us, your mom and I, are happy enough to live the rest of our lives. But she didn't feel the same way. In the end, the two of us had a fight, and she went back to your grandma's house in a fit of anger. Speaking of his wife Lin Wanru, Su Changsheng was filled with remorse and chagrin. How could Mom be like this? Su Wei listened with some anger. It was said that husband and wife needed to be together in times of trouble. But Mom, how could she not even accept this face? The two of them were a couple for close to 30 years. Although her own father was no longer the head of the Su family, she knew that over the years, her own family had saved at least $1 billion. So much money was not enough for the two to enjoy life? In fact, it is not your mother's reason, mainly, or your uncle and your grandparents' grandma and grandpa. These people would have been snobbish, you know. I was okay when I was in the position of the head of the family. How to say that it is also a little stronger than the Lin family. They do not have a picky excuse, also dare not. Now all of them jumped out. Su Wei thought of grandpa's family is also full of anger. Snobbery is group living. This point can't be changed. Mom is actually the least snobbish person inside the Lin family, because she didn't say uncle's bad words about their family in my ear. Alas, maybe. Su Changsheng sighed deeply. How could what Su Wei said not be an aspect of snobbery? It was just that Lin Wanru was very good to Su Wei. This point Su Changsheng had nothing to say. Jiang Xiaoxian did not say a word. This is the family affairs of others. He is now, in addition to Su Wei's heart, is considered a husband. In the eyes of the Su family is but an outsider. Came to the rental house, due to the fight in the morning, also forgot to clean up when he came out. Even the door was not closed. At a glance, Su Changsheng saw the wrinkled quilt sheets on the bedroom bed, and two changed underwear. This scene called him to frown, and even more angry. Su Wei legs are like this, but still want to do that thing. This man must tell him to leave his daughter. Because of his failure to take care of his daughter in the front, she was injured, and now she's doing this before she's even healed. How can this man be reliable? Not counting other things, this kind of irresponsible man is not what Su Changsheng can look at. He didn't say it outright, but his heart to persuade them to leave was even stronger, and he even went so far as to beat up the lovebirds. Jiang Xiaoxian, this house is rented by you, right? Right. How much is it a month? I'll give you 10 times as much. You go and find another one that's better. You can just live outside these days. Why? Jiang Xiaoxian asked. The two of them are already married. Even if you were Su Wei's father, you don't have the right to ask the two of us to separate, right? There's nothing why. I don't agree with you continuing to wreak havoc on my daughter anymore, okay? Ha ha, this is ridiculous. Su Wei and I are husband and wife in the legal sense. This point is not something you can change just by saying so. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally would not easily agree to Su Changsheng's request. Do you think that I, Su Changsheng, can't do anything about you after I leave the position of the Su family head? Ha, even if you are the Su family head, what can you do? Jiang Xiaoxian sneered. Hearing her father come up and nitpick, Su Wei naturally wasn't too happy. Originally thinking that her mother had also returned to her mother's home now, and that the blow to old Su would be great, she didn't want to speak out against him again. But now in this situation, it was clearly Su Changsheng who was being unreasonable. Dad, Xiaoxian, can you two say less? Didn't want to single one out and say that it's not good to hurt anyone. Wanted to be a peacemaker. But these two men were both strong masters, who would listen to her words. Moreover, if Jiang Xiaoxian's identity is called Old Su later learned, with his current attitude, it is inevitable to call Jiang Xiaoxian to take the matter. In that case, he in front of his son-in-law have any face? Jiang Xiaoxian heard, looked at Su Wei with a pleading look at him and closed his mouth, also unwilling to argue with Su Changsheng again. Su Changsheng snorted coldly and sat his butt on the sofa. Wife, then I'll go out first. Call me if anything happens. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to tell Su Wei to do something difficult, so he had to leave first, and also told Su Changsheng to be able to calm down properly, giving Su Wei a home where she wouldn't be embarrassed by being caught in the middle of two people. It was also just as well that with Su Changsheng to take care of Su Wei, Jiang Xiaoxian could go and find Xiao Kong to chat about some business. In fact, not only did Su Changsheng come to Jiangzhou today, there was also the head of a large trading company in Camelot country who also arrived in Jiangzhou. This rich merchant Jiang Xiaoxian naturally recognized and was very familiar with him. Jiang Xiaoxian and Xiao Kong had long been waiting for this young man called Abu at the booked hotel. To say young was relative. In fact, it was several years older than Jiang Xiaoxian. The three of them met like old friends who had arranged to fight the landlord together, and watched the ballgame in the hotel and ate good food and drank famous wine. Until the evening, Xiao Kong proposed to go to the highest class nightclub in Zhengzhou to have some fun. Good, I agree. Master Long has said so. Of course I can only follow. In front of these two big shots, Abu could only be considered to have some money and some power, but it was still not equal. Jiang Xiaoxian picked up his cell phone and called Jicheng, telling him to make all preparations. Naturally, his disciple could not stay in the hotel the entire time he was here. In any case, he as a master should also do his part as a host. But the matter of Abu coming to Zhengzhou is not only known to them. There are also many high-class people in the imperial capital who have also gotten the news. They are also looking for an opportunity to get in touch with Abu, the son of the oil tycoon's family, who is now the owner of the Camelot chain trade. Among them, there was naturally Morong Xiaoran, who had quietly come to Zhengzhou. Chapter 35. Give me a perfect exit. Morong Xiaoran came to Zhengzhou, first for the prosperity of her Morong family. Secondly, she had inquired that Ji Chang had also come here. Although she knew that the other party was going to get married, she still refused to die. She thought that as long as the other party was not married, there was still a chance in her opinion. The Morong family is a lonesome family, but as the saying goes, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Maybe before the 80s they were impossible, but now it was all about capital and strength. With the Morong family's money overseas, coupled with Morong Xiaoran's ability, there have been more or less signs of recovery in the past few years. The Gathering Heavenly Pavilion was a luxurious nightclub that relied on the Morong family to open up. Naturally, those daxia bureaucrats are also involved in it. Otherwise, a lot of things relying on the Morong family alone would be absolutely difficult to smooth out. Morong Xiaoran likes Ji Chang, has her own inner real emotion, but also has the family explained to the task. Ji Chang's young age is not only known as the first of the four great prides of the empire, but also in many events repeatedly made a miraculous achievement. Such a talented young man, the Morong family naturally want to stay on their side. Unfortunately, the will of the heavens is not in the right place, but Ji Chang does not have any interest in Morong Xiaoran, who is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. What's even more pathetic is that he has already found someone else and will be getting married soon. I heard that Ji Chang's fiancée is also a woman from a famous big family in the imperial capital. A red Lamborghini whizzed by on the twilight-colored streets of Zhengzhou. Recently, this kind of luxury car with an Imperial A license plate would appear on the streets of Zhengzhou from time to time. Falling Immortal City was a top nightclub in Zhengzhou, and Jiang Xiaoxian and the others had already walked in. Similarly, at this time Morong Xiaoran had also parked her car at the entrance of this nightclub. Falling Immortal City's status in Zhengzhou was the same as Jutian pavilions in the imperial capital. Not just anyone who wanted to enter could do so. Jiang Xiaoxian and the others naturally found someone to get the top membership card in advance. Daxia is good. Master, I also want to open a nightclub like this. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Kong changed into a suit and the bodyguards around him were hidden elsewhere. Okay, you my ass. Kong Xiaoxian came up and slapped the other party on the head. If you don't open it, why are you hitting people? The scuffle between the two Abu has long been strange, although the prince is noble, but in the eyes of Jiang Xiaoxian is really nothing. Others do not know. Abu this in the camel country black and white people naturally know Jiang Xiaoxian's powerful. Under his command, there were 8 mercenary groups alone, and the security services of several other countries would also be used for him. Although he can't directly mobilize the army to go to war, it's still very easy to eliminate an important person. The most critical, even if you know that he did it, the governments do not dare to take him. How? Who called people backed by daxia, and hold the big power? Come out to play Xiao Kong natural handy. The 3 in the most upscale box called a dozen, accompanied by wine, accompanied by singing, accompanied by jumping nymphs. These women Jiang Xiaoxian is not frivolous nor refused. Always unveiled, but from the eyes look beautiful and moving women to maintain a certain distance. After 3 rounds of wine, Jiang Xiaoxian came out to relieve himself, and just went down to see 3 sneaky men at the bar in the 3rd floor lobby to make bad things happen to a woman. The woman's back was to him, so he couldn't see who it was, but when the woman turned her head to the side, the bartender who had been paid off secretly put some powder into the glass. Kang Shu Hyun watched but didn't mind his own business. The woman turned her head for a split second. Why did she feel so familiar? A black sarong with a high ponytail. Although he only saw the side of the other party's face, the well-defined face called him to think of someone. Morong Xiaoran. How did she get to Zhengzhou and still appear here? There were doubts. From the face one could faintly tell that she seemed to have something on her mind. It was not like she had come specifically to target Xiao Kong. Could it be for Ji Chang? Her love for Ji Chang, Jiang Xiaoxian that day at the top floor of the Jutian pavilion was already clear to see. Returning to the box, Jiang Xiaoxian kept thinking about what happened in the hall downstairs. Taking out his phone, he wanted to call Ji Chang, wanting to tell the other party about the scene he had just seen, asking him to come and protect Morong Xiaoran. But the other party's cell phone was always in the process of being turned off. Perhaps it was not allowed to be turned on during a mission. Xiao Kong, I have to leave beforehand. You take your time to play. He was naturally assured about Xiao Kong's security. Not only did he have Ji Cheng's people to protect him, but he also had the world's top bodyguards that he himself had brought with him. But why Morong Xiaoran came here was what he wanted to know after sitting down and thinking about it. And he didn't need to guess what the powder was used for just now. The look of the country also dared to come alone to this kind of place. Also thought that the fallen immortal city is the gathering of the Sky Pavilion. She said as if, when he came downstairs, Morong Xiaoran was no longer at the bar, and several men had likewise disappeared. He cursed out of his mouth, "SB woman." Then he ran towards the outside of fallen immortal city. Luckily, when he came out, he saw Morong Xiaoran not far away being helped out of the nightclub by a few men. Jiang Xiaoxian knew some of the rules here. A drunk woman cannot be carried out of fallen immortal city and can only be helped. It seems that these people are recidivists who specialize in hunting and picking up corpses, helping the woman out of a long way. A few people carried into a black commercial car. Jiang Xiaoxian drove all the way to follow. Coming to a hotel, it seemed that this was the place where they sold their stolen goods. Followed closely until he waited for the other party to open the room, and then appeared behind the three men. He did not bull **** up one person and put down all of them with a slap. A few drunken bags can do nothing but do something about this. Jiang Xiaoxian came up naturally, also opened a room adjacent to a few people. Also have to say, this hotel camera less pathetic. Even if you do something bad, few people know who did it. In the end, I can't find out. Jiang Xiaoxian held the woman to fix his eyes on her, and it was indeed Morong Xiaoran who was right. This woman is really stupid. What is a person coming here to do? The woman was swaying and somewhat delirious. Obviously the drugs had taken effect. MS. Morong? Jiang Xiaoxian shouted a few times, and the other party only opened her disoriented eyes to look at him. In her eyes, the man in front of her had long since turned into the Ji Cheng that her heart missed. Ji Cheng, is that you? It's this time of the day and you're still thinking about your lover boy. Helping the woman to her own open room, he gently placed her on the bed. Then once again went out and dragged the three knocked out men from earlier into another room and tied them up with belts, curtains, everything they could use, and finally gagged their mouths with something. After unlocking the door and coming to his own room, on the bed, Morong Xiaoran tore at the clothes she was wearing, several of which had been discarded on the floor and bed in tatters. Hi, MS. Morong. It seems that there is not only ecstasy in this wine but also winks. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxian was a little embarrassed. This lone man and woman, and the woman is so beautiful. What to do? First, regardless, looking at the body without a few clothes Morong Xiaoran, Jiang Xiaoxian will carry her into the bathroom. Open the shower to the woman is a mess of spraying. Sober up a bit may be good. It seems useless. This drug is very strong, although the woman has some consciousness. But see Jiang Xiaoxian and think into the Ji Cheng. Hard to get up and embrace him. Ji Cheng, do you know how much I like you? Even if the family is trying to tell me to use your Ji family. But I never did that. I know you already have a fiancé, but I don't mind. Can you take me today and give me a perfect exit? Chapter 36, Jiang Xiaoxian being pushed against his will. Jiang Xiaoxian was also feeling his scalp tingle. The ultimate woman was at his fingertips, but unfortunately he still had the thought in his heart that he couldn't apologize to Su Wei. Morong Xiaoran, I'm not cheating, it's Jiang Xiaoxian who you hate for not telling me to go to the Gathering Heaven Pavilion again. He knew that this would not help. It was better to get the woman to the hospital first. But Morong Xiaoran had long since stopped listening to what he said. The only thing in her eyes was Ji Cheng looking at her fondly, smiling and waving at her. In the end, she strongly supported her body to pounce on Ji Cheng, Jiang Xiaoxian, and printed on it with her own delicate red lips. Even if Jiang Xiaoxian was a saint, he couldn't resist such naked temptation at this time. Moreover, the other party was also the most beautiful and bewitching woman he had ever seen under the sky. Originally strong will, also with Morong Xiaoran's fierce attack collapsed, started to respond to each other's intimacy. From the bathroom to the bed, the two have been fighting, until the end of the exhaustion to the virtual collapse before giving up. This night the two wrapped their arms around each other until the next day. Kang Shuyin was sleeping comfortably when he suddenly felt a chill come over him. The woman woke up? What is she going to do? Opening his eyes, he rolled over and jumped under the bed. What are you going to do, you crazy woman? Morong Xiaoran wrapped her important parts with the white quilt, both eyes with tears biting her whitened lips, staring at Jiang Xiaoxian in death. Why are you doing this to me? His voice was hoarse from crying. How did I treat you? You woman don't know what's good for you. Last night you were drugged. Fortunately I found out and saved you from the hands of 3 men. If it wasn't for me you would have been scourged by 3 men. Jiang Xiaoxian is also angry. Can't figure out the situation and is talking nonsense here. Morong Xiaoran tried to recall what happened yesterday, coming to Zhengzhou to find Ji Chang, only to be ignored by the other party, boldly saying what was in her heart. Ji Chang's face became even colder. "Ms. Morong, we are just ordinary friends. Please respect yourself for things beyond friendship." The voice was so merciless, as if a sharp knife stabbed into the heart. "When I was sad, I thought of a falling immortal city in Zhengzhou. What is falling immortal city is that the women and men in it are like immortals who do not belong to this world." She wanted to get drunk here, although some precautions, but was rubbed a little twisted head at the time. The wine glass was drugged. When she knew that she drank should not drink, it was already too late. The whole body tingling, no energy. Let a few men help out of the nightclub. What happened afterward? She has completely forgotten. It wasn't until she woke up in the morning that she realized she was sleeping in Kong Xiaoxian's arms. "Then you're an asshole too. I lost my first time just like that," said had sobbed uncontrollably. The few spots of blood on the bedsheet were proof that she had become a woman. "So what? It's not like I forced you. It's really unreasonable." Kong Shuyin was too lazy to talk nonsense and dressed to look around the room for where there was a hidden camera. He definitely didn't believe that there wasn't that in a place like this. Those people who brought Morong Xiaoran here were repeat offenders. But why wouldn't this black guesthouse take advantage of these people's actions and earn them ill-gotten gains? At a hidden socket there was also really a pinhole camera that he found. Morong Xiaoran stared viciously at the man and didn't care what the other party was doing, finally putting away her tears. The idea of telling the man to disappear from the world was already in her heart. "Kong Xiaoxian? What for?" Hearing the woman's voice become normal, Jiang Xiaoxian's heart went cold. This woman comes with a murderous aura. "Bring me my clothes." The tone was calm and scary. "Don't you have any hands yourself or something?" Jiang Xiaoxian coldly snorted in his heart. Although they had a relationship, the two were definitely enemies now. Why give service to a woman who hates herself? Isn't that asking for pain? Kong Xiaoxian, who pulled out the pinhole camera, finished and walked out of the room. He was going to take this to the hotel owner to ask for the video of the two doing good things yesterday. If it really gets out, it won't end well. Inside the boss's house, $100,000 was placed in front of the other party. "Give me all the videos of yesterday's room 366, and this money will be yours. Otherwise this guesthouse doesn't need to be opened." Threatened with money. The boss naturally also know how to be funny. Anyway, $100,000 is definitely more than uploaded to those immodest websites to earn more. Quickly agreed. Took out all the 366 room last night's video and handed it over to Jiang Xiaoxian. The money to do things or very smooth, very. More did not cost what effort. Returning to the room again, Morong Xiaoran is still sitting on the bed. "Why are you still on the bed? Ready to stay here permanently? I don't have any clothes. Do you want me to go out naked?" Last night her clothes had long been torn to shreds by herself. After looking around there wasn't a single one to cover her body. "Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Like I owe you. Wait here and I'll go buy it for you." "What's the size?" To the size, Jiang Xiaoxian out of the hotel in the neighborhood to find a clothing store. A few $100s of clothing according to the size of a randomly bought a re-return to the hotel. Just opened the door to the hotel. A pair of scissors toward him. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoxian is by no means idle. A grasp of the other arm. A force scissors should fall to the ground. The woman ate the pain but gritted her teeth and did not cry out. "Want to kill me? You'd be more effective to tire me out in bed." Jiang Xiaoxian is not joking. No matter how powerful her Morong Xiaoran's family is, what does it count for him? Jiang Xiaoxian? There was still nothing under the sky that could scare him. "Jiang Xiaoxian, I will absolutely kill you. Just wait." Morong Xiaoran's eyes were filled with resentment towards him. Jiang Xiaoxian was also helpless. Hadn't he already said it clearly just now? Why couldn't he listen? This feeling of being stared at by a woman was really bad. Then use the evidence to show that it wasn't him who did something to her last night, but he himself was pushed backward by her. Grabbed her wrist, backhand force, will control the woman. Pressed down on the bed, only wearing intimate underwear. Morong Xiaoran, do not resist and do not scream. Let the man will be pressed on the bed. Just stock full of resentment staring at his eyes. Anyway, their chastity has been no. Resistance is also redundant. How he wants to do with him, but the more so her inner hatred of Jiang Xiaoxian more and more a point. But the man didn't seem to make the next move. Seeing him take out his cell phone, he inserted the memory card he had just bought from his boss into it and opened the playback software. The environment inside the video was exactly the room where the two of them were in right now. Watch this. What exactly happened last night? The first image was the scene of Morong Xiaoran being helped into the hotel by three men, and soon after, Jiang Xiaoxian also appeared at the front desk. The second image was in this room, where Jiang Xiaoxian placed her on the bed and then looked at himself tearing the clothes on his body. Did you see that? The clothes were torn by yourself. Morong Xiaoran gritted her teeth in hatred. Next, Kong Shuyin walks out of the room for a while. Naturally, he explains in the woman's ear what he went out to do. The video shows Jiang Xiaoxian entering the room again while she says the same things she said last night about treating Jiang Xiaoxian as Ji Chang. Look, you're already confused at this point. Morong Xiaoran remained silent. She also wanted to see what she had done back there. The video replayed what happened between the two yesterday. The bathroom, her forced kiss, pushing the man to the bed. Everything happened on her own initiative. It wasn't until she saw the start of the big battle between the two that Morong Xiaoran opened up and yelled loudly, "No more playing." Chapter 37, Morong Xiaoran's emotional loss of control. The screen of the cell phone still flashed with the images that were hard to look at and filthy, as if they were an ugly scar that was mercilessly displayed in front of Morong Xiaoran's eyes. "How? Now you should always believe that it wasn't me who did something to you." Jiang Xiaoxian's voice carried a hint of indifference and mockery. Morong Xiaoran's eyes had long been drenched in tears, and she twisted her head away in pain, closing her eyes tightly as if she wanted to erase all of this from her mind. However, those images haunted her like a nightmare, making her heart twist like a knife. She knew deep down that her body was no longer pure and flawless, so how could she be qualified to accompany Ji Chang in the future? Endless remorse surged to her heart, and she could not help but ask herself, why did she insist on coming to this place? Falling Immortal City? Looking at the woman in front of him with teary eyes and tightly closed lips who did not say a word, Jiang Xiaoxian could not help but feel a little guilty in his heart. He gently loosened his original tight grip on Morong Xiaoran's hand and said softly, "Sorry, in fact, yesterday I was going to send you to the hospital." But Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to say something. His heart was full of tangles. After all, he hadn't expected that this woman who was nearly 30 years old but looked like a heavenly fairy would be experiencing human affairs for the first time. And for this responsibility, he knew that he was unable to bear it because Su Wei was already his rightful wife. Should he give up Su Wei and choose Morong Xiaoran instead? Get lost. Disappear from my presence immediately. Walk far away and never ask me to see you again. Otherwise I will kill you. Morong Xiaoran finally couldn't suppress her inner rage and hissed. Hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoxian realized that the woman's spirit had broken down, and it was inappropriate for him to stay at this moment. Getting up to leave, his footsteps seemed extraordinarily heavy. When the door to the room slowly closed, he looked back at the woman whose emotions were nearly out of control one last time and shook his head as he silently left the hotel. As the man turned to leave, Morong Xiaoran's emotions finally spiraled out of control, and tears gushed out of her eyes uncontrollably. She was no longer able to suppress the surging sadness within her, as if the entire world was collapsing. This was not just because she had lost her most treasured possession, but also because of Ji Chang's cold, heartless, and unrelenting words yesterday, which had pierced her heart like a sharp blade. If she could turn back the clock, she would rather choose to remain silent and bury that passionate emotion deep in her heart. That way, at least on the top floor of her house, she would still have a chance to meet the man who had haunted her. However, the reality was so cruel and heartbreaking that everything could not be undone. Morong Xiaoran slowly changed into the clothes purchased by Jiang Xiaoxian. Every movement seemed so heavy and feeble. She dragged her exhausted body, hobbling steps out of the hotel door. At that moment, the hotel owner happened to witness the woman's figure and was instantly stunned by her appearance. When the woman is walking away, he rushed to the front desk, eagerly asked the other last night stayed in a number, learned that it was 366 room. The boss could not help but curse in his heart. Damn, such a beautiful woman. Even 100,000 will be sold. If I had kept it in my hands, even if I couldn't sell it at a higher price, it would have been great to just indulge myself. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret in this world. This law also applies to Morong Xiaoran. If she had known that she would be as desperate as she is today, she would not have come to Zhangzhou. Today's Morong Xiaoran, like a shell of a lost soul, wandering aimlessly in the bustling streets of Zhangzhou, she looked around in a daze, not knowing where to go, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. The pride and confidence she once had long since vanished. She took a deep breath and pulled out her cell phone from her pocket with trembling fingers, as if the small screen carried 1,000 pounds. After much hesitation, she finally made up her mind to dial the number, a number she was reluctant to touch. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice soon came from the other end of the line. Hello? Hearing this voice, Morong Xiaoran's heart tingled, but she forced herself to hold back her emotions and said in a cold and firm tone, "Help me take out a few people." The other party obviously understood that something must have happened, and after a moment of silence, she asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" His tone was heavy, as if he had sensed the great pain and anger hidden behind Morong Xiaoran's words. Morong Xiaoran bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, trying to keep her voice calm. They defiled me." "What?" A roar came from the other end of the phone. "Who is so bold as to make a move on my daughter? Quickly tell me who did this. As long as you tell me, in less than 3 days, there will not be a few people left in this world." Morong Xiaoran calmed down a little and recounted what happened in general. When the name of one of them, Jiang Xiaoxian, was mentioned, her teeth were almost clenched, and she hated that she could not immediately eat him alive. Because compared to a few other abusers, Kang Shu-hyun had taken away her innocence. I see. Oh right, Xiaoran. Tomorrow I will be arriving in Jiangzhou. You find a suitable residence for me, Morong Changfeng said in a calm tone. Morong Xiaoran answered softly, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt and uneasiness. Morong Changfeng was actually coming to Jiangzhou as well? Morong Changfeng, who was the most ruthless in the Morong family, he was actually also interested in this grand gathering in Jiangzhou, and Morong Xiaoran's relationship with him was not cordial, the reasons for which were complicated. Because of this, deep down Morong Xiaoran actually did not expect to see her father come to Jiangzhou. However, once Morong Changfeng made up his mind, it was often difficult for bystanders to sway his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoxian hurriedly left the hotel toward his home, when he stepped into the door, but was surprised to find the house empty. Not the slightest trace of Su Wei and Su Changsheng. A kind of ominous premonition surged to his heart. Jiang Xiaoxian hastily dialed Su Wei's phone, but what he got was a cold and icy tone. The user you have dialed is offline. Please dial again later. This made him more and more uneasy. What exactly did Su Changsheng do with Su Wei? Is he really planning to put her under house arrest just to stop the two of us from being together? Jiang Xiaoxian secretly pondered. Or perhaps Lu Bing had found this place, taking the two of them captive? But soon he shook his head, dismissing the idea. After all, he had purposely arranged Ji Cheng to be in charge of guarding Su Wei before, so it was reasonable that this possibility should not arise. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxian once again took out his cell phone and dialed Ji Cheng's number. This time, the call finally connected. Hey, Ji Cheng, do you know where my wife is right now? Jiang Xiaoxian asked eagerly. Room 316 of the Sky Lake Hotel. Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry. At that time, I saw that my wife was taken away by her father, and I couldn't conveniently step in to stop her due to my status, so I had to let my people quietly follow them and didn't take any other action. But please don't worry, they are all safe at the moment. I have already sent special people to protect them in the dark. Ji Cheng replied in a sincere tone. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian let out a slight sigh of relief, her hanging heart finally falling back to half. Okay, I know. Thank you, Ji Cheng. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Since he learned that Su Wei was safe and sound, Jiang Xiaoxian's heart was much more solid. Although he was clear about the other party's residence, he did not rush forward to look for it, because he understood that at this moment, Su Changsheng was clearly determined to keep the two of them apart. But it didn't matter. Wait until the end of this maritime group's bidding session and then come back to see just what kind of reaction Su Changsheng could still have. By then, perhaps everything will change. Chapter 38, First time doing the ex-wife's car. As for Morong Xiaoran, this let Jiang Xiaoxian quite a headache woman. He has already made up his mind. Can be avoided to avoid, if the unfortunate encounter, but also to pretend not to know each other, because he knew in his heart, that woman was full of hatred for herself, who asked himself to take away her most valuable thing. Time rushed by, and there was only a short week left before the Camel Country's delegation arrived in Jiangzhou. During these days, many of the Great Xiao's powerful families scrambled to rush to Jiangzhou ahead of time. All forces were eager to get a share of this upcoming event. Naturally, the Jiangzhou government didn't dare to be slow, and started to make preparations early on, including carefully arranging the reception ceremony and setting up a suitable venue. However, this series of busy scenes did not seem to bring too much impact to the general public. Apart from the occasional appearance of luxury vehicles on the streets more frequently than usual, other aspects of life remained virtually unchanged. People went about their daily business as usual, oblivious to what was about to happen. Even the news reports were careful not to reveal too many details. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxian, facing the empty room, felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. When Su Wei was here, this rental house was simple but cozy. But now everything has become different. Now that her figure is suddenly missing, Jiang Xiaoxian does not even want to stay here for a moment. He silently closed the door and turned to leave, walking aimlessly on the street. The current him was not like Morong Xiaoran, who was rejected by Ji Cheng yesterday. The difference is that Ji Cheng will be the love that Morong Xiaoran will never be able to get, while Su Wei is his own wife who has been isolated by his old husband. As she walked, she suddenly realized that the building beside her was somewhat familiar. Raising her eyes, isn't this the Zeng family's company? Once came several times where Zeng Wan refused the door, said that the relationship between the two must not call the company no. Slowly he did not come. I'm not sure if I've ever had a good time, but I'm sure I've never had a good time. The main doorkeeper in Jiang Xiaoxian is also an old acquaintance. I do not know how many times I gave this old man a cigarette. The old man looked at the young man passing by some familiar, hastily put on the glasses and opened the window and shouted, "Is it a little Jiang? Alas, uncle, long time no see." Jiang Xiaoxian approached the window with a smile on his face and habitually pulled out a cigarette. "I'm so sorry for smoking yours, old man. The old man smiled and took the cigarette handed over by Jiang Xiaoxian. As usual, the two were chatting idly, one inside the janitor's room and the other lying on the window. Uncle, isn't the company very busy lately? It's true. I heard that the people there are going to carry out big projects in Jiangzhou. Not only our company, but even a lot of well-known companies in Daxia have come. Oh, what about your boss? Are you talking about old Mr. Zeng or young Mr. Zang? The old man actually asked knowingly. Zang Wan. The older man pouted and said, little general manager Zhang has been coming early and returning late lately. I came late sometimes and she was already standing at the door waiting. Several times she was angry at me. I don't know what happened. I've heard that it seems like Generalissimo Zhang secretly got married and then recently divorced again. Oh, there is this matter? Jiang Xiaoxian had a curious face. Others seemed to absolutely not know that he was the protagonist. That's right. As the two chatted, a white sedan slowly drove up from inside the company. Jiang Xiaoxian frowned slightly as the car was none other than Zeng Wan's white BMW 7 Series. Uncle, I have to go beforehand. Finding an excuse, Jiang Xiaoxian said goodbye to the old man and threw the box of freshly opened cigarettes in his pocket to the other party. Uncle, these cigarettes are good for you. After saying this, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to tell Zang Wan to see himself staying in front of her family's company. After walking a dozen meters, Zang Wan's car also came to the door. Uncle is also a person with a lot of mouth. See, Zang Wan said in a flattering way. Mr. Zang went out to do business. Aha. Zang Wan nodded and returned a smile. Watching the takeoff and landing lever rise, she lightly stepped on the gas and prepared to go out. General Manager Zhang, that man who has been inquiring about you before has just come by. At those words, Zang Wan stopped the car with a shock in her heart. The man who had been inquiring about herself from the doorman here in her mind? It seemed like it was only Jiang Xiaoxian, several times looking at the surveillance and found that it was him. Once disgusted, but now how much she wanted him to come again, really came, which cannot be surprised. Zang Wan roughly described the appearance of the man. Is it that man? Uncle nodded repeatedly. Yes. Where did he go? Stuffed me with a pack of cigarettes and seemed to be heading that way. The old man pointed in a direction and said, thank you, old way. Double your salary this month. Zang Wan's depressed mood these days instantly changed for the better after she realized that the person coming was Jiang Xiaoxian. She drove her car in the direction old way pointed out. Where in her head was she still thinking about meeting any clients? Jiang Xiaoxian also did not anticipate that the gatekeeper uncle will say these with Zang Wan. Thought she would drive the car all the way to speed up, but all cannot see him. But the world cannot be predicted. Behind a car drove behind him, but also do not go forward and do not stop. Just slow and easy to follow. Jiang Xiaoxian turned around and realized it was Zang Wan. How did she know she had come? Could it be from the camera at the door? Xiaoxian. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to hide if he was bumped into, Kang Xiaoxian stopped and looked at the woman with the sunglasses revealed by rolling down the window. Something wrong? Can you get in the car and let's talk? Kang Shuyin let out a long breath and nodded. Sitting in the passenger seat, he sneered. This is a seat you never seem to ask me to sit in. What's wrong today? Xiaoxian, don't keep thinking about the past, okay? People did wrong back then. Why can't they get your forgiveness? Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zang Wan, who had removed her sunglasses. Her skin had long since lost that radiant moisturization that she had when she was with herself. Somewhat tired and thin, it looked like things had long since changed. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled slightly. For this woman he had already put down, can also be said to have never picked up. Just like the idea in his mind during the divorce, the couple cannot be friends and not to meet and hide. Otherwise he wouldn't have talked to that uncle for so long. I don't mean to blame you, it's just ridiculous. The first time I got in your car, it was actually a month after the divorce. The two had been divorced for a month. Not too long and not too short. In the view of Jiang Xiaoxian this month too many things happened. But in the view of Zang Wan and Jiang Xiaoxian's separation is just a few days ago. Seeing each other again, Zang Wan wanted to say a lot of things, but didn't know what to say, how to speak. This man already has a wife, and his wife is better than their own. Their own what to fight to grab? With their own a year of love and care for the man. We're all afraid of others know this man is their husband's behavior? She did not have that face, not long ago dared to say that kind of words. Perhaps because she felt that Jiang Xiaoxian left her will live a very tired, and there is no woman around. Then she has the capital to recover him. When she saw Su Wei take out the marriage certificate, she knew that the hope became slim. But she is such a woman. Only know how to cherish what she lost. Just like Han Changfeng in the past, when she lost Han Changfeng, she still thought of getting back together with each other. But when they are really together, they feel that everything has changed. When she had Jiang Xiaoxian, she felt that he was a dispensable tool. But when he disappeared from her world, she felt that the world was only left in half, and there was no excitement left at all. Xiaoxian. The title was much more affectionate than the one he'd called before the divorce. What's wrong? Kang Shu-hyun didn't care what the other person called him. If I had come home early to spend dinner with you the night before the divorce and I had refused the divorce, would we have really been together? Chapter 39, Zang Wan's calculations. Perhaps. It's a pity that everything is in the past, isn't it? Zang Wan's lips trembled lightly as she held the steering wheel in her hands, as if all her strength had been drained from her at this moment. Her eyes gazed ahead, as if she wanted to see the past through that endless road. Everything really can't go back? This question was like a 1,000-pound weight on Zang Wan's heart, making her unable to breathe. Crystalline teardrops slid down her cheeks uncontrollably, like pearls with broken strings. Jiang Xiaoxian sat quietly on the sidelines, taking in this scene, but he was at a loss, not knowing how to comfort the woman in front of him. If time could be turned back to the past, if she could be so full of herself at that time, then the present sadness could be avoided. However, reality is always cruel. The past has already become history. Xiaoxian, do you think there is a medicine for regret in the world? Zang Wan wiped away the tear stains on her face with her hand carelessly while turning her head, looking at Jiang Xiaoxian with a face full of grievances, her eyes full of hope and thirst. Just what was the medicine of regret? For Zang Wan, perhaps as long as the man in front of her is willing to turn around and accept her again, that is the medicine of regret that she dreams of. Unfortunately, she was the one who abandoned this relationship as if it were her own. And now, even if it is too late to repent, I'm afraid that the other party's heart has already been broken. Maybe there is. Jiang Xiaoxian had originally spoken these words out of good intentions, wanting to give Zang Wan a trace of solace. However, he never expected that this thoughtless remark would actually call Zang Wan to have more reverie. Xiaoxian, the tears that had managed to stop with great difficulty, after hearing Jiang Xiaoxian's reply, instantly surged out again like a flood that broke the dike. Zang Wan could no longer contain her inner excitement and violently jumped into Jiang Xiaoxian's arms, hugging him tightly. Zang Wan, I don't mean that. You mustn't be imagining things, okay? You should know very well in your heart that Su Wei and I are already married. The two of us have changed from that contractual couple to ordinary friends. What I'm trying to say is, learn to let go of the past and cherish what you have now. If you could think about things like that, you might not be like this now. Aha! Zang Wan had long been sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes blurred with tears, and she cared in her heart. Was it all really irreversible? Also because of Jiang Xiaoxian's this may have rekindled hope. After those words still cannot enter the ear, only that she still has a chance, as if the two of them have been married for a whole year, but never had the experience of being embraced by Jiang Xiaoxian tightly into the arms. At this moment, it was finally a fulfillment of the wish that he had buried deep in his heart all these days. Zang Wan embraced each other unusually tightly, while Jiang Xiaoxian had nowhere to put his hands, and even his fingers did not dare to touch it easily. Xiaoxian, I understand that there is no longer any possibility between us, but I implore you to let me slowly forget everything about you. This is the only wish I have right now. Please promise me, can you? At that very moment, Kang Shu-yin's heart did soften involuntarily. After all, no matter how one judged it, Zang Wan did not seem to have committed any faults. Marrying him was entirely because Zhang Guoqing took into account the so-called face and forced the result. Since the marriage, she had already made clear that the attitude will never have any involvement with him. As long as it's not too much to ask, I'll agree to you. Probably this is the so-called heroes can't get past the beauty. Right. Hearing this, Zang Wan pursed her lips, her eyes reddened, tears swirling in her eyes, gazing at Jiang Xiaoxian in a pitiful manner like a pear flower with rain. She held back her inner surge of excitement, slowly loosened her arms around him, and then without hesitation, pressed her body tightly against the past, like a flexible sloth. Her hands climbed up the man's broad neck. The sudden and unusually passionate kiss made Jiang Xiaoxian instantly panicked, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. He never expected that the previously reserved and shy Zang Wan would have such a bold and outspoken side. However, in the face of this passionate kiss, he did not make any response, nor did he show the slightest resistance. Only after a long time, Zang Wan reluctantly parted their tightly pressed lips. My first wish has been fulfilled. Next there's the second wish for you to add a friend. Or else when I want to fulfill my third wish, I won't know where you've gone? Jiang Xiaoxian sighed helplessly. Alright. After the two of them added each other's friends, Zang Wan gave an inch and once again took the opportunity to burrow into the man's warm and generous embrace. Xiaoxian, you're so wonderful. I really wish that time could be rewound to half a year ago, when we were still husband and wife. Jiang Xiaoxian stood in place like a silent statue, his lips tightly closed and his eyes full of confusion. Zang Wan pouted slightly, her gaze locked onto the hesitant man as she continued to speak softly. In fact, just now was my first kiss. Looking back, although I've been with Han Changfeng for 3 whole years, perhaps due to my youthful ignorance at the time, or perhaps because I was too reserved and conservative, we've only held hands and hugged each other. Other than that, there were no more intimate gestures. Hearing this, Kang Shuin let out a low response in his throat. Oh, however, regardless of whether what the other party said was true or not. It was no longer important to him at this moment. After all, what was the point of talking about this when the matter had already come to this? Immediately afterward, Zang Wan took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to make a final request. My only wish is to give you every first time in my life without reservation. Is that okay? Before the words fell, the air around them seemed to become heavy with it. In the final analysis, to give an inch is human nature. Since Zang Wan had already tasted the sweetness, she naturally wouldn't easily give up. As for her inner calculations, how could Jiang Xiaoxian not be aware of them? It was a delusional attempt to win back his people. Finally, Jiang Xiaoxian broke the silence and said in a firm tone, Zang Wan, regarding this wish, I can try my best to fulfill you, but please remember to limit it to the realm of behavior between friends. As for things that go beyond the boundaries of friendship, it is really difficult for me to do. Good. Hearing the other party's promise, Zang Wan nodded slightly. Then it's quasi-okay for me to treat you to a meal, right? With regards to the matter of sharing lunch, Jiang Xiaoxian did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In an instant, the originally depressed Zang Wan seemed to have been injected with a new vigor, and her entire being became radiant, only to see her step on the gas without hesitation. The car like an arrow off the string towards the cafe where they first met and sped away. In a short while, the vehicle was steadily parked in front of the cafe. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, Jiang Xiaoxian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Aren't we going to have lunch? Why did we come to the cafe? I guess every step before was a revisit. How could he not know that this was the very place where the two of them first met? And all the memories instantly flooded his mind. Upon entering the store, Zang Wan had a faint smile on her face as she softly ordered from the waitress, please bring us 2 cups of Americano. After saying this, she turned her head to look at Jiang Xiaoxian, a hint of anticipation and gentleness flickering in her eyes. Jiang Xiaoxian, on the other hand, sat silently on the side, quietly waiting for the coffee to be served. At this moment, his heart was full of thoughts. In his heart, neither Su Wei nor Zang Wan could be compared to Dailin. It was a pity that Dailin had passed away a long time ago, and this deep love could only be buried deep in his heart. But if the woman in front of him can really treat himself wholeheartedly, then giving her a special status does not seem to be impossible. After all, with his ability today, he can do left and right. If not, how would fall into this rough trap of her step by step? The key now was to see just how much Zang Wan was willing to pay for him. Time passes by. When the fragrant coffee is served in front of them, the two of them are still silent. Perhaps for Zang Wan, at this moment, to be able to quietly accompany their heart beside the person, is a kind of happiness. Chapter 40, Plotting Against Zang Wan. The coffee had already been half drunk, and Zang Wan seemed to have finally made up her mind, slowly opening her mouth. At this time, her gaze was somewhat complicated, carrying a trace of unspeakable emotions. Xiaoxian, do you remember when we first met? To be honest, I really didn't have a good impression of you at that time. Perhaps it was because the situation at that time was really helpless, and that's why a feeling of aversion and resistance sprang up deep inside. Yet nowadays, it is still you and I who are sitting in this place once again, but the state of mind has changed drastically. Zang Wan paused briefly, then repeated the words she had spoken a year ago word for word, in their entirety. Do you still remember the words I said to you when we met a year ago? There is no problem with marrying you, but you must understand that this is purely a choice I have no choice but to make. After the wedding, we'll live our own lives, and you'll only have to help me with my family. For 1 year, when the time comes, I will give you $1 million as a reward. Then we will completely end this ridiculous marriage. During this period I hope you will never do anything that goes beyond the boundaries. Hearing this, Kang Shuyin only gently stirred the dark-colored liquid in his coffee cup with a spoon. His face did not show the same eagerness to complete the mission as in the past, and instead, there was only a helpless and bitter smile on his face. At this moment, listening to these words again, the heart can be said to be full of emotions. Xiaoxian, at this moment I would like to retell you again, to marry you is my longing for the rest of my life, which is by no means forced by others, but my choice from the heart. After the marriage, we will walk side by side, mutual help. As long as you love me, then in this life, I certainly will not have the slightest dissimulation. As long as you are in love with me, then I will never have the slightest change of heart in this life, and as long as time passes, you can do whatever you want, no matter when or where, because everything that belongs to me can be yours. In these words, although Jiang Xiaoxian slightly touched, but ultimately still feel the lack of a few points of true feelings, a whole year's time has been spent on her for nothing. Perhaps at this moment, it might be easy to control this woman. If the identity is switched once, I wonder if you have the guts to experience it. Over the past year, you've been uncaring and indifferent to me. Wouldn't you want to try to take care of my daily life wholeheartedly and meticulously? Jiang Xiaoxian, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth. Zang Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. Her originally dull eyes instantly brightened up, as if the twinkling stars in the night sky were generally bright and colorful. It turns out, in the depths of his heart, always still retains a place belonging to his own. Perhaps women in love are always prone to thinking blindly. What you mean by this? Could it be that you are asking me to personally experience what it was like to wholeheartedly take care of you at home and silently wait for you at night for this entire past year? Zang Wan's voice was slightly doubtful. That's right, but the even harsher reality is that such dedication will not receive any fame. Not only that, you will also need to resign from the enviable position of president of the Zhang family and wait peacefully for me to come home for a year thereafter. May I ask, can you really do that? The other party's words were like a sharp sword, mercilessly piercing the fire of hope that had just been ignited in Zang Wan's heart. After hearing these words, Zang Wan did not give an immediate response. Her eyes became uncertain, her lips lightly biting, seemingly caught in a fierce thought struggle. Right at this moment, only the corners of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly, outlining an arc that appeared to be a smile or not. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he picked up the long-cooled cup of coffee on the table and tilted his head back to drink it. He slowly stood up, straightened the clothes on his body, and prepared to turn around and leave. Xiaoxian, where are you going? Seeing this, Zang Wan hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, her voice filled with anxiety and unease. Thinking that her hesitation had caused the man to misunderstand, Jiang Xiaoxian stopped his steps, glanced back at Zang Wan, and said indifferently, I've left you my contact information, so contact me when you figure it out. Remember, don't blame me for not giving you a chance when the time comes. After saying these words, he walked out of the cafe without looking back, leaving Zang Wan sitting there alone. Perhaps, for Jiang Xiaoxian, this was nothing more than a game of love and power, desire and sacrifice. However, for Zang Wan, this game could mean losing everything, even her own dignity. But if she wasn't motivated by true love, then I'm afraid this is all just a carefully planned conspiracy on her part. After leaving the cafe filled with the rich aroma of coffee, Jiang Xiaoxian's stomach unexpectedly and indisputably issued a grumble. He secretly muttered, saying that you're treating me to dinner, but in the end, you only let me drink a cup of coffee. That's a bit too stingy. While muttering, Jiang Xiaoxian strolled above the bustling street, while his two eyes kept searching the roadside signboards like radar, looking for his favorite restaurant. Before he could take a few steps, a familiar figure appeared behind him. It turned out to be Zang Wan catching up, only to see her walk quickly to Jiang Xiaoxian's side. She opened her mouth and said, okay, I promise you. Before the words left her mouth, she had already stretched out her arm and tightly held onto Jiang Xiaoxian's arm. In the face of such a quick decision of Zang Wan, Jiang Xiaoxian obviously felt a little surprised, and could not help but ask, so quickly think well? Zang Wan smiled faintly and replied in a firm tone, that's natural. After all, the Zhang family has my father at its center. Even without my participation, it can still function normally, and for this one-year engagement, it is not a difficult task for me either. It's just that, need to wait until after this camel country bidding activity is successfully completed. I can formally fulfill the agreement between us. Also, didn't I say before that I would treat you to dinner? Now it's just right. With this ex-wife being the host, you can pick the cuisine you want to eat. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian gently broke away from Zang Wan's hands that were tightly holding onto his own, then slowly shook his head. It's better to start tomorrow, since it was exactly after the two of us walked out of that cafe in the first place that it officially started. If it's unacceptable, then just pretend that the words I just said were never spoken. Zang Wan did not give an immediate affirmative answer. The corner of her mouth gently raised, revealing a light smile as she softly responded, let's dine first, savoring the food while talking slowly. Yeah, Jiang Xiaoxian readily agreed. There was still a week to go before the deadline for the camel tender, and during this period, Su Wei was also not around, meaning that he had enough time to play with her. After some searching, Jiang Xiaoxian finally found a modest restaurant. Although the hygiene of this small store was okay, the environment inside was clearly more suited to the living style of the lower class. Perhaps, Jiang Xiaoxian was doing this intentionally, wanting to test whether this $1,000 lady could bear it. After all, for him, whether it was a high-class restaurant or a humble diner, he was used to it. When he was on a mission in the desert, he had eaten even raw or dirty food, so he no longer cared about the environment. However, unexpectedly, Zang Wan did not seem to notice the slightest difference, and only picked up the napkin on the table and carefully wiped the stools and tabletop. Give me a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, plus a sausage set. After ordering, Jiang Xiaoxian cast his gaze toward Zang Wan, who was sitting across from him, and asked with concern, what do you want to eat? Let me see. Zang Wan's eyes slowly moved towards the signboard hanging above the wall displaying the names of various dishes. Then I'll order the same as you. A small bowl of tomato and egg noodles will do. In the end, he chose to do the same as Kong Shuin, During the time waiting for the noodles to be served, Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the other party with a firm gaze and said in a serious tone, "In this matter, it's best to make a decision now." Zang Wan replied with a slight frown after a pause. "Xiaoxian, it's not that I'm not willing to agree to you, but the problem is that there are currently a lot of important projects that have always been followed up by me personally, and I'm afraid that the entire group will suffer huge losses if I choose to step down from my position in haste." Hearing these words from the other party, Jiang Xiaoxian nodded thoughtfully. He could understand Zang Wan's concerns and worries. "This I understand, but choices require give and take. If you have the best of both worlds, then what need is there to make a choice?" Jiang Xiaoxian waited for Zang Wan's final decision. Chapter 41, The Itchy Heart. How to choose. At this moment, Zang Wan's heart was incomparably entangled, making it difficult for her to choose between left and right. Was it really necessary to put the entire Zang family in trouble because of Jiang Xiaoxian? However, Jiang Xiaoxian appeared calm and relaxed, not in the least bit anxious. At this time, the waiter has already served the steaming noodles on the table. He began to enjoy the food leisurely. His mouth made a sucking sound. Perhaps the only time left for Zang Wan to think was the brief moment of this bowl of noodles. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zang Wan's mind. Even if she agreed to Jiang Xiaoxian's conditions, she would no longer go to the office. But it would still be feasible for her to handle her business at home. In this way, not only can satisfy Jiang Xiaoxian's requirements, but also not completely detached from work. Simply perfect. Thus, Zang Wan took a deep breath and firmly said, "I agree to your request to leave the group." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian could not help but feel very surprised. Why would he agree to this seemingly absurd request with alacrity? But no matter what, since the other party was willing to give up the president's position for himself, he must have made many compromises and sacrifices. Considering the fact that the couple in the past, during the marriage, was still quite respectful to each other, Jiang Xiaoxian decided to give her this chance. "Are you really sure?" Finally, Jiang Xiaoxian broke the silence and asked again. At this moment, the two of them were like two opponents at a fierce business negotiation table. In the face of Jiang Xiaoxian's questioning, Zang Wan did not have the slightest hesitation and nodded resolutely. The mistakes of the past have already caused her pain, and now God has given such a chance to make up for the regrets. If you can't grasp it, I'm afraid that in the future, I will regret it. However, Zang Wan's decisive decision has put Jiang Xiaoxian in a difficult dilemma. He knew that it would not be easy to properly handle the complicated relationship with Zang Wan and Su Wei. It was like traveling on a narrow and suffocating log bridge, and having to take into account the safety of both ends at the same time. The slightest mistake, there is the possibility of losing one of the parties, and that person was most likely Su Wei. Even if she was determined to leave after realizing this, but as her own woman, how could she tolerate other men having their hands on her? This approach might seem a bit brutal and overbearing, but Jiang Xiaoxian was convinced that he possessed enough strength, because only the strong can have their own world, and he happens to be a strong man. In this past year, many things had happened, as if everything had become a blur. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Dalen's departure had caused him to lose his way in the world of emotions and become fearful, or perhaps it was in order to be able to return to Hesse after successfully completing his mission, causing him to be fearful in this year with Zang Wan. However, at this very moment, after a sudden realization, he finally understood Luo Wanxiang's deeper meaning in calling himself back. Perhaps it was to make himself stronger, more daring and more calm and introspective than ever before. The corners of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, then slowly put down the chopsticks he was holding in his hands, gazing at Zang Wan in front of him. It had to be said that this woman was indeed gorgeous, and her appearance could be compared to Su Wei's in a way that could be considered equal and difficult to distinguish between them. What's more worth mentioning is that compared to Su Wei's image of being a lonely princess in the ice and snow, Zang Wan had more of a confident and unhurried temperament. Su Wei, on the other hand, is like an extremely insecure iceberg beauty, making it difficult for people to get a glimpse of what she really thinks deep in her heart. Whenever one tried to approach her, one would feel more and more uncertain. Xiaowan, Jiang Xiaoxian gently called out this long-lost nickname, his voice gentle and low. Hearing this call, Zang Wan's heart instantly felt like a deer in the headlights, and her heartbeat involuntarily sped up. She stared blankly at the man who was once incomparably familiar but is now slightly unfamiliar, and for a moment she was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long wait, Zang Wan finally came back to her senses, but was still unable to find the right words to express her complicated feelings at this moment. Xiaoxian, accompanied by this soft call, the same people had come out of the coffee shop, but time had passed, and today's them had changed drastically compared to a year ago. Sitting in the noodle shop, the aroma of the noodles came to their nose, and the sucking sound drilled into Zang Wan's ears as if it had magical powers. For her who had never tried this kind of local cuisine before, the bowl of noodles in front of her at the moment was simply the best flavor on earth. after eating the noodles, are you going back to Su Wei's place? At this moment, Zang Wan was like a long unfavored concubine in a deep palace, full of eager anticipation for the emperor's favor. Hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoxian's movements in his hands gave a slight start, and after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and replied, "No, I intend to go to your place." "Really?" Zang Wan's eyes instantly lit up as she asked after him incredulously. "Aha." Jiang Xiaoxian nodded, an imperceptible smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. He realized that giving this woman a hint of anticipation wasn't a bad feeling. After receiving an affirmative reply, Zang Wan quickly swept away the few remaining noodles in the bowl as if she had been pumped with chicken blood, then quietly sat aside and waited for the man. The villa that was once incredibly cozy now seemed exceptionally cold, and this was also one of the major reasons why she left the house early and returned home late every day, because she really didn't want to go back to that place where Kong Shuyin's scent permeated every corner, and those memories followed her like shadows, causing her pain. Even when her parents came to live with her, that familiar family atmosphere was still gone, and she couldn't feel the warmth that a home should have in the slightest. Perhaps it was because the deepest thoughts of Kong Shuyin were too strong, as if as long as his existence was missing, the whole world would be as dim as if half of it had been lost. At this moment, the woman gripped the steering wheel tightly and sped off in her car without hesitation, aiming at the very villa where they had spent an entire year together. Zhang Guoqing and his wife owned their own villa. This villa happened to be one of the conditions that Zang Wan had initially proposed when they became married. In order to facilitate the engagements between the two, the old couple would occasionally come to stay. However, such opportunities were really few and far between. For He Mufei, the mother-in-law, from the bottom of his heart to look down on Jiang Xiaoxian. However, Jiang Xiaoxian is also happy to be free. In contrast, Zhang Guoqing showed some relative tolerance. Although he was unable to marry his daughter to a decent husband, after all, this son-in-law had also received his approval. Even if he was slightly dissatisfied in his heart, he was still smiling on the surface. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxian had been introduced by Zhang Guoqing's former comrade-in-arms, who was now a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. In the past year, he had also tried to inquire about Jiang Xiaoxian's identity, but Jiang Xiaoxian was always perfunctory, and even that comrade-in-arms knew nothing about it. After a long time, he had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to probe. In the days following their return from the trip, the couple, like Zang Wan, went out of their way to seek connections everywhere in order to give their company even the slightest chance at the event. Regrettably, however, despite their great efforts, there was still no gain at all. After all, those industry giants located in the Jiangzhou region had already fought for their lives, not to mention the existence of Zeng's group, which only ranked outside the top 10 enterprises in Jiangzhou. In the face of such a fierce competitive situation, how easy is it to stand out? After the divorce, the first time to step into the villa once lived, Jiang Xiaoxian looked around, and when he left, nothing different. The dining room table is full of dust when you touch it. It's only been a month, and this home is clean except for the sofa, where you often sit. The rest of the house was clean except for the sofa. The rest of the house showed that the whole villa had not been cleaned for a long time. He came to the house where he used to live, and when he was about to open the door, he realized that it had already been unlocked. "Why is it locked?" Zang Wan hugged Jiang Xiaoxian from behind. "It's full of your scent inside. I'm afraid that after I go in your scent will dissipate and get fainter and fainter, and in the end not a trace of it will remain. If you want to go in, I'll open it now." "Forget it." Kong Shuyin gently shook his head. The place where he used to live was not a prison where he closed himself off. To escape the grief that Daylin had caused him, to escape Luo Wanxiang's distrust of him? Yes, there was a time when he felt this way in his heart. Was it because Luo Wanxiang no longer cared about their Jiang family after his grandfather retired from his high position? But just now when he walked out from the noodle shop and regained his confidence, he realized that the real Heisi had changed its flavor since last year. The whole world is ushering in a huge change, and if he doesn't make a change, he really can't handle this task anymore. After untying the knot in his heart, Kong Shuhyun looked at this cage again. It was better not to open it. Going in would only be memories, not getting anything else useful. "Okay, everything is at your disposal." The current Zang Wan was like an obedient good cat. She did whatever Jiang Xiaoxian said. "Where am I staying today?" Jiang Xiaoxian turned his head to look at the woman and asked. Since he decided to stay here with her, he naturally wanted to know how Zang Wan would arrange it in her heart. "If you don't mind." Zang Wan had just said halfway through her sentence when her face reddened into a peach. Exactly the kind of water that would come out with a pinch. What means next is something an adult can understand. Jiang Xiaoxian did not say anything, waiting for the other party to continue to give an affirmative answer, because he had said just a short while ago that super friendship would not be done. Now there was some regret why he had to go that far to say that. Why pretend to be a saint when such a beautiful woman was delivered to his door? Don't mind can live with me in the same house. Zang Wan also knew that he had just said that he couldn't exceed the boundaries between friends, but she wanted to take a gamble. Lowering her head, she didn't dare to look straight into the other person's eyes for fear of getting a different answer. Jiang Xiaoxian's words just now had now instead become a boundary that Zang Wan couldn't wait to break through in her heart. Because the current Jiang Xiaoxian was a little different from just now, Zang Wan couldn't say. It was as if there was an overbearing momentum radiating outward from him. The previous words have also become the current refusal to welcome. More hooked Zang Wan's heart itchy. Chapter 42, Aggrieved Zeng Wan. Wan, since you have agreed to my conditions, at this moment, I will also take back the sentence I said earlier. The corners of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth slightly raised, but exactly which sentence was it? He did not explicitly say it. Zang Wan secretly pondered in her heart. Could it be that he was talking about the sentence, "You can't do anything that goes beyond friendship"? If he really took back that sentence, wouldn't it mean that he wanted to today? But she was still unsure. He refused to make it clear. So if he asked, wouldn't he look too stupid? It seemed better to test the waters through actions. Lunch had just ended not long ago, and it was still early. Jiang Xiaoxian leisurely wandered around the villa. To be clear, there were places here that were listed as off-limits to him in the past, but nowadays there was no need for him to have any concerns. He couldn't help but be curious as he came to the door of Zang Wan's boudoir, and wondered if that person named Han Changfeng had ever set foot in it. Just as Jiang Xiaoxian was deep in thought, he saw Zang Wan walk up and gently push open the door, and tightly pulled his hand, walking into the room together. As soon as he entered, Zang Wan said in a delicate voice, "Xiaoxian, you are the second man to enter this room besides my father." The words seemed to carry a bit of complacency and pride. However, in the face of such a situation, Jiang Xiaoxian's face did not show the slightest hint of joy, but instead coldly responded, "What is there to show off?" This sudden questioning caused Zang Wan to freeze, completely at a loss as to how to respond. She wondered in her heart, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Obviously, he was fine a moment ago. However, soon after, she steeled herself as if she wanted to use this to hide the uneasiness and confusion within her heart. "It's fine." Seeing the woman's panic, Jiang Xiaoxian smiled faintly, looking at this house that was supposed to be lived in a year ago, and what joy there was in coming in now. This room, for him is not unfamiliar, but also only in the doorway to call the woman dinner hastily glanced over a few eyes. Even the second floor is seldom involved. Being in it at the moment, there was actually an inexplicable emotion surging through his heart. "Xiaoxian, do you think you came in too late?" Zang Wan's voice was slightly tinged with a hint of nervousness, as if she was afraid of touching that sensitive string deep inside the other party's heart. Jiang Xiaoxian cast his gaze at the woman in front of him, and in his heart, he could not help but sigh, so she was so intelligent. However, when he gazed into Zang Wan's eyes that were full of doubt, he chose to smile and did not say anything. Once upon a time, Zang Wan had also treated herself with silence, and now with this scenario, it was quite similar. "Why are you staring at me?" Zang Wan became more and more confused. Jiang Xiaoxian still smiled but did not answer, and the past moments with Zang Wan emerged in his mind. At that time, she was like an iceberg, as cold as frost. Now, although the passion is like fire, but how long can this heat last? He did not know. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoxian could not help but let out a secret sigh. Zang Wan somewhat understood the man's meaning. "In fact, Xiaoxian, don't you think that even if I asked you to enter my house in the beginning, what can I do? At that time, I didn't have you in my heart at all. Would you be happy facing a walking corpse? And now that I personally pulled you in, it means that I am already your woman from the heart." "Your woman?" In Kang Shuyin's opinion, this has a deep meaning. You can be clear that I will never divorce Su Wei, so if any thoughts related to this sprout in your mind, please dispel them as soon as possible. Jiang Xiaoxian's tone was firm. "Understood." Zang Wan nodded slightly, indicating that she agreed with what Jiang Xiaoxian had said, but in reality, she had very different thoughts deep inside. In Zang Wan's eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian was merely an ordinary person with a certain special charm. The fact that he was able to get along so well with himself nowadays probably meant that Su Wei did not make him feel safe enough. She boldly envisioned that the relationship between the two of them would not be much different from the relationship between herself and Jiang Xiaoxian in the past year, which was nothing more than mutual utilization. However, what did Jiang Xiaoxian really want from this relationship? Is it money or Su Wei herself? For others, the biggest possibility is money, but if it is really for the money, why after divorcing himself, Jiang Xiaoxian did not take away the $1 million that he gave him at the beginning? Apart from that, there seems to be only one other possibility: he coveted Su Wei's stunning beauty. However, if Su Wei had really given him hope, then at this moment, how could he turn his back on her and come to his side? Obviously, this was something that could not happen. After some deep thought, all kinds of guesses came and went. Finally, Zang Wan came to a conclusion. between Jiang Xiaoxian and Su Wei is definitely not true love, but there is some kind of special connection. They absolutely still have the possibility. When the day-long love man fell in love with their moment, Su Wei naturally became the past, when she thought Su Wei is also happy to see this. But now the two are still under some kind of agreed relationship, that's why Su Wei will be defended in every way. It had to be said that Zang Wan was very smart. It was a pity that there was one thing she guessed wrong. Jiang Xiaoxian was by no means ordinary. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally didn't know that she had been thinking things up like a professional analyst for so long. Walking out of the villa, Jiang Xiaoxian was ready to take a look around. Where are you going? Zang Wan shouted from the doorway. Leave me alone. Jiang Xiaoxian waved his hand and finished talking as he continued walking forward on his own. What a similarity. There was a time when Zang Wan went out to socialize at night, and Jiang Xiaoxian asked the same question. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride? Zang Wan, however, coldly returned. Where to go is none of your business. Now Jiang Xiaoxian has been considered polite. Zang Wan can only give up. Back to the house looking at the dusty villa, changed clothes and began to personally clean. Today the man finally came back. The house naturally should be like a home. Jiang Xiaoxian went out of the villa and naturally went to find Abu and Xiao Kong to discuss business. The three finally had a few drinks, and as for Su Wei, he was relieved to have Ji Cheng secretly looking after her. Back to the villa. It is already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Zang Wan cleaned up the house in the afternoon, made a few dishes. She only knows tomato scrambled eggs and fried potato chips. The sliced potatoes and shredded meat would not be cut, so they could only be chopped into large pieces and stewed together. Xiaoxian, you're back? I've cooked. Come and try. 8. Jiang Xiaoxian's face was expressionless, sitting on his butt on the sofa, some slight smell of alcohol wafting in. Zang Wan's hard day's work was answered with this, and the aggrieved tears began to swirl. Jiang Xiaoxian saw. Haven't you always been like this before, even the night before the divorce? I was wrong, Xiaoxian. Oh. Zang Wan finally couldn't help but run to Jiang Xiaoxian and jumped into his arms. If the old me was aggrieved, could I also jump into your arms? Zang Wan finally broke down and pounded on Jiang Xiaoxian's chest. Since childhood she had never done so many chores as she did this afternoon. She had thought that she would get praise from the man coming back, but the answer she got was an icy cold attitude. Zang Wan sobbed as she spoke. Jiang Xiaoxian, you bad man. People cleaned the entire villa all afternoon. Even went to the supermarket to buy vegetables and made them for you with their own hands. And you come back and say things like this? Woo woo. Kang Xiaoxian also knew to stop at the right moment and did not make any more ridicule. A hand then lowered the woman onto the sofa, and Zang Wan's hands were tightly confined. Zang Wan closed her eyes and thought in her heart, did this moment just come? Chapter 43, Zang Wan's attitude toward white moonlight. The woman closed her eyes tightly and quietly felt Jiang Xiaoxian gradually approaching her. As his body got closer and closer, the woman's originally taut nerves gradually loosened up. The man carefully stretched out a hand, and with gentle movements began to undo the buttons of the exquisitely tailored professional dress on Zang Wan's body one by one. Every time he unbuttoned a button, more snow-like white skin was revealed. However, just when this tempting beauty is about to be completely presented, a sudden knock on the door broke the original atmosphere in the room. Jiang Xiaoxian could not help but frown slightly, secretly guessing in his heart, it was already night. Who would come to find Zang Wan? He slowly let go of the woman lying on the sofa, then stood up and walked towards the door with a steady pace. The moment he reached out and opened the door to his room, the scene in front of him was surprisingly déjà vu. But what was unexpected was that this time, it wasn't him standing outside the door, but Zang Wan's former white moonlight, Han Changfeng. When Han Changfeng saw that the person who opened the door was Jiang Xiaoxian, he similarly frowned, his face showing displeasure. He opened his mouth and questioned, why are you at Zang Wan's house? The words revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and anger. In the face of Han Changfeng's questioning, the corner of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faintly mocking smile. This doesn't seem to require you to worry about it, does it? Besides, with your current status, what qualifications do you have to ask me? After all, he knew that Han Changfeng had long been rejected by Zang Wan, and at this moment, the two of them were not even the most common of friends, not to mention intimate lovers. Han Changfeng snorted coldly, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaoxian's answer. Without saying a word, he took a straight step towards the house. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped in his tracks by Jiang Xiaoxian, who reached out without hesitation. Who told you to come in? Jiang Xiaoxian asked in a firm tone. Get out of my way. Han Changfeng opened his eyes angrily, showing no weakness. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became unusually tense. Just in the nick of time, Han Changfeng's gaze swiftly swept across the room like lightning, and all of a sudden, he caught a glimpse of Zang Wan, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly standing up. He saw her elegantly fastening the buttons back one by one, and at the same time, she walked towards this side with light steps. With this scene, How could Han Changfeng not realize what was about to happen between the two just now? A man and a woman sharing a room. The buttons on their chests already undone. What else could it be but that? His face was so blue that he couldn't wait to chop the two of them up with a knife. When Zang Wan approached, those beautiful and deep eyes revealed a hint of resentment and viciousness. Staring straight at Han Changfeng. Immediately afterward, a cold and hostile sentence floated out from that cherry mouth. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. These words were like a sharp sword, plunging straight into Han Changfeng's heart, and the resentment contained therein was self-evident obviously because of his untimely arrival, spoiling the beautiful thing between the two of them. In the face of this situation, although Han Changfeng's heart was helpless, his face showed a bitter smile of indignation and hatred, and gritted his teeth and nodded his head in response. Okay, so you two are a pair of unashamed dogs and men. Very good. Remember this. We'll see. Before the words left his mouth, he only heard a crunching sound, echoing throughout the spacious living room. Jiang Xiaoxian mercilessly threw out a solid slap, ruthlessly slapped on Han Changfeng's disgusting face. The power of this slap is amazing, so that Han Changfeng was caught off guard and was hit by the eyes, mouth and nose overflow blood. The body is like a loss of center of gravity crumpled to the ground. Jiang Xiaoxian stared at Han Changfeng, who was in a sorry state on the ground, and said angrily, "Shut your mouth. Don't bite people here." After speaking, he lifted his leg and kicked it viciously. In fact, Jiang Xiaoxian is not the kind of person who likes to be rough, but at this moment, this scene, such a heavenly opportunity in front of us, how can we let it go easily? After all, he really could not resist the impulse in his heart, wanting to witness what Zeng Wan will actually react at such a time. If there was a little bit of intolerance towards the person on the ground, what would come along with it would be Jiang Xiaoxian revoking all of his previous promises, plus the cost of wiping out the entire Zeng family. Once he is ruthless, he will not hesitate to leave behind Zeng Wan's family, which has enjoyed half a lifetime of glory and prosperity. However, Zang Wan did not feel compassionate because she saw Han Changfeng in such a miserable state. On the contrary, her face was grim and cold as she gazed at the man lying on the ground with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Han Changfeng, also in this same place, after you forced me that day, my heart was broken. Not to mention lovers, even an ordinary friend relationship is no longer possible from now on. Zang Wan's words had completely severed all the emotions of the past 5 years. In just half a month's time, she had already put this relationship down completely, without any attachment, and even became unusually determined. Jiang Xiaoxian on the other hand, was filled with admiration when he saw this, having heard the answer he had been waiting for a long time as he had hoped. Looking down at Han Changfeng, who had collapsed on the ground, he said in a loud voice, "Listen up, I'm going to start counting now, and if you don't hurry up and disappear for me when the count reaches 3, then don't blame me for being merciless." In the face of Jiang Xiaoxian's threat, although Han Changfeng knew in his heart that he was no match for him, he still refused to show weakness. He forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. In the end, you are nothing more than a tail-wagging dog dependent on the Zeng family for survival. Let's just wait and see. Surnamed Jiang. At this moment, there was clearly no place for Han Changfeng here. As he turned to leave, he looked back at the two behind him for the last time, his eyes filled with intense killing intent, as if he was secretly swearing to make them pay a huge price. After Han Changfeng left, the two of them glanced at each other, understanding in each other's hearts that it was no longer possible to continue the previous atmosphere at this moment. Thinking about the scene that had just occurred, it was indeed déjà vu. Just a short while ago, the situation was completely reversed. At that time, Jiang Xiaoxian had appeared at an inopportune time, disturbing Han Changfeng's beautiful affair. But the Zang Wan of that time was also very different from now. From her expression just now, it was obvious that the current her heart actually had something to look forward to. Time was long, and there was still plenty of time in the future. Jiang Xiaoxian secretly thought to himself that this woman would eventually become his own possession. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "I'm going out. I'll be back in a while." After saying this, Jiang Xiaoxian opened the door to his room without hesitation and was about to leave. Zeng Wan wanted to ask him what exactly he was going to do to go, but in the end, she chose to remain silent, displaying an understanding and reasonable demeanor. She smiled faintly and said softly, "Be careful on the road. No matter how late it is, I will be waiting for you to return." These words really made Jiang Xiaoxian feel doubly honored. He stopped his steps and looked back, nodding with a soft gaze. Then, he gradually walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. After walking out for a distance, Jiang Xiaoxian stopped his steps, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and skillfully dialed a number. A familiar voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Boss." Jiang Xiaoxian lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Hu, help me investigate all the things that Han Changfeng has done abroad in the past 2 years. No need to rush. Just hand it over to me before noon tomorrow. No problem. I'll take care of it. Little Tiger agreed cheerfully. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaoxian took a deep breath, his eyes firmly looking into the distance. As a precautionary measure, he had to tell Han Changfeng to disappear and never come out to disturb his and Zang Wan's good deed, or else something would happen sooner or later with such a person around. Chapter 44, Tell Dad Who Took You Away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaoxian's brows stretched and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Thinking of Su Wei, he took a deep breath, and after not being contacted for a day, he dialed the other party's number again. But the result was still disappointing, the cell phone was still off. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxian's heart was like a mess. All kinds of speculations and worries surged to his heart. What exactly does Su Changsheng want to do? The more Jiang Xiaoxian thought about it, the more difficult to sit still. A strong sense of uneasiness tightly enveloped him. In desperation, Jiang Xiaoxian decided to contact Ji Chang again. Ji Chang, what's Su Wei's current situation? Ji Chang's voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. Brother Jiang, don't worry. There is nothing abnormal about Madam at the moment. My people have been in the building across the street using a variety of advanced instruments such as optics, night vision as well as infrared to closely monitor every move in Madam's room. There are also attendants that have been replaced with our people, and there are listening devices in the house. It's the cell phone that was taken away by Su Changsheng, making it impossible for you to get in touch. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian was slightly relieved, but immediately asked, why did Su Changsheng take away her cell phone? Was it just to disconnect from me? And is Su Wei in an okay state of mind right now? Ji Chang explained. Maybe. As far as I know, the madam does not seem to show too much worry or urgency. Perhaps it is because she knows your identity and believes that in a few days, Su Changsheng will naturally realize his mistake. That is why madam is able to be so calm. However, Jiang Xiaoxian was clearly not satisfied with this explanation of Ji Chang's to Su Wei. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, she is quite relieved, but has she ever thought about how worried I, her husband who cannot contact her, should be? If you're free, help me go talk to her and tell her that this attitude towards her husband really makes me very angry." As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoxian's eyes revealed a hint of annoyance, and after a slight pause, she continued, "If you go, Su Changsheng will definitely not dare to block it. After all, no matter what, the identity of the imperial capitals know. One heavenly pride is not something he can casually refuse." Then I will go and take a look. Although Ji Chang verbally agreed, he was inwardly in a bit of a dilemma. He was not afraid of Su Changsheng. The Su family was indeed nothing in his eyes. But Su Wei is your Jiang Xiaoxian's wife. Have you forgotten this point? The reason why Jiang Xiaoxian asked Ji Chang to go personally is that he hopes that Ji Chang can personally witness Su Wei's well-being, so that he can call him to really put down his heart. As for letting Su Wei stay by Su Changsheng's side for the time being, he did hope so. Jiang Xiaoxian also needed some time to properly deal with the relationship with Zang Wan, and after the dust had settled, he would then return to deal with Su Wei and the Su family. Placing his cell phone in his pocket, Jiang Xiaoxian let out a long breath, slowly sweeping his eyes over this luxurious villa area behind him. Jiang Xiaoxian did not have the intention of returning there immediately, because Zang Wan had just said that she would wait for him to return no matter how late it was. Then, Jiang Xiaoxian decided to do as she wished and see how long she could hold out. It was also at this time that Morong Changfeng quietly arrived in Jiangzhou. Morong Xiaoran had long rushed to the bus station. Looking at this father who had been away for 2 long years, her heart was extremely complicated. Dad. This name calling became more and more difficult. Morong Changfeng nodded his head slightly in a gesture, and immediately afterward opened his mouth and asked, "Well, has the place of residence been arranged?" Morong Xiaoran nodded expressionlessly. Found a good one." Morong Xiaoran was well aware of her father's character. Back then in the country, not only was he addicted to gambling, but he was also greedy for women. Morong Changfeng looked at his daughter and recalled the past. Morong Xiaoran's mother was a famous lady in southern Jiangsu. When she met Morong Changfeng, it was as if the red thread of fate connected them tightly, and the two quickly fell in love. However, this beautiful romance was strongly opposed by both families. Despite this, they still firmly chose to stick to each other. When the woman becomes pregnant with a child, now Morong Changfeng expects to force his father to accept her as his daughter-in-law. But even though the woman is pregnant, Morong Changfeng's father still refuses to budge. Faced with such an unforgiving situation, the two lovers chose to move away from the family and were considered to have a private marriage. During that time, they enjoyed the sweetness and happiness brought by love, as if everything in the world could be left behind. However, the good times didn't last long. Just 2 short years after Morong Xiaoran's birth, a sudden change came. Her young and beautiful mother died in an accident. The grief-stricken Morong Changfeng had no choice but to return to the Morong family with his 2-year-old daughter Morong Xiaoran. After all, no matter what, Morong Xiaoran body flowing is the blood of the Morong family. as the head of the family's grandfather, and how can you bear to reject the door? But since then, Morong Changfeng is like a different person. His character has changed drastically. He began to be addicted to gambling, all day long in the casino. Not only that, he also frequently outside the womanizing, wantonly indulged themselves. You should know that Morong Changfeng was the second son of the Morong family. On the level of sharp-wittedness, compared to his elder brother Morong Chang'an had no better. Now fall into this kind of field. Really saddening. Here is $30 million you take. From now on is no longer my Morong family. In the end, Morong Changfeng was kicked out by the old master. Just like that, with the huge fortune bestowed by the family, he traveled far away to Africa, relying on his brains and ruthlessness to successfully form a mercenary corps there. According to the rumors, the scale of this army has already developed to hundreds of people, but what they are engaged in is those who kill people and goods. Back to reality. Morong Changfeng, after some careful disguise, is now sitting in the vehicle driven by Morong Xiaoran, speeding towards a not-so-big hotel. Perhaps those luxurious and atmospheric high-class hotels would be more comfortable and pleasant, but for Morong Changfeng nowadays, it is obviously not the ideal place. After all, at this moment, he needed to keep a low profile so as not to cause unnecessary trouble and attention. After arriving at his destination, Morong Changfeng slowly stepped out of the car, his eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. He seemed to leisurely skate around the neighborhood for a short while, as if he knew everything about the place. He then said softly, "Well, it feels pretty good. This card is for you. It contains $100 million. This event is of vital importance. You must go all out and strive to play a key role in it. And this is exactly where the primary purpose of my coming here lies." Saying that, Morong Changfeng handed the mysterious black card to Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran took the card and nodded slightly. Good. Settling down her father. Morong Xiaoran really didn't want to stay here any longer. She took a deep breath and asked softly, "Dad, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, underneath Morong Changfeng's fierce face, his brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes staring deathly at the daughter in front of him who was stunningly beautiful and even more outstanding than her mother. His voice was low and carried a hint of majesty. "Tell me, just who was so bold as to dare to take away my daughter's body? Don't worry, girl. Dad will definitely bring that guy in front of you so that you can personally end it by hand." In fact, how could Morong Changfeng not be aware of his own deep feelings for this only beloved daughter? Back then, when he was on a difficult mission in Africa, an accident caused him to lose the ability to have children again. Now facing this only flesh and blood, the fatherly love in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. As for the rumored reputation of being a womanizer, he has no connection with it nowadays. The time when he was addicted to gambling was just a way of rebelling and defying the respected old man of the Morong family. At that time, he only wanted to vent his heart's dissatisfaction and resentment through this kind of extreme behavior, trying to seek some kind of psychological balance. However, to this day, the years have sharpened Morong Changfeng to become more and more calm and introverted. Behind the appearance of ferocity shown at this moment, actually hides the endless bitterness and helplessness. Chapter 45. So what if it's a name or not? Dad, this is the country after all. It's very different from where you are. In case things get out of hand, I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean up. Morong Xiaoran inwardly really did not want him to get too involved or interfere in his own affairs. However, her hatred for Jiang Xiaoxian was like a gangrene on her bones, lingering in her mind, remembering once again the scene when she opened her eyes early this morning. At this moment, she was so angry that her fingers were clenched white. Just as well, my people have also come a few. Since they are still in Jiangzhou, then you can decide by capturing them first. Morong Changfeng also no longer forced. After saying that, he waved his hand. Then you go back first. If there is anything, phone contact. Aha! After his daughter left, Morong Changfeng suddenly thought of Ji Chang. The matter of her and Ji Chang, Morong Changfeng knew it by heart. That boy he had seen is indeed a rare talent. If the two can really come together, in him and Morong Xiaoran is indeed the best choice. However, whether the Ji family will accept Morong Xiaoran into the door, this is not easy to say. Thought of here, cannot help but sigh mother and daughter too, and how similar. Such as the Ji family, such a big family, if they do not agree with the matter of the two, even he has no way at all. Morong Xiaoran turned around and left, returning to the hotel where she was staying. Morong Changfeng took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his men. The one called Jiang Xiaoxian is in Jiangzhou. Give you 2 days to make sure you find the person. Alive. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Morong Changfeng's eyes were as if a cold light flashed through, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Jiang Xiaoxian at the other end of Jiangzhou, like an idle stroll, skipped to the side of a shopping mall, raised his eyes and looked up. The hands in the huge clock above pointed steadily to 10:30. He decided to relax, go in and take a look around and then say, until 12 o'clock he will never go back to Zang Wan. The third floor of the mall is like a dream paradise for children. Jiang Xiaoxian dashingly spent $100 to exchange a bunch of game coins to one of the crane machine constantly did not catch it to continue to put coins. The two children on the side looked surprised, thinking, so adults also love to catch dolls? $100 ran out. Another 100. Until the shopkeeper said it was time to close. He only woke up as if in a dream, and looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock. Good. Gathering up his loot, he prepared to go home. Suddenly he realized that the two kids on the side had gone off, a female and a little boy of about 10, not expecting to be watching him at this hour. You want it? Kong Shuyin pointed to the doll he had grabbed. The boy nodded. Then it's all for you. Thank you, big brother. Watching the boy happily leave with a large bag of dolls, he then walked towards the road home with satisfaction. Inside this luxurious villa of the Zeng family, the lights were still as bright as day, as if they were silently waiting for his return. Jiang Xiaoxian gently pushed open the door, and at a glance, he saw Zang Wan's petite body curl up on the spacious sofa, just like a sleeping cat. The air conditioning in the room was set at an extremely low temperature, and as soon as Jiang Xiaoxian stepped in, he could feel a coolness coming over him. And Zeng Wan is only wearing a thin shirt, so thin clothes. She is not afraid of catching a cold? Jiang Xiaoxian walked towards Zeng Wan slowly with light steps, afraid of waking up the sleeping beauty. When he came to the sofa side, carefully sat down, gaze complexly staring at the woman in front of him, who once made him determined to spend his life hand in hand. At this moment, the heart cannot help but surge up 1,000 thoughts, only now began to develop love for him. Perhaps not too late, but also maybe everything has been too late. At this moment, Zang Wan seemed to notice the movement around her. She slightly opened her sleepy eyes, then slowly sat up straight and subconsciously rubbed her exposed arms. When did you come back? Zang Wan's voice carried a bit of lethargy and confusion. Just arrived. Jiang Xiaoxian replied softly. Well, you see, I've kept our agreement and waited for you here. A faint smile spread across the corners of Zang Wan's mouth, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation as if she was inviting credit. Hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoxian's heart couldn't help but flutter, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said, well, you have indeed changed, becoming no longer like the Zang Wan I once knew. When Zang Wan heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Then she followed up with, then do you prefer the current me or the past me? Her gaze locked onto Jiang Xiaoxian, as if she wanted to find the answer from his expression. However, in the face of this question, Kong Shuhyun chose to remain silent, because no matter how he answered, he would be caught in a dilemma, either hurting the other party's heart or bringing trouble to himself. This was undoubtedly a dilemma that made it difficult to answer both left and right. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled to avoid the topic and said, it's getting late. Go upstairs first. Look at your whiter skin from the cold. Good. Zang Wan smiled and nodded to walk in front. When she went up to the second floor, she saw that the man was still down there and asked suspiciously, aren't you coming up to bed? In a while. Good. Zang Wan returned to the bedroom. Will head into the bathroom, carefully scrubbing every inch of the body. Wash also did not forget to dress up a little. After getting these done, she came to the closet and searched for her sexiest pajamas. It was sexy, but it was actually rather thin, and it looked very evocative. Sprayed some perfume on her body, turned the bed light to a dark warm color, and lay on the bed waiting for Jiang Xiaoxian to come up. Not long after, the man really opened the door and entered. Xiaoxian, after a tiring day you should take a shower first. That's fine, but I don't have a change of clothes. It's okay, I'll go buy them for you in the morning. Kong Shuhyun nodded. Looking at the room and smelling the light scent, he knew what the woman wanted. Walking into the bathroom, a change of underwear was already prepared for him on the countertop. Looking at the fact that it hadn't been unpacked yet, but these seemed to have been prepared for him by the Zeng family when they got married, and it was hard for her to find them now. Simply wash up, wipe his hair and walked out. The woman on the bed had long since given up half of her place, and looking at Jiang Xiaoxian's perfect body, she couldn't help but feel a pang of anticipation. Jiang Xiaoxian sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the woman in front of him, who was destined to be cut off from the moment they met. In fact, how in the world could there be anything that could not be cut off? Maybe it was just that he had become too greedy. Rushed for more than a year, what should have been the most romantic thing to do on a wedding night was now becoming as if he was cheating on his wife. Xiaoxian, I'm ready. At the woman's words, Kong Shuyin was a little touched, but only for that moment. You are willing to be this woman without a name? Jiang Xiaoxian's words were like a splash of cold water, pouring Zang Wan's originally passionate and fiery heart into oblivion. She was a bit aggrieved, beaming as she looked at this man who had been imprinted in her bones at some point. She didn't say anything, took away the cushion behind her, and lay down with her back to Jiang Xiaoxian. Go to bed early, it's already late. Turning away, tears could no longer be suppressed and quietly flowed down. Kong Xiaohyun felt the resentment in the other's heart for him saying this at this time. This woman would still be angry. Jiang Xiaoxian lifted his leg onto the bed and turned off the light beside the bed. The distance between the two on the large bed separated them by a long distance. Feeling Zang Wan's aggression, Jiang Xiaoxian finally couldn't hold back and moved closer to the other party and pressed up. I don't care how he will be in the future. I want to get her again. Name or not name how. Love or not love and how. Chapter 46. The phone number you have dialed is turned off. From the moment Jiang Xiaoxian met Zeng Wan for the first time in order to complete the task Luo Wanxiang had given him, until now, if all the things that happened during this period had never happened, then I'm afraid the two of them would have already had a love child. Regrettably, the two of them had never crossed paths before, not to mention the complex and subtle emotional entanglements like today. Perhaps as the old saying goes, meeting the right person at the wrong time may be the right thing to do in the future. However, fate is always full of drama, and the two are undoubtedly lucky. It was due to the greed in Jiang Xiaoxian's heart that Zang Wan was able to take her place beside him. But in the future, when she had to go head-to-head with Su Wei, what would Jiang Xiaoxian do? However, it seems that he does not care about it at all. Maybe he didn't love her to the bone marrow, and even if he eventually lost her, it doesn't matter, because she had her. It's just like Si Lang's heart has always been hidden in the heart of the favorite Empress Pure Yuan General. Early in the morning, warm sunshine through the villa's second-floor windows sprinkled down, appearing particularly bright and dazzling. Zang Wan had already woken up, gazing at the man beside her who seemed to still be immersed in dreamland. Her slender fingers gently roamed over his smooth skin. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxian had not actually fallen asleep, but had feigned slumber, trying to figure out her next move. It wasn't long before he saw Zang Wan slowly come closer to him before bracing her arms against his, and bird-like into Kang Xiaoxian's arms. The two of them definitely felt hot as they hugged each other, and Jiang Xiaoxian closed his eyes as he lifted off the thin quilt covering his body. The two who were not wearing an inch of clothing were suddenly on display. Last night the two had carried on after turning off the lights. Now it was broad daylight. Even if the curtains were a bit thick, everything could be seen clearly. How could Zang Wan, who had her first taste of human life, not be shy? She wanted to find the quilt and cover it again, but unfortunately, she was already pressed by Jiang Xiaoxian underneath her body, and she couldn't even pull it out. She didn't dare to exert herself for fear of waking up the man to see her current ugly appearance. How embarrassing it would be. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian did not mean to wake up. She thought that she should be too tired last night, wanted to get out of bed to find clothes to put on, but just sat up. There was a tearing sensation came. The body is not very comfortable, but still have to go down. Enduring the strange sensation moved gently. Just then Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly opened his eyes. After the four eyes met, a hand pulled Zang Wan back into his arms again. Where is this going? I'm going to put on some clothes. Zang Wan covered the important parts of her body. Her whole body became stiff, as if this all came as a bit of a surprise. That won't do, Jiang Xiaoxian said in a domineering manner. What are you going to do? Looking at the man once again holding her underneath, Zang Wan's heart was shocked. Could it be that he still wants to? But, before she could finish thinking, Jiang Xiaoxian had already started his next action. Zang Wan didn't push the other party away, just somewhat reluctantly knocked on Jiang Xiaoxian's chest and shoulders, and occasionally gently bit a row of marks with her teeth to vent the dissatisfaction in her heart at this time as well as the discomfort in her body. Waiting for the dust to settle, Jiang Xiaoxian was refreshed and went down to the bathroom. When he came out again, he saw the woman's eyes showing a bit of complaint. It's all your fault. Originally, I was planning to go out and buy you a suitable outfit, but now it's come to this. You big bad bastard, the woman said with slight anger. Jiang Xiaoxian responded softly. It's fine. I actually still have 2 sets of clothes in that room downstairs. One of them is the one we wore when we took our wedding photos back then, and the other is the one your father bought for me. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoxian turned around and stepped out of the room. After getting fully dressed, he walked out of the villa with a vegetable basket on his arm and headed straight towards that old familiar place. He prepared to carefully select the various ingredients that Zang Wan had previously loved. He made the same dishes that he had made for Zang Wan the night before the divorce. Perhaps he intended to do so. In addition to that, there was another reason to make this meal, because after lunch, he was going to temporarily leave Daxia for a while. After all, having not returned to that land for more than a whole year, everything seemed to be slowly fading him into oblivion. If he was still going to be in Hesse, then he had to go back to brighten up and see those little treasures of his. Otherwise, those deceased people were afraid that they would mistakenly think that he was no longer in this world. However, this time to go back will only need 5 or 6 days, and must also rush to return in time before the grand opening of the Maritime Group. Villa room. Zang Wan mood happy, slowly and methodically dressed. At the moment her beautiful face than yesterday when I first met Jiang Xiaoxian, obviously glow more luster and vitality. The heart is secretly happy, confident that they will be able to firmly control the heart of Jiang Xiaoxian. Just at this moment, there was a slight sound of the door opening and closing downstairs. Zang Wan was curious. quickly walked to the window to look, only to see Jiang Xiaoxian is stepping out of the villa. She wanted to call out and ask him what he was going to do, but instead, her gaze was attracted by the man whose basket of vegetables he was carrying in his hands. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of smugness that was hard to hide, murmuring softly, "Humph, little like, sister, I can't cure you? See, this is not honestly back to the old days." Time passes quietly. After a long time, Jiang Xiaoxian finally returned. Unsurprisingly, he did go out to buy food, and this time, Zang Wan changed her previous indifferent attitude towards his hard labor, and took the initiative to walk into the kitchen, assisting in laying the hands. Not long after, a sumptuous and delicious meal was ready. When she once again tasted the delicacies that Jiang Xiaoxian had personally cooked, especially those dishes that happened to match her own tastes, Zeng Wan was filled with joy and couldn't help but sigh that all the hard work and dedication over the past few days had been worth it. "Don't you notice anything different about this dish?" Jiang Xiaoxian stretched out his fingers, gesturing towards the plates of dishes in front of him, and opened his mouth to inquire. Zeng Wan was in deep thought as she chewed the food in her mouth, but in the end, she gently shook her head. "Didn't you used to make these dishes just the same?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian did not stop pursuing the question as he stared intently at Zeng Wan. "Think carefully?" In the face of Jiang Xiaoxian's question, Zang Wan shook her head without hesitation and replied, "I really can't think of it. Is it because I like to eat?" Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiaoxian's tone turned a bit low. "Do you still remember the dinner I prepared for you a month ago? It was also these dishes, but at that time you chose to go out with." Speaking here, Jiang Xiaoxian was originally about to blurt out the name Han Changfeng, but was coldly surprised when Zang Wan quickly reached out and covered her mouth, only to see Zang Wan's face change slightly, a hint of anger showing in her eyes as she lowered her voice and warned, "Don't mention that person again. If you dare to say that name out loud, then it will be just tonight." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoxian feigned curiosity and asked, "Then what happens tonight?" Zang Wan hesitated slightly, then she responded softly, "Let me think carefully first." She had wanted to use that as blackmail, but it seemed like that was all the capital she had, and she could definitely not use it before she could hold on to a man. The two of them seemed to be talking, laughing, and fighting as if they were a newlywed couple. After lunch, Jiang Xiaoxian cleaned up the dishes. Zang Wan wanted to help, but was stopped by the other party. "Just go inside and play with your cell phone for a while." "Right, did you see? In the future, after I come back, you have to be like me and cook and wash the dishes, okay?" "Okay, concubine understands." Walking back to her room, Zang Wan's heart had long been bursting with joy. Also at the same time, Jiang Xiaoxian took off his apron, carried his things and walked out of the villa silently without leaving a single message for Zang Wan. "Is the airplane ready?" "It's ready. Destination Desert Deity City." "Good. I'll be there in about an hour." After a long time in the villa without seeing the man enter the house, Zang Wan was curious about what the other party was doing down there, but after calling out several times, she did not see the other party respond, only to take out the phone and dialed. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." Chapter 47, Kong Shuin leaves. The two girls are all in a hurry, continuing to persistently dial the phone, but every time a reply came through, it was the same, unchanged, as if her entire body's strength had been drained away. Zang Wan collapsed onto the sofa in a disheveled state, her eyes empty and dull as she stared straight ahead. In just the time of one lunch, she had experienced a huge drop from the paradise of happiness and fulfillment to the hell of despair in an instant. "Jiang Xiaoxian, are you really getting back at me? Please show yourself quickly." Zang Wan was alone in the house, shouting at the top of her lungs, her voice bordering on insanity. However, no matter how hard she begged, she was unable to get even the slightest response. At this moment, it finally dawned on her that she understood why Jiang Xiaoxian would choose to cook the exact same meal as before the divorce. It was clearly a well-planned act of revenge. "I will devote everything to this man," but ultimately ended up in such a situation. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxian has long boarded the flight to a distant place, for the return to face Zang Wan when what will happen, he simply have no time to care about, also do not want to think about. Perhaps, in this game of feelings, they have become scarred, can no longer find the traces of the past. Inside a certain hotel in Zhangzhou, at this time, Su Wei was leisurely sitting in the hotel room, staring at the TV screen without looking away, enjoying a moment of peace and relaxation. However, a sudden knock on the door broke this peace, causing her to wonder. On the other hand, Su Changxing on the side slightly frowned, secretly guessing who could be visiting at this time. With a hint of vigilance, Su Changxing gingerly walked to the door and slowly opened a narrow doorway. When he saw the person standing outside the door, a wave of surprise surged even more in his heart. It was actually Ji Chang. The appearance of this prestigious figure with a deep background really took him by surprise. "Mr. Ji, you are looking for me?" Su Changxing tried his best to maintain his composure, but his voice still revealed some doubts. He really could not figure out how Ji Chang knew that they had landed here. After all, not many people knew about their arrival in this city. Ji Chang smiled faintly. His tone carried an unquestionable confidence. Uncle Su, are you just going to let me stand at the door and talk like this? Won't you invite me in to have a seat? Obviously, Ji Chang had a strong sense of superiority when dealing with powerful people like the imperial capital's 12 young men, who were of the highest rank. He was used to others respecting and obeying him, so he felt a little dissatisfied with Su Chongqing's hesitation. Upon hearing these words, although Su Chongqing's heart was unwilling, he could not refuse. With no choice but to open the doorway a little wider, he sidestepped and allowed Ji Chang to enter the room. However, deep in his heart, he became more and more curious, wondering what Ji Chang had come here for. Could it be that there was some kind of special connection between him and his own daughter Su Wei? Could it be that Ji Chang had a crush on his own daughter? But no, as far as he knew, Ji Chang had long been engaged to another woman, and the wedding date was near, either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. Although his heart was filled with questions, Su Changqing still politely said, Mr. Ji, please come in. At the same time, Su Wei, who had been paying attention to the movements over here, also turned her head at the sound. Since no one had paid a visit to her door for a long time, she was equally curious about the visitor. When her gaze landed on Ji Chang, her heart immediately understood everything. It must have been Jiang Xiaoxian who called Ji Chang here. Thinking about this, Su Wei's eyes became complicated. With both gratitude towards Jiang Xiaoxian and worry about what was about to happen, Ji Chang stepped into the house with large strides, his gaze locking straight onto Su Wei who was sitting on the sofa, and then without hesitation, he walked in that direction. As he walked closer, he caught a glimpse of the faint smile hanging on the woman's face and nodded gently in response. Good day, ma'am, Ji Chang said softly, with a hint of respect and humility in his tone. However, regarding this greeting, Su Wei did not seem to show too many special feelings. After all, nowadays, she had such a powerful and outstanding man accompanying her around, and those proud sons of heaven that she once needed to look up to had now become ordinary in her eyes. At this moment, a strong sense of pride surged to her heart like a tidal wave, making her unable to help but raise her chin slightly. However, Su Changqing on the side was full of doubts and was completely puzzled. He really couldn't figure out why Ji Chang would call his own daughter ma'am. Who actually gave her such a title? Without a doubt, the answer could only be Jiang Xiaoxian. However, in Su Chongqing's knowledge, the title of madam usually belonged to those women who had married into rich families and become the wives of honorable men. But how could Jiang Xiaoxian be considered a person of honor? Was it just because his mother held a management position in a state-owned enterprise? That's not right. According to Su Wei, Zhang Yuehong is not actually Jiang Xiaoxian's mother. So, what kind of mystery is hidden here? A series of question marks swirled around in Su Chongqing's mind, leaving him puzzled. Despite being filled with curiosity, he chose to remain silent, only focusing all his attention on the young celestial in front of him. At the same time, Su Chongqing paid attention to his daughter's change of expression, and found that when she heard the word madam, she didn't show too much surprise or other obvious emotional fluctuations. What was going on here? This mystery plagued Su Chongqing more and more, lingering for a long time. Ji Chang, what is it that you are looking for me for? Su Wei softly opened her mouth to ask, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt and curiosity, only to see Ji Chang sitting steadily opposite Su Wei, his gaze first lingering on her for a moment before slowly turning to Su Changqing on the side. In a firm tone and with a power that made it hard to refuse, he said, Uncle Su, can I trouble you to let us, the juniors, have a chat alone, please? Su Chongqing quickly squeezed out an ingratiating smile and hurriedly responded, good, then you guys take your time to chat. I just happened to go out for a bit. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and left the room, fearing that if he stayed for one more second, he would offend this heavenly pride in general. After Su Changqing left the room, only Ji Chang and Su Wei were left in the large room at the moment. Ji Chang looked at Su Wei with a serious face and spoke softly, Ma'am, Mr. Jiang specially instructed me to come and visit your current condition. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Su Wei's eyes, and immediately followed up by asking, Then did he say he missed me? Perhaps, this was where her deepest concern and worry lay. Ji Chang shook his head with a grave expression, then continued, This is not true, but he asked me to convey a word to you. Oh, what is it? Su Wei instantly straightened her body and listened with full attention. Fearing to miss a single word, Ji Chang took a deep breath and slowly said, He said that he is somewhat disappointed in you. If he didn't have the abilities he has now, and was merely an ordinary and unimpressive man, and you disappeared silently without a trace, then he would definitely be anxious. He would expect nothing more than to know if you were safe and sound, and even if you find an opportunity to inform him, or if you can leave a note when you are taken away by Uncle Su, that would be fine. Ji Cheng's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Su Wei's sensitive heart. In fact, at the initial moment, she had also had the idea of saying hello to Jiang Xiaoxian. However, on second thought, with Jiang Xiaoxian's ability, there must be a way to know everything. What she hadn't expected was that the man would still be angry, and that could be seen from the fact that Ji Chang had been asked to come and deliver the message instead of him coming in person. Did he really say that? Su Wei asked with a worried face. Ji Chang nodded slightly, and his expression did not look fake. Seeing this, Su Wei's heart instantly became restless. Obviously, Jiang Xiaoxian was really angry with her. Ji Chang, lend me your cell phone for a moment. I need to explain to him, Su Wei pleaded with earnest words. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Chang quickly felt out his cell phone and unlocked the screen, then looked up Jiang Xiaoxian's phone number and handed it to Su Wei. Su Wei was so anxious that she almost grabbed the cell phone, followed by pressing the dial button without hesitation. However, the result was the same as what happened to Zang Wan on the other side. A cold, icy tone came from the receiver. The phone you have dialed is turned off. Chapter 48. He wanted Su Changxing to send the person over personally. How could this happen? Su Wei muttered, her eyes becoming hollow and lifeless, as if they had lost all their luster. She tightly gripped the cell phone in her hand, staring incredulously at the screen, which continued to ring with the alert message that it had been turned off. Deep inside, countless questions surged to her heart. She began to think wildly, did it mean that he just disappeared? Or does it mean that the relationship between them is here? This sudden change made Su Wei feel pain. Recalling the previous bits and pieces, Su Wei couldn't help but blame herself. Perhaps it was because of his own little capriciousness that he didn't report a piece to Jiang Xiaoxian. However, just because of this small matter, was he so determined? At the same time, Zang Wan, who was far away on the other side of the country, was also anxiously dialing the same number. She was just as apprehensive as Su Wei, expecting to hear Jiang Xiaoxian's familiar voice, but every time she dialed the number, the only thing that came through was the cold and unfeeling, the user you have dialed is switched off. This made Zang Wan's heart seem to be going crazy. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxian was unaware of all this. His cell phone was lying quietly in the Audi, and he had deliberately turned it off when he left. For him who was about to go to a foreign country, this cell phone should never be carried with him. After all, he was well aware that there were many enemies eyeing him from abroad, and if they found out about his whereabouts in Daxia as well as the people and things related to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Su Wei and Zang Wan might fall into a huge crisis as a result. This trip to the desert is full of risks, so naturally the fewer people who know about it, the better. The itinerary Jiang Xiaoxian has long been arranged full, not only to go to the Desert Hess headquarters, there is also the African continent. He also want to go to a trip, a few of the mercenary legions under his handsome to engage in the beginning of the uprising. The reason is that he has been away for more than a year, and it feels like no one can hold them down, especially one of the mercenary corps called Old K. The scale has grown to hundreds of mercenaries. The size of this has grown to hundreds of people. When Long Changfeng first arrived in the African continent and wanted to do some business of his own, unluckily, he happened to encounter that country's military mutiny, and was fortunately saved by Jiang Xiaoxian with his people. It was also under the encouragement of Jiang Xiaoxian that he had his current mercenary army in the African continent. The personnel of the legion are also Jiang Xiaoxian called people to help him recruit. Slowly accustomed to this kind of sword-licking blood camp, Long Changfeng more and more become like a legion leader. The back of the old K legion bigger and bigger, until after Jiang Xiaoxian left the desert. In his heart, the benefactor left this world forever. The unruly Long Changfeng, except for his benefactor Jiang Xiaoxian, no one else was put in his eyes. Now that his benefactor is gone, he naturally has the intention to start his own business. One of the important purposes of this trip is to personally show up to appease the corps that have tremendous pressure and ideas in their hearts. A few days passed by. The two girls tried to contact Jiang Xiaoxian every day, but unfortunately, what they got in the end was the cold machine voice. Morong Changfeng also wondered. This call Jiang Xiaoxian seems to have disappeared out of thin air. How can not find? Looking at the opening of the event day is getting closer and closer. Morong Changfeng and Morong Xiaoran also first gave up the intention of looking for Jiang Xiaoxian. They waited for the event to end before making a decision. Things were almost done, and Jiang Xiaoxian embarked on the plane back to Daxia. Zhangzhou was already bustling with activity, and there were many more dignitaries than when he left. After more than 10 hours of flight, the airplane landed smoothly, and Jiang Xiaoxian was still wearing a mask lying on the chair and huffing and puffing. Chief, we have arrived at Zhangzhou Airport. The pilot driving the airplane came to Jiang Xiaoxian and gently pushed him, calling out in a low voice. So soon? Jiang Xiaoxian took off his blindfold and looked out the window. He had indeed arrived. The captain was speechless in his heart. You're sleeping soundly. I'm exhausted after driving for more than 10 hours, and you're still saying it's fast? If you want to change, you can drive me to sleep? This is something he can only think about but do not dare to say. remember the last time I said in jest, Jiang Xiaoxian, but seriously, have to try how to drive the airplane. He was scared to death, and in case of improper operation, the whole airplane will become a pile of wreckage. Since then, he didn't dare to say such words. Who called this guy in front of him curious? Well, it's already here. Good. Hard work. Kan Xiaoxian patted the pilot's shoulder and stretched his back toward the cabin. This trip was 6 days, and I didn't know if that guy Kan would come to pick himself up. He had specially informed him before leaving. Master. The camel-looking Shao Kahn was shouting towards him from the window of the specialized waiting room in the distance. Hey, Master, the shouting honeydew melon here is so sweet. Come and taste it. Screw you. Jiang Xiaoxian gave him a blank look without a good reason. In the specialized waiting room, the two sat for a small while before Kan Xiaoxian got up and prepared to leave. Kan never asked Master what are you doing to go or anything like that. It was habit. Okay, bye Master. And Kan Xiaoxian never rode in their automobile. Shao Kahn once asked why, and Kan Xiaoxian just said don't ask blindly, and he hasn't said the same thing since. After being away for almost a week, Kan Xiaoxian ran to the place where he had parked his Audi. When it was already dark, looking around, he took out his car key from a crack in the wall and pressed it twice. It was hidden when he was on his way out. Tick-tock, a black Audi in front flashed its lights twice. Sitting inside the car, he opened his cell phone. A look actually showed that there was still 15% of power. The message calls were all showing 99 unread. Opening the calls, most of them were from Ji Chang and Zeng Wan. He could think that the most likely reason for Ji Chang to call himself was that his cell phone had been borrowed by Su Wei. Ignoring the two women for now, he continued to scroll down. There was another one that was actually Xiaohu's. He is fine, never call himself. This is also Jiang Xiaoxian specially explained. Directly pressed back. Not a moment to connect. Xiaohu, I saw that you called me? Is something wrong? This time, when he returned to Hess, he really didn't have time to see little tiger. Boss, wasn't it something you explained to me? Checking what a man named Han Chanfeng went through after leaving the country? When Xiaohu said this, Jiang Xiaoxian patted his head and suddenly remembered, or else he had really forgotten about it. Well, what did you find out? Xiaohu told Jiang Xiaoxian everything he could find out. Jiang Xiaoxian's expression was serious and disdainful as he snorted coldly. Humph, what else would this kind of person do back in Daxia? You helped me cut off all his foreign relations. I don't think the Smith family will have any opinions. Then find a way to get him to the desert for me. Do a few years of hard labor. Don't leave him with some psychological shadows. See how I can clean you up at that time? Understood. Boss, just watch. This is our specialty. Hanging up the phone and preparing to start. Su Wei is not going to see for the time being. When the maritime group opens, he wants Su Changxing to personally send people over. As for Zang Wan, he would like to know. This time he left without a word for a few days. If he meets, what will be the other party's reaction? There was nothing to worry about in his heart. Instead there was a kind of anticipation. When he thought of it, he drove his car towards Zang Wan's house, airport to Zang Wan's villa. This road happens to pass the Falling Immortal City nightclub. Jiang Xiaoxian just subconsciously turned his head to look at. A luxury car suddenly came into view. That seems to be Morong Xiaoran's automobile? He remembered that the woman with the powerful aura in the underground parking lot of the Jutian Pavilion not long ago was driving this very car. What was this stupid woman doing in Fallen Immortal City again? Hasn't being pitted enough? Jiang Xiaoxian, who had already driven a good distance, couldn't help but think about everything that happened that night and the next day in his heart. After letting out a long breath, he decisively turned around and came to the entrance of Falling Immortal City. It was still the same location, and that familiar back figure was still sitting at the bar, but the bartender had changed. Is the pretty girl alone? Can you sit down and have a drink together? My treat. At this time, a handsome-looking youth holding a wineglass walked up to Morong Xiaoran and asked, "Get lost." Humph, boring. Seeing that the woman was fierce, the man shouldn't be disturbing. After another short while, a voice rang out behind Morong Xiaoran. "Beauty, you are not fit to come here." Morong Xiaoran sniffed the voice and her eyebrows had wrinkled into a ball, because this voice was too familiar to her. Wasn't it that bastard Jiang Xiaoxian who had taken away her first time? Chapter 49, I'm allergic to drinking. Poof, Morong Xiaoran snorted disdainfully, an evil smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Thinking to herself, searching for him in the crowd for 1,000 degrees, when she looked back, this person was at the end of the lights. Bah, got it wrong. It's heaven has a road you don't walk, hell has no door you break in. Beauty, can you sit down and have a drink together? Jiang Xiaoxian didn't care when he heard her cold snort, and still somewhat shamelessly sat on the swivel chair beside the other party. Yeah, Morong Xiaoran smiled faintly and actually agreed. The few men beside her who had come to accost her earlier were all instantly dumbfounded. TMD this world, how can we still mix? Yes, we went up to accost us and were mercilessly rejected. He, this turd, came up and succeeded. There is still the law of the land? He, you guys wait and see. This man in less than 3 minutes, guaranteed to be driven away by the beauty. I think so. A few handsome boys and girls, looking at this side of the situation heartily bet. The gossip of a few people did not attract the attention of the two main owners. Murong Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and gently sipped a sip of the wine in her cup, saying without turning her head, "Why am I not the right person to come here?" Jiang Xiaoxian did not answer directly, but waved at the bartender. "Have a non-alcoholic drink. Sir, you don't drink when you come to a bar?" For customers who only ordered drinks, the bartender would usually persuade the other party that they came to the bar to have fun, especially with such a stunning beauty by their side. "Drinking is allergic to me," Kang Shuyin said with a smile. "Then, fine." The bartender didn't try to persuade the other party any further when he saw his resolute attitude. A cup of orange juice drink was brought up, and Jiang Xiaoxian raised his cup. "Beauty touch?" Murong Xiaoran glanced at him disdainfully and did not raise her cup to clink with him. The sight of the few flamboyant men have scoffed. Just drink drinks and still want to pick up girls. Look at the beautiful women do not love to take care of him. Is not it? Ha ha. Jiang Xiaoxian, you should not appear in front of me, no? It was almost as if it was the same as Kang Shuyin's words just now. Why? Kang Shuhyun was a bit puzzled by the woman's statement. Because you will die a horrible death. The originally disgusted expression on Murong Xiaoran's face was quickly covered in hatred. I don't believe it. Jiang Xiaoxian shrugged his shoulders and replied with the same disdain. Then if you don't believe it, dare you come with me? Yeah, why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Xiaoxian was trying to see what kind of power Murong Xiaoran had behind her. A woman of unrivaled beauty, alone, could control a huge Jutian pavilion in the imperial capital? The forces behind her must be extraordinary. Jiang Xiaoxian had no intention of clashing with her, but curiosity could sometimes really kill a cat. Murong Xiaoran got up and looked at the young handsome bartender, deliberately raised his eyebrows and smiled. Little handsome brother, tomorrow I still come. Oh. After saying that, she put down a few large bills. No need to look for it. It's considered a tip for you. Thank you, beautiful sister. The bartender nodded and said excitedly. Watching Murong Xiaoran leave, the bartender couldn't blink his eyes. That unintentional or intentional frown from her just now has been buried deep into the little bartender's heart. Murong Xiaoran, do you like to leave a mess in all directions? What? What have I done to say legacy foursquare? That bartender is still a freshly minted child. He'll turn stupid if you do that. I do. Is that a crime? If you say that, then I really have nothing to say. Not wanting to argue anymore, Kang Shuyin followed the other to her fancy sports car. You're really not afraid? Murong Xiaoran finally asked. You woman has so much nonsense. What's there to be afraid of? Do you still want to tire me out tonight? It's best if you can laugh about it even after a while. The car advanced all the way and drove towards the hotel where Murong Chanfeng was. Dad, Jiang Xiaoxian is in my car. I'll bring him to you now. While driving, he sent a voice to his father. Jiang Xiaoxian fastened his seatbelt and looked at the woman who had just finished sending the voice. Isn't this a bit fast? We've only met 3 times and you're so impatient to drag me to meet my parents? Murong Xiaoran ignored his flirting and continued to drive on hurriedly. Miss Murong, wait. The car pulls over and stops. I'll go down to buy something. Passing by a fruit store, Jiang Xiaoxian signaled the other party to stop. What? Scared? Murong Xiaoran thought that Jiang Xiaoxian was scared and wanted to escape, so she sneered. Shay, how can I go empty-handed to meet my parents? I'm going to buy some fruit here. Ha ha. Murong Xiaoran was amused by Jiang Xiaoxian's naivety. He wouldn't really think that his father was just a mediocre elder, right? It's also good to call him a bit of an idea again in the end. At least the mood was good for a while before he died. Kang Shuhyun got out of the car and literally bought some fruits and sat back in the car again. You can go now. The car restarted and sped towards the hotel where Murong Chanfeng was. On the other hand, Zang Wan picked up her cell phone and talked about her and Jiang Xiaoxian's matter with her own father. It's fine. Since you've become his woman, he definitely won't leave you alone. Zang Wan had both true love and false intentions for Jiang Xiaoxian in her heart. The true love was that she thought back to the care she had taken over the past year. I remember once at 3 o'clock in the morning, a sudden stomach ache. Jiang Xiaoxian climbed up from sleep, holding her to the car to go to the hospital. In the hospital to watch the man in a hurry to run, which hush, then her heart did have some touch. But the next day after being discharged from the hospital, Zang Wan once again put everything that happened the night before behind her. Such things had happened a lot over the year. For example, when she was almost bullied by a client in order to socialize. It was only when Jiang Xiaoxian stepped in that she was able to defuse the situation. Unfortunately, at that time, Zang Wan's heart was occupied by the white moonlight, and she just couldn't tolerate any other men. It wasn't until Han Chanfeng returned that she realized that there was just one less act of closure with her first love. When this action was completed, she emptied her heart, only then remembered and Jiang Xiaoxian together for a year between those bits and pieces. This was her true love. False, but when Mr. and Mrs. Zhang returned, her father quietly told her something. Jiang Xiaoxian's identity wasn't simple, so if she wanted to call the entire Zang group to the next level, then she should take good care of him. If they could get back together, the Zang family's prosperity was definitely just around the corner. This is the result of Zhang Wuqing's vague guess from his comrade's mouth. Jiang Xiaoxian's background strength was amazing, and this blind date was just to accomplish some tasks, and his identity could not be explicitly stated. Zhang Wuqing understood in a second. Also with this time the shipping group landed in Jiangzhou, that comrade in arms told him some more secrets. Up to this point, Zhang Wuqing and Zang Wan had a long talk. Originally divorced, some regret Zang Wan, this time as if he lost the whole world. If she is replaced by a man she does not like from the bottom of her heart, then the other side again amazing, and she has nothing to do with. Not to mention the thought of exchanging themselves to go gambling. But the key point is that she is really in love with Jiang Xiaoxian. Although a year is not a long time, but this year there is really such a man, to the point of good to her, never seen, never heard of. Originally, she thought that Kong Shuin really liked her, but this time, he left without saying goodbye, calling her a bit unable to see the reality. That's why she called her father to ask him what she should do. After turning off her father's phone, Morong Xiaoran also drove her car to her destination. Chapter 50. 6 years ago I saved you, now you want to kill me? With a piercing sound of brakes, Morong Xiaoran pulled the handbrake and stepped out of the car with a light body. Get out of the car. Looking at the man walking down the sedan carrying the fruit, Morong Xiaoran's heart suddenly softened. It's not too late for you to leave. Why should I leave? This hasn't even met the parents yet? Jiang Xiaoxian was unimpressed, and secretly speculated in his heart that even if it was a dragon's den he would still go to see it. Not to mention Morong Xiaoran's father. Is it still a man-eating demon? The woman's high heels ticked in front. Jiang Xiaoxian followed closely behind. Just after walking into the hotel, Jiang Xiaoxian realized that not far away, a black sedan rolled down its windows, and two pairs of eyes like wolves inside the car were staring at the two of them. It seems that this is still a hongmen banquet. Arriving at the door of the room where Morong Changfeng was, Morong Xiaoran gently knocked on the door. Come in. A physically and mentally trembling voice came from inside. Inside the room Morong Changfeng was sitting on the sofa with a dim light on. As the door was opened, Morong Xiaoran walked in, followed by Jiang Xiaoxian carrying fruits who also stepped into the room. Good day uncle. I don't know what you like to eat. I brought you some fruits. Jiang Xiaoxian's demeanor remained calm and collected, as if he wasn't flustered at all in the face of such a scene and atmosphere. Ha ha, you're the one who defiled your daughter not long ago? Morong Changfeng had a scar on his face, and a pair of deep eyes underneath his clanking back was gazing at Jiang Xiaoxian, who had placed the fruit on the counter. Perhaps the light was indeed deliberately made dim by Morong Changfeng. Neither of the two men faced each other squarely, but in their hearts, they were thinking about the consequences of each other's next steps. Morong Xiaoran didn't want to see the two men's frontal confrontation, and even more so, she didn't want to see the brutal and bloody picture in a while. Dad, I'll go down and turn around first. Well, just wait for me downstairs. I'll be down in 10 minutes at most. Good. Morong Xiaoran nodded, turned around and opened the door and walked out. The air inside called out to her to feel incomparably oppressed, and she felt like she was about to have trouble breathing. Walking out of the hotel, she closed her eyes and raised her head slightly, breathing deeply in the fresh air outside, feeling that the kind of depression in her heart was only relieved. Inside the house, Jiang Xiaoxian also stopped pretending and came to sit on the sofa opposite Morong Changfeng. Morong Changfeng slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of the tea that was still steaming. Your name is Jiang Xiaoxian? After saying this, he looked up at the other party, but this look his eyes could no longer move halfway. Brother Long? Don't call me brother, I think you're the real boss right now. Long Changfeng? Brother Long? I really didn't know that the person Xiaoran was talking about was you. Now on Morong Changfeng's face, where was there any pomp and circumstance left? Who was the person in front of him? That was his Morong Changfeng's lifesaver. That year he brought his father's money to do business in Africa, not wanting to be associated with the land of Daxia anymore. It was also considered to have met a good time, and spent a few quiet years there peacefully. Unfortunately, when he encountered the rebellion, all of his savings and everything was destroyed. In the end, it was fortunate that he encountered Jiang Xiaoxian, who came here with 2 mercenary corps to mediate and saved him. I saved you 6 years ago. Are you trying to kill me today with this stance? No, Brother Long. As long as you are willing, this life of mine will always be yours. Everything I have now is given by you. How could I dare to be half disrespectful to you? Morong Changfeng's tone was full of respect. Then I heard that you want to be free from control and make yourself king? Jiang Xiaoxian continued to press the issue. This time, when he returned to the desert to try to appease these mercenaries, he naturally had tangible benefits to give, as well as him personally showing up to call out to them that their hand-to-mouth Brother Long wasn't dead. Brother Long is not like this. Morong Changfeng wanted to explain, thinking he was gone, After searching for Jiang Xiaoxian in the desert who didn't see anyone else, now that he suddenly encountered him, how could he not be angry in his heart? Nor did he wait for the other party to continue, picking up that teacup in front of him and smashing it heavily towards the ground. The cracking sound resounded and reached downstairs. Morong Xiaoran frowned slightly and looked at the window of the dimly lit room. Her mind kept brainstorming what happened inside. Jiang Xiaoxian being put down by her father and hitting the cups on the floor. Or maybe it was the sound of the two of them wrestling together and colliding to the sound of the cups falling? Whatever it was, in her mind Jiang Xiaoxian would definitely die today. Inside the car Morong Changfeng, two henchmen heard the sound and hurriedly opened the door and ran toward the inside. Inside the house, Jiang Xiaoxian unusually angry look at Morong Changfeng. Do you know, I represent what? What you're doing is playing a very bad counterexample to those forces that I've managed to build up with great difficulty. This has the potential to destroy the Hessian outer wall program that I have worked so hard to build up over these nearly 10 years. This is not only a loss to me, but also an unimaginable consequence to our entire country, the entire people's future stable life. This consequence has the potential to be disastrous. You know? Morong Changfeng's heart fluttered when he heard this. He used to only know that he did things for Brother Long, who was a key figure placed in the desert by Dixia, but he didn't think that what he did would be so big, and his own momentary selfishness almost caused such huge consequences. Brother Long, I know I'm wrong, you can punish me however you want, said he, picking up the short blade he had already hidden ready to stab himself. If you think death is useful, then what I saved 6 years ago is a waste. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't go up to stop him, but his gloomy face and the angry tone in his words called Morong Changfeng to instantly feel ashamed to the point of being ashamed. His hand went limp, and the knife fell to the ground in response. At this time, two of his men also ran in. Get out! Morong Changfeng saw the two open the door and hurriedly told them to get out and not to be adding to his chaos. Boss, are you alright? Get out! Can't you understand? Yes. Seeing that the boss was angry, the two didn't dare to ask anything else and honestly closed the door and walked down. Long Changfeng, I didn't expect you to be called Morong Changfeng, and even more so, I didn't expect you to be Morong Xiaoran's father. But in public matters you made a huge mistake. But in private matters, I did also do something to apologize to your daughter. Morong Changfeng sniffed without saying anything. If he could give his daughter a name that begged for it, if he couldn't, he could only accept it silently. In front of Jiang Xiaoxian, he could not raise a trace of hostility. Jiang Xiaoxian also felt that in private matters some shame to him and Morong Xiaoran. Do not give him an explanation. It is difficult to calm his heart's unwillingness. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, Jiang Xiaoxian continued, if Xiaoran is willing, I will give her a position by my side. If not, I will also tell the Morong family to grow again. Tell your family to accept you again, and also tell you to do this head of the family position. Although he had never met Morong Changfeng, he had heard of his deeds long ago. When he first saw Morong Xiaoran, he thought that it would be the descendant of that despondent Morong family, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions without evidence, and now it seems to be true. Morong Changfeng shook his head. Brother Long, I don't aspire to be in the Morong family, but as you said, to make my own contribution in the desert for the sake of the country, for the sake of the people. Good. Having your words is enough. Jiang Xiaoxian walked to Morong Changfeng and gently patted his shoulder. Chapter 51 Morong Xiaoran's confusion. Morong Changfeng's words that were full of ambition and passion, and that his heart was in his family's country and the world, were like a heavy hammer that struck Jiang Xiaoxian's heart, giving him a great deal of touching. In fact, he himself is not the heart of these? Jiang Xiaoxian heart yearning for the sea silk, eager to show off in that vast world. In contrast, Zhang Zhou of those lingering sentimental love of children. In his case, how much weight can occupy? After countless times of baptism of wind and rain and bloody fighting, he has long practiced the will of steel-like perseverance, far beyond most people of the same age. Whether it was the volatile Zang Wan, the indifferent Su Wei, or the headstrong but stunningly beautiful Morong Xiaoran below, if they hadn't experienced the trials of life and death together, how could they be considered to be truly deep friendships? Brother Long, why don't I go and call Ran up, and you two can talk things out face to face, so that in the future it would be good to avoid her continuing to misunderstand you. Jiang Xiaoxian gently shook his head, indicating his refusal. There's no need. Her attitude towards me is not as simple as a mere misunderstanding, but actual hatred. Deep down in her heart, only a man as graceful as Ji Chang is worthy of being her preferred husband. Someone like me, who is currently still in the darkness and cannot see the light of day, cannot even enter her eyes, yet her most precious thing was taken away from her by me, so it's useless to talk about it anymore. In Jiang Xiaoxian's opinion, he had already provoked two women. If he involved Morong Xiaoran again, would he still have the heart to go on to great heights? Along with Jiang Xiaoxian's words fell, the two coincidentally fell into a silence, as if time was frozen at this moment. After a while, Jiang Xiaoxian deeply sighed, broke this depressing silence. Well, let's go down first. Your daughter is still downstairs eyeing it. After saying that, he took the lead and took the first step towards the door. Morong Changfeng was also really helpless, gently nodded his head, and then with a steady pace followed closely behind Jiang Xiaoxian, arriving downstairs together. At this time Morong Changfeng's heart is doubly tormented. How did his daughter provoke this master? He is not afraid of anyone, but only this one in front of him. If he wants to, not to mention his own mercenary corps, even the entire Morong family cannot hold out. Downstairs, Morong Xiaoran's beautiful eyes stared tightly at the entrance of the guesthouse, her eyes filled with doubt and worry. When Jiang Xiaoxian took the lead and stepped out of the front door of the guesthouse, Morong Xiaoran's face instantly surfaced with a stunned look. Just what had happened? Could it be that the ruthless and cruel father had not taken any action against him? One must know that in these 2 days, a strong hatred had always permeated above his father's face, and this hatred stemmed from the misfortunes that he had suffered, and he was bent on avenging the shame for himself. Not only that, even the bartender before the falling immortal city, also for no reason strange disappearance. As for the reason for this, Morong Xiaoran could guess one or two without thinking too much. In addition, it was heard that the 3 men who had forcibly brought her to the hotel that day and attempted to misbehave with her were now also missing, their lives and deaths unknown. However, what puzzled Morong Xiaoran was that the culprit in front of her, the abominable man who had personally taken away her chaste body, why was he able to stand here unharmed at this moment? Dad? Morong Xiaoran called out softly with a puzzled expression. Aha! Morong Changfeng naturally understood what was in his daughter's mind, but since there were some things that Jiang Xiaoxian had yet to say explicitly, he was not in a position to open his mouth to explain. Thus, he could only nod slightly and lightly responded, indicating that he would explain the situation to her later, and that it was indeed not very convenient to go into details at the moment. Good. Morong Xiaoran's large, soulful eyes dripped and turned. Then she nodded in understanding. The corners of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the beautiful and intelligent woman in front of him with a smile on his face, and said softly, I wonder if I can trouble Ms. Morong Xiaoran to give me a ride? However, Morong Xiaoran only glanced at him lightly, as if she was looking at a stranger, and then she coldly and stiffly squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. No time. This short answer caused the atmosphere to instantly become somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Morong Changfeng, who was on the side, quickly rounded up the situation and said, Xiaoran since the person has asked for it, you can help send it off. Morong Changfeng guessed in his heart that Jiang Xiaoxian must have his intentions in requesting this, despite all the reluctance in her heart, but due to her father's face, Morong Xiaoran nodded her head extremely reluctantly, indicating her agreement. However, when she once again turned her gaze towards Jiang Xiaoxian, a trace of distaste was unabashedly revealed. After the 2 of them sat in the car together, the air inside the car seemed to freeze, surprisingly quiet. Finally, Morong Xiaoran could no longer hold back her inner doubts and took the lead to break the silence by asking, I really can't figure out why my dad would suddenly let you off the hook, and even his attitude towards you has undergone a 180-degree turnaround? In the face of Morong Xiaoran's questioning, Jiang Xiaoxian was at ease and responded with an unconcerned smile. Ha ha, why else? Of course it's because my charisma has deeply touched Uncle Morong. Saying that, he also deliberately put on a look that he thought was incredibly handsome, causing Morong Xiaoran to roll his eyes to the sky. Could it be that you've never had a proper form? Obviously for Jiang Xiaoxian's explanation Morong Xiaoran was unwilling to believe even half a punctuation mark. Then how do you ask me to explain? Jiang Xiaoxian also became serious. His expression was not angry. Morong Xiaoran lazily ignored him, driving the car and asked, then where are you going to go now? To falling immortal city. Jiang Xiaoxian said. Poof. Morong Xiaoran snorted coldly and didn't ask him why he wanted to go to that place. To see beautiful women or to pick up corpses like the previous time? None of these had anything to do with her. As for why Jiang Xiaoxian still wanted to return to fallen immortal city? Because just now he received a text message invitation from Shao Kong saying, we have arrived at the open-air clubhouse in fallen immortal city and are waiting for you. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally agreed quickly. This Shao Kong does not seem to be much in tune, but in his heart he has his own ideas. Although he seems to be wandering around after coming to Jiangzhou, he keeps buying and eating everywhere. But who knows if he has other purposes and intentions. Although Jiang Xiaoxian is his master, but after all, it is not a country's people. In front of the big right and wrong pro-brother and how? Car all the way wildly. The car is really a little depressing. Jiang Xiaoxian opened his mouth and said, Morong girl sorry, last time is really not what I want. Shut your stinking mouth. This guy is really which pot is not open to mention which pot. Morong Xiaoran has already thought about how to forget everything that night. He is still here to mention this mouth more what to do. Suddenly thinking of Ji Chang, Morong Xiaoran's eyebrows wrinkled like a fading flower, all creased. Why is this woman of yours always fierce? No wonder Ji Chang won't like you and want me. Morong Xiaoran was already ready to be furious. just waiting for him to finish. But this guy seemed to be doing it on purpose, suddenly stopping abruptly in the middle of his sentence, calling Morong Xiaoran to be even more stifled. She couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out why her father didn't get him killed? She couldn't figure out why she had to drive him herself. She thought in her mind that she would send the person to the place in a while. She must call Morong Changfeng and properly ask the two of them in the house in the end what happened. What did they say? Tell him to suddenly change his mind. Chapter 52. Xiaoran meets Ji Cheng again. After a while the car slowed to a stop. It had arrived at Falling Immortal City. Here we are. Hurry down, Morong Xiaoran said expressionlessly. Are you free to go in for a drink together? Morong Xiaoran glanced coldly at Jiang Xiaoxian and replied impatiently. I don't have time to play around with you. After saying that, she reached out to turn the car key, ready to start the car. However, right at this moment, Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly spoke up. Ms. Morong, there is an important party here today, and I seem to be lacking a suitable female companion. Therefore, I would like to sincerely invite you to be my female companion. Is that okay? Morong Xiaoran didn't even look at him and refused without hesitation. Not interested. For this man in front of her, she only had endless boredom and revulsion in her heart. Jiang Xiaoxian seemed to have anticipated such an outcome, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he smiled slightly and said softly, don't you want to meet the Grand Duke of Jiqing that you have been longing for with your own eyes? As far as I know, he will also be coming here for the party today, and will bring that fiancé of his along with him. Hearing these words, Morong Xiaoran's heart shook and Ji Cheng's figure immediately surfaced in her mind. She could not help but bite her own lips and fell into a short period of contemplation. After a while, she finally made a decision and fiercely stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away like an arrow off the string. Watching Morong Xiaoran drive away, Jiang Xiaoxian helplessly shook his head and secretly sighed. Alas, these women, do things really too emotional? Originally thought Morong Xiaoran had already left, but did not expect her to just drive the car to a parking space not far ahead. Inside the car Morong Xiaoran quickly pulled out the cosmetics she carried from her bag and skillfully and meticulously began to dress herself up. She carefully depicted every detail, striving to present herself in the most perfect state. Obviously, she was not willing to easily miss any opportunity that she might have to meet Ji Cheng. Seeing the car stop, Jiang Xiaoxian knew that she would definitely come, so she waited for her at the entrance of Falling Immortal City. After a few moments passed, the already incredibly beautiful Morong Xiaoran was now even more beautiful after careful dressing, and even a man like Jiang Xiaoxian, whose heart was already half dead, could not help but jump for it. Looking at the woman slowly walked toward himself, Jiang Xiaoxian hands in the pocket, and arms slightly raised, signaling the other side to hold their own. Although Morong Xiaoran was reluctant, she acquiesced to this somewhat intimate gesture as her female companion. What do you do? Why can you be invited to a party here? Morong Xiaoran couldn't figure it out. The first time she saw Jiang Xiaoxian was really ordinary, never thought he had any identity background. But the change in her father's attitude just now called her a little curious about this man, but it was only curiosity. But to be able to come to Falling Immortal City to participate in the top party is definitely a dignified figure. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoxian has an unknown identity? Morong Xiaoran secretly pondered. The two of them stepped towards the inside of Fallen Immortal City, not stopping at the dance floor bar on the first floor hall, following Jiang Xiaoxian straight to a huge open-air club on the 5th floor. At the entrance of the open-air club on the 5th floor, Shao Kahn's bodyguards had long been guarded at all levels, not to mention the bad guys. Even the service personnel of Falling Immortal City were not allowed to enter. However, when they saw Jiang Xiaoxian, several people nodded their heads respectfully. How to address Jiang Xiaoxian they didn't know. They only knew that he was the master of the camel prince inside, a figure that even the king had to fear 3 times. Jiang Xiaoxian led Morong Xiaoran into the open-air clubhouse without any obstacles. Inside, there were already 24 people standing around chatting sporadically. Some were also barbecuing, and there were a few bikini-clad beauties frolicking inside the pool. The first one to see Jiang Xiaoxian was Abu. Mr. Jiang, you're here. He spoke with a tone of awe, calling Morong Xiaoran a little dumbfounded. How could she not know this person in front of her? Camel's famous gold master. His assets alone were countless, and he had his own industries all over the world. I heard that he also had a close relationship with the Camel royal family and had his own dark forces under his hand. Why would such a big shot be so respectful to Jiang Xiaoxian? This stunningly beautiful lady is Mr. Jiang's? Abu looked at Morong Xiaoran with some shifting eyes, but returned to his senses and asked with a smile. Jiang Xiaoxian frowned slightly and said to Abu, "This is my woman. Her name is Morong Xiaoran. By the way, in the future don't look at her with that kind of eyes or be careful." Yes, sure. Jiang Xiaoxian's words scared Abu into a cold sweat. Although he was famous, but facing a character like Jiang Xiaoxian who called the shots in the desert, getting rid of one of him couldn't be easier. After saying that, he hurriedly smiled and faced Morong Xiaoran. "So it's Madam Disrespectful, disrespectful. Please don't blame me for the many offenses just now. It's okay, Mr. Abu. I have heard of your great name long ago, just never seen you in person. This time I have the honor to be really my honor. By the way, Mr. Abu, actually I'm not. Jiang Xiaoxian watched the two inking. Their hurt Morong Xiaoran want to flatly deny the two relationship. Not kindly looking at Abu, hurriedly grabbed and said, Abu, you talk a little too much. Yes, I'll leave now. Abu was not angry and hurriedly left the two. As he walked away, he thought, what's wrong with this master today? It feels like there is a hostile aura on his body. Jiang Xiaoxian, do you know who he is? Morong Xiaoran looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. Do you think it looks like we just met, or are we meeting for the first time? I've known him for 8 or 9 years. Why is that strange? You've known each other for 8 or 9 years? Morong Xiaoran had a face of disbelief. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask him later. Me? Aha. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded. In Morong Xiaoran's eyes, she and Mr. Abu weren't even on the same level. If she rashly went to ask for advice or strike up a conversation, would they pay attention? Don't think nonsense. I just said you're my woman. Then he'll be respectful to you as well. Humph. Who is your woman? Just now when he said that, Morong Xiaoran wanted to get angry, but with Abu there she held back. But just after saying this sentence, her eyes fixed on the two people not far away. Ji Chang? Beside him stood a drop-dead gorgeous woman. Looking at that woman's face, Morong Xiaoran naturally recognized the imperial capital Li family's eldest miss, the Li family that was on par with the Ji family, and also on par with the Morong family that was once there. But unfortunately, the Morong family has now fallen out of favor in the country. Ji Chang seemed to have also sensed that someone was staring at him and turned his head to look at Morong Xiaoran's side. Morong Xiaoran suddenly had her head lowered and let go of the hand holding Jiang Xiaoxian. How could Jiang Xiaoxian give her this opportunity? As he grabbed Morong Xiaoran's delicate hand and whispered, "Here, you listen to me. When the party is over, I will tell some secrets about your father." Morong Xiaoran's face was full of doubts, but she didn't know whether to believe or not believe what Jiang Xiaoxian said. But out of curiosity she could only take one step and see what happens. Since she had come, what was there to let go of? Since Ji Chang doesn't like himself, then why can't I be closer to other men in front of him? She wanted to shake off the hand that was being held, but she also wanted to ask Ji Chang to take a look at the scene. Li Yuting, Ji Chang's fiancé, looked at Morong Xiaoran's side along with Ji Chang's gaze. What? Is it a little heartwarming to see boss lady Morong? Li Yuting asked with an expressionless face. How could it be? We are going to get married. You also know that I am a person who does not love to talk about children's love. Ji Chang said. Well, the other Morong boss is so beautiful, you can also ruthlessly refuse. As the #1 heavenly pride of the imperial capital, why don't you learn from the ancient monarchs that are a bit more flirtatious? Li Yuting is a woman from a luxurious family. Her mind is naturally smart, and she naturally has a way of pinning down men. Do you see me like that? Alas, how is it that my man's mind is full of the country and its achievements, with no romantic feelings at all? Li Yuting's tone suddenly changed. Ji Chang was a little confused. What exactly was she trying to express? It was on the second day of Morong Xiaoran's confession, the two who were about to get married. Ji Chang, in order to be honest, after she came to Jiangzhou, and also in order not to bring a little blemish to the marriage, told Li Yuting about Morong Xiaoran's liking for him. One by one, the other party didn't seem to feel anything, just smiled and said to him lightly, "This is normal. It shows that my man is good enough and charismatic enough to attract the most beautiful woman in the world to fall for him." Chapter 53, What Women Can and Cannot Be Messed With. Li Yuting was extremely intelligent, which was why the Ji family chose her as their future daughter-in-law. Let's go. Go say hello to our Miss Morong, Li Yuting said as she looked at Ji Chang. It's not necessary, right? Ji Chang was not very reluctant. Not long ago he watched the woman leave with a broken heart. Isn't going over there now rubbing salt into her wounds? Besides, what could Li Yuting go over there for? It must be just an oath of sovereignty. What are you afraid of? Can't you see that people also have male companions? Which means that they have changed. I would like to know what that man does. Actually able to hold the #1 beauty of the imperial capital. Li Yuting was by no means dead set on seeing if this woman still had designs on her man. Otherwise why would she appear here at the same time by such a coincidence? Ji Chang frowned tightly. He really couldn't argue with Li Yuting, and as he watched the woman go over, he could only follow towards the duo. However, it was good that Jiang Xiaoxian was also there. Not knowing what kind of relationship the two of them had, but not wanting to speculate more. Ms. Morong, long time no see? With a smile on her face, Li Yuting came up and greeted her warmly. Hello, Miss Li. Morong Xiaoran returned the smile, similarly looking generous. After saying that, she looked towards Ji Chang, and the hand that had already loosened with Jiang Xiaoxian wanted to re-grab it, but Jiang Xiaoxian skillfully dodged it. He was not willing to be someone else's shield. Morong Xiaoran's face was obviously a little embarrassed, and could only nod at Ji Chang. Brother Jiang. Ji Chang said to Jiang Xiaoxian as a greeting. Brother Ji. Jiang Xiaoxian similarly smiled back. Seeing this, Li Yuting looked at Ji Chang suspiciously. So you guys know each other? Ji Chang nodded gently and did not state the other party's identity. Ha ha, that means this Mr. Jiang is also a famous young talent in Xia. Hello, my name is Li Yuting, who is Ji Chang's fiancé and a member of the imperial capital Li family. Li Yuting was about to prepare to extend her hand, but once she saw that Jiang Xiaoxian was dressed in ordinary clothes, she had already thought in her heart that this person should not be a son of a big family. Maybe he was just a soldier. That's why she knew Ji Chang. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled. My name is Jiang Xiaoxian. I am Morong Xiaoran's boyfriend. Naturally, he also had to explain his relationship with the woman, so that he also called Morong Xiaoran less embarrassed in front of the two. Said also deliberately pulled Morong Xiaoran's hand. This time is not the same just now. Obviously the other party is to use him as a shield, but their own initiative to hold. That represents you. Morong Xiaoran is my Jiang Xiaoxian's woman. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Li Yuting said with a bit of a leathery smile. Morong Xiaoran naturally did not refute Jiang Xiaoxian's introduction, but her eyes would glance at Ji Chang from time to time, her heart still unable to let go. But the more this happened, the more she felt uncomfortable in her heart. The hand that was gripping Jiang Xiaoxian was also a point harder. Alright, we still have a lot of important guests over there that we need to entertain. You two just find a place to sit for a while. And this Mr. Jiang, the food here is still very rare. Eat more, or else you will seldom have such an opportunity. Li Yuting naturally felt that Jiang Xiaoxian was able to come indefinitely because Morong Xiaoran brought him in, and somewhat despised him. Otherwise how could Mr. Abu invite him in? Ha ha, good. Jiang Xiaoxian raised the corners of his mouth, somewhat disdainful. This woman is smart, but just a bit snobbish. After saying that, Li Yuting re-leveraged Ji Chang's arm and walked towards Abu's place. What's wrong? Looking at Morong Xiaoran, who had re-shrugged off her hand, Jiang Xiaoxian turned his head and asked, Nothing, I'm simply making a fool of myself by coming here. What makes you think that? Didn't you hear Li Yuting's words just now when she was leaving? She obviously feels that we are just two people who mixed in for nothing. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian laughed cheerfully. Ha ha, it doesn't matter. She can think whatever she likes, but maybe going in a while will change her opinion. Poof. Morong Xiaoran glanced at Jiang Xiaoxian, looking inside to see if there were people she knew. After all, she was also the owner of the imperial capital's #1 nightclub, Jutiange, and the powerful and wealthy naturally knew some of them. Seeing a young man was chatting with a Camelot Nation person by the pool, that person she recognized was none other than one of the four great heavenly prides of the imperial capital, Gu Shifeng. Without bothering about Jiang Xiaoxian anymore, she walked straight towards Gu Shifeng. It was good to have an acquaintance at least, and it didn't feel so awkward. Jiang Xiaoxian shook his head helplessly and had to look for Shao Kong, who had called him. Smoke was rolling out there in front of him. Someone was barbecuing, and he thought that the eater was definitely among them. As expected, he heard Shao Kang's somewhat broken Daxia language before he even got close. The little brat called me here and didn't come out to greet me. Kang Xiaoxian walked past the two bodyguard-like men and came to Shao Kong. Master, you are here. I don't know these people. Besides, the party was organized by Abu. What can I do here? I can only get a barbecue to fill my stomach. You came just in time. Quickly help me grill. I'll go skewer. Shao Kong pulled Jiang Xiaoxian to the grill and told him to sit down. He, however, started to cut the meat and skewer it on his own. That beef cut, a piece was as big as 3 tails. Li Yuting also saw that the two over here had separated and each went to a different place. She could imagine Morong Xiaoran going to Gu Zhanfeng, but that Jiang Xiaoxian went to the center to do what with that camel countryman? Ah Chang, what is the identity of that camel countryman who barbecued in the middle? Li Yuting asked. I'm not at liberty to say more about his identity at the time. If you're interested, you can ask Mr. Abu. Ji Chang also came here to carry out a mission, and there were some things he knew he couldn't just say out loud no matter who he was talking to. Looks like it's still a big fish. Li Yuting's eyes were glowing. It wasn't that she had her eyes on Shao Kong. It was mainly because she was thinking about whether or not it would bring tangible benefits to the family. Li Yuting was a bit passive in her treatment of her feelings. She listened to her family's arrangement and then got engaged to Ji Chang, which was quite similar between the two of them. Wait for me here. I'll go and say hello to that gentleman. Li Yuting's discerning eyes could see that the one who occupied the central location of the venue and was able to set up a separate barbecue stall must be the VIP invited by Mr. Abu. She took a step to the center, but was stopped by the bodyguard when she tried to enter again. Ma'am, please stay. This is a place for my young master to enjoy alone, one of the bodyguards said as he extended an arm. Li Yuting frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, who was grilling meat skewers with that male. Why is that person allowed in? I'm sorry, he's my young master's honored guest. Other than him and Mr. Abu, everyone else needs to get my young master's permission to go in. the bodyguard said with an expressionless face. There was a bodyguard in every corner of the surroundings, especially in the dozen or so meters around Xiaokang. There were 5 or 6 bodyguards guarding it. On what grounds is he an honored guest? In Li Yuting's eyes, Kang Xiaoxian was definitely not a young master of any kind. He was able to go to a barbecue with that young master of the camel country, so why couldn't he himself as the pearl of the Li family? Under her repeated requests, the bodyguard remained unmoved, and did not even look at Li Yuting twice. By the poolside, Morong Xiaoran was sitting on a lounge chair and was chatting with Gu Chengfeng about how business was going these days, or some gossip about this time's maritime group. Turning her head to look this way, it seemed like Li Yuting was stopped by 2 bodyguards. Curious as well, she looked at Gu Shifeng and said, "Excuse me for a moment, I'm going to go over there and take a look around." "Boss Lady Morong, feel free." Gu Zhanfeng smiled in a graceful manner. For this world-class beauty in front of him, he had always behaved coldly, not at all like other men's fervent pursuit of her, simply because he knew that the other party's identity was not something that his Gu family could mess with. If they were involved, if something happened in the future, the entire Gu family would be implicated. These imperial capital big family son, although more or less some good sex, but what women can mess with, what cannot mess with them more than anyone knows. Chapter 54, Defeated Li Yuting. After saying that, Morong Xiaoran got up and walked towards the center location. Just now, she also noticed this barbecue stand in the center. She had thought that the organizer had purposely given it to everyone for recreation and entertainment, and that the barbecued teenager had also been invited by the other party to cater to Mr. Abu's tastes. After all, they were all from the Camel Desert side of the country, so they felt even more affectionate, right? But now it seems as if things are not so, as the princess of the Li family, who was on par with the Ji family in the imperial capital, was now being stopped by the bodyguards. That meant that the identity of the teenager in the middle was not simple, but why Jiang Xiaoxian could barbecue with him was something she couldn't figure out. That's why she was a little curious, so she left the only person in the entire venue that she could talk to, Gu Yinfeng, and came here to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, she was stopped by one of the bodyguards just before she arrived in the middle and warned, "Ma'am, please stay back, my young master doesn't like to be disturbed." Li Yuting watched Morong Xiaoran come over to be similarly deflated. A cold snort escaped her mouth. "Humph, MS. Morong, do you think you are more noble than me, the MS. Li family? How about, people don't ask you to go in. Sometimes people still need to be self-aware. This is something Miss Morong doesn't seem to understand." This sarcasm of hers made Morong Xiaoran, who already had anger in her heart, even more embarrassed on her face. This is not something that needs to be worried about by Miss Li. She raised her head after saying that with a cold face, and instantly that kind of overwhelming beauty blossomed on her body, and she came to the bodyguard step by step. "Handsome man, I just want to get to know your young master. Is it convenient?" She exerted all her strength in order to not fall in front of Li Yuting. Unfortunately, it was not to be. The bodyguard remained unmoved. "I'm sorry, ma'am, it's best to stay away from us, or I'll be rude to you." The bodyguard's voice was so loud that Kong Shuing counted on hearing the commotion from this side as he nourished the meat inside. Walking out of the barbecue stall that was shrouded in grease and smoke, looked at the 2 women with their heads held high, as if they were 2 fighting roosters. Neither one of their faces was convinced of the other. "Xiaoran, come with me." Jiang Xiaoxian walked up and pulled Morong Xiaoran's hand and headed inside. Seeing this, the bodyguard didn't say a word and let the 2 in. As Li Yuting watched, anger immediately flared up in her heart. "Why didn't you stop her?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. Mr. Jiang can bring anyone close to my young master." One sentence immediately called Li Yuting even more disgraced. She was so angry that she finally came to Ji Cheng's side. Cheng, why don't you take me to meet the young master of that middle camel country?" Ji Cheng frowned. He was not familiar with Xiao Kong. The only time he was involved was because of Jiang Xiaoxian, and since Jiang Xiaoxian was the master of Xiaokang's prince, it was hard to say if he could do it himself. These days the first layer of Xiaokang's security was guarded by the bodyguards he brought with him, while he was only responsible for the second layer of security only. "It's better to forget about it, in case I can't get in either. Won't you lose even more face?" Ji Cheng was sensible enough to be honest. "No, I must not be compared to Morong Xiaoran. Perhaps even the smartest woman would sometimes lose some of her sanity for the sake of her love rival, just like the current Li Yuting." Ji Cheng was also helpless. He didn't want to be looked down upon by the Li family before he was even married. But how much was his face worth in front of Xiao Kong? Maybe if Kong Xiaoxian nodded his head he could go in, but just now Li Yuting's words were clearly somewhat despising Kong Xiaoxian. Although the other party does not hate the Li family because of this, but the heart is certainly not happy. If Jiang Xiaoxian also do not give this face, then the shame is not only Li Yuting but also he Ji Cheng. He originally thought of retreating, but Li Yuting, who failed in the first round, how could she give him this opportunity? She must win this face back in front of Morong Xiaoran. On this side of the barbecue, Jiang Xiaoxian had already let go of Morong Xiaoran's hand to come in front of Shao Kong. Shao Kong, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Morong Xiaoran. Saying this, there looked to Morong Xiaoran and introduced. This is the Camel country's royal family's young prince Abdullah Shao Kong. Hearing this, Morong Xiaoran was somewhat shocked by the other party's identity. What? This was the real manipulator behind the entire maritime group. The prince. Why would Jiang Xiaoxian know him? But in front of Shao Kong she didn't show too much surprise and still showed a confident look. Smiling, she extended her hand to Shao Kong and said, "Hello, Prince Shao Kong. I am Morong Xiaoran. You are the second mistress. Ah, so beautiful." Shao Kong wiped a pair of greasy hands on his body and Morong Xiaoran similarly shook his hand then immediately separated. In his heart, he knew that Jiang Xiaoxian's women should never have any thoughts of their own. Just like the previous diva Dai Lin, was a group of pirates captured. The same day Jiang Xiaoxian with all his men, as well as several countries to support the army, the group of pirates to the total annihilation, and a living mouth are not left. Besides, the time of his mother's death, but also launched a not small-scale war, the death of tens of thousands of people. His heart's anger only gradually subsided. But since then, Small Kong also rarely see this master of their own. In fact, it is also because of this incident Kong Xiaoxian was Luo Wanxiang and his grandfather guilty, and finally had to call him back to Daxia. Returning to the meeting place, Jiang Xiaoxian moved a bench and told Morong Xiaoran to sit down. "What exactly is your identity?" the woman asked quietly in his ear. "Can you open up the pattern a bit? How come these few women who met me all ask the same question?" "Love to talk." Morong Xiaoran slanted a glance at him. Although she said this on her lips, she had been speculating in her heart. "It's really nothing. I'm Prince Shao Kang's master. That's enough, right?" "I don't believe it," Morong Xiaoran said. "Love to believe it or not. Master, is the test ready yet? I've been skewering so many skewers long ago and I'm a little hungry." Shao Kong continued to skewer the meat while urging, "You're still hungry. I saw you eating non-stop when I first came here." The conversation between the two also confirmed that this prince was really Jiang Xiaoxian's disciple. Morong Xiaoran sat on a stool and watched the two great lords busy themselves, reaching out to try to help. "Prince Shao Kong, I'll do it. This doesn't need Master Mother to do it herself." Shao Kong intentionally refused. Kong Xiaoxian looked at Morong Xiaoran. "If you're idle and bored, come over and help me." "Don't." Morong Xiaoran held her chin and had no intention of moving. At this time, Li Yuting pulled Ji Cheng over again, but it was still stopped by the two bodyguards. "Officer Ji, I'm sorry you can't come closer without my young master's permission either." "Why?" Li Yuting finally couldn't hold back because she saw that Morong Xiaoran had already walked in and was still talking and laughing with that young master of the camel country. At this instant, that feeling of defeat in her heart became even stronger. She, Morong Xiaoran, was nothing more than the illegitimate daughter of an outdated family, while she herself was the jewel of the hallowed Li family. Could it be because of that man named Jiang Xiaoxian? "Excuse this lady." The bodyguard still stopped there, not moving, like a mountain. "Tell them to come in." Just then, Jiang Xiaoxian suddenly spoke behind the bodyguard. "It's Mr. Kong." The bodyguard nodded respectfully and finished making way. Ji Chang was also helpless and could only shake his head. In his heart he secretly sighed. The gap between himself and him was not just one star. This he knew only too well. Jiang Xiaoxian is his idol. He naturally knew a little more than the average person. As far as he knew, the other party was not only astonishing in his own achievements, but even his identity and background were not comparable to that of a son of a family like him. Li Yuting was now neither in nor out. To enter, the other party was obviously not looking at himself or Ji Cheng's face. If she didn't go in, she had been trying to go in just now, but if she didn't go in now, she might be thinning that young master's face. Look at this row face. She knew that the identity of this person is absolutely not simple. Even Ji Chang, these bodyguards are recognized, but still stopped can be seen in general. Her expression was very unnatural. Since childhood this was the first time she was so ignored. Just as she froze in place, Ji Chang took her hand and walked in. Chapter 55 Woman. Don't ask so many questions. Morong Xiaoran felt more and more curious about Jiang Xiaoxian's life in her heart. She couldn't help but speculate. Why did these bodyguards not only follow the orders of that honorable prince, but even what Jiang Xiaoxian said seemed to be like a military order that could not be disobeyed? Just at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came out. "Hello, this young master. My name is Li Yuting. I am the eldest granddaughter of the imperial capital Li family's Li Dajuan." The person who spoke was none other than Li Yuting, who was led in by the bodyguards. Seeing her walking in a generous and noble manner, she showed the demeanor of a lady of the world when she raised her hands and threw her feet. The pride on her face was even more complacent, and she stretched out her delicate hand waiting for the other party's response. After hearing this, Shao Kong first sized up Li Yuting, then cast his eyes toward Ji Chang, and finally locked his gaze firmly on Jiang Xiaoxian. He pondered in his heart that if Jiang Xiaoxian had a close friendship with this woman, then he would definitely go forward to cordially shake hands and greet her. Unfortunately, from the current situation, it seemed as if Jiang Xiaoxian wasn't particularly familiar with this woman, always fully focused on the grilled meat, and seemed to have absolutely no intention of taking care of her. This beautiful lady. Hello, Xiao Kong responded with a slight nod, and although his tone was flat, as a royal prince, he still possessed at least the basic etiquette. However, he neither stood up nor reached out his hand to shake the other parties, but just sat there and spoke faintly. At this moment, an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Li Yuting's hand that was originally stretched out and ready to shake hands with someone froze in mid-air, in and out of a dilemma. Unable to do anything else, she had no choice but to slowly retract her hand, a trace of imperceptible embarrassment appearing on her face. The people around her also looked sideways when they saw this scene, which made Li Yuting even more embarrassed. Ji Chang was a man who was usually bold and dashing, but when he was on a mission, he became stereotypically conservative and unsmiling. But now, when he watched his fiancée bumping her nose in front of a foreigner, an unnameable displeasure inevitably surged in his heart, only to see Ji Chang forcibly holding back his inner displeasure, trying his best to keep his tone calm. Prince Xiao Kong, this is my fiancée. She wishes to make acquaintance with you. Prince Xiao Kong, on the other hand, still put on that cynical demeanor, not even bothering to extend his hand, and just casually responded, "Oh, so it's your fiancé? Hello, my name is Xiao Kong." Morong Xiaoran, who was sitting beside Jiang Xiaoxian, took it all in. As she looked at the awkward and embarrassed look on Ji Chang's face, a trace of inexplicable pleasure actually arose in her heart, but at the same time it was mixed with a little bit of intolerance. Afterwards, she cast her gaze to the face of Li Yuting, who had just been high and mighty in front of her. At this moment, Li Yuting was in a state of embarrassment, as if she had become a joke in the eyes of the crowd. As for Li Yuting, she obviously also detected the mocking intent that flowed from Morong Xiaoran's eyes, and instantly felt so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. What the hell is wrong with you? We came to say hello to you with the best of intentions. It's just that those bodyguards blocked us from coming in at first, but now you're actually treating us with this kind of attitude? Li Yuting could no longer hold back her anger and said indignantly. Right at this moment, Ji Chang, who was standing next to her, anxiously tugged on Li Yuting's coat corner and lowered his voice to say to her, he is the real big boss of the Maritime Transportation Group company that is to be established this time. Moreover, he is also the young prince of the Camel Kingdom's royal family. If you piss him off, not to mention the big project, you won't even get a piece of the meat. Hearing these words, Li Yuting was instantly startled and screamed in her heart that it was not good, recalling her own initiative to give her name just now, as well as the confrontation she had just had with the other party. If she couldn't get a piece of this event because of these things, then when she returned home, facing those strict uncles and aunts, and even her loving grandfather, I'm afraid that she'd be met with a severe reprimand, right? However, at this moment, she was caught in a dilemma. With Morong Xiaoran present, it would be too humiliating for her to bow her head and admit her mistake so easily. But the main culprit for this embarrassing situation was Ji Chang, who told him not to make clear the other party's identity and background beforehand. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoxian appeared exceptionally calm and relaxed, as if everything that was happening around him had nothing to do with him. He continued to concentrate on roasting the delicious beef as if nothing had happened. Coincidentally, the words spoken by Ji Chang happened to reach Morong Xiaoran's ears. She could not help but be amazed that the seemingly boyish man in front of her was actually the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss who was in control of the huge shipping group. This time, if she could successfully obtain the cooperation qualification for an important project, then her position in the Morong family would definitely be repositioned. There would be no need to look up to others and watch their faces. One must know that even though she was the boss of the imperial capital's Jutian pavilion, the vast majority of the benefits had fallen into the hands of those in the Morong family who only knew how to sit back and enjoy their success and did nothing. What she was able to get her hands on was only an insignificant portion. If she could really secure a quality project from the shipping group this time, then her importance in the Morong family would naturally be self-evident. Unfortunately, however, she had seriously underestimated the ugly faces and shameless natures of those greedy people. Without Jiang Xiaoxian as her backing, even if she tried her best to get more benefits, she would still not be able to get rid of the constraints and discrimination brought about by her status as the Morong family's illegitimate daughter, and would not be able to share even a tiny bit of the benefits. Li Yuting finally lowered her head for the sake of her family's interests and said to Xiao Kong, I'm sorry, I really don't know your identity. What I said just now was unintentional. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Kong was fully focused on skewering the kebabs, as if he was completely immersed in them, deaf to the sounds of the outside world, not even turning his head a bit. Kong Xiaoxian carefully handed the steaming, fragrant kebabs in his hands to Morong Xiaoran and said softly, you take it first. Morong Xiaoran looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with a puzzled face and asked, what are you going to do? However, Jiang Xiaoxian looked a little impatient and gave Morong Xiaoran a blank look without any good humor and responded, "Woman, don't ask so many questions." Before his words fell, he quickly walked over to Xiao Kong, and without hesitation, he raised his palm and gently slapped down towards the back of the other party's head, while angrily shouting, "Kid, can't you hear that someone is talking to you? Are you deaf?" Xiao Kong was caught off guard by this blow, and couldn't help but pretend to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Hastily reaching out to cover the back of his head, he muttered aggressively, "Master, you always treat me like this. No wonder I've become stupid. Now I finally understand. It's all because you beat me like this all day long." This interaction between the two of them made Li Yuting, who was originally standing at the side in a lowly manner, look on in disbelief. Inwardly, she was even more shocked. How dare this man treat the prince like this? What was even more surprising was that Prince Xiao Kong didn't seem to be angry, but instead displayed a submissive stance, like a child who had done something wrong was being reprimanded by his father. Who exactly was he? Even Ji Chang, who was regarded as the #1 heavenly pride of the imperial capital, showed an unusual amount of respect when facing this prince. However, in stark contrast to this, Jiang Xiaoxian was actually able to slap the other party without hesitation or care. This scene caused Li Yuting's heart to instantly collapse as she stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of her. Countless questions flooded her mind like a tidal wave, causing her to fall into a deep daze. This man was like a magic spell, constantly hovering in her mind, unable to dissipate for a long time. Chapter 56, All of you are mine. Don't even think about running away. Xiao Kong, who originally still had some resistance deep down, now became weak because of Jiang Xiaoxian's stern gaze. "What are you looking at? If you don't know how to be polite again, believe it or not, I'll tell your big brother all about your behavior." Kong Xiaoxian threatened with a serious face. Hearing this, Xiao Kong couldn't help but shiver. If his big brother knew about this, the consequences would simply be unimaginable, and he would probably be severely reprimanded. Thus, he quickly waved his hands and begged for forgiveness. "Don't tell him, he is much more fierce than you." Seeing Xiao Kong's attitude change, Jiang Xiaoxian slightly raised his eyebrows and continued, "That's fine, but you have to treat this lady a little more politely. Understand?" Xiao Kong helplessly nodded his head and responded, "Okay, right, is she your friend?" Despite having agreed, Xiao Kong eventually couldn't hold back his curiosity and wanted to figure out the relationship. Kong Xiaoxian turned his head to look at Li Yuting, who was in a state of shock beside him, and gently shook his head before replying, "Technically, it doesn't count, but I count Ji Chang and I as friends. Since she is Ji Chang's fiancée, then in a way, she can barely be considered a friend as well, right?" However, Jiang Xiaoxian spoke these words in a very vague manner, making it difficult to catch what he was really thinking. Li Yuting's teeth itched with hatred, but she didn't dare to have a fit at this time. If it was because of her own momentary tongue this time that she brought great losses to the family, it would be much more serious than losing some people here. "I'm sorry Ms. Li, just now really did not hear, and not intentionally not shake hands with you. You see my hands are all greasy. If dirty your hands or clothes cannot be good." Although it was an apology plus an explanation, there was still a hint of contempt in his words. "No, it's okay." What else could Li Yuting say? She insisted on barging in, and now that she had touched a nose, she had to wipe it off herself. But staying any longer was obviously out of place. Pulling Ji Chang to nod at Xiao Kong, "Sorry prince, for the disturbance." After saying that, he quickly left. Ji Chang still had a task ahead of him and could not just go AWOL, so he could only continue to wander around the venue. Li Yuting naturally could not ask Ji Chang to stay alone, especially when Morong Xiaoran was still there. As for that Jiang Xiaoxian, who knew if he was Morong Xiaoran's boyfriend? She could only choose to do the same as Morong Xiaoran just now, and walk towards Gu Chengfeng by the pool. "What's wrong with Miss Li? A sad face?" Gu Shifeng was handsome and spontaneous. Looking at Li Yuting coming to his side, he asked jokingly. They were all the male son's big misses of the same circle, so naturally they knew each other from a long time ago. "It's nothing." Li Yuting naturally couldn't talk about the encounter just now, and that mysterious Jiang Xiaoxian. "Then what are you doing with a stern face?" "Gu Shifeng, I'm asking about you." Li Yuting turned her words around, not thinking of answering the other party's question. "Then you say, you saw that guy with the kebabs, right?" Gu Shifeng nodded. "Well, once you came, didn't you guys have an exchange of words? Although I don't know what you guys said, but I can tell that you guys are by no means on the same page. This is not important. I just want to know, do you know his identity?" Han Changfeng shook his head. "Why would I want to know? What does this have to do with me? Alas, forget it, chatting with you is like this, business never comes together. Ha ha ha, I'm a person who likes to be uninhibited. What do you think my family's old man had to call me? A drunkard, to come here for? Because you're a person who prefers to hide yourself. If you call your big brother to come, you're guaranteed to make a joke. That's also true. Ha ha, my brother that person likes to talk with his fists, but there are times when it's really good. Just like when I was a child I was not protected by him. That's why your Gu family can be more harmonious. The elder brother can be martial. The second brother can be civilized. One civilized and one civilized Gu family is not much worse than my fiancé Ji family. Lifting up Yu Ting, we've known each other for more than 10 years. Do we still need to explicitly say who is what kind of person? Indeed. But Gu Zhanfeng, do me a favor. Say, can you help me find out what the origin of that person called Jiang Xiaoxian is? He gives me a mysterious feeling. Okay, $1 million is not expensive, right? Deal. Gu Shifeng, no matter what he did, he liked to treat it as a deal, and in their circle, it had been taken for granted. Jiang Xiaoxian, who was still barbecuing over there, had his cell phone suddenly ring at this time. He picked it up and saw that it was Zeng Wan calling. Without hesitation, he directly connected. Hey, what's up? Jiang Xiaoxian, you, where are you? Why these days there is no news at all? Why that day after lunch disappeared? Why I waited for you for 5 whole days and you did not give me a phone call back? Do you know how scared I am? Jiang Xiaoxian could hear the complaints, sadness and anger in Zang Wan's tone. The 3 consecutive whys also showed how tormented Zang Wan had been these past few days. I went out of the country and didn't bring my cell phone. I just came back today. Jiang Xiaoxian's tone appeared heavy, but the words were toned down to be direct and clear. You went abroad? Yes. Then why didn't you say something to me when you left? Suddenly Zang Wan, on this feeling of déjà vu, when Han Changfeng is not this way to leave without saying goodbye, went abroad for 2 years. The situation was urgent. It was too late to talk to you. Sorry. Jiang Xiaoxian did not say a word of apology until the end, because he was originally intentional. How to talk about sorry? If he said it was that he was hypocritical, and now at best he is a liar. Where are you now? I'll go pick you up. Zang Wan's tone gradually slowed down, but his heart shook violently. No need. I'll go back by myself in a while. I'm talking to an important guest about an important matter. Good. Then I will wait for you. After saying that, Zang Wan hung up the phone with a wooden expression, her eyes filled with a look of lifelessness. His retaliation was toying, and Zang Wan began to reflect on whether her choice like this was right or wrong. Suddenly realized, just like the current Han Changfeng is no longer the same Han Changfeng when he was his first love. The current Jiang Xiaoxian is not the Jiang Xiaoxian of the 1 year of contractual marriage with herself. And no matter which Jiang Xiaoxian, he never revealed his heart to himself. He never really sat down with himself to say the things that a couple should say to each other. Even if you take care of yourself to really do everything, but when you think about it, it's like he's completing a task, not really like in love. At this moment Zang Wan suddenly realized that Jiang Xiaoxian had never liked her. When she thought about it, it felt like this sudden love of the previous few days was like a deliberate creation and a hypocritical performance. He had been teasing himself all along, using her as an object for his experiments. On the other end, Jiang Xiaoxian answered the phone right next to Morong Xiaoran. It's Su Wei? Because after she knew that Jiang Xiaoxian and Su Wei were 2 people, there was a woman calling him this late. Who else would it be besides his own wife? That's why she asked curiously. Maybe women like to gossip. Even though this man had skin to skin with her, and also more than an hour ago, even wished this man to die, but after seeing how mysterious this man was, that thought had long since disappeared. My ex-wife. Kang Shuin spread his hands in a look of helplessness and said, Ex-wife? You were married? Yes. What's wrong? Humph. Nothing. Just think you men don't have a good thing. Red flag at home and colorful flag flying outside, right? Scum. And also provoke the ex-wife. Jiang Xiaoxian sniffed and put the already grilled meat skewers on the dinner plate, lying back with his hands on his pillow, looking at the blurry stars in the sky. You're right. I am indeed a scumbag. But so what? I will not let down every woman with me. Other men have a mistress, have to abandon their wives and divorce their wives. But I am not the same. Su Wei, Zang Wan including you, all are mine. One do not want to run. Jiang Xiaoxian eyes domineering outwardly, big hand to the star slowly grabbed. Chapter 57, Give me a child and I'll give you the position of family head. Morong Xiaoran smiled instead of being angry. Ha ha, yeah, I really want to see if you have this ability or not. Her laughter was clearly a mockery of Jiang Xiaoxian's words. While a few people were busy in the middle, the dignitaries and wealthy merchants outside were busy raising their glasses and walking around to socialize. This kind of banquet was not something that could be encountered at all times. Mr. Abu of the Camel's First Consortium was personally hosting it. So naturally, those who could be invited were also the top stream of society. Time passed by. Abdullah Shaokan patted his stomach and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian and asked, It's so delicious. Master, when are you going back to Heis? His unintentional sentence but shocked Morong Xiaoran, who was at the side. For the name Heisi others don't know. But she had long heard her uncle and grandfather and they had told her that Heisi was nothing but an abbreviation. and the real meaning was the country's grand strategy to the west. Xiao Kang's mouth said when Jiang Xiaoxian returned to Heisi. Then this man turned out to be the counterpart of Heisi. No wonder these camel princes and rich merchants knew him. It turned out that he had such an important identity. This I can't say. It depends on how my leader arranges it. But I don't think it should take long. Jiang Xiaoxian had only Morong Xiaoran by his side in addition to Xiao Kang, and in his mind this woman could no longer run away. In addition to her one blood being taken by himself, this relationship, there is also a little important reason, is to get her. Morong Changfeng will naturally also be single-minded for their own use. When the time comes to consolidate, all 6 African mercenary corps will be given to him to command. I'll find a close friend to command the 5 in the desert. In this way, the 2 large armies can take care of each other and collaborate with each other, but also can restrain each other. However, for these forces that he personally cultivated to want to rebel is not worried, as long as he is willing to surrounded by a few countries have a regular army to counter terrorism as a reason for him to quell these. That's really great. I'm always being told by my big brother that I'm incompetent. If you go back, master, I'll go to the Hessian to do an errand. With your identity as the Grand Master of the Hessian, it shouldn't be a problem, right? That's quite interesting, Jiang Xiaoxian said as he stroked his chin. He also didn't care if Morong Xiaoran learned of his true identity. Anyway, in his heart this woman was already his person. If she betrayed, she could only disappear, which was different from Zeng Wan in the beginning. Zang Wan is just a mission target. As long as she did not really become Jiang Xiaoxian woman at that moment, even if she private meeting Han Changfeng, Jiang Xiaoxian did not go to block. If has become his woman, who stains who can only disappear. This is his creed, said Ruthless, actually just a principle of survival in the desert. From the time Morong Xiaoran learned that Jiang Xiaoxian was from Heisi to the time she learned that he was the Grand Master of Heisi's desert region, it was only a matter of time for the two of them to talk to each other for a few words. These few words gave her too much information. No wonder her father didn't dare to touch him and showed so much respect for him. Earlier on the phone, she heard her father say, he encountered a military mutiny in Africa 6 years ago and almost lost his life. At the moment of despair, a man fell from the sky like a god of war and saved him, and it was only after that that father embarked on the path of a mercenary. When I heard it then, I thought it was my father's words, deliberately made up to glorify himself. What Hess? What god of war? She didn't believe any of it. But just now, from the kind of awe in her father's eyes when he looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, and the domineering look Jiang Xiaoxian had when he walked out of the hotel, and then to this moment when she learned of Jiang Xiaoxian's true identity from a camel prince, that great Xiao war god, could it be him? This was the conjecture in his mind. Jiang Xiaoxian, I have to go down for a bit beforehand. The two of them were still chatting. Morong Xiaoran got up and wanted to go out to give her father a call to ask if that was the case or not, but just as she got up to leave, she was yanked by Jiang Xiaoxian and fell into the man's arms with a hard pull. You let go of me. Morong Xiaoran somewhat resisted, but could not break free from the man's embrace. You can't get out without me with you, including anyone here. Jiang Xiaoxian tightly wrapped his arms around Morong Xiaoran's thin waist, tilted his head and exhaled softly in his ear. So what? Morong Xiaoran twisted her torso in disbelief. Did you want to give your dad a call? How did you know? Guess. Jiang Xiaoxian said, his mouth slowly approaching Morong Xiaoran's face. The woman looked nervous, thinking in her heart that if he really was that man, she really couldn't escape him. With a slapdash kiss, Jiang Xiaoxian smiled faintly. It's the same if you ask me. Do you want to know my relationship with your father? Morong Xiaoran didn't say anything, but her eyes looked at Jiang Xiaoxian full of anticipation. In fact, your father can have today all I help him to realize. Maybe in your eyes he is a bit unforgiving, but everything he does is for the country. That is to say, your father is not only not unforgiving bad guys, or a true hero hidden in the dark. Jiang Xiaoxian's words were so full of sincerity that Morong Xiaoran actually believed them. Perhaps in her heart she was more willing to believe that her father was a hero rather than a grasshopper. So you're the one who saved my father 6 years ago? Jiang Xiaoxian nodded. Knowing the true likeness, does it make you feel that the heart that wanted to kill me just now has turned into a kind of enmity? Humph. Who wanted to kill you? Morong Xiaoran denied it. Jiang Xiaoxian continued to whisper in her ear, these are no longer important. Morong Xiaoran, I tell you, you have been my woman. This life cannot be changed. Also not allowed to change unless I die. And the heart of that to Jiqing to stay in the position, hurry up to me to let out. Or he has his family I will personally destroy. Morong Xiaoran heard a shock in her heart. He is going to trap himself in the cage he has woven? Also, did he really have this ability to get rid of such a huge G family? Do you not believe what I said? Morong Xiaoran averted her eyes from looking at him, as if every subtle change in her demeanor could not escape this man's eyes. Then after the meeting is over in a while, we can lie together and talk all night long, and I'll tell you something you don't really know. Morong Xiaoran heard Jiang Xiaoxian's words, had a feeling as if she had become his consort. This feeling was not good, and started struggling even harder. You let go of me. or I'm going to scream. Kang Xiaoxian seemed to listen to advice and let go of the woman. But then he said to Xiao Kong, Xiao Kong, call Abu for me. Okay, master. In Xiao Kong's eyes, the current master was the one who used to be the Hessian Grand Master who said nothing. What do you want? Morong Xiaoran asked. Having seen being a prince being so obedient to Kang Xiaoxian, she felt as if she didn't even have a chance to run. Not doing anything. Give me a child. I'll ask you to sit on the Morong family head position. What do you think? Don't. Morong Xiaoran said without hesitation, but her eyes were at a loss for words. Jiang Xiaoxian raised his eyebrows and hugged a little tighter. At this time, Morong Xiaoran had already turned into a small dainty wife who let Jiang Xiaoxian pinch her, and her body popped straight up and stopped squirming and moving around. At this time, Abu ran over. Brother Long, you called me? Abu, today's banquet, I think it's almost over. It's time to disperse. I still have to go swimming with my little petite wife? While saying this, he looked at Morong Xiaoran, with the appearance of a dim-witted ruler who was addicted to beauty. Yes, I'm going to break up the show. Abu hurriedly ran to the highest place, picked up the microphone and said to the dignitaries and rich businessmen present, everyone gave me Abu face to attend this banquet today. 3 days after the opening ceremony, I will definitely not fail to live up to everyone's love. But the time is a little bit late today, so let's stop here. Thank you for your support. After saying that, a loud applause rang out from below. Soon some people began to exit the venue, until the entire venue was left with only Abu Xiaokong and a few people from Ji Chang. Naturally, there was also Ji Chang's fiancée, Li Yuting. She was still here solely because Ji Chang had not left yet. Chapter 58, Will you be afraid of a weak woman like me? Ji Chang, you go too. Jiang Xiaoxian continued to put her arm around Morong Xiaoran's waist and said to Ji Chang, who had already walked over. This was also a deliberate call for him, and also for Morong Xiaoran to see how the person she had fallen for in her heart behaved when he saw himself sitting in another man's arms. It's the chief. There weren't too many outsiders already, and seeing Jiang Xiaoxian's serious appearance, the previous address was out of place. But this sentence also called Li Yuting even harder. So this man's background was so much more powerful than his own man. Ji Chang have to call the chief, and look at the age and their own similar, and listen to speak also with a bit of Daidu accent. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she was a child, her family came to a man with a little boy. The whole family is doubly complementary to the two, and the child's eyes and the eyes of Jiang Xiaoxian now really like. It turned out that Jiang Xiaoxian was him, but that family was clearly surnamed Jiang. Jiang equals Jiang. In an instant Li Yuting understood the identity of Jiang Xiaoxian, that legend in the mouth of the imperial capital's heavenly pride, that dragon young man that people never had the courage to chase after. Ji Chang left and took Li Yuting with him. Going downstairs, Li Yuting asked somewhat woodenly, Ji Chang, is that Jiang Xiaoxian the legend in your mouth? Jiang Long? Ji Chang nodded. You must not say out. His current strength is not only the background of the heavenly, as far as he does not rely on the family are able to destroy you and my two families. No, on the line. Usually treat him as an ordinary person is good. This is his request. Li Yuting let out a long breath and laughed. Well, no. In fact, I didn't lose to Morong Xiaoran today, but lost to a legend. In fact, it's not wrong. You stop. This is actually good. Morong boss was seen by him. Then she wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about me in the future. I believe that no man would dare to touch the mold, also including me. Li Yuting nodded her head once again, and the two of them held each other's arms together as they left Falling Immortal City. Before he had gone far, Ji Chang's cell phone received a message from Jiang Xiaoxian. Abu went down. Get someone to give me a 24-hour stare. Ji Chang quickly replied, understand. After Abu left, Jiang Xiaoxian sent a message to Ji Chang and then picked up his cell phone to call Morong Changfeng. Hello, Brother Long. Morong Changfeng's voice rang out on the other end. Morong Xiaoran could clearly hear that the other party was none other than her own father, and at this time, he was addressing Jiang Xiaoxian as Brother Long. She listened quietly without interjecting a word. How many people did you bring into Daxia this time? 6. Not that kind of rioters, right? Absolutely not. And all are loyal to me. That's good. Now I'll give you a mission. Beware of those foreigners coming from Jiangzhou these days, especially those trash on the international scene. Yes, Brother Long. Right. Your daughter is my person now. I will be responsible for her. In the future, if anyone from the Morong family is unfavorable to the two of you again, I will personally take action. Morong Changfeng was a little speechless for a moment, and Jiang Xiaoxian gave him this time to think. After a while only to hear a long breath out from there and asked, Is Xiaoran by your side? Yes. I want to talk to her. Good. Jiang Xiaoxian finished and handed his cell phone to Morong Xiaoran. Dad, Xiaoran, forget about Ji Chang. Whether you follow Jiang Xiaoxian or not, this is your own decision. I can't control it, but if you have anything long or short in Dad, I know I am weak, but as long as you are hurt, I will find justice for you even if I don't want to lose my life. Dad, I know. The moment she heard her father's heartfelt words, Morong Xiaoran was already in tears. It turned out that her father was not a villain, but a hero who guarded the country. It turned out that in her father's heart, she would always be the one he cared about the most. Morong Xiaoran finished crying and returned the phone to Jiang Xiaoxian. Morong Changfeng continued, Xiaoxian, if you are Xiaoran's man at this moment, no matter how I say it, I'm your father-in-law. Is it okay to call you like this? You say. Jiang Xiaoxian also used a rare honorific to Morong Changfeng. I don't care how many women you have, but don't leave my daughter out in the cold. I'm remiss as a father, but I don't want her to live in pain for the rest of her life. Okay, I promise. Having your promise is more important than anything. Morong Changfeng knew that Jiang Xiaoxian was a man of his word, as long as he promised. After hanging up the phone, he realized that the surroundings had long been empty, and Xiao Kong had also quietly left while the two were chatting about personal matters. Looking at the large venue, only two people left. Morong Xiaoran suddenly some constraints. Originally thinking that the other party was just an ordinary person with some strength, he did not expect to be so powerful. Now that there were only him and himself around, if he wanted to be right here, what should he do? Miss Morong, what's wrong? Looking at the man getting up and pulling his hand, Morong Xiaoran actually relaxed at once. Since she can't escape, no matter what the road ahead is like, she will face it alone. Since the man in front of her she couldn't resist, then she became submissive. Nothing. Originally just said that I wanted to go to the hotel where you were staying to have a long talk all night. It seems that you are not willing. I don't like to force people to be difficult. When this was uttered, he himself didn't believe it. Now his words, now what he is doing. Which one of them is not forcing people's hand? Morong Xiaoran was even more good-natured, but did not make a rebuttal. Morong Xiaoran stood up her chest, reverting to that demeanor when Jiang Xiaoxian first met her in the Jutian pavilion, confident and powerful and bewitching. Could it be that the dragon brother in my father's heart, the chief in Jicheng's mouth, would be afraid of a weak woman like me? Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian frowning, Morong Xiaoran said in a seductive voice. While saying this, she approached Jiang Xiaoxian, her beautiful face close to Jiang Xiaoxian's face, her four eyes facing each other. Maybe, because the people closest to me can take my life at any time. Are you comparing me to Huan on TV? Morong Xiaoran showed her flirtatious and attractive. It was as if there were only the two of them in the world at this moment. I didn't say that. Besides, I'm not the emperor. But you have the strength. Morong Xiaoran suddenly didn't hate or fear the man in front of her. She needed him. You are? Jiang Xiaoxian was a little confused by her sudden transformation. It's nothing. What do you think I grow so pretty for? Isn't it just for you men to see? And now that you're imposing that I'm not allowed to like other people or seduce other men, then I'll have to use all of my advantages on you. No matter what. You're my first man, aren't you? Morong Xiaoran said every sentence will be closer to Jiang Xiaoxian a little bit. And the eyes are charming and charming. Is a man cannot refuse. Especially Jiang Xiaoxian, because in his heart this woman was originally his. Jiang Xiaoxian by her so, indeed some heart itch, but he did not lose his mind. A Morong Xiaoran picked up, toward the downstairs. Morong Xiaoran is a bit taller than Su Wei, but she is still as light as a swallow in Jiang Xiaoxian's arms. Soon came to Morong Xiaoran carside, drove the car straight to the hotel where she lived. As for Zang Wan is still at home waiting for Jiang Xiaoxian's return. Tonight she is destined to be disappointed. Inside the hotel, the two people crazy lingering, until finally the woman exhausted. Morong Xiaoran, not long after the first personnel, how can withstand Jiang Xiaoxian's toss? The lights had been turned off, and she lay on the man's chest with her eyes closed. Just now you said that if I carry your child, you'll ask me to take over the Morong family? Shoo, don't talk about deals at this time, okay? I'll do what I promised you, as long as you can do the same. Aha! Morong Xiaoran nodded obediently. The do it in Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth referred to nothing more than forgetting that Ji Cheng could only have him in his heart. Although it could not be done immediately, she was willing to try. Those assholes of the Morong family must be gotten rid of. This was her long-cherished wish. Although I don't know how the two parents, who were driven out by the family in the beginning, came over, but those power-eyed white-eyed wolves will certainly divide the share belonging to the father cleanly. I wanted to borrow the Ji family to realize her wish, but it seems that she is too naive. And this man who is now relying on her side seems to be enough to give her this opportunity to realize her wish. Chapter 59. My woman is naturally the most beautiful. The night color was tantalizing. The two people quickly leaned on each other and entered dreamland. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines on the hotel window. Just opened his eyes, Jiang Xiaoxian opened his cell phone in a daze. It is densely packed with calls from Zang Wan. As for Su Wei, as if he had forgotten him, there was actually not a single call or message. Jiang Xiaoxian frowned a little and put the cell phone back on the nightstand. The woman in his arms moved slightly. Waking up, was I disturbed? Jiang Xiaoxian asked gently as he forcefully wrapped the woman into his arms. Morong Xiaoran looked at Jiang Xiaoxian, put her hand on the man's chest, closed her eyes again and said, maybe, I'm used to sleeping alone. Suddenly lying with you does wake me up more. You'll get used to it later. Well, but how much more time can you stay with me when you have 2 other women? Enough. Jiang Xiaoxian gave his answer. Morong Xiaoran's eyes glowed as she climbed up to look at Jiang Xiaoxian. The sudden rise caused the quilt on her body to slide down her snow-white skin, and at this moment, her appearance was taken in by Jiang Xiaoxian. If it were any other 2 women, they would have rushed to cover up, but she didn't. Is it good looking? Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian's straight eyes, Morong Xiaoran asked playfully. Well, my woman is naturally the most beautiful. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't mince words and pinched somewhere. Nasty. Morong Xiaoran flirtatiously glanced at him and gently smacked that salty hand away, but after saying that, she once again laid into the man's arms. This woman understood men very well. This was the only one within the few that Jiang Xiaoxian had met. Dai Lin was the kind of woman who was handsome. She had a straightforward and bold personality, and although she was pretty, she looked like a buddy anyhow, as well as a comrade in arms, a buddy, and a lover who had lived and died with him. As for Zang Wan, he cannot say now. Anyway, more conservative. To men the feelings are also more extreme, and Su Wei on the after all erratic, perhaps say is indecisive. She absolutely cannot do Dai Lin's dare to love and hate, also cannot do Zang Wan's decisive. Perhaps this is also when she grew up. Growing up in the family environment has a certain relationship. Morong Xiaoran yesterday and he was still a mortal enemy, and now they are entwined together. More or less some use of his meaning. This point Jiang Xiaoxian heart naturally understand. Jiang Xiaoxian gently moved the woman away and began to put on his clothes. Are you leaving? Well, there are still a lot of things to do. By the way, Xiaoran, you don't have to go to the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Why? Could it be that you don't care about me after sleeping with me? Morong Xiaoran sat on the bed with some anxiety, looking at the man who wanted to leave. What can you do if you go? Could it be to go to the camel country and open a gathering heaven pavilion? I can be the middleman between the Morong family and the shipping company. What Jiang Xiaoxian said was indeed true. What could she use to cooperate with the Maritime Transportation Group? Did it really go to open a nightclub as Jiang Xiaoxian said? Obviously her arrival in Jiangzhou was itself with a mission given by the Morong family. Then what benefits can you reap from entering so rashly? Jiang Xiaoxian asked as he looked at the gorgeous woman on the bed covering her chest with the quilt. In fact, my father gave me a sum of money, as well as my own savings and connections, can definitely participate in it, as a previous investment in the desert region can also be as long as we can cooperate. This is an excellent opportunity. Morong Xiaoran has her own considerations, but does not know the deeper meaning of it. Besides coming to so many rich businessmen and powerful people, there can be a few who really understand the real meaning of this time. The Camel King wants to open this company in Jiangzhou. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled and came to the bedside. With a hand ruffled a strand of the woman's scattered hair. Xiaoran, the Camel Shipping Group is not simple. Want to participate in which naturally earn money, but with your current qualifications even if you go in is also harvested as leaks. What do you mean? Morong Xiaoran frowned slightly. Looking at the empire, so many people have come to participate in it. She didn't think much about it. Also followed. Of course there is father and family persuasion. In fact, now that you have followed me, there is no need to come back to this muddy water. Foreign capital has long been on the radar. Could it be that we, Da Xia, would miss out on such a good opportunity? A retailer like you coupled with the characteristics of the Morong family's foreign capital. Do you think it's still good to go in? Jiang Xiaoxian's words instantly woke up Morong Xiaoran, who had just woken up from her sleep. Then what should I do now? Go back to the imperial capital first. Sell the Jutian pavilion. I think it can be sold for more than $1 billion anyways, but that's not up to me. Besides, if I sell the Jutian pavilion you feed me? Morong Xiaoran raised her head and pouted. Good. This is for you. Should be enough for you to spend, said Jiang Xiaoxian through a gold card given to him by big brother Shao Kong to the woman. Morong Xiaoran, who was a well-informed woman anyways, couldn't tell where this card came from. What kind of card is this? The Camel King gave it to me. I don't know exactly how much money is in it, but you won't be able to spend it all in this lifetime. Remember, don't use it for investment, only spending. You really want to support me? The corners of Jiang Xiaoxian's mouth rose slightly. Instead of answering, he asked in return, are you going to be my woman? Aren't I already? Morong Xiaoran's expression became as if she was an innocent little girl. Then I will naturally support you. After saying this, Jiang Xiaoxian opened the door and left, leaving Morong Xiaoran alone to stare blankly at this gold card in her hand. Finally, the corner of her mouth revealed a smile. See you in Jicheng, because a hero belonging to this era has conquered me. Although the time with Jiang Xiaoxian was pitifully short, but that feeling was very strong. Perhaps it was really as others said. Beautiful women would fall in love at first sight with heroes. Take for example a man like Kong Shuyin, who was so powerful that even princes had to be respectful. With such a man by her side, how can other men get into her eyes, even if she shares with her woman? she has no regrets. Jiang Xiaoxian left the hotel and just walked out the door. A man in a black suit drove his black Audi and was already waiting there. Hard work, brother. Jiang Xiaoxian took out a cigarette and handed one to the other. Thank you, brother Long. After saying that, he drove the car towards Zang Wan's house. Arriving at the villa, the woman was still curled up on the sofa asleep like last time. Maybe she really did wait for herself for another whole night. Jiang Xiaoxian, heart is touched, walked to the front without saying a hand will pick up the woman. Toward the upstairs, Zang Wan was suddenly embraced by the people. Woke up, eyes wide open looking at Jiang Xiaoxian with his fists beat. Jiang Xiaoxian, you bastard. I waited for you all night. I watched the sky slowly brighten. Thought you would come back before I fell asleep. Kang Shuhyun held down the woman's hand that was slapping his own. Don't move. You go take a shower first. I'll buy and make breakfast for you. Kang Shuhyun didn't really like to explain. He just put the woman on the bed and turned to leave, but was pulled back by Zeng Wan. Are you leaving again? Is it going to be another several days in a row after you go out that you won't be seen in person? No, you have to be obedient. Now go take a shower, I'll go make you breakfast. Don't worry, I won't leave you for a day today. Really? Zang Wan asked as she looked at the man suspiciously. Aha. Jiang Xiaoxian nodded and put his cell phone directly off on her nightstand. I'll put the phone here. Don't worry, I'm only yours today. There's also the day after tomorrow's opening ceremony of the Maritime Group. I've already secured a cooperation opportunity for you. Really? Zang Wan's face instantly showed a color of surprise when she heard this. Well, do you know about Camel Country's Abu? Well, of course I know then. I heard that he has already come to Jiangzhou, but someone like our Zhang family's status is not qualified to meet him yet. I've found someone who has already contacted Mr. Abu. He will more or less give you some cooperation when the time comes. Hubby, really thank you so much. It turns out that you're going abroad these days. All for me. Zang Wan was instantly moved by Jiang Xiaoxian's words. Chapter 60, There's no reason. Because you're mine. Zang Wan obediently went into the bathroom and washed herself clean. She also thought that Jiang Xiaoxian asked for this to wait for a while to think. Unfortunately, she did overthink it, and when she finished washing and came downstairs in her sexy and glamorous clothes, Jiang Xiaoxian happened to walk out with his breakfast. To be honest, and Morong Xiaoran compared, Zang Wan is a big difference, but that didn't mean that Jiang Xiaoxian would let go of Zang Wan's hand. Zang Wan, I've never seen you wearing such an outfit before. Where did you get these clothes? Zang Wan slightly looked down at her clothes. Of course I bought it online during the few days you were gone. Is it pretty? Well, to describe it in one word, it's a stunning siren. Humph. Is it clearly 4 words? That's not important. What's important is that you're really beautiful. No amount of words can describe it. Alright, my beautiful ex-wife. Now you can enjoy the breakfast your ex-husband prepared for you. Husband. I don't know why, but Zang Wan suddenly changed her name to call Jiang Xiaoxian as her husband. Perhaps it felt more intimate. Naturally, with such a name, Jiang Xiaoxian did not object. His own woman could call him whatever she liked. What's wrong? Can you not say ex-wife, ex-husband? Although we are divorced, but don't you think we are now more like 2 people? I have you in my heart, you also have me in your heart. Zang Wan's eyes slightly blinking, character charming. Good, as long as the woman was happy, he obliged. After enjoying breakfast together, Zang Wan actually took the initiative to ask Jiang Xiaoxian to sit on the sofa and rest. She was going to wash the dishes herself, in order to be able to tell Jiang Xiaoxian to change his opinion of her. When she took off her apron and came out, we're done eating here too. Shouldn't we go upstairs? Zang Wan looked a little shy as she looked at Jiang Xiaoxian and asked, thinking that she had just told herself to take a bath in order to do that kind of thing after eating. Go upstairs for what? Jiang Xiaoxian, however, looked at her current expression with some confusion. You didn't just tell me to take a shower. Not for. Big sister. You're overthinking it. Jiang Xiaoxian, who had just had a great night of fighting with Morong Xiaoran, where was he still in the mood to have another battle with Zang Wan? Calling her to take a bath was merely a matter of smelling the other party's somewhat sweaty odor when he hugged her. So he said that. Oh. Zang Wan looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with some disappointment. This day, as Jiang Xiaoxian said, stayed with Zang Wan the whole day. At night, Zang Wan cozily decorated her bedroom. In her heart there was a feeling that a small farewell was better than a new marriage, especially when she was angry. She was touched to learn that Jiang Xiaoxian had gone abroad for the sake of his cooperation with the shipping group. It also proved from this matter that what her father said was true, and that Jiang Xiaoxian's identity was really extraordinary. However, the doubt also quietly rose in the heart. Then he is so capable. Why is he willing to be a year only at home to take care of women's men? Thinking about it was still a bit confusing. She washed up and leaned on the bed waiting for Jiang Xiaoxian to arrive. Zang Wan, I have something to do. I have to go out right now. You yourself don't have to wait for me at home. Maybe I won't come back tonight. The sudden sentence instantly doused Zang Wan, who was envisioning a beautiful fantasy. He's leaving and won't be back at night? Oh, then you go. The expression on her face changed from expectant shyness to one of grief and resentment. She slowly turned her face, tears already overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't care about the sad Zeng Wan because he really had something going on. The day after tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the maritime group, and as one of the leading players, he couldn't not go to meet those who were really playing chess behind the scenes. As for the current Zeng Wan, Jiang Xiaoxian did not feel much guilt inside. It's only been a few days and he can't bear it anymore. Then he himself didn't come over like this for a year as well? After the man left, Zeng Wan wiped away her tears and took out her cell phone and typed a few lines in Jiang Xiaoxian's chat window. Jiang Xiaoxian, we should separate. Since the divorce has been, this relationship does not need to be maintained. Thank you once gave me hope and fantasy, but it seems that all this is not the same as I imagined. But also thank you this time out of the country in order to fight for me and the Zhang family opportunity. But I think there is no need to. With the Zhang family may not be qualified to participate in the whole. Jiang Xiaoxian just reached his car, then saw the message, frowned and thought about it, but decided to return to the second floor again. Looking at the cold-faced woman, Jiang Xiaoxian directly said, Zang Wan, I'll only tell you one thing, since you've become my woman, don't think about leaving, in this life, unless I die, you'll be my person until death. Hearing this, Zang Wan's anger intensified. Originally thought that the man came back to apologize, but didn't expect it to be as righteous as this. She picked up the pillow beside her and threw it at Jiang Xiaoxian. Mouth hissed and yelled, you get out of here, I don't want to see you again. Jiang Xiaoxian ignored the woman's hysteria and just quietly looked at the time on his cell phone and said again, it's 9 o'clock in the evening now, I'll definitely be back by 3 o'clock, and if I don't see you, the entire Zhang family will be the same as you and never see you again. He turned around and left after he finished speaking in a domineering manner. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxian leaving just like that, Zeng Wan was even more aggrieved. How could she not have imagined that Jiang Xiaoxian would be so overbearing and brutal? Not only did he not have the tenderness and consideration he had before, but he also became a bit strange. Jiang Xiaoxian really left this time and went to the venue where Shao Kong had made an appointment. For the specific details of the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow, and the other party was doing the final communication. Naturally, the people he met this time were not just Shao Kong alone, but also some related people that the maritime group would be operating in the future. And naturally most of them were appointed by the Daxia government. These people Jiang Xiaoxian does not recognize, but Luo Wanxiang called him before they came has made it clear that all matters by Jiang Xiaoxian full responsibility. This was one of the most crucial negotiations in the middle of the night, and both sides were naturally jockeying for their respective interests. In this meeting there is no record, there is no teacher and disciple friendship, there are only representatives of all parties to fight for the interests of their own country. After the negotiation, the next day will be the official signing. The signature is only the final validation of this negotiation. Each side got what they wanted, and Kong Xiaoxian got up to shake hands with Shao Kong. Congratulations, congratulations. In fact, this negotiation was, in the end, to sort out some of the finer details that had not been finalized in the end. For example, Daxia's status within the shipping group, as well as specific staff positions, and how many people on Camel's side plus a few other countries held specific positions, perhaps all of which were important but didn't have much power. But often it is these positions that will affect the final trade size of the two regions, and the size of the contribution to the two regions. The meeting is over. Jiang Xiaoxian again look at the time, just 2 o'clock at midnight. Promised Zeng Wan's 3 o'clock before going back. The distance is not how far. Certainly can be in time. Back home at exactly 3 o'clock. The woman actually has not slept. Sitting on the bed with red eyes already somewhat swollen. Still not sleeping? Kong Xiaoxian came to the bedside and said gently, "Humph, want you to care?" Zeng Wan's entire body was heaving with anger. Twisting her head away from looking at Jiang Xiaoxian, "Zang Wan, I can understand that you are angry, but one thing you have to realize, like I said just now, before we got married it was just a paper contract, so I didn't stop you from going to Han Shangfeng, I just waited for when you could turn back, although it was a little late to turn back, but I still accepted you, and now you and I together and is a two-way run, such as dare to harbor second thoughts, with my strength who have to disappear from this world. There is one more thing, I have 4 women, one is no longer in this world." Said here, Jiang Xiaoxian recalled Dailin's appearance and paused slightly. Returning to his senses, he continued to look seriously at Zeng Wan and said, "The other 3 inside you are 1, and Su Wei. She, you should be clear, is a woman who has received a license with me. Even if she wants to leave now I cannot let go. And her family's energy you should also have heard of. But I can still overthrow the entire imperial city Su family in a moment. As for the third one you should have heard of but never seen. That's the boss lady of the imperial capital's Jutian Pavilion, Morong Xiaoran of the Morong family." Zeng Wan didn't realize that there were so many other women around Jiang Xiaoxian, and that she was just one of his. "You already have them, so why are you still pestering me?" There's no reason, because from the moment you slept with me, you were already mine. Chapter 61. When it comes to my territory, it's mine. So are you telling me to resign myself to my fate? To never have a choice in this life? Zeng Wan wiped her tears and stared at Jiang Xiaoxian, questioning. Jiang Xiaoxian pulled Zang Wan into his arms and hugged her tightly. The woman began to struggle, and in the end, she stopped moving and only sobbed silently. Jiang Xiaoxian, from the moment he held her, he did not speak again, but also told her to slowly calm down and accept this reality in front of her. Is it that you men are thinking of having 3 wives and 4 concubines? More women, maybe. Watching Zang Wan's emotions begin to stabilize, Jiang Xiaoxian slowly let go of the woman and walked towards the bathroom to begin showering. Returning again, the woman was already lying quietly on the bed, the quilt covering her tightly above her knees and below her chest, her back facing him. Jiang Xiaoxian lifted the light quilt and also lay in, slowly hugging the woman from her waist. Zang Wan, what do you want to cooperate with each other in the maritime group? The lights had been pulled out. Jiang Xiaoxian closed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Zang Wan shook her head. She couldn't answer. She was not ready for all this, nor did she know the ultimate significance of the establishment of the Maritime Transportation Group this time, only knowing that the country in order to open up an important trade channel between a dozen countries across the desert. The most crucial thing was that the tariffs on goods sent out from this group were almost non-existent. This is also the reason why people rush to squeeze in. To know the entire desert region is a huge market with 500 million people, and nearly 9 million square kilometers of land. If you really take this market down, the economic scale of this is in the trillions of dollars every year. As long as the signing of a long-term partnership, the money that can be earned is naturally much easier than the current domestic, and some less friendly countries. Zeng's group had also been facing all sorts of problems in the past 2 years, which was why they wanted to take this opportunity to put up a fight. But the opportunity has come in front of them. But this president himself does not know what to cooperate? Those people who walked around before were just trying to call their own production can keep up with the large-scale demand in the future. You don't know and still dive in head first. So isn't it just to come and make a scene? Then you say, what should I do now? You also know that my family is a clothes maker, although it has a certain degree of popularity in the country. But when put into the international arena there are very few people who know about it. Zang Wan had already put away the angry and sad state she was in just now, and all of a sudden returned to her usual role as that professional female CEO. Resign from all positions in the Zang group, hand them all over to your father, and don't participate in this cooperation. Why? Zang Wan became anxious upon hearing this. This was her family's only chance to get out of the status quo ante. Why was Jiang Xiaoxian telling her to give up? Because I will give you a more important mission. What task? Now is naturally not the time to talk about it yet. You'll come with me to the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Don't be surprised when it happens. I'll arrange everything. Oh, Zang Wan didn't immediately agree, but she didn't know if the other party didn't say anything, so she could only give an O sound as an agreement. Remember to dress grandly. I don't want my woman to tell others to look rustic. Remember not to wear too professional either. Good. Then go to sleep. It's almost dawn. Good. The two of them just like this snuggled close together and fell asleep. The next day until 9 o'clock Zang Wan woke up, but opened his eyes. The man has disappeared. Ran downstairs and shouted twice, but did not hear a response. There was a familiar breakfast on the table, and a note was left under the glass of milk. Breakfast is ready. I will come to pick you up early tomorrow morning. Remember to dress pretty. Jiang Xiaoxian thought about whether he should go and look for Su Wei today. I don't know if he intentionally didn't want to see himself, or if Su Changshan forcibly detained him. It's been more than a week, and I don't see her in a hurry. The last time I learned from Ji Chang that the other party was safe and sound, and there was no one else around except her father. The legs are long on her body. Jiang Xiaoxian does not believe Su Changshan can watch her 24 hours a day. The last think or forget. Before but said to call Su Changshan. Su Wei personally sent back. He went like this: is not a word, is not a promise. The shipping group site has long been finalized, and is now waiting for the opening after the foundation stone laying, in the best deep water of Jiangzhou Bay, now has begun to prepare for the construction of the feverishly, covering an area of more than 6 million square meters, with an annual throughput of more than 200 million standard containers. Daxia contributes 31% of the shares, Camel accounts for 20% of the shares, other participating desert countries account for a total of 26% of the shares, and the remaining 23% is held by the major companies. The remaining 23% is held by the major companies, which means that the actual control is in the hands of both Daxia and Camel. Jiang Xiaoxian brought Morong Xiaoran to the construction site and introduced her to the general idea of the entire project. That is to say, Camel's representative is Shao Kang, and our representative is you, and the two of you hold 51% of the shareholding, and Shao Kang is your disciple. Some things and decisions that are not related to the national interest, you yourself can completely have the final say. right? Xiaoran. Sometimes women shouldn't be too smart, okay? Humph. So you're the boss here, and others are still rushing to get in. The people Morong Xiaoran was talking about naturally included herself. The two of them stood on a small hill in the back, facing the sea breeze and looking down at Xiaoluo, which was still in ruins. Especially the moment Morong Xiaoran turned her head to look at Jiang Xiaoxian, her eyes were filled with him. It was as if this emotion couldn't be hidden, just like when she looked at Ji Chang, even stronger than then. Morong Xiaoran was by no means a person stuck in the past, just like now. Jiang Xiaoxian brought her to the hill step by step. Even though her feet were a little uncomfortable from walking, she did not say a word about being tired, and even less pretentious to the point of pampering herself with the man. Let's go. The man's words, Morong Xiaoran smiled and nodded. Good. Leaving Xiaoluo was already noon, so the two of them casually found a better restaurant in the neighborhood to prepare for a meal. But just as they drove the car in, they were stopped by the security guards. Hey, no parking there. That's Director Su's exclusive parking space. Good. Jiang Xiaoxian smiled and nodded. It was a bit of a loss to get into an argument with someone over a meal, especially if the other party was a security guard. Life wasn't supposed to be easy. Maybe he was bullying people. Maybe it could be that whatever Director Su was that he didn't dare offend. If he saw that the parking space was taken, the security guard would lose his job, right? A little further in Kong Shuin found another parking space. It was a bit small, but for the old driver Kong Shuhyun it was a handful of backing into it. You were quite polite to that security guard, Morong Xiaoran said. Ha, we are not in a realm of people. Why should we get entangled? Give each other a step or all happy? Give him face. They also save time. Well, you then a lot of men see through it? Ha, or how to do your man. Look at the beauty of you. He. Morong Xiaoran hugged Jiang Xiaoxian's arm and pampered. The two got off the bus and walked into the hotel. Due to Morong Xiaoran's appearance, Jiang Xiaoxian decided to open a separate private room, lest he encounter trouble in a while. He wasn't afraid of trouble. It was that he didn't want to waste this effort before the opening ceremony. But it is really the sky does not meet the wishes of man. Morong Xiaoran holding Jiang Xiaoxian's arm toward the second floor. Above, a man wearing a gold eye is on the stairs and another person with a glass of wine, people chatting. When someone suddenly came up, the two just casually glanced at each other. This look did not matter. Morong Xiaoran's appearance all in the eyes. The man with the gold glasses watched the two walk into a private room. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a playful smile. That woman just now is so pretty. Do you recognize her? The other man shook his head. Recently, we've had a lot of rich and famous people from all over the country come to Jiangzhou. Maybe it's the daughter of one of the families? Well, I don't care which family's daughter she is. She's mine when she arrives at my place, even if it's just for one night. Thinking about that scene just now, Morong Xiaoran's looks and her sexy body called him a little bit horny. Chapter 62. This woman seduced me. Here, there is no woman that I, Su Kong, cannot obtain. Su Kong watched Morong Xiaoran follow a man into a private room and slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said, Little Wang go. Follow me to get to know that beautiful woman just now. The young man named Xiao Wang frowned slightly. Director Su, this is not good, right? I can see that the woman just now was holding a man's arm. People are obviously a pair? Humph. What's wrong with a pair? In my case it's a dragon that has to be coiled for me. After saying that, Su Kong had already stepped towards the private room where Jiang Xiaoxian was. Two people came in. Jiang Xiaoxian thought it was a waiter, but look at the dress seems to be not. A closer look, this is not just the stairway encountered two people? May I ask what the two of you have to do? Jiang Xiaoxian asked politely. Kid has nothing to do with you. Cut the crap. Su Kong glared at Jiang Xiaoxian and sat straight next to Morong Xiaoran. Beauty, get acquainted. Under Su Kong, director of the Xia Luo Bay Development Committee, Morong Xiaoran glanced at the other party and said disdainfully, Not interested, don't want to die before it's too late, or there will be a time when you regret it. Against a small director at the district level, there was no need for Jiang Xiaoxian to make a move. Morong Xiaoran could handle it herself. Pretty girl is quite rigid, but I like stubborn women like you, Su Kong said, wanting to reach out to touch Morong Xiaoran's face, but just as he stretched out his hand, he was pinched by Morong Xiaoran. She was also a child of a big family, and had practiced some self-defense techniques since she was a child, so the district was not really a match for a drunkard. The pinched finger has become bent with a crisp sound. Ah, you stinking b-boy is looking for death. Saying that, the other hand picked up the water cup on the table and was about to smash it towards Morong Xiaoran. Just at this time, Kong Xiaoxian picked up the water cup and threw it violently and forcefully, just hitting Su Kang's arm, hurting him so much that the cup in his hand fell to the ground in response. With the sound of the commotion on this side, Su Kang's accomplices in the next room also rushed in on the news. Director Su, what happened to you? A few straggling youths asked in shock as they looked at Su Kong, whose head was covered in sweat and was covering his hand. Arrest these two guys for me. Yes. Without saying a few words, the entire private room was already a mess. What with the tables, chairs and benches all over the place. It was a pity that even if there were 5 or 6 people on the other side, they were not Jiang Xiaoxian's enemy alone. Su Kong climbed up from the ground with difficulty and looked at the two people in front of him angrily. Good. You two wait for me. I'll tell you to walk out of this hotel today. After saying that, he looked at his own people. Shake me, the more people the better. I'll see how many he can deal with alone. Morong Xiaoran looked to Jiang Xiaoxian and asked, do you need to call my father over? Jiang Xiaoxian gently shook his head. Your dad's identity is not suitable to appear here. It's better for me to call someone. Okay, I'll listen to you. For the first time, Morong Xiaoran felt that it was really good to be protected by her own man. There are things that finally don't need to find someone to set things right on their own. Jiang Xiaoxian took out his cell phone and called the Hessian Special Action Team that was sent to Jiangzhou. This was a team that Jiang Xiaoxian had personally led. Coming from the imperial capital was also to maintain the security of this opening event, and the command was naturally in Jiang Xiaoxian's hands. The Hessian Special Action Team that came this time had a total of over 100 people. All of them were heavily armored fighters, and their strength was as good as a reinforced battalion. There are people in the Xiaoluo Bay Tusheng Hotel who are collaborating with the enemy and rebelling. As long as someone resists, they will be killed according to the crime of treason. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the few people in front of him expressionlessly. Yes, that side received the order and already drove their armored vehicles in full gear towards this side, and there were also 3 helicopters in the air to cover them. The above had already warned that as long as the people who dared to jeopardize the stability of the shipping group's operations, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Listening to the phone call made by Kong Shuyin, Su Kong laughed with his belly, and uniformly killed? Have you watched too many movies? I don't think movies dare to shoot like this, right? Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Morong Xiaoran also looked at Jiang Xiaoxian with some panic. There's no need to make such a big commotion, right? It's fine. Since someone sent someone to their death, I'll naturally fulfill them. Jiang Xiaoxian disdainfully glanced at Su Kong and softly said to Morong Xiaoran, not a moment's time. The sound of nuisance brakes sounded outside. It was the person Su Kong had called who had come. It was also close by. Naturally they arrived first. More than 20 people. Looking at the formation is really quite scary. And each person is still holding a stick guy in their hands. Ha ha, where are your people? Didn't you call them? Should I wait? Su Kong looked at Jiang Xiaoxian contemptuous laugh. At this time the hotel owner also came. Looking at the formation is to smash his hotel. Director Su, cannot be here in my fight. Small business. I have an old man under the small. In the middle there is a stupid daughter-in-law. You can do good. It's okay, usually you're quite eye-catching. I'll give you this face. Su Kong finished speaking to the hotel owner and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian. Kid, have the ability to come out. Let's see how many you can fight alone. Yeah. Jiang Xiaoxian didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and going outside was his idea. Just after arriving outside, a group of people cornered Jiang Xiaoxian and Morong Xiaoran. Just at this time, 2 police cars drove over not far away. Who's causing trouble here? 7 or 8 police officers pulled out their pistols and pointed them at a group of people. One of them leading the group said. The policeman walked into the crowd and suddenly spotted Su Kong among them. It's Director Su. What's going on here? The policeman asked with a somewhat fawning face. Officer Wang, you came just in time. This guy is causing trouble here. Look at beating up my people like this. And my hands. Su Kong pointed at Jiang Xiaoxian and said. Jiang Xiaoxian knew that the police officer who came and this what's-his-name Director Su were also one and the same. Also, this woman tried to seduce me in the middle of the day. Do you think I'm a director of the development committee? Is she doing this for another purpose? Morong Xiaoran didn't say anything when she heard this. She just quietly watched the final excitement of these people. The police only listened to Su Kang's side of the story, then looked at Jiang Xiaoxian viciously. Good. Now that Jiangzhou is in the middle of a crackdown period, you guys actually dare to make trouble. And you even made trouble to Director Su's head. Take it away from me. Looking at a few police officers coming forward. I'll see who dares. Jiang Xiaoxian said sternly. Yell. You're resisting arrest, aren't you? So what if I resist arrest? Jiang Xiaoxian had just finished speaking when the sound of helicopters roaring in the sky came from far and near. Everyone looked up to the sky at the same time. Su Kong frowned. Looking at this, it was obviously flying towards their side. 3 helicopters hovered above everyone's heads, and 24 loaded soldiers slid down the ropes. This is? That police officer who had been arrogant a moment ago was dumbfounded when he looked at such a big battle. Chief, the officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel came to the front of the crowd and looked at Jiang Xiaoxian and saluted and said, give me all the people here to take away. These 8 policemen as well. I suspect that they are colluding with foreign forces. Yes. At the same time, 6 armored vehicles drove over. The same came down with 24 soldiers with loaded guns. Take all of these people away, and if there is any resistance shoot them on the spot according to the spies. The lieutenant colonel shouted at the incoming soldiers. Yes, the punks with sticks where they have seen these, hurriedly threw the guys in their hands, holding their heads and squatting on the ground. Anyway, they are not the masterminds, there is nothing to be afraid of. But those few policemen were a bit arrogant. What are you doing? We are the police. Ha ha, but also the police. You just said I was causing trouble without asking anything. What makes you say that? Jiang Xiaoxian opened his mouth. Morong Xiaoran had been standing behind the man without changing her face. This is what Director Su said. Ha ha, that means, if he's the director you listen to him, whoever is the bigger official is justified? This? The lead policeman was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Don't this and that. You may have come here today to join your Director Su in the Yellow Springs. It's actually not unfair. Jiang Xiaoxian finished. The lieutenant colonel directly called for all these people to be taken away. Director Su did not seem to be worried. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally saw the frankness on his face, thinking to himself, there must be someone behind this guy, so arrest them together, and also add another one to his merit list. Chapter 63. On the day of the opening, Morong Xiaoran turned around and saw Zang Wan, Su Kong and a group of people were blindfolded, along with the few policemen, and taken to the secret base of the special team. It was only then that Su Kong realized something was wrong. Shouting at the soldiers outside the iron gate, he said, I'm a public official, you can't do this to me. When they came here, all of their cell phones were taken away, but with the exception of one of them, Co. Kang's. Kang Xiaoxian was just telling him to call out to someone. Let's see how many tigers this fly can pull out. Our chief said, if you're capable of shaking people, the bigger the official, the better. The guard soldier said as Kang Shuin ordered. Humph, he's nothing, he'll definitely regret it. Su Kong was still full of disdain. Director Su, you can't leave us alone? Don't worry. After saying that, Su Kong took out his cell phone and made a call. Su Kong, what is it? A somewhat vicissitude middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Who is the call for? Inside an office. Jiang Xiaoxian looked at the technician and asked. Su Wanda from Dongjiang province. Who is at the main hall level? Both surnamed Su. They should be from the same family. Good. After Jiang Xiaoxian finished speaking, he took out his phone and called Luo Wanxian. Old man. I caught a fly in Jiangzhou and touched a small tiger along the way. Got it. Don't touch them yet. Wait for things with camel to stabilize before making a decision. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaoxian instructed the group of people who were called by Su Kong in the back, hand over to the Lin province to be locked up for half a year before saying that if there are no previous convictions, then let go. If there are punishable by law, those police officers directly to the discipline inspection. Also do not need to be a police officer, especially the one who led, removed from office and then properly examined. First locked up. The hotel and Su Kong together with those associates must give me a good investigation to the end. Just lock them up for the crime of jeopardizing the country's major strategic security, and we'll talk about it when we find the evidence. Yes, the current Jiang Xiaoxian did not have time to care about this. This unit was brought out by his own hands, and everyone was not simple, especially the lieutenant colonel who had just spoken to him. His family background wasn't comparable to a Su Kong either. Against these people, having him was enough. On Su Kang's side, he was holding the phone and listening. Who dares to lock you up so boldly? Uncle, I don't really know the other party either, but he seems to be able to mobilize the army. Oh, then do you know where you're being held now? It was in a helicopter when I came here, and it's still blindfolded, but it should be not far from the outskirts of Jiangzhou. I know, I'll figure it out. Su Wanda hung up the phone after saying that. Not a moment later his side got the news. It said that Su Kong had collaborated with the enemy and sold out the country and had been arrested. What the hell is going on here? Who the hell have you messed with? The whole of Dongjiang knows that you have collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country. Do you think I can control you? I just need to step in. I don't want to live either. This time it was him who called Su Kong. Su Wanda finished and hurriedly hung up the phone, pulled out the phone card and battery along with the cell phone and destroyed it. There is also the side of the police station. The police were arrested. This is a big deal. But soon the top called. Do not care about those few police. Police force is not enough, will be transferred from other places. I also heard that the police were implicated in Su Kang's treason case. Naturally, the district government where Su Kong is located was notified that Su Kong had been arrested and was meeting with foreign spies at the time of his arrest. Now who dares to care? Who interceded that is complicit? Spies that can be no matter what position, what level can be despised, are all equal. As long as the actual hammer, not to mention the political career, can live also depends on the severity of the matter. Su Kong listened to his uncle's last words, only to realize the seriousness of the matter. I want to see that person. Can you guys call him? He suddenly realized that it didn't matter who he looked for now. His own little life was in the hands of someone else, and he could be told to die on any charge. And being locked up here was only temporary. How could he not realize what kind of person he had actually provoked? Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoxian had no time for him at this time. Morong Xiaoran left from that hotel directly back to the hotel where he stayed, because the base she was equally unqualified to go in. Jiang Xiaoxian did not want to and would not break this exception. Jiang Xiaoxian would not be coming back today. This was what he said when he left. The opening ceremony tomorrow was not tedious, but there must be a lot of things today. The entire Jiangzhou city became lively this night in the dark, but in the light, it seemed unusually calm. In addition to the personnel who had come to participate in this ceremony, there were naturally some uninvited guests as well. One night G City also had the special operation team plus the security department all out in force, using high technology to monitor every suspicious person at every corner. Now every road in Jiangzhou would be strictly checked, especially the vehicles from abroad, and the same was true late at night. As for flights and ships, they are even strictly checked a month in advance, just so that no chaos would occur in Jiangzhou these days. At night, Jiang Xiaoxian was not idle, and in the dark, there were hundreds of arrests alone. Until the sun rises the next day all of this quietly ended. The opening ceremony was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning today, and the various delegations that had already signed the contract arrived at a building in Xiaoluowan. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Xiaoxian drove his car to Zang Wan's residence. Opening the door to the second floor, the woman was carefully dressing up. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head to see that it was Jiang Xiaoxian and hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Hubby, do you think it's okay for me to dress like this?" Jiang Xiaoxian touched his chin and nodded. "Well, you are very beautiful today. Let's go. We still have to pick up someone." After Jiang Xiaoxian finished speaking, he pulled Zang Wan's hand together and walked towards the downstairs. As for Su Wei and Su Changsheng, Jiang Xiaoxian had already told Ji Cheng to invite them and gained the qualification to attend the ceremony. "Pick up who?" Zang Wan asked as she looked at the other party suspiciously. "Morong Xiaoran." Jiang Xiaoxian did not beat around the bush and said the name out. Zang Wan was originally worried that it would be Su Wei. Would the other party be angry if she saw herself walking with Jiang Xiaoxian again? As she was thinking now, she was a serious wife, and she was nothing more than an ex. So what was the difference between sticking together now and being a mistress? What she thinks, and what she will do. Zang Wan did not dare to guess, but when she heard that it was Morong Xiaoran, Zang Wan's heart relaxed a little. She was just like herself. There was nothing to worry about. The only thing Zang Wan said to Jiang Xiaoxian along the way was, "Is she a good person to get along with? Not bad, but look at you this way." One sentence told Zang Wan to lose all her energy. "What do you mean by okay?" The car stopped steadily. Zang Wan's heartbeat was even more powerful. Was pulled by Jiang Xiaoxian's hand toward the hotel inside. Arriving at the door of the room, Jiang Xiaoxian also had a door card. A brush of the door automatically opens. Inside, Morong Xiaoran was similarly tidying up her makeup and the clothes on her body. "Xiaoxian, you're here. Come and help me see which dress looks good." Morong Xiaoran spun around in front of the mirror and turned around to suddenly see Jiang Xiaoxian walking and holding a woman. But it was obvious that this woman she hadn't seen before. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Chapter 64, The Smell of Gunpowder. Morong Xiaoran quickly recovered as before. Her expression became natural and elegant. Walked up to Zang Wan and stretched out her hand and said with a smile, "You are Zang Wan's sister." "Right, I am Morong Xiaoran, glad to know you." Zang Wan faced Morong Xiaoran, looking at her stunning face even if she was a woman. She was somewhat unable to avert her eyes, wanting to look at her a few more times. It was absolutely reasonable for Jiang Xiaoxian to choose her. Zang Wan, who was still a little twisted in her heart, also became much more natural when she saw the generous Morong Xiaoran, with the same charming smile on her face. "Hello, Ms. Morong." She stretched out her hand and shook the other party's hand for a moment, then quickly let go. "Perhaps not familiar, or acquainted in an awkward capacity. We are both his women. In the future, don't call it like that. I'm 2 years older than you. If you don't feel disadvantaged, call me Sister Xiaoran, or Xiaoran is fine." This small gesture of Morong Xiaoran immediately added a lot of points in Jiang Xiaoxian's heart. Originally also thought that the two women will meet more or less some gunpowder flavor. He had long thought of conquering two people at the same time to get reconciliation. It seems that at this time the two women have their own minds. Should be aware of the back there is a Su Wei. So those gunpowder flavor has long been a number of factors to wash away. Morong Xiaoran not only looks beautiful, do things are also more pleasing to the eye. This time in his heart thought, if the two women see Su Wei she will be how the performance. But in a moment there might be an answer. "Are you all ready?" Jiang Xiaoxian, look at the time, has been almost 9 o'clock. Although it is 10 o'clock, ceremony only officially started, but people always have to arrive first. Besides, this place is still a distance away from Xiaoluowan. It will take half an hour to get there. "Well, I'm already ready." Morong Xiaoran had a smile on her face at all times, and her eyes that called for mesmerization blinked twice gently at Jiang Xiaoxian. I'm also ready. Zang Wan felt like she lost a lot of her luster in front of Morong Xiaoran. The original self-confidence also seemed to diminish a bit with it after getting close to her. Then let's go. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoxian drove his Audi and took the two girls towards their destination. Xiaoxian, should I get you another car? Morong Xiaoran said as she sat at the left rear. Zang Wan similarly proposed. Right, husband, why don't I change it for you? Morong Xiaoran was perhaps momentarily motivated by her love for Jiang Xiaoxian and wanted to buy something for her man. Zang Wan, on the other hand, was unwilling to leave herself behind, and Morong Xiaoran was slightly more competitive. Yeah, why don't one of you buy one? You're all rich women anyway. Men say they don't want to struggle, want to find a rich woman to support. I'm good at once buy two rich women to support. Jiang Xiaoxian's words were full of complacency. To talk about the car, he had decided to drive this Audi in order to keep a low profile. Although his car wasn't worth much, the license plate had a special meaning to him. DA95617. This was Dalen's birthday. Looking ordinary, he had spent a lot of money to get it. Okay, the two women spoke in unison, but the price can't exceed 2 million. Oh, too expensive to use. Jiang Xiaoxian, this is the truth. In the desert, his private estate, parked dusty luxury car no less than more than 10, but no one has seen him open. Usually is not a few 100,000 Mustang running in the streets and alleys. Oh, well, Zang Wan somewhat demoralized. Originally she wanted to compare with Morong Xiaoran from this matter, although not then who has more money, than the man's heart who knows more. But Jiang Xiaoxian's sentence of not being able to go over $2 million put a kibosh on the model she had already thought of. Morong Xiaoran is somewhat understand Jiang Xiaoxian's meaning. With his identity, what car does not have, but prefer the current Audi. That too expensive car is not affordable, but he does not like. The heart already has its own answer. The car side driving, the two women chatting. Sister Xiaoran, aren't you the prettiest woman in the imperial capital? Don't dare, there are many prettier than me. Morong Xiaoran said modestly. Do you think he is the best man? Zang Wan continued to ask. This question was toxic. In my mind, yes, because everyone's opinion is different, and there are times when a true treasure needs a discerning eye. Maybe you're right. Zeng Wan understood that she was insinuating herself that she could have had it all to herself, and now she was making a scene that she could only share it with others. And she wasn't the one with the license. She looked out the window, resting her hands on her cheeks, remembering before, but she does not regret it, feeling that the previous Kang Xiaoxian is not real, and the current one is. Maybe some guilty, obviously to her 100 care of people she ignored, and now some brutal people she likes cannot help themselves, but this feeling she could not control. This also proves that being gentle and considerate is not as good as flowery words. Women sometimes do need to conquer, not melt, because they are originally water, not ice. The more you melt, the more she runs away. Wan's sister, not me. How did you decide to divorce him in the first place? Morong Xiaoran pointed at Jiang Xiaoxian. Maybe it was because of ugly looks? Zhang Wan Yen smiled and dissolved the embarrassment. Ha ha, you're so humorous. I only understand now that you like handsome men, don't you? That I'm happy. Before was before. Now is now. How can I compare the two? Very different me. That's right too. But fortunately he's still willing to give you a place. Perhaps Morong Xiaoran's words were a bit offensive to Zang Wan, but she did not harbor any malice towards Zang Wan. My Morong Missy, I haven't really seen this naughty side of you. What are you making fun of her for? She couldn't let go of someone before, and so could you. Jiang Xiaoxian listened to Morong Xiaoran's words and somewhat fought for Zang Wan. Morong Xiaoran smiled and did not say again. Indeed, he said is right. They once heart that man is also not in front of this driving Jiang Xiaoxian. Rather, there has been a fiancé of Ji Chang, but she understands that she cannot get later has become the past, painfully cut off. And now, her heart is only the man in front of her. This point she is stronger than Zang Wan, but it is also true that she has little qualification to dig at Zang Wan, who has the same status as herself. And in a moment, his proper wife would show up. Jiang Xiaoxian sped up the car, and in no time at all, he arrived at the bottom of the hill that the two of them had climbed up yesterday. One after another, there were luxury cars on the road heading towards the building not far away. They knew that these people were the important guests who had been invited to this opening event. Within a few square kilometers, all kinds of engineering vehicles were parked neatly, but no workers were to be seen. Everything here has already been finalized. A year ago, the two sides of the dignitaries will be negotiated, and now just for the future of an opening ribbon cutting, but also the entire maritime group of groundbreaking ceremony. The car slowed to a stop as it drove into an empty concrete parking lot. The two beauties have arrived. The two people who were internally apprehensive opened the car doors one after another and walked down. Inside the 2 hectares large temporary parking lot, cars were already parked all over the place, and all kinds of defense work in a 3-kilometer radius had already begun. and there were thousands of police forces deployed in Jiangzhou alone for this meeting, plus all kinds of special forces, bodyguards, security departments, a total of more than 2,000 security personnel. Walking toward the building, the surrounding reporters and wealthy businessmen and dignitaries from all over the world have gathered. Two women in the right hand holding hands while chatting and looking around seem to be looking to see if there are people they know. Jiang Xiaoxian in the right hand with his hands in his pockets seem to be in the wind. There is a podium in front of the building. The ribbon-cutting ceremony will be held here. Naturally, the ribbon-cutting is a dozen representatives of various parties, and not really the person in charge. For example, Jiang Xiaoxian and Xiao Kang, the two real big shots on the scene, would not come out to cut the ribbon to meet the countless flashing lights. Representing Daxia was naturally the mayor of Jiangzhou City. The representatives of the businessmen were Abu and Gu Zhanfeng. Gu Zhanfeng is the business representative of Daxia, which was still specially selected by Jiang Xiaoxian after looking at countless nomination materials during yesterday's meeting. As for that day in Falling Immortal City, Jiang Xiaoxian did not have any communication with Gu Zhanfeng. Chapter 65. A few days gone, are they rekindling their old love? Naturally, Gu Zhanfeng's position as the representative of the Daxia business community also has his strength in it. Firstly, the Gu family in the imperial capital is really very successful in business. And secondly, Gu Yanfeng is known as the imperial capital's four great prides, and his business acumen is even stronger than that of the other young people in the family. The most crucial yesterday, Jiang Xiaoxian and about to look at the representative of the great summer application. Only he is under 30 years old, so he ordered him, and he himself was suddenly informed of this news yesterday when he was still asleep. Watching Jiang Xiaoxian and the two women slowly walk towards him, Gu Shifeng looked at the three with his head held high. Jiang Xiaoxian and Zang Wan he did not know, but Morong Xiaoran was considered a good friend, and only a friend. Boss Morong. Smiling, he nodded and looked at the other party. Morong Xiaoran looked at Gu Shifeng and gently waved. Gu Xiao, this dress up today is? Originally, Morong Xiaoran had always addressed Gu multiplied wind as multiplied wind, but now that there was Jiang Xiaoxian, whoever it was couldn't be called so affectionately anymore, although neither of the two had that aspect to them up to the beginning. I'm here today as a representative of the great summer business community. He looked even more spirited as he spoke. If it was before, Morong Xiaoran would have been envious, but now she felt irrelevant. But Zang Wan, who was on the side, saw Gu Shifeng for the first time. Besides being handsome, he didn't expect that he could also be the representative of the business sector of Daxia. He and his family must be very powerful. Trying to think about who the other party is, but how can not find the answer. But Morong Xiaoran's sentence Gu Xiao also called her some eyebrows. Could it be the imperial capital Gu family? No introduction? Gu Xianfeng looked towards Jiang Xiaoxian and Zang Wan asked Morong Xiaoran. Morong Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and looked at the two. At this time the three of them had some distance. It was just that everyone didn't want to make some kind of heavenly joke in public. Something being known and being seen by the public were two different things. This is my good sister, Zhangzhou Zhang Group's 1,000 gold Zang Wan. This one? Someone who you wouldn't have heard of even if you said it. Jiang Xiaoxian. Ha ha, nice to meet you. In fact, I think I've seen Mr. Jiang at Mr. Abu's dinner party a few days ago. You saw him in the middle of the barbecue with Miss Morong. What a good eye, Gu Xiao. Jiang Xiaoxian complimented with a gentle nod. Haha, thanks. Hurry up and invite yourself inside. Gu Zhanfeng somewhat made himself the host in general. Good. The three of them walked around the podium towards the other side of the building. The entire ceremony was divided into 5 parts: ribbon cutting, bidding meeting, press conference, luncheon, and groundbreaking ceremony, and it would probably last about 4 hours. The second and third floors of the building were dozens of rest areas, and Su Wei and Su Changshang were now among them. At this time there was another unwilling person across from them, Su Wei's eldest uncle Su Chahan. This time, he had arrived in Jiangzhou a few days earlier with representatives from the Su group, but Su Changshang had stayed in the hotel and they hadn't run into each other. Su Wei, Lu Bing is over there. I heard that he could have been looking for you these days. What could have been 2 people is now making a scene like an enemy. Also not uncle said, if not you chose a poor boy. This head of the family seat I really cannot sit. Ha ha, thank you The expression on Su Chanan's face as he spoke was arrogant to the extreme. Su Changsheng saw his own brother's arrogant look. His anger was not in a place. I say Su Chanan, you don't strike my daughter here. No matter what, she is also your own niece, isn't it? Since you are the head of the Su family, then come up with some real skills. Fighting for high quality cooperation resources in this bidding meeting is the skill, not getting high on your mouth here. Ha ha, you don't need to worry about this. I feel that if I had been asked to sit in this position earlier, I wouldn't have been so despised by the Lu family. In fact, sitting here is a waste of my time. Good luck to you all. Ha ha ha. After Su Chang'an finished speaking, he got up and left, heading towards those people in the imperial capital's business district. Su Chahan, who had lost his position as the head of the family, naturally wouldn't come over to make a fool of himself. In fact, they waited for one more person, because Su Changsheng, who no longer had an industry, was not qualified to bid, and could only partner with someone to have a chance. But that person is late to appear. Call over the other party is also in the state of shutdown. The heart muttered, what is wrong with this person? And he waited for that person happens to be Su Wanda's own brother, Su Yida, also known as Su Kang's father, Yida Group boss. Unfortunately, he is now deeply involved in the Su Kang case. How can he still have the time and qualification to participate in this ceremony? In fact, even if he was asked to come, he wouldn't dare. Su Wei does not care about her father's anxious and angry performance, and in her heart, she understands what he is for. As for that partner she has already seen, sounds strong. Although her father and Su Yida are good friends, but now Su Changxing can still be seen by the other party is not certain. Actually Dad, no matter if the other party comes or doesn't come, we don't have the qualifications to be bidding for the project. Su Wei, how can you say that? This is our only chance to turn around. Su Changsheng was a little displeased to hear Su Wei's irrelevance. He was unwilling to admit his failure, especially since his wife was also going to divorce him because of this. He wanted to leave his family behind. There was only one chance, that was to take this opportunity to succeed and gain a new position of his own. As for what Su family had, he wasn't really too eager for it right now. The head of the Su family looks like a beautiful scenery, but is bound by many rules and regulations, telling him not to show his strength, but also to take care of the interests of the whole family and the interests of each member at all times. It was really tiring. It was fine for the family head not to be the family head, but he had to take this breath out, especially when he faced Lin Wanru's family next. He frowned tightly. At this point there was no backup choice. The only chance was to wait for Su Yida, which was also a choice that could not be helped, because without the position of the family head, he would have little profit to make in the eyes of others. All businessmen are profit-seeking, and friendship is not worth a penny in front of profit, which is an unchanging truth. When Su Chanan left, Lu Bing got up from his chair and slowly walked towards this side. Su Wei naturally saw the other party, but wasn't worried because not a single person here dared to make trouble. Su Wei, long time no see. Approaching step by step, Lu Bing straightened his somewhat crooked bow tie, with an expression of a sure win, and sat his butt on another sofa chair. Crossing his legs, he didn't put Su Changxing on the side at all. It was also at this time that Jiang Xiaoxian brought his two daughters to the second floor slowly as well. Su Wei purposely sat on the sofa chair towards the door, just to be able to see Jiang Xiaoxian in a while. Su Wei these days, as Su Changxing wish, has not contacted each other? Because she thought that by the time Jiang Xiaoxian gorgeous appeared in the ceremony above the master of the posture to guide the group of male, the father is not dumbfounded. To that time he is the sky. Between the two people no longer have obstacles. Jiang Xiaoxian appeared. Originally wanted to towards each other slightly smile Su Wei, but saw behind him Zang Wan. As for the other woman Morong Xiaoran, she also walked up with, which she didn't find strange. The first, the two of them would have known each other. The second, the two status can come here together, is also normal. As for Zang Wan, why would she be with Jiang Xiaoxian at this time? Could it be that he was not by his side for the past few days, and the two had rekindled their old feelings? Chapter 66. Legally, I'm the one closest to her. When Jiang Xiaoxian walked in, he similarly caught a glimpse of Su Wei sitting on the sofa. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen him that the look in my head is starting to blur a bit. Maybe he really is scummy enough. Surrounded by Morong Xiaoran, a stunning and charming siren, it was hard not to be scummy. At this time, he realized what is called from now on. The king does not have an early morning court. The word color is a knife. It really harms people. Jiang Xiaoxian turned back to the two women beside him. You guys find a random place to rest first. I'm going to talk to Su Wei. At this juncture, it's better to have less chaos between you guys. Good. Morong Xiaoran naturally understands. Between nods she pulls aside the somewhat nervous Zang Wan and walks towards some less crowded place. Casually found a seat and sat down. Looking at the time, 10 o'clock, there is still a quarter of an hour. So let's wait first. Lu Bing and Su Changxing didn't see that Jiang Xiaoxian was slowly walking towards the side since their backs were facing the stairway. Lu Xiao, although your Lu family is a bit stronger than the Su family, but that's not the reason why you sit down on your butt and ignore me as your elder, right? Su Changxing had long been unable to resist the anger in his heart and glanced at Lu Bing. He, who had been waiting for Su Yida to come, actually had no intention of paying attention to a playboy Lu Bing, but having been ignored like this, even a mudman still had 3 points of fire. Goo, so it's Uncle Su. I'm really sorry, my dad and I said that it's best to ignore you when I see you, because you don't deserve it, ha ha ha. Lu Bing tilted his head and laughed. For Su Changsheng, who was no longer the head of the Su family, how could Lu Bing look at him? Don't be too arrogant, Lu Bing, there'll be something for you to see later. Su Wei looked at her man walking towards her. For Lu Bing's embarrassment in the bidding meeting in a while, she had already expected it, but even if that was the case, He couldn't let him mock his father with such sarcasm in front of his face. Yes, my daughter-in-law is right. A voice came from behind the two men. Su Wei looked at him, but her expression was a little angry. Just because he came with Zang Wan, Su Changsheng and Lu Bing both turned their heads towards the back in unison. Su Changsheng, on the other hand, was in disbelief. It was really a leaky house. How did Jiang Xiaoxian get in? How did you come? It doesn't matter how I came. However, right now I don't know whether to call you Dad or Uncle Su. Humph, just call me by my name. I can't afford any other title. Su Changsheng's face looked like it had a thick layer of frost on it, and it was also drawn long. He had thought that after he turned over this time, he would deal with the matter between Su Wei and him, but he didn't think that he could actually enter here. One must know that there were perfect security measures for miles around here, and it was impossible for someone who wasn't invited to come in. Even if they were invited, they couldn't bring other people in. Each invited person was issued a special instruction, and would only be released if the instruction matched when entering. Except for Kong Shuin, of course. Whoever he wanted to bring in could naturally come in, as his car was the pass, which was recorded by the security system long ago. Dad, how can I say that he is now your son-in-law? Is this really good? Su Wei was a bit unable to look at him and got up to look at Su Changsheng. Ha ha, son-in-law? That's also because I was blind in the beginning before agreeing to what happened between you two. That's why we got into this situation now. Ha ha, that's wonderful. This family turned out to have become shattered long ago. Su Wei, are you regretting it? Regret being with this poor boy? Lu Bing said. Humph, the most correct thing I did in my life was to withdraw from you and marry Jiang Xiaoxian. Pa pa pa. Lu Bing clapped his hands and continued to laugh. That's wonderful. You guys continue, I won't talk. Ha. After he finished, he crossed his legs and stroked his chin with his right hand to watch the show. Poof. Su Changsheng flung his arm and sat down, coldly snorted and also stopped speaking. Now is really not the time to talk about this. Calling outsiders to see the joke. Besides, there is still Su Chagan over there. If he were to see it, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Everything is still waiting for the matter to be over. Su Wei also sat down. Jiang Xiaoxian naturally came to Su Wei's side to sit together, but just after sitting down, the woman turned her head away from him, looking a little angry. What's wrong is this? Jiang Xiaoxian asked in a whisper in her ear. Why were you with Zang Wan just now? Don't tell me you guys again? Su Wei's voice was very small and was spoken close to Jiang Xiaoxian's ear. The two men across the street naturally couldn't hear it. This matter and so on night I will tell you. Then I ask you now, why so long? A little information has not given me, even if a piece also Kong Xiaoxian similarly asked back somewhat angrily. This I will also clear with you at night. Su Wei used the same words to dislike back. Okay, then at night I see the need for a proper family meeting. The two of them quietly and secretly chatted as if they were very close. Su Changsheng watched with anger. Jiang Xiaoxian, you better stay away from my daughter now. Jiang Xiaoxian not only didn't listen, but instead leaned on the narrow sofa and opened his arms, one arm on Su Wei's shoulder. That's not good. Legally speaking, I'm Su Wei's closest person now, not you. You. Su Changsheng glared at the other party, but he didn't dare to rebuke loudly, so he could only look at Su Wei. Su Wei, you come here. Su Wei shook her head. Dad, he's right. We are a licensed couple. You don't have the right to break us up. The two of us deserve to sit together. Ha ha ha, it's really good looking. Lu Bing smiled anachronistically and interjected another sentence. Jiang Xiaoxian, the two had already treated each other as heir. Whatever he did, Su Changsheng really had no choice but to stop talking. Looking down at the wrist of the table, there are 5 minutes to cut the ribbon. How Su Yida has not yet come. He looked hard at the door. Could he be on the 3rd floor? Should not. The 3rd floor is the desert, those country representatives' rest place. He naturally will not go up. Jiang Xiaoxian also look at the time. Look around, the people who are sitting and resting have to get up. Toward the outside. Let's go. Let's go out together. Don't want to be with you. It's better to go with your ex-wife. Su Wei gambled. But Jiang Xiaoxian stroked his chin and nodded his head and replied, well, that's a good idea of yours. After saying that, he quickly got up and walked towards the outside. Jiang Xiaoxian, you dare. Su Wei became even more angry, but the man seemed like he didn't even hear it as he continued to walk at a fast pace. At this time Zang Wan and Moron Xiaoran both had long since arrived outside on the venue. Thousands of seats were filled to capacity, and those staff and reporters could only stand. On the podium sat the representatives of all parties, and it fell to the mayor of Jiangzhou to preside over the ceremony. He took the microphone and started his speech from above. Gentlemen, ladies, elites from all walks of life, good morning to you all. And now for our representative from the business community of Camelot State, Myotang Ras, Mr. Abu, to give his speech. Each of the several important representatives spent almost 5 minutes speaking about the benefits of this maritime conglomerate for the future. For a dozen countries in 2 regions, the speeches were all pretty much the same. The last on the stage is the gu multiplication of wind. He did not read according to the prepared script, but off-script stood on the podium eloquent speech, but the wonderful more or less some childish. This is Jiang Xiaoxian's evaluation of him. Some of the people below are whispering, some are listening intently. After the speech, the ribbon-cutting ceremony ended with a few representatives cutting the ribbon. After a 10-minute break in the middle, the heaviest part of the show was about to come. At this time Su Changsheng was already downcast. The person he was waiting for should not come? Then his own chance to turn around this time is gone. With the ceremonial staff calling those who are qualified to participate in the bidding meeting to enter the auditorium, the rest of the people including reporters are not allowed to go in, because the bidding meeting involves a lot of secrets. With a row of guards standing at the entrance of the auditorium on the 5th floor, the bidding meeting officially began. Chapter 67, Jiang Xiaoxian prepares for debut. All beings are equal. The number of people attending the bidding inside the auditorium was 9/10 less than at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Those who did not qualify to enter the bidding session did not want to miss this grand gathering of wealthy businessmen from the south and north of the country as well as many from overseas. Even if they did not qualify to go in, they might still be able to talk about a few business deals outside. Su Changsheng frustrated sitting aside, watching one by one towards the elevator ready to go to participate in the tender people. Su Chahan, Lu Bing and the others entered the auditorium one by one. He was like a deflated ball, without a bit of momentum to bounce back. Hello, are you Mr. Su Changsheng Su? It was also at this time that an etiquette officer walked up to him and asked, yes, what's up? Su Changsheng was a bit curious, because this etiquette in front of him was specialized in bringing people into the auditorium. What was the meaning of him asking himself at this time? Hello, you are the special guest. I am here to bring you into the auditorium for this bidding meeting. The words of the etiquette called Su Changsheng even more confused as to what was going on. Not only him, those who didn't have the qualifications to enter the auditorium who had a more powerful status than him also looked at them here in bewilderment. Alright, I'll go now. Su Changsheng, who was still in a daze, got up and followed the etiquette towards the elevator. You guys, who got this Su Changsheng in? This one really doesn't know. As far as he is concerned he is not even the head of the Su family now. He is even worse than us. We are not even qualified. Why is he qualified to go into the bidding meeting? It should be the Lu family then, right? Some guessed. Another shook his head. This qualification is set by the top decision makers of the maritime group. Do you think the Lu family has the ability to do this? Well, that's true. Some people nodded in agreement. Su Changsheng was brought inside the 5th floor auditorium venue, and at a glance the people inside were all prestigious business bigwigs from the entity and financial sectors. He suddenly felt that what could he do if he came in? Just used to be seen as a joke. Want to go out? But he also knows that here is not allowed to leave the table in advance. That is, 1.5 hours of bidding will be he has to sit here throughout. As for those dignitaries who came today, the tender and they are not very relevant. Even the mayor of Zhangzhou was not invited, so he did not enter the bidding meeting site. And in another round table room, the representatives of the dignitaries from Daxia and the desert region were also talking about other matters. Their negotiations couldn't affect the maritime transportation group, or this bidding meeting on the 5th floor. What they were saying to each other was something about people's livelihood, science and technology, exchanges, production, and all other aspects of cooperation. The bidding meeting officially started. The etiquette brought Su Changsheng to the front second row of seats to sit with Gu Zhanfeng Abu and the others. Su Changsheng is still at a loss until now. Who the hell called him in? Lu Bing Su Chang'an naturally also saw Su Changsheng sitting in a seat that didn't belong to him at all. How can he sit in the second row? Why? Su Chang'an was the first to press his mouth. Please be quiet, this gentleman. This is the organizer's arrangement. Organizer? That was the highest decision-making body of both parties. How could this be possible? And what virtue could he, Su Chahan, have? The MC on stage began to introduce the structure and shares of the Xiaoluo Maritime Group. Now we have our first vice chairman, the prince from the Camel Country, Mr. Abdurra Shaokang, to speak. Upon hearing that it was a prince, the crowd below instantly murmured. So this first vice chairman is His Royal Highness, the Prince of Camel. So what will the chairman be? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. A few people looked around, nor did they see an existence that could be compared to the prince. In the first row, a young man with a piece of cloth on his head wearing a large white robe walked up to the auditorium. Hello everyone, my name is Shao Kong. In fact, everything about this company is for the benefit of the people of all the countries associated with it. I won't say much here. Since this is a bidding meeting, the time when the Maritime Transportation Group is completed is the time when those lucky among you will be able to move up to the next level. Khan spoke from the stage in broken camel language, not at all like a lad of only 20. I've seen this prince before. Isn't he the guy who was barbecuing in the center of Falling Immortal City that day? The one who spoke was naturally one of the people who attended Abu's invitation banquet that day. Li Yuting was seated in the third row, and watching Xiao Kang's eloquent conversation. She remembered her own recklessness at the dinner party that day, thinking to herself, she really wouldn't tell the other party to think about it. That would be a really big deal. Morong Xiaoran and Zang Wan were seated in the third row, some of the people they still knew, and next door to her was Li Yuting. MS. Morong, I wonder why that boyfriend of yours didn't come with you. Don't be in a hurry, he'll be out soon. Humph, let's hope so, but coming out is also through the light of Prince Xiao Kong, right? That's not for you to bother about. After saying that Morong Xiaoran no longer paid attention to the other party, she knew that Kong Xiaoxian was about to show up. In the row in front of them Su Changsheng was next to Gu Shifeng. Good day, Mr. Gu. Su Changsheng nodded and smiled at Gu Zhanfeng. After all, people's strength was there. Hello Uncle Su. Gu Zhanfeng didn't have Lu Bing's kind of unself-consciousness, but he also just nodded his head and smiled. However, in his heart, he was also curious about how he was able to sit on this second row seat. Maybe there would be an answer in a while. Gu Shifeng waited. Su Changsheng was still looking around until now to see if he could find Su Yida. Unfortunately, there really didn't seem to be a figure of the other party. Gu Shinfeng turned his head and continued to look at Xiao Kong on the stage. He also knew that this youth was the one who had barbecued that day, and in between turning his head he then looked at Morong Xiaoran who was not far behind him. According to reason, she was only running an entertainment industry, which did not meet the conditions of this bidding session, but thinking of Kong Xiaoxian he had a bold idea. But all things must be seen to be believed. On the stage Xiao Kong said, this bidding will be specific cooperation projects, or please our chairman, Mr. Jiang Xiaoxian on to speak about it. When Xiao Kang said this, the stage was suddenly lively. There were hundreds of people present. Those who didn't recognize or hadn't heard of Jiang Xiaoxian exchanged words. Have you heard of Jiang Xiaoxian? The person who asked the question looked around at the crowd and saw them all shaking their heads. I don't know. I've never heard of it. However, there were a few people who knew this name, and their mouths had already opened as if they were about to leave home. Li Yuting, it turns out that he is the main person this time. After talking to herself, she looked behind her at Morong Xiaoran. What exactly does your man do? Why is it that I've never seen or heard of him, but he's able to rise to heaven in one step? Morong Xiaoran frowned tightly as if she was thinking. Her eyes blinked playfully. Sorry, this I really don't know. You, okay. He wanted to be angry, but thinking that she was Jiang Xiaoxian's woman, and that Jiang Xiaoxian was the do-gooder boss of the entire maritime group, the fire was instantly suppressed, and he nodded his head with a somewhat unnatural expression. Gu Chengfeng was equally surprised, but the surface could not be seen, but the brain has long been running 180 times, trying to find from a corner of the brain about Jiang Xiaoxian this person a little bit of information. It seemed that only the legend in Ji Cheng's mouth who was similar in age to their four heavenly pride, but had long since left the imperial capital to leave Xia and build a career abroad was similar to him. It turned out that Jiang Xiaoxian was just a disguise for him. Gu Shifeng instantly understood a lot. Zang Wan heard this has been dumbfounded. Do not know what happened. She could not believe it, waiting for people to come out, to determine whether it is in the end the same name and surname of the man. Su Changsheng and Zang Wan also hold the same idea, although they also know that this name is not popular, and there are so many people present, not him who else, but in the heart is unwilling to admit, and they also have the same idea of Lu Bing, Feng Zhe, Hua Mudian and other previously despised Jiang Xiaoxian imperial 12 young people. Su Wei and Jiang Xiaoxian stayed in the lounge at the back of the auditorium, waiting for him to perform on stage. Hearing Xiao Kong say his name, he knew it was time for him to go on stage.